Emperor, 2 more. There are further possibilities for the 16-winged mysterious dragon transformation and the Ziyun God arm. The 16-winged mysterious dragon has been cultivated to the high-level level of the 8-winged mysterious dragon, and the Ziyun arm has also reached the 12th level. If you go further up, you can break through again to reach the 10-winged black dragon transformation and the 13th stage. But whether it is the 10-winged black dragon change or the 13th stage, they are all stepping into the level of chaos magic skills. True God skills and chaotic skills are two completely different grades. In a short period of time, even if there is time, it is not easy to break through. In the end, Han Feng had no choice but to use the promotion to kill Yenshin. There are 4 levels of flame god killing. Han Feng has already cultivated to the late stage of the 4th level. As long as he reaches the peak of the 4th level, his power will naturally become stronger. It naturally takes a lot of effort to upgrade Yanshensha from the late stage of the 4th level to the peak level of the 4th level, but compared with the 16-winged black dragon change and Ziyun God arm breakthrough to the 10-winged black dragon change and the 13th level in terms of realm, it is much easier. Time passed by every minute and every second. Almost a month has passed since Han Feng began to retreat. During this period, Han Feng spent most of his time adapting to the skyrocketing cultivation base and improving Yenshin kill. Gu Tiandi and other strong people from the ancient Tianmen side should do whatever they want. In just 1 month, they didn't think that Han Feng's cultivation could make much progress, so they didn't pay too much attention. But Bailey and the others were different. Bailey knew how fast and perverted Han Feng's cultivation was. 1 month is long enough. It's been a month, and it's time for my lord to leave the customs. I wonder if my lord will directly soar to the realm of Tianzuan this time. Bailey muttered to himself. If it was in the past, Bailey would never say such a thing. If such words spread, I don't know how many big teeth I will laugh out. Breakthrough from Tianjun to Tianzu in 1 month? Do you think you are the reincarnation of the God Emperor? No, even the reincarnation of the God Emperor does not have such a perverted breakthrough speed. Can be separated clearly. It is not impossible for this kind of thing to happen to Han Feng. Bailey thought of the first time he met Han Feng. At that time Han Feng was just a general, but it didn't take long before Han Feng became a king. And it didn't take long after that to reach the supreme heavenly monarch. Just as Bailey was meditating, a familiar breath came from behind, and Bailey looked happy. My lord, you have left the customs. Han Feng nodded. Well, I'm out of customs, what's the big deal these days? Bailey shook his head. No. Taking a careful look at Han Feng, Bailey found that he could no longer see through Han Feng. This phenomenon shows 2 possibilities. One is that Han Feng used some method to cover up his cultivation. The second is that Han Feng's cultivation has surpassed him. Naturally, Bailey was more inclined to the latter, and in fact, Bailey guessed right. The cultivation base of the low-level Tianzuan at the peak is indeed much stronger than Bailey, who has just entered the low-level Tianzuan. But the reason why Bailey couldn't see through it was because of the Skyfire Pagoda. The 9 flames and different fire Ju has broken through to the mid-high stage of the 7th floor. Without the soul of the Emperor of Heaven, it is difficult to discover Han Feng's cultivation level. This Emperor-grade divine soul is still an Emperor-grade divine soul that is close to the limit. Like ancient Emperor and a low-grade imperial spirit like Emperor Shen Tian would also not be able to find it. If there is another breakthrough in the 9 flames and different fire art, it is estimated that only the ancient gods can directly see through Han Feng's cultivation. Of course, all of this is based on the premise that Han Feng does not actively release his breath. Bailey was about to congratulate Han Feng on his great strength, but his face changed in shock, and he looked towards the void. Han Feng also focused his eyes, and in the void, there were 2 powerful auras and dozens of fairly powerful auras approaching quickly. Two of the auras Han Feng is very familiar with are the Demon Dragon Heavenly Emperor and the Xuanta Heavenly Venerable. Xuanta Tianzuan is a member of Xuanxingzong. When did Yaolong Tiandi get involved with Xuanxingzong? Could it be that Yaolong Tiandi and Xuanxingzong are united together? Then, the other one is not weaker than Yaolong Tiandi, his powerful aura should be Emperor Shantian. Han Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. Han Feng knew for a long time that the Demon Dragon Emperor would attack sooner or later, but he did not expect that the Demon Dragon Emperor would join forces with Shantian Emperor. Fortunately, I have already broken through, otherwise. Han Feng felt extremely fortunate. Swipe. There was a sound of piercing through the sky, and the strong men of the ancient Tian men obviously also noticed the attack of Emperor Shantian, and they stood in the air one by one. The leader is the ancient Heavenly Emperor. After the ancient Heaven Emperor, there are the Great Elder, Second Elder, Shan Lingqing, Zhang Fan and other powerful ancient Tian men that Han Feng is familiar with. These powerhouses are ready to fight one by one. Senior Ancient Heaven Emperor. Han Feng hurried over. Little friend has already left the gate? Gu Tiandi saw Han Feng, a trace of surprise flashed across his face, and then he didn't know what he had imagined, and said with a moved face, I didn't expect that for the safety of my Gu Tian men, I really feel ashamed to interrupt my practice. However, little friend has already helped our sect a lot, Emperor Shantian has already found a helper, Gu Tian men may be in danger, so don't implicate little friend, let's run away before Gushunmen is breached. Han Feng opened his mouth, a little speechless, and finally said helplessly, Senior, the goal of the Demon Dragon Emperor from the beginning is me. Even if I leave, I still have to face it in the future. Why don't you take advantage of this opportunity to deal with it all at once? Solved all the troubles. But Gu Tiandi was about to say that Han Feng was still injured, but he was surprised to find that he couldn't see through Han Feng. Could it be? Gu Tiandi's eyes lit up, and he said nothing more. Both of them stared at the void with solemn expressions. There, an iceberg hundreds of feet high floated from the sky, and the space it passed along the way was frozen, the air turned into frost and fell, and the ground was covered with silver. On the top of the iceberg, two figures sat high on the golden dragon throne, looking mighty and extraordinary. It was Yaolong Tiandi and Shantian Emperor. And around the iceberg, there are dozens of masters of the Xuanqing sect, including the Xuanta Tianzuan. The iceberg finally stopped outside the ancient Tian men, and the endless cold air blocked the space around the ancient Tiandi, like a beast trying to devour people. Emperor Xuantian's sneer spread throughout Gushunmen, Emperor Gudian, it's time to settle our grievances thoroughly. Ancient Heaven Emperor was not afraid at all, Junior, if you disrespect your elders so much, let me, an elder, teach you etiquette. The emperor-level coercion of the two heavenly emperor powerhouses swept across the world and collided fiercely. The next moment, the storm raged, the wind howled, and the sky shook. Afterwards, two figures flashed, Gu Tiandi and Shan Tiandi were already fighting together, various methods emerged one after another, and there were constant rumbles. The cold face of the monster dragon also condensed on Han Feng, boy, let's see how you escape this time? The first update. Han Feng was estimating his strength at the moment, but on the other side, the battlefield of Gushunmen fell into a sluggish state. Including Gu Tiandi and Shantian Emperor, everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief. The next moment, Emperor Shantian turned around and ran away. The Demon Dragon Emperor is dead, wouldn't it be his turn next? Emperor Shantian cursed Xuanta Tianzuan in his heart, the bullshit Tianjun who fell from the realm of ancient gods, whoever you see who fell from the realm of ancient gods can go one step further. Escape? Han Feng's eyes flashed coldly. Stepping into the void, Han Feng spread out the wings of the eight-winged Xianlong transformation behind his back, his figure was like lightning, and he bullied Shantian Emperor in the blink of an eye. Emperor Shantian suddenly turned into a huge iceberg, exuding an astonishing chill. The huge iceberg slammed into Han Feng fiercely. At this moment, Han Feng realized that the prototype of Emperor Shantian was actually an iceberg. Flame God Kill. It was this move again. The previous move pierced through the body of the demon dragon emperor. Now it is naturally effortless to penetrate the body of Shantian emperor. From the iceberg, a large amount of ice blue liquid spewed out, which belonged to Shantian emperor's blood. My lord Shantian emperor. Xuanhuan Tianzuan looked at this scene in astonishment, feeling even more terrified in his heart. How is this possible, even Lord Shantian? Han Feng let out a low cry, and the flame tornado swallowed the entire iceberg, and when the flame tornado dissipated, the iceberg completely turned into nothingness. The super-strong Shantian emperor, who was close to the peak of the lower heavenly emperor, just dissipated between the heaven and the earth. Standing with his gun closed, Han Feng's eyes fell on Xuanhuan Tianzuan and other Xuanqing sect powerhouses, and a chill rose from the soles of these powerhouses' feet. In the next moment, about 70% of the Xuanqing sect powerhouses chose to flee first. How can the ancient Tianmen side make the Xuanxingzong side powerhouse get what they want? The conflict between the two parties had already intensified and reached an extremely deep level. Either the ancient Tianmen died or the Xuanqing sect died. In the past, there were not a few strong men from the ancient Tianmen who died at the hands of the strong men from the Xuanqing sect. Naturally, Gu Tianmen will not show mercy. In just a moment, there was a scream. Xuanhuan Tianzuan suddenly turned into a seven-colored pagoda, and the light swept across it, about to rush out of the encirclement of the Great Elder and others. But at this moment, Gu Tiandi, who had already made a free move, finally made a move. Both Yaolong Tiandi and Shantian Emperor were killed by Han Xiaoyu. Although Xuanhuan Tianzuan is only Tianzuan, he is also a first-class figure among Tianzuan. It would not lose face to deal with him. Gu Tiandi thought silently in his heart, not knowing at all Xuanhuan Tianzuan was about to cry at this moment. The Xuanhuan Tianzuan was taken over by Gu Tiandi, and the powerful Tianzuan of the ancient Tianmen, such as the first elder and the second elder, were free to join the Gu Tianmen and his party, who were besieging and suppressing the rest of the Xuanxingzong powerhouses. The great elder waited for Tianzuan to join, and the battle suddenly became one-sided. It didn't take long for these celestial venerables who came from the Xuanqing sect to be killed by the great elder and others. From the beginning to the end, Han Feng did not make another move. The Demon Dragon Emperor and Shantian Emperor had already been killed, and the remaining people, Gu Tianmen, were enough to deal with it, and they were about to let the strong people of Gu Tianmen's side release their grievances. When everything was settled, Emperor Gudian laughed loudly. Xiaoyu Han really opened my eyes. You have made such progress within a month. From ancient times to the present, Xiaoyu is the first one in the forbidden ancient realm. By the way, now that the Xuanqing sect has come out in full force, the power left in the sect must not be strong. Before today's news has passed back to the Xuanqing sect, my little friend can go to the Xuanqing sect for a stroll. There will be a lot of gains. Gu Tiandi said meaningfully. Han Feng's eyes flashed, and he immediately understood the meaning of Gu Tiandi. The ancient Tianmen has begun to decline, and there are so many treasures in the inventory, let alone the Xuanxingzong. Xuanxingzong's inventory, yuan jing and cultivation resources, as well as various treasures are definitely better than Guxianmen's. At the same time, Emperor Gudian didn't mean to snatch Han Feng by saying this, that is, he gave all the treasures in the Xuanxingzong's inventory to Han Feng. Han Feng cupped his hands, and instantly turned into a rainbow light, disappearing into the sky. Master Ancient Heaven Emperor. The Great Elder hesitated to speak. However, Gu Tiandi sighed and waved his hand. I know what you want to say. Although Gu Tianmen has solved the crisis this time, it has suffered a lot after all. If it gets the resources in the treasure house of Xuanxingzong, it will definitely be able to make up for the loss and go even further. But we can't do this. After all, Emperor Shantian was killed by Han Feng, so the spoils of Xuanxingzong should naturally belong to Xuanhuan. If we are too greedy, even if Han Xiaoyu doesn't say anything, what if he feels uncomfortable in his heart? Just waiting for Tianzuan to crush powerhouses like Xian Tiandi and Yaolong Tiandi, who knows that it will be so scary after being promoted to Tiandi in the future, to what extent? Such a genius. All we have to do is win over. For this reason, we must not be too greedy. Not only that, our ancient Tian men will also give more resources in the treasury to Han Xiaoyu. As long as we can get Han Xiaoyu's friendship, everything is worth it. Think about it, if Han Xiaoyu becomes the supreme heavenly emperor in the future, with our friendship with Han Xiaoyu, who would dare to mess with our ancient Tian men in the Central Territory? The great elder was silent, and then he became a little excited when he thought that Han Feng might become the supreme emperor in the future. Those supreme emperors on the list of heavenly emperors were not so heaven-defying when they were inferior to the level of Tianzuan. Maybe Han Feng will surpass most of the top emperors on the list of heavenly emperors? Immediately, the great elder had no objection to Gu Tiandi's decision. Han Feng came back very quickly. Among the Xuanqing sect's left behind personnel, Tianzuan was 2 or 3 big cats and kittens. They were all very ordinary Tianzuan, and they were not Han Feng's opponents at all. The huge Xuanqing sect was destroyed because of the arrival of Han Feng. Naturally, Han Feng got an amazing harvest. Han Feng calculated that if all these cultivation resources were used on himself, it would be enough for him to step into the realm of the Supreme Heavenly Venerable. But Han Feng is not only himself, but also the 6 beasts, so if it is shared equally, the 6 beasts may advance to the limit of Tianjun, and maybe a few lucky ones will break through to Tianzuan. As for Han Feng himself, if he dies, he will reach the peak of the middle Tianzuan, and it is difficult to step into the realm of the upper Tianzuan. More resources are needed. Han Feng thought to himself. Somehow, Han Feng thought of the wild forest, and suddenly had a plan in his mind. Returning to the ancient Tian men, Han Feng planned to leave, and the matter of coming to the central region this time has been resolved. Now that it's over, it's time to return to Outland. Gu Tiandi didn't try to persuade him too much, because he was afraid that Han Feng's resentment would be aroused if he said too much. It's just that when Han Feng left, the ancient Heaven Emperor distributed a lot of treasures and cultivation resources in the ancient Tianmen's treasury to Han Feng. The first update. Senior, there are too many. Han Feng had already obtained a lot of training resources from the Gu Tian men before, and the resources allocated by the Gu Tiandi now exceeded the remuneration promised by the Gu Tiandi. Han Feng is not a greedy person. It should be his own, and Han Feng will definitely fight for it. It shouldn't be his own, and Han Feng won't snatch it unless that person is trying to kill him. Gu Tiandi chuckled. Let's consider it as an investment by Gu to make a friend. My friend's combat power is amazing now, but after all, he has not yet stood at the pinnacle of this world. He must need resources to improve his strength, so don't refuse it. What Gu Tiandi said was very frank. Han Feng naturally understood Gu Tiandi's plan, and clearly planned to make friends with him while he was still weak. In the future, when the gap between the two sides will become larger and larger, it will be difficult to make friends. What Gu Tiandi said was very clear. Han Feng no longer refused, and even because Gu Tiandi was magnanimous, Han Feng's favor for Gu Tiandi increased greatly. Okay, that kid will be disrespectful. The junior really needs resources to improve his strength. If the Gu Tian men is in danger in the future, the junior will definitely not stand by. Han Feng also made a promise. Okay. Gu did not misread the wrong person. Gu Tiandi laughed heartily, very relieved. Gu Tiandi didn't know that because of his investment this time, he finally broke free from this world and stepped into a wider world. True God is no longer the end of the ancient heavenly emperor. In the eastern sky of Central Territory, a white dragon galloped through the clouds. On top of Bai Long's head, several figures sat cross-legged. It was Han Feng, Lu Tianming and his wife, and Mu Hongxi's brother and sister. And Bai Long, of course, is Bailey. In order to quickly return to the outer domain, Bailey transformed into his original body, and brought Lu Tianming, his wife, and Mu Hongxi's brother and sister with him. After all, the speed of Lu Tianming, his wife and Mu Hongxi's brother and sister, is limited. My lord. Mu Hongxi wanted to say something, but he didn't. What's the matter? Han Feng turned his head and asked. No. It's nothing. Mu Hongxi shook his head hastily, stammering. Han Feng touched Mu Hongxi's head. Concentrate on practicing. Good promotion to true God. Only when you are promoted to a true God can you be regarded as out of the category of without the power to restrain a chicken. As a sanctuary level, Mu Hongxi, who is still relatively high in the sanctuary level, can't really be powerless. If it is in the lower plane, Mu Hongxi is definitely the strongest of the strong, the best of the best. With such strength at such a young age, I don't know how many strong people will secretly scold him as a pervert/monster. However, in the realm of forbidden ancients, if you don't reach the realm of God, you are really useless. Mu Hongxi nodded quickly, and immediately closed his eyes to practice. Han Feng turned his head, and a faint smile flashed across his face. It seemed that it would not be long before Mu Hongxi would take the initiative to reveal his secrets. Bai Li's speed is very fast, and he will arrive in Tianqing City in half a day. But at this moment, Han Feng discovered the battle not far ahead, and to Han Feng's surprise, the one fighting was still a person he had seen before. Chen Song, the young master of Skystar City. This place is not far from Skystar City. Who is so bold to deal with Chen Song here? Han Feng and his team discovered Chen Song, and Chen Song naturally noticed Han Feng. Chen Song's eyes lit up, and he immediately flew towards Han Feng. Senior, save me! Chen Song shouted loudly. Behind Chen Song, several heavenly monarchs looked ruthless, and one of them said coldly, Your Excellency, don't interfere, lest you bring disaster on yourself. What nonsense, this person knows Chen Song, maybe he also knows about that matter, he must be killed. If the matter gets out, the sect behind us may be destroyed because of it. Even if there is nothing, that thing, our sect can't get it either. Another heavenly monarch exuded killing intent all over his body. Han Feng was originally unwilling to deal with this matter, but the reckless remarks of several heavenly monarchs angered Bai Li. Looking for death. Bai Li angrily spat out a mouthful of dragon's breath, and directly blasted these heavenly monarchs clean. Pity the heavenly lords, never thought that Bai Li was a heavenly lord, and was killed by Bai Li before he could make a move. Han Feng looked at Chen Song coldly, Give me an explanation. What Han Feng hates the most is this kind of person who forcibly makes trouble for him. He is not ready to save him, but the other party posts it himself. Chen Song was startled by the flash of coldness in Han Feng's eyes. It was fine if he didn't know Han Feng's identity before, but ever since he knew that Han Feng might be a giant of heaven, facing Han Feng, Chen Song felt oppressed and uncomfortable. But thinking of my father. Chen Song suddenly knelt down in the void, choked with sobs and said, I beg the senior to avenge the junior's father, only the senior can help the junior. Frowning, Han Feng didn't expect that the Lord of Skystar City had already fallen, and felt a little embarrassed for a while. But why? Han Feng said lightly. There is no friendship between you and me, and Han and your father only met once. Why do you want to avenge your father? Even there was some grievance between you and me at the beginning, why do you think Han is going to help you and an unknown force? Chen Song gritted his teeth, and suddenly pointed at the void. In front of Chen Song, a drop of pitch-black liquid appeared. The liquid is dark, like a round bead. Han Feng's pupils shrank suddenly. This drop of jet-black water actually rolled out a coercion like an emperor, vaguely, a bit of the breath of a heavenly emperor. Before Han Feng could observe carefully, Chen Song took the drop of liquid back. I just heard Chen Song say, as long as the adults are willing to avenge the junior's father, the juniors are willing to give this drop of imperial liquid to the adults. What? Dai Wangi. Han Feng hadn't done anything yet, but Bai Li yelled out in horror. Obviously, Bai Li knew what the imperial liquid was. Bai Li, what is emperor liquid? Han Feng asked Bai Li via voice transmission. Bai Li said, thousands of years ago, according to rumors, there seemed to be a strong king of gods who was involved in the ancient world. The strong king of gods was different from the ancient gods. The ancient gods could not resist the destruction of the origin by the ancient world. But it's different. The God King powerhouse, back, then resisted most of the destruction of his original origin by the forbidden ancient realm. Although his strength has dropped greatly, he is still much stronger than the Juding Heavenly Emperor. I don't know what this God King did at that time, and attracted many heavenly emperors in the inner region to besiege, including the top 10 people on the list of heavenly emperors. In the end, although this God King killed all the heavenly emperors, but he also fell, leaving only a small world in his body, hidden in the wild forest, between the inner domain and the middle domain. This emperor liquid was produced in the small world of the God King. It is said that the emperor who besieged the God King powerhouse was forcibly refined by some means, by the God King powerhouse, and turned into a ball of liquid. The liquid is imperial liquid. Tianzuan's ultimate powerhouse, as long as there is a drop of emperor's liquid, there is at least a 50% chance of being promoted to heavenly emperor. The more you take, the higher the possibility of success. Basically, 5 or 6 drops of emperor's liquid can help Tianzuan to break through. Not only in this way, after becoming a heavenly emperor, this emperor liquid can also provide great help to the progress of the heavenly emperor's cultivation. After saying that, Bai Li stared at Chen Song with fiery eyes. Naturally, Bai Li didn't want to break through to the Emperor of Heaven, he was still far away from the realm of Emperor of Heaven. But a drop of Emperor's liquid can at least allow him to break through to the peak of the middle Tianzuan, and it is not impossible to step into the realm of the upper Tianzuan. The second update. Bai Li thought very well, just looking at Han Feng, Bai Li knew that even if he got the Emperor liquid, it would be Han Feng who would use it first, and he might not have a chance. But thinking about it, as long as the adults are strong, it is more important than anything else. Even if he was promoted to the realm of the high-ranking Tianzuan, he would not have the terrifying combat power of an adult. As for Han Feng, he was also immersed in the shock of being involved in the forbidden ancient realm. That is a strong God King. In the world of 3,000 gods, a God King can be regarded as a master at the peak level. How many God Emperors are there above the God King? There may not be more than 100 God Emperors in the 10 great thousand gods. But even such a strong man could not resist the suction force of the forbidden ancient realm, and was drawn in. Etc. Han Feng realized that something was wrong. If the suction force of the forbidden ancient realm was really so strong, the existence of Lu Zheng Gushen should not be able to resist it. Could it be that the God King himself was injured? It should be so. Since the God King can resist some damage to the origin of the ancient realm, and can retain 1 or 2% of the world's origin, his strength is absolutely incomparable. Let alone the Emperor of Heaven, even the middle and upper ancient gods may not be opponents, but the actual situation is that a large number of heavenly emperors united and died together. However, the strong men on the heavenly emperor list tens of thousands of years ago are not weak. If these strong men on the heavenly emperor list are now united, I am afraid that they will all be wiped out. It is absolutely impossible for the God King to die together. The same as the Supreme Emperor, but also divided into high and low. The Yuan Pagoda is divided into 19 floors, and one can leave the forbidden ancient realm after breaking through the 19 floors. But basically the 12th floor is the number of floors that can be reached by the limit of ordinary emperors. The 13th floor corresponds to the false peak. The 14th floor and the 14th floor up to the 19th floor are all in the category of the Supreme Heavenly Emperor. Can the Supreme Heavenly Emperor who only broke through to the 14th floor be the same as the Heavenly Emperor who can break through to the 19th floor? The gap between the two is no less than that of Heavenly General and Heavenly Emperor. Today's Juding Tiandi can basically only break through to the 14th floor, and very few can break through to the 15th floor. Most of the Heavenly Emperor rankings from tens of thousands of years ago were able to break into the 15th floor, quite a few broke into the 16th floor, and some even broke into the 17th floor. It is said that in a longer period, there were people who broke through to the 19th floor, but it is a pity that they still failed to pass the 19th floor in the end, and they were really only one step away from escaping. Going forward, that is the even more ancient period. In that era, there were indeed warriors who broke through the 19th floor and left the forbidden ancient realm. To this day, the names of these people are still circulating in the forbidden ancient realm. Han Feng matched the names of these people with well-known outsiders, and vaguely remembered that some of them seemed to have become masters and disappeared since ancient times. He didn't know where he went, and he didn't know whether he was alive or dead. Daiwangi. Han Feng admitted that his heart was moved. With the resources he has obtained so far, Han Feng is confident that he can advance to the high-level Tianzuan level, but the Tiandi is still too far away. Heavenly Emperor, as the last extreme stage of the true God stage, the difficulty of breaking through is far more than the previous 3 stages. The cultivation resources and yuanjing needed are also extremely frightening, and the possibility of failure is also very high. Korean-style estimate. So, even if his current resources are multiplied several times, the possibility of a successful breakthrough is not very high. Of course, as long as you wait patiently, after hundreds of years or even more accumulation of resources, Han Feng has full confidence in successfully breaking through. But with Emperor Liquid, it would take 100 years. Is there only 1 drop of Imperial Liquid? Han Feng looked at Chen Tsang lightly. Chen Tsang's face froze, and he really wanted to say that he was just a drop, but under Han Feng's gaze, Chen Tsang finally chose the truth. Master, there are 12 drops in total. Chen Tsang said. 12 drops. Han Feng's eyes lit up, which definitely exceeded his expectations. With the Skyfire Pagoda, after refining the Emperor Liquid into the source liquid, 1 drop of the source liquid of the Emperor Liquid might only be as effective as 2 drops. In other words, putting 12 drops of Emperor Liquid on Han Feng's body would have the effect of at least 24 drops. Han Feng became excited. If he absorbed all of them, he might not only break through to the inferior emperor. Slowly regaining his composure, a hint of doubt appeared on Han Feng's face. I don't know how you and City Lord Tianqing obtained such a precious thing as Emperor Liquid. And how did the news leak out? Chen Tsang smiled wryly. From what my father said, it seems that I got it in the cave of a strong man. It should be that the strong man once entered the small world, so he brought out the Emperor's liquid. As for why it leaked, I can only say that there is a small man around my father. People betrayed. If my father hadn't been injured by those people, I'm afraid he would have found a place to refine the Emperor's liquid. Han Feng understood. The Lord of Tianqing City injured Yuan, and taking the Emperor's liquid will not help, it will only be a waste, so he gave the Emperor's liquid to Chen Tsang. Then the enemies who knew that the City Lord of Skystar City had Emperor Liquid approached the City Lord of Skystar City, and killed the City Lord of Skystar City. It was at this time that Chen Tsang escaped from Skystar City, but he was eventually caught up. After a long silence, Chen Tsang showed anxiety on his face. At this time, Han Feng's voice sounded slowly, the last question, if you tell me about Dai Wenyi, won't you be afraid that Han will snatch Dai Wenyi? Chen Song was startled, and then smiled wryly, then, this junior can only admit it, and I can only blame this junior for being unlucky. But after all, the senior has no hatred for the junior. If the emperor's liquid is really robbed by the senior, it will be better than being robbed by the junior. It is better to kill the father and the enemy and get it. Han Feng squinted at Chen Song for a while, and finally arrived. Okay, Han agreed, where are those people now? It should still be in Skystar City. Which forces are they? Huahui Valley, Songyu Island, and Chinzi Gate. What grades are these three forces? They're all 3 ranks, and none of the forces have the giants of Tianzuan. Chen Song said cautiously. The power of the 3 major third ranks is not considered weak. Chen Song is afraid that Han Feng will go back on his word. How did Chen Song know that the current Han Feng has even killed 2 of the inferior heavenly emperors? A mere third-rank force, let alone 3, even 10, would not be taken seriously by Han Feng. Knowing the information of the 3 forces, Han Feng thought about it, and then said, in the 3 forces, everyone knows Dai Wenyi? It should only be known to the confidants of the owner of Huahui Valley, the owner of Songyu Island, and the owner of Chenzimen. Others should not be too clear about it. That's it. Han Feng frowned. It seems that there are many people who know Dai Wenyi, so we can only. And NBS. Han Feng's eyes flashed a cold light, and he could only wipe out the 3 major forces. The emperor's liquid is too important. Once it is passed on, Han Feng knows that with his current ability, he will not be able to resist the next storm. The first update. The leakage of news about Emperor's liquid will undoubtedly trigger the attack of the Heavenly Emperor. It is true that Han Feng can kill most of the inferior emperors now, but what if several inferior emperors join forces? On top of the low-level emperors, there are also middle-level emperors and high-level emperors. Even if these emperors make a single shot, it is not something that Han Feng can contend with now. As for the Juding Tian Emperor, their cultivation has reached the limit of the Tian Emperor itself. If they want to improve their combat power, they can only work hard in other aspects, such as comprehending supergrade magic skills. Emperor Liquid is of no great use to these supreme heavenly emperors. But this doesn't mean that Juding Tiandi won't make a move. Juding Tiandi will always have his own descendants, or his beloved apprentices. These descendants or apprentices will always be needed. Therefore, the imperial liquid must not be leaked. Come up, let's go to Skystar City. With a big wave of Han Feng's hand, Chen Song was drawn into Bailong's body, and the white dragon soared into the sky and quickly flew towards Skystar City. Half a day later, the outline of Skystar City appeared in Han Feng's sight. Chen Song looked at Tianqing City with complicated eyes. Not long ago, this was his territory, but now it was invaded by 3 major forces, and his father was also killed here. But, father, these people will go down to accompany you soon. Chen Song muttered to himself. The city lord's mansion of Skystar City. The master of Huahui Valley, the master of Songyu Island, and the master of Chinzi Gate gathered here. As the sect masters of the 3 major third-rank forces, among the high-ranking Tianzuan, they also belong to the second-rate level, which is equivalent to the powerhouse of the level of the Godnyo Tianzuan. At this moment, the faces of the 3 powerhouses were a little gloomy. Tianzuan's cronies under their command have not returned yet, which makes the 3 major forces a little uneasy. Although Wahuigu, Songyu Island, and Chenzimen are third-rank forces, there are not too many strong people at the level of Tianzuan, and there are several factions in the sect. Therefore, among the 3 people's cronies, Tianzuan only has 2 or 3, we can't bring them all here, otherwise it will definitely attract the attention of the enemy factions in the sect. Able to bring? It's just Tianjun. The owner of Songyu Island is a big fat man with a fiery temper. When he saw this big fat man stomp his feet suddenly, the ground shook. Bastard, if it wasn't for Qin Xingzi, who burned his life force to forcibly improve his cultivation, how could he be able to withstand the attack of the three of us, and let that little beast find a chance to escape? The sect master of the Qinzi sect looks like a human being, just from his appearance. He is the kind that is easy to believe. The master of the Qinzi sect frowned and said, then Qin Xingzi is at the peak level of the middle-level Tianzuan, and he is the kind whose combat power far exceeds that of the middle-level Tianzuan. If his own origin is not damaged, he can fight at a higher level. This level, the strength of the strong man after sacrificing his vitality, is naturally extremely amazing, and it is not a shame for the three of us to be entangled. The question now is, why hasn't our confidant returned yet? Could it be that the kid really managed to escape? Impossible. If the kid is a Tianjun, it is still possible. Now he is only a middle-level Tianjun. Our Tianjun cronies are at least a strong man who has just entered a high-level Tianjun. It is impossible to chase him away, is the owner of Huahui Valley. Although the owner of Huahui Valley is male, his attire is extremely neutral, even a little bit charming. The reason, of course, is that the flower. The prototype of Huiguguju is a flower, but it is just a cannibal flower. The head of the Qinzi sect obviously felt that his cronies would not be so incompetent, so he couldn't help but said, then we'll just wait. There's no need to wait, your cronies have already gone to the underworld, so you can go down with your cronies too. In the hall, Han Feng suddenly appeared in the center, and with a wave of his hand, 3 majestic forces blasted out. Who? The expressions of the 3 heavenly venerates suddenly changed, and they didn't even notice anything. However, in the face of Han Feng's attack, the 3 gods didn't care whether Han Feng responded or not, and hurriedly used various defenses to resist. In front of the owner of the Qinzi gate, a purple door with flashing purple light appeared. The owner of Songyu Island actually used his own big belly, while the owner of Huahui Valley directly turned into a giant green flower. Boom! 3 majestic forces knocked the 3 heavenly venerates into the air. With the peak cultivation of the low-ranking Tianzuan and the divine essence of the high-ranking Tianzuan, ordinary middle-level Tianzuan could not take Han Feng's casual blow. The 3 heavenly venerates were caught off guard, and naturally they were blown away, but they were not seriously hindered. Being attacked by Han Feng, the 3 great gods were furious. Little inferior Tianzuan, dare to act presumptuously in front of us, courting death. The owner of Songyu Island was furious, and suddenly slapped Han Feng fiercely with his big fat hand. The divine essence surged out from the big hand, boundless and boundless. Han Feng immediately unfolded the 3 gods, and blasted with a Xinyan fist. Ah! The owner of Songyu Island let out a scream and was punched and killed by Han Feng. The sect master of the Qinzi sect and the master of Huahui Valley were waiting to make another move to teach the mere lowly Tianzuan a lesson, but who would have thought that the existence of the little lowly Tianzuan before would suddenly skyrocket to such a terrifying level? Immediately, the 2 of them had no idea of making a move, instead they turned around and fled. But if the 2 of them really escaped, wouldn't Han Feng's cultivation and strength increase in vain? A moment later, the 2 heavenly venerates fell into Han Feng's hands, one after another. This killed the 3 murderers of the city lord of Skystar City, and they have been dead ever since. Until now, Bai Li and the others arrived one after another. When he arrived at Skystar City, Han Feng had already gone ahead. Chen Song looked at the corpses of the 2 heavenly venerates and wept bitterly. He finally avenged his father, even though he wasn't the one who did it himself. After crying, Chen Song choked up and handed all 12 drops of Emperor's liquid to Han Feng. Han Feng flicked his fingers, and left one of the drops to Chen Song. This drop is for you. After taking it, break through the Celestial Lord as soon as possible, so as to master the Skystar City. After that, Han Feng flicked another drop of emperor liquid to Bai Li. You have worked hard these days, don't refuse. Bai Li was overjoyed and quickly took it. Lu Tianming and his wife, Han Feng, wanted to give each of them a drop, but they refused. Feng Qiubai waved his hands and said, Elder Han, please don't do this. I and my husband have done nothing, and I really deserve it. Now that the Xuanhuan gang has abundant resources, I and my husband don't need this emperor's liquid at all. Lu Tianming nodded at the side, and said, besides, with me and Qiubai's 9 tribulations true god cultivation base, if we really take it, I'm afraid it will be blown up. Han Feng slapped his head, I overlooked that. Han Feng only thought about the amazing energy contained in the emperor liquid, but he forgot that because of this amazing energy, if he swallowed it casually, he might explode. In general, at least Tianjun needs to be cultivated to be able to swallow a drop of emperor liquid. So in the end, Han Feng only sent out 2 drops, leaving 10 drops. 6 beasts, 1 beast, 1 drop, I'll keep 4 drops for myself. So far, the imperial liquid has been distributed. But, that doesn't mean things are over. Next, Han Feng is going to leave Skystar City and go to Huahui Valley, Songyu Island, and Chenzimen to kill them, while Bai Li stays to deal with the people of the 3 major forces staying in Skystar City. The 3 major forces are the 3rd-rank forces, and Han Feng didn't intend to kill them all, he only killed Tianjun and Tianzuan. I believe that even if the 3 Tianzuan had cronies under Tianjun, they would not know about Daiwangi. The second update. The Tianjun and Tianzuan of the 3 major forces, combined, are no more than 100 people. After killing all these 100 people, Han Feng returned to Skystar City. Han Feng is not a bloodthirsty person, but the matter of Daiwangi is really too critical, it may threaten his life at any time, once it gets out, it will be difficult to be safe. Therefore, even knowing that many of the 100 people did not know, Han Feng did not hold back. At this time it is not the time to hold back at all. To return to Skystar City, one must use the teleportation array to return to Outland. But at this time, Chen Song begged to see Han Feng, hoping to join Han Feng's command. Want to be loyal to me? What are you going to do in Star City that day? Chen Song's expression was determined. All those who were loyal to my father in Tianqing City have been dealt with, and the rest are nothing but fools. This junior is really unwilling to be the city lord of these fools. And, this junior understands this time. Even if the city lord is in charge of a city and looks noble, if he does not have strong strength, he may lose his foundation at any time. This junior is only in the realm of Tianjun, even if he is in charge of Tianqing City, I'm afraid I won't be in charge for long, so it's better to follow the adults. Han Feng nodded, it seems that Chen Song is not too stupid, knowing that his current situation is not good at all. It is true that there is a drop of emperor liquid, but Chen Song does not have the artifact of time, and it is impossible to completely refine this drop of emperor liquid from the middle Tianjun to the level of Tianzuan without refining it for decades or hundreds of years. Now those scumbags in today's Star City will be loyal to Chen Song for hundreds of years? Those celestial beings who are cultivating casually will remain indifferent to Tianqing City within 100 years. In any city in the Central Territory, there is no city lord who is only a heavenly lord. Since this is your own choice, Han will not say anything. But since you have chosen to be loyal to me, you must not betray Han in the future. If you betray Han, even if you go to heaven, Han will kill you. An astonishing killing intent erupted from Han Feng's body, like a terrifying pitch-black vortex, sucking Chen Song into it. Do you understand? Han Feng's eyes were as dark as ink, staring at Chen Song. Chen Song only felt that his whole body was plunged into darkness. Another pair of shocking eyes stared at him in the darkness. This feeling made Chen Song feel extremely small. Golem. Chen Song swallowed, then nodded again and again. This junior understands that this junior will never betray your lord in the future. So far, Chen Song has also become a member of Han Feng's command. Don't look at Chen Song, who is only a middle-level Tianjin cultivation base. He is nothing in the middle domain, but in the outer domain, he is a great master. In today's Xuanhuan gang, it is also the second strongest after Baili. Of course, the premise is that the number one powerhouse, like Han Feng, is eliminated, otherwise it will be the third. It's not that the current Xuanhuan gang doesn't have mid-level heavenly monarchs, it's just that they are obviously inferior to Chen Song in terms of combat power. There were only 4 people who went to Zhongyu, but there were 7 people when they came back, including 2 brothers and sisters, Mu Hongxi and Mu Hanyue, and Chen Song. After returning to Outland, Han Feng separated from Bailey and his party and chose to go to the wild forest. Bailey also wanted to follow, but Han Feng refused. The purpose of Han Feng this time is to hunt some monarch-level Yuanjing and Zun-level Yuanjing. In the wild forest, the combat power of the primordial beast will increase by a large level. A king-level beast possesses the fighting power of a respected-level beast, and a respected-level beast possesses the combat power of an emperor-level beast. Baili's power is too weak in the wild forest. Even Han Feng, at most, can only hunt the lower-ranking Yuanjing. Because the medium-level Yuan beast and the high-level Yuan beast already have the combat power of the middle-level emperor and the upper-level emperor, which is not something Han Feng can compete with. The edge of the wild forest. This is where Outland and the wild forest meet. Among the Yuan beasts here, the most numerous are the low-level Yuan beasts and the middle-level Yuan beasts, and the high-level Yuan beasts are extremely rare. In the entire wild forest, there are no specific rules for the existence of Yuan beasts. Some time ago, this area may have been an area where low-level Yuan beasts existed. After a while, it is likely to find that this area has become the territory of high-level Yuan beasts. It's just that all of this only happens in the outer, inner, and core areas of the wild forest. But in the fringes, there is still a certain degree of regularity. When Han Feng came to the edge area, his spirit quickly let go, and he could clearly see where there were any level of primordial beasts under Han Feng's spirit. It's easy for me to hunt these primordial beasts, so let's just hunt them by the way. After all, the foundation of the Xuanhuan gang is weak. Except for those who came to seek refuge, the level of the original Xuanhuan gang itself is too low, and too high-level Yuanjing is easy to blow up for them, but these low-level and middle-level Yuanjing are the most suitable. They are also the easiest for them to improve their cultivation. In addition, Mu Hongxi's 2 brothers and sisters also need these Yuanjing for their cultivation. Hunting these primordial beasts casually all the way, in less than half a day, 200 low-level and mid-level primordial crystals had accumulated in the Han Feng storage container. Before he knew it, Han Feng had left the edge and entered a deeper level. Here, the area where the primordial beasts exist has no rules. Not long ago, Han Feng killed a general-level Yuan beast with the combat power of a monarch-level Yuan beast. And the vicinity of the general-level beast is probably just a group of intermediate-level beasts. 2 days passed. Han Feng didn't gain much, but the 7/8/9th level Yuanjing gained a lot, but the general-level Yuanjing only had 2 or 3. For today's Han Feng, even if there are not hundreds of general-level crystals, there is not much increase in the improvement of cultivation. Huh? Suddenly, Han Feng's expression became concentrated, and he saw 2 terrible storms suddenly rolled up in a place thousands of feet away, tearing the giant trees within 1,000 feet to the sky. 2 extremely violent auras rushed straight into the sky. Emperor-level beast? No, it's not an emperor-level beast, but an honor-level beast with the combat power of an emperor-level beast. Han Feng looked happy. He didn't expect that he was so lucky. He met the Zun-level Yuan beast first before meeting the monarch-level Yuan beast. Han Feng restrained his breath and galloped away. Rumble. The earth shook and the wind howled, as if the scene of the end of the world appeared in Han Feng's sight. The two behemoths are constantly colliding, and every time they collide, an extremely astonishing energy storm is rolled out. These two behemoths are both Zun-level Yuan beasts, or Zun-level Yuan beasts that have reached the middle level. In the wild forest, they have the combat power of a middle-level emperor, which is far from what the current Han Feng can compete with. Fortunately, the two primordial beasts fought first, which gave me an opportunity. The excitement in Han Feng's eyes flashed away. The first update. If it was a single mid-level primordial beast with a mid-level celestial emperor combat power, Han Feng would definitely run away without even thinking about it. But now that the two primordial beasts are fighting each other, it is very likely that both will lose. How could Han Feng let this opportunity pass? Maybe it's just that two middle-level Yuan Jing fell into his hands. Two behemoths, one with the firstborn golden single horn, and the other with the firstborn double-horned. The attack methods of the two primordial beasts are to attack each other with their horns. This battle lasted for nearly half a day, and the area with a radius of nearly 1,000 feet was destroyed. The earth was torn apart and a mess. During the nearly half-day battle, neither of the two primordial beasts could do anything to the other, and in the end both of them planned to withdraw unwillingly. It's this time. Han Feng looked at the right moment and quickly shot, hitting with all his strength as soon as he shot, aiming at the death spot of one of the primordial beasts. Han Feng didn't choose to attack the two beasts at the same time, which is very likely to cause the two beasts to be alive, and then the two beasts will join forces to deal with him. Flame God kill. The terrifying flame turned into a tornado, fiercely attacking the two-horned primordial beast. This primordial beast was caught off guard. With their intelligence, they never thought that they might be attacked by surprise. Under Han Feng's full blow, this primordial beast was instantly killed by Han Feng. After a battle with the enemy, the combat power of this middle-ranked primordial beast has dropped to the level of a very ordinary low-level heavenly emperor. It is not as good as the ancient emperor who was injured. Roar. The primordial beast with the first unicorn saw its opponent being killed, and was terrified and furious. In the rage, the golden unicorn on the top of the primordial beast immediately released a golden thunder like a sea of thunder, blasting towards Han Wind. Xuanhuan Battle Seal. A flame-light curtain appeared between Han Feng and Yuan Beast, and the overwhelming golden thunder was stopped by this flame-light curtain one after another. When the flame-light curtain was about to collapse, Han Feng soared into the air, and suddenly threw the purple-patterned flame gun in his hand at the unicorn beast, shooting a big hole in its body. Xuanhuan Fighting Fist. Immediately afterwards, Han Feng punched the past. The huge body of the unicorn was torn apart in an instant, and was bombarded by Han Feng's punch. Only one Zun-level Yuan Jing fell down. After picking up two Zun-level Yuan Jing, Han Feng smiled with satisfaction and disappeared into this place. On a certain rock in the wild forest, a plane was cut out by Han Feng. Since getting two Zun-level Yuan Jing, Han Feng has obtained many general-level Yuan Jing and king-level Yuan Jing one after another. There are not many respected Yuan Jing, and most of them are inferior Yuan Jing. It seems that the good luck of getting two middle-level Yuan Jing like in the beginning is gone. There was even a time when Han Feng met a high-ranking primordial beast with the superior battle power of a heavenly emperor. If it hadn't been for the fast escape and the fact that the primordial beast had no interest in chasing and killing Han Feng would never have survived. Run out. Even so, Han Feng broke out in a cold sweat. The wild forest is really too dangerous, no wonder even some emperors are unwilling to enter here. After resting on this rock for a long time, Han Feng started hunting again. And BSP, this hunt lasted half a year. In the past 6 months, while Han Feng was hunting, his own practice did not fall behind. Han Feng first distributed the resources harvested during these days to the 6 beasts, and then gave the 6 beasts 6 drops of the Emperor's liquid. With the power of the magic weapon of time, the 6 beasts broke through to the middle Tianzuan level one after another. When using the power of time to cultivate, there should be no interruptions on the way, otherwise the success will fall short, so Han Feng is guarding the 6 beasts during this period of cultivation. At the same time, Han Feng did not forget to use the body essence of Xuanhuan Tianzuan, Yaolong Tiandi, Zuantiandi, and other powerhouses to temper the bones and skeletons. Now Bai has been promoted to the level of Bone King early in the morning, and he is still a high-level Bone King, which is equivalent to the high-level Tianzuan realm. Under Bai Da, there are also several bone skeletons who have been promoted to the Bone King, possessing the combat power of Tianzuan. The birth of the 6 beasts promoted to Tianzuan and the Bone King is enough to deal with many primordial beasts in the wild forest. At this time, Han Feng started his own practice. I was disturbed during my practice. With the protection of the 6 beasts and the Bone King, Han Feng's practice is also going smoothly. Today, half a year later, Han Feng's cultivation base has just entered the high-level Tianzuan level, and his resources and consumption are 7 or 88. If it weren't for the harvest in the wild forest, Han Feng would have reached the peak of the middle Tianzuan if he died, and it was basically impossible to reach the top Tianzuan. The breakthrough in strength naturally led to the improvement of Han Feng's combat power. Today's Han Feng has confirmed that he is invincible among the lower heavenly emperors, even those monstrous geniuses among the lower heavenly emperors who can fight at a higher level. Ordinary middle-level emperors, Han Feng, can also defeat and kill a lot. Therefore, during this period of time, Han Feng has been able to kill the middle-level celestial venerable alone and obtain the middle-level primordial crystal. Hunting some more Zun-level Yuan Jing, you can go back, and when your cultivation base is completely stabilized at the peak of the high-ranking Tianzuan, it's time to absorb the Emperor liquid and break through the Heavenly Emperor in one fell swoop. I don't know what level my combat power will reach when I break through to the Emperor of Heaven. A glint of expectation flashed across Han Feng's face. Flame God kill. This time, what Han Feng encountered was a middle-level primordial beast with a middle-level Heavenly Emperor combat power. This primordial beast is not considered high strength in the mid-level Heavenly Emperor's combat power. If the combat power of the middle-level emperors is also divided into 3, 6, and 9 levels, then this primordial beast is at the lowest level. Even so, it took Han Feng a lot of effort to kill him. It is not difficult for Han Feng to defeat this level of combat power, but it is not an easy task to kill him. After finally killing the primordial beast and getting a middle-ranked primordial crystal, before Han Feng could catch his breath, the ground suddenly shook, and the ground under his feet was torn apart. Han Feng's face changed suddenly, and he flew into the sky. In the ground, a black centipede with a length of thousands of feet suddenly appeared, and a wild and vast aura shot straight into the sky. At this moment, the sky quickly dimmed, and the sun and the moon were dark. Emperor-level Yuan beast. Han Feng exclaimed in amazement. He never imagined that there was such a powerful Yuan beast under the territory of the middle-level Yuan beast. Discover. A violent and ferocious aura instantly locked onto Han Feng, and Han Feng felt as if he was facing an ancient monster. Locked by the centipede Yuan beast, Han Feng was cold all over, and he didn't even have the will to fight, so he turned around and fled. Just kidding, the Zun-level Yuan beast already has the combat power of the Emperor-level Yuan beast. The combat power of the Emperor-level beasts has definitely reached the level of the Supreme Emperor. The inferior Emperor-level beasts probably have the combat power equivalent to breaking through the 14th floor of the Supreme Heavenly Emperor. This centipede primordial beast is impressively a middle-level Emperor-level primordial beast, and its combat power is probably comparable to that of the 15th floor Supreme Heavenly Emperor. In the current list of Heavenly Emperors, how many top Heavenly Emperors can reach the 15th floor? In other words, the combat power of this centipede primordial beast is enough to enter the top 10 on the Heavenly Emperor ranking. Such a powerful and terrifying existence, how can Han Feng be able to contend? However, Han Feng ran fast, and the speed of the centipede Yuanshou was not slow. The centipede and primordial beast spewed out black air all over the sky, and all the ground and trees that came into contact with the black air disappeared in an instant. The huge body of the centipede primordial beast drilled out of the ground completely, soared into the air at an astonishing speed, chasing Han Feng. An aura of terror continued to oppress Han Feng. The second update. Damn it. This emperor-level beast is staring at me. Han Feng sensed the approaching aura from behind, and couldn't help but look ugly. But at this moment, the centipede primordial beast spewed out a large amount of black air, and the black air shot towards Han Feng like an arrow. Han Feng had already united the three gods into one body, and turned around quickly at this moment, and a Xinyan fist had already been blasted out. Terrifying flames covered the sky, and the purple flames looked like a ferocious monster, constantly swallowing something. Ziji Tianhua, which has reached the mid-high stage of the 7th layer of the 9 flames and different fire art, has also greatly improved the quality of energy that can be devoured. It can be said that under the chaotic quality, there is very little energy that cannot be swallowed by Ziji Tianhua. However, the black air emitted by the centipede primordial beast is an exception. The moment the black air and the purple flame collided, the chi-chi sound resounded through the sky. Visible to the naked eye, the black air is gradually melting the purple flame. Han Feng's pupils shrank, and he had a deeper understanding of the horror of the emperor-level beasts that possessed the ultimate combat power of a heavenly emperor. Han Feng turned around and turned into the body of a black dragon, fleeing towards the distance at a faster speed. Roar! The centipede beast roared angrily, spewing out more black air, and the speed at which the black air devoured the purple flames accelerated, and soon all the purple flames were swallowed up by the black air. Centipede Yuan beast caught up with Han Feng again. A beast and a man chased and fled. Han Feng was in a panic, and there was no way to stop the other party by various means. The distance between the two sides is constantly shortening. Wherever they pass along the way, an unknown number of primordial beasts are involved and swallowed by the black air. With so many crystals falling, although Han Feng looked greedy, he didn't dare to stop to pick up the crystals. When the distance between the two sides was shortened to a certain extent, the centipede Yuan beast spewed out black air again, but this time the black air surged and split into tens of thousands of black air centipedes. The black air centipede is more than hundreds of times smaller than the centipede primordial beast, but the number is extremely large. The black air centipede that covered the sky almost swallowed Han Feng. Han Feng took a deep breath. At this time, Han Feng understood that it was useless to escape like this, since this is the case. It seems that I have finally reached the realm of the first-class Tianzuan, and I am about to fall again. Han Feng felt bitter in his heart. Flame God kill. The Ziwenyan sharp spear stabbed out suddenly, and the flame tornado immediately swept a lot of black air centipedes into it. At the same time, divine artifacts such as Nine Dragon's Seal and Yantian Wu Baoluan also attacked one after another, and the golden light passed by, annihilating countless black air centipedes. But the black air centipedes still kept going. With the roll of the Han Feng sleeve robe, the 6 beasts of vermilion skylark and Baide and other bone skeletons also appeared one after another. The 6 beasts unleashed their killing moves together, and the flames and thunder thundered away. Cultivated to reach the middle Tianzuan realm, the 6 beasts, relying on the ultimate bloodline that has evolved below the Chaos God grade, and the powerful magical skills they have comprehended, are enough to kill ordinary Tianzuan extreme powerhouses. It is obviously impossible for the 6 beasts to confront the centipede beast head-on, and even a face-to-face encounter may be instantly killed by the centipede beast. But at this moment, only facing a group of black air centipedes is different. And NBS. There are so many black air centipedes that they can be said to cover the sky and the sun, and the entire sky seems to be black. But because there are so many black air centipedes, a single black air centipede is not powerful. Rumble. The huge body of the centipede primordial beast came oppressively, and Han Feng and his party were trapped by the black air centipede, so naturally they couldn't escape. It's this time. Han Feng shouted loudly, and the purple golden light shot straight into the sky in an instant, breaking through the sky. The Tianhua pagoda was sacrificed by Han Feng in an instant, and smashed hard at the centipede Yuan beast. At this time it was the time when the centipede Yuan beast let down its vigilance. Who would have thought that the prey that was about to become food would suddenly burst into such a terrifying attack? With Han Feng's power at this moment, urging the Skyfire Tower is enough to seriously injure the superior emperor, and even kill the superior emperor. And the Juding Heavenly Emperor will be injured by the Skyfire Pagoda if he doesn't notice it for a while. Boom boom boom. The Skyfire Pagoda slammed heavily on the head of the centipede Yuan beast, and the purple gold light pierced into the centipede Yuan beast's body continuously like a sharp sword. The dense black air centipede was quickly annihilated as soon as it came into contact with the purple gold light, as if it had encountered a natural enemy. Ho 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 ho. The centipede beast let out a painful roar, and struggled violently, and the ground shook in an instant, and the mountains fell and the ground cracked. Under the fierce struggle of the centipede Yuan beast, the Skyfire Tower was on the verge of falling and was almost broken free. Han Feng took a deep breath, because he activated the Skyfire Pagoda once before, and Han Feng's cultivation level at the beginning of entering the Supreme Heavenly Venerable was a little unstable. But at this moment, Han Feng obviously didn't care so much anymore. The divine energy in his body poured into the Skyfire Tower, and Han Feng gave the centipede Yuan beast a hard blow again. The originally unstable realm finally fell down, falling to the peak realm of the middle Tianzuan. And the centipede beast screamed again. Because of the injury, the centipede Yuan beast struggled more violently. After all, the Skyfire Tower failed to completely suppress the centipede Yuan beast, and was knocked out by the centipede Yuan beast's huge body. Fortunately, the centipede Yuan beast was severely injured twice in a row, so frightened, it didn't dare to attack Han Feng again. Its huge body turned around in the void, and even fled back the same way. This is where primordial beasts are inferior to humans and monsters. Yuan beasts don't have much wisdom, even if they reach the emperor level, they only have the most common instincts, which is why centipede Yuan beasts will chase Han Feng. If it was another level of Yuan beasts, as long as Han Feng escaped from a certain range, those Yuan beasts would not talk to Han Feng again. Because it didn't have much wisdom, the centipede Yuan beast naturally didn't realize that Han Feng was at the end of its battle at the moment. If it made another move, Han Feng could only be slaughtered. After being attacked twice by the Skyfire Tower, the centipede Yuan beast is only left with the shadow of the Skyfire Tower. It's finally back. This time, the loss outweighs the gain. I knew that I would have left the wild forest after my cultivation breakthrough. Han Feng was rather depressed. After the cultivation base breakthrough, Han Feng's confidence was soaring, so he did not leave the wild forest, but continued hunting. Unexpectedly, he just killed a Zun-level Yuan beast, but encountered an Emperor-level Yuan beast, and was chased and killed by the Emperor-level Yuan beast, and finally had to rely on the Skyfire Tower to fight against the enemy. By the way, there were quite a few primordial beasts that were wiped out by the black energy emitted by that centipede primordial beast along the way. Yuan Jing can't be wasted. Han Feng's eyes suddenly lit up, and he suddenly flew up into the air, picking up the Yuan Jing that had fallen before. In just one day, Han Feng harvested a lot of Yuan Jing, including a few Zun-level Yuan Jing. Afterwards, Han Feng found a random place to recover from the injuries he suffered before and stabilize the state after falling. As for the 6 beasts and white-bone skeletons, they were naturally taken away by Han Feng long ago. This time, after recovering from his injuries and stabilizing his falling state, Han Feng planned to leave. The wild forest was too dangerous. If he met another emperor-level beast, it would be a great joy. It's a pity that sometimes you don't go looking for trouble, and trouble will find you on its own initiative. The first update. At the place where Han Feng recovered from his injuries, a group of more than 10 people suddenly rushed over, and the group of more than 10 people was obviously led by 3 people. One of them was an old man, and the other 2 were young men and women. The old man, obviously guarding the young men and women, has the cultivation level of the limit of the heavenly generals, and the young men and women are the true gods of the 9 tribulations. Most of the rest of the people are also at the limit of the 9 tribulations true gods, and only a few have reached the level of heavenly generals, but they are only inferior heavenly generals. Missioner, there's someone there, a 9 tribulations true god guard said. Where is there? Xuanhuan's eyes were shining brightly, and when she turned her gaze, it fell on Han Feng. Only one person? That's amazing. Xuanhuan was full of admiration. What's the matter? I dare to enter the wild forest by myself. Next to Xuanhuan, the man with a face of 18 or 9 years old muttered. Xuanhuan rolled her eyes. Brother, you can pull it off. I won't give you money. I have never seen you come to the wild forest alone. Xiao Hai was exposed by Xuanhuan, and his face turned red. The old man frowned and looked at Han Feng. He couldn't see through the other party's cultivation. The old man can't see through. Could it be Tianjun? Thinking of this, the old man took a deep breath and looked more cautious. Those who dare to come to the wild forest, especially if they are alone, do not have a simple character, and the old man will naturally not underestimate Han Feng. Huh? He's actually injured. Xuanhuan quickly found that Han Feng was injured and had a sympathetic face, so she took out the pill and walked towards Han Feng. Missioner. The old man's face changed, and he was distressed to find that his lady's heart had broken out again. He wanted to stop him, but he was worried about Han Feng, and the old man didn't dare to speak. If the other party really needed the pill, wouldn't it make him angry to stop him? But the temper of the strong is very strange. If the other party does not accept the kindness of the lady, I am afraid that the lady will be sad again. The old man suddenly regretted walking a certain way. This gentleman, there is a healing elixir here, do you need it? Xuanhuan has done this kind of behavior in the past. Xuanhuan always has sympathy attacks, and she can't help but give these people some help. But this time, Xuanhuan suddenly found that when she was approaching the other party, there was an unspeakable oppression. This kind of oppression made Xuanhuan suddenly afraid to speak. Han Feng still quietly recovered from his injury, and ignored Xuanhuan. Embarrassment appeared on Xuanhuan's face, and she couldn't help asking another question, but Han Feng still ignored Xuanhuan. At this moment, Xuanhuan's expression became a little uneasy. On the other side, Xiao Hai looked displeased. When Jin'er comes back, the other party obviously doesn't accept your kindness. Although Xiao Hai doesn't like his sister's too much virginal heart, he also doesn't like seeing someone reject his sister's kindness and not give his sister face. If it wasn't for the old man giving Xiao Hai a wink, it is possible that Xiao Hai directly reprimanded Han Feng angrily. Xuanhuan came back with an aggrieved face. Xiao Hai was about to scold Han Feng for a few words to comfort Xuanhuan, when the old man suddenly said cautiously, Missioner, Master Hai, don't say any more, that person is probably Senior Tianjun. Xiao Hai choked when he was about to curse. That person is Tianjun? Xiao Hai was frightened for a while. He actually wanted to scold a heavenly monarch. That's Tianjun, and his father is nothing more than that. Son. Old son, you must not be mistaken. Xiao Hai asked, tremblingly. Elder son said solemnly, it will only be stronger, not weaker. For a moment, Xuanhuan didn't dare to say anything. Xuanhuan also looked embarrassed. No wonder you ignore me. How can the healing pill in my hand be useful to Tianjun? Sun Lao, shall we go now? This elder son glanced at the back and found that the guards were all exhausted, so he couldn't help saying, Miss, young master, let's take a rest here, the guards are all tired. Only when the guards are in good condition, can the guards be better. Good protection, miss and young master. But Senior Tianjun is here. Xuanhuan carefully glanced at Han Feng. Old son said, Senior Tianjun shouldn't care about us. And they are safer with Tianjun around. Of course, Mr. Sun didn't say the last sentence directly, for fear of offending Han Feng. Xuanhuan and Xuanhuan didn't ask and what's behind it. I'm afraid they both know what's going on in their hearts. That's it, not far from Han Feng, Xuanhuan and others are stationed here. After half a day, elder son stood up suddenly, a solemn look flashed across his face. Miss, be careful young master, someone is coming. Xuanhuan and Xuanhuan got up one after another, while the rest of the guards protected Xuanhuan and Xuanhuan behind them. Swipe. More than a dozen figures appeared one after another, and a voice of laughter sounded, those who want to survive, hand over all the crystals in your hands. Among the 10 people, a one-eyed middle-aged man walked out, with a fierce aura pounced head-on. Xuanhuan and Xuanhuan turned pale. This one-eyed man is astonishingly a master at the level of a heavenly monarch. Even if it is just an inferior heavenly monarch, it is definitely not something Sun Lao and his party can compete with. Behind the one-eyed man, many strong men laughed and glanced maliciously at Elder Sun and his party. When they spotted Xuanhuan, the eyes of these strong men lit up. One-eyed. Could it be that your excellency is the hawk-eyed heavenly lord? Sun Lao suddenly remembered something, and his face changed slightly. Eagle-eyed heavenly monarch clicked his tongue and smiled, you old guy has a good eye. Elder Sun's face suddenly turned pale. Mr. Sun knew about this eagle-eyed heavenly monarch. Hawkeye Tianjun is a famous thief who wanders in the wild forest. Because of the talent of eagle eyes, the eagle-eyed lord can always detect dangers in advance, so the hawk-eyed lord can get along in the wild forest like a duck to water. However, due to limited combat power and a small number of manpower, Hawkeye Tianjun's gains were only mediocre, so he set his mind on the strong men who came to the wild forest to hunt the primordial beasts. Moreover, Hawkeye Tianjun acted extremely cruelly, almost none of those who were robbed survived. Not only that, if there are women among the robbed warriors, they will inevitably be insulted by the eagle-eyed heavenly monarch. Thinking of this, Elder Sun subconsciously stood in front of Xuanhuan. Eagle-eyed heavenly monarch, this old man is from Taibao, and I hope you will see me. For the sake of my castle lord, let us go. Of course, we will stay with Yuanjing. Old Sun doesn't expect to save Yuanjing, but only hopes to save the lives of their group. Lord of Tai Castle. The eagle-eyed heavenly monarch's expression froze, revealing a hint of fear. The owner of Tai Castle is also an inferior heavenly lord, but his combat power is definitely the best among the inferior heavenly lords, and it is even rumored that he can fight against the middle heavenly lords. Hawkeye Tianjun didn't want to provoke such a powerful enemy, so he wanted to retreat, but he still got the Yuanjing anyway. However, after the eagle-eyed lord's gaze inadvertently caught Xuanhuan, the daring hawk-eyed lord immediately changed his mind. The second update. Hey, it's okay if I want to retreat, but this little girl must be handed over. Eagle-eyed Tianjun pointed at Xuanhuan, with greed and lust that anyone could see in his eyes. Impossible. Xuanhuan was furious. Old Sun's complexion was also ugly, and Xuanhuan's complexion was even paler, hiding behind Old Sun and not daring to come out. Looking for death. Hawkeye Tianjun's expression turned cold, and he came to Xuanhuan with a flash of his figure on the spot. Its speed was so fast that no one saw it clearly, nor did they react. No, there is only one exception, and that is Old Sun. The difference between the limit of a heavenly general and an inferior heavenly monarch is not enough to make Elder Sun completely incapable of responding. Sun Lao directly stopped in front of the eagle-eyed Tianjun, and slapped it with his palm, and the mighty spirit rolled out. Hawkeye Tianjun showed disdain, and also touched his palms together and left. Boom! A terrible wave of air rose into the sky, and the guards on the side of Tai Yabao were caught off guard and were blown away one after another, vomiting blood and falling to the ground. There were only a few days when the guards barely resisted the impact of the blast. Ah! Elder Sun let out a scream, his whole arm hangs down limply, and then his whole body flew upside down, knocking down several giant trees. Xiao Hai looked at this scene in amazement. When he found that the vicious eagle eyes of the eagle-eyed heavenly lord had swept over him, Xiao Hai's whole body was cold and he couldn't move, as if he had been engulfed by a poisonous snake. Eagle-eyed heavenly monarch gave a ferocious smile. Boy, there is a price to be paid for being disrespectful to me. Puff. Hawkeye Tianjun slapped Xiao Hai's chest with his palm. Xiao Hai's chest collapsed suddenly, his complexion turned pale in an instant. He howled and vomited blood and flew backwards. Master Hai! Elder Sun exclaimed, and then gritted his teeth, his eyes cracking. Eagle-eyed thief, young Master Hai is the only son of the castle master. I'm not afraid that my castle master will chase and kill you in the future, so you can continue to treat my young master. Shot. Hawkeye Tianjun paused, and cut his voice. Forget it, for the sake of future father-in-law, I will spare this kid's life. Talking. Hawkeye Tianjun walked towards Xiaozhener with a lewd smile. Xiaozhener kept backing away in fear, and the guards of Tai Yabao couldn't help but also shot. But how can a few low-level generals be the opponents of the majestic Tianjun? The eagle-eyed heavenly monarch just drank suddenly, and the ears of several heavenly generals exploded like thunder. And the ears and eyes of several heavenly generals exploded with blood, and then fell to the ground almost without a sound. You! Old Sun was furious. Hawkeye Tianjun chuckled. When I have a son, will the Lord of Taya Castle have the heart to let his grandson lose his father? Despicable and shameless! Elder Sun scolded angrily, but he didn't expect that Hawkeye Tianjun wanted to have a child with Miss Xian'er. When the time comes, the beauties will be born, and the son will be born. For the sake of his daughter and grandson, the castle master. I'm afraid he really won't kill him. Suddenly, Mr. Sun seemed to have thought of something, and shouted, Miss, go to Senior for help. Xiaozhener reacted very quickly. After hearing Elder Sun's yell, she turned around and ran towards Han Feng. Only then did Eagle-Eye Tianjun find a person sitting in the distance, and immediately sneered, that boy, you'd better not interfere with my affairs, I can still give you a good time, otherwise. Hawkeye Tianjun didn't go to catch Xiaozhener, but instead looked abusive, walking around like a cat catching a mouse. In the eyes of the eagle-eyed heavenly monarch, Xiaozhener will be his own woman sooner or later, and she cannot escape. As for Han Feng, the eagle-eyed heavenly lord didn't think that a kid would dare to compete with his majestic heavenly lord. However, when the eagle-eyed lord approached, the eagle eyes on his forehead subconsciously swept over Han Feng, which was the habit of the hawk-eyed lord. Hawkeye Tianjun possesses the talent of Hawkeye. This talent does not give Hawkeye Tianjun too much power, but it gives him a unique ability, that is, he can accurately find the weak point of the opponent during the battle, and then counterattack. In addition, it is able to see through the enemy's cultivation level. This ability to see through is completely unaffected by the difference in cultivation between the two parties. Generally speaking, it is difficult for those with weak cultivation to see through the level of high and strong cultivation. At most, they can judge that the opponent is very strong. Only those with rich experience and extraordinary eyesight can make a more accurate judgment, but it is only judgment, not the opponent's level, was determined at once. Hawkeye Tianjuan's Hawkeye talent is different, and he is not affected by the difference in cultivation base. Not to mention that Hawkeye Tianjun is now a master of Tianjun level. Even if Hawkeye Tianjun is only a true god of the 9 tribulations, he can still see weight for the level of the emperor. Hawkeye Tianjun relied on the talent of Hawkeye to run rampant in the wild forest. Because Eagle Eye Tianjun can quickly judge whether there is danger ahead by virtue of his Eagle Eye talent, so he can naturally avoid danger. Many heavenly monarchs who are much stronger than Hawkeye Tianjun, and even Tianzuan, often fall in the wild forest, but Eagle Eye Tianjun is like a fish in water in the wild forest, and nothing has happened to him until now. If Han Feng had the Eagle Eye talent, he wouldn't have been unable to spot the centipede beast and be hunted down by the centipede beast. Hawkeye Tianjun has always been very confident in his Eagle Eye talent, but today Hawkeye Tianjun was horrified to find that there are people he can't see through. Under the eagle's eyes, the eagle-eyed heavenly monarch only saw the strong and bright brilliance of Han Feng's divine essence, but he couldn't see the specific level. How is it possible? Even the Supreme Heavenly Emperor can't hide my eagle-eyed talent. Could it be that this person is an existence beyond the Supreme Heavenly Emperor? No, this is impossible. In the forbidden ancient realm, there is absolutely no way that there will be an existence that surpasses the Supreme Heavenly Emperor. As for the Supreme Heavenly Emperor, who is stronger than the Heavenly Emperor, it is only powerful in battle. His cultivation base is essentially, it's still at the level of a high-ranking emperor. Because what happened was so unbelievable to the eagle-eyed Heavenly Lord, but it made the eagle-eyed Heavenly Lord stop in his tracks, and his face turned green and white. Huh? Han Feng, who was practicing, suddenly felt an invisible force covering him. This invisible force seemed to want to see through his whole body. If Xiaopeng hadn't made a timely move, I'm afraid. In an instant, Han Feng opened his eyes, which were full of light, and fell on the eagle-eyed Tianjun in an instant. Boom! Hawkeye Tianjun immediately felt a huge mountain-like oppression overwhelming the sky and the earth turned pale, and the sun and the moon dimmed. Thump! Hawkeye Tianjun was shocked and knelt down all of a sudden. Han Feng, be careful with this person, this guy must have some kind of strange ability to see through everyone's level. Xiaopeng's voice sounded in Han Feng's mind. At this moment, Xuanhuan just ran to Han Feng's side and asked Han Feng for help. Senior, save. Xuanhuan swallowed back the words, because she was dumbfounded. Finding that the senior in front of him just opened his eyes, the eagle-eyed heavenly monarch knelt down. Xuanhuan didn't look directly into Han Feng's eyes, so naturally she couldn't feel the terrifying oppression that Hawkeye Tianjun felt before. Han Feng ignored Xuanhuan, but stared thoughtfully at Hawkeye Tianjun. Can you see through the levels of all creatures? Han Feng's eyes flickered, and he didn't know what he was thinking. The next moment, Han Feng made a sudden move and grabbed the eagle-eyed Heavenly Lord. The eagle-eyed Heavenly Lord wanted to resist, but found that it was futile. Before he could move much, Hawkeye Tianjun had already been firmly grasped by Han Feng. Han Feng slapped the eagle-eyed Tianjuan's dantian with his palm suddenly, and the eagle-eyed Tianjun let out a miserable howl, and instantly languished. The first update. Primordial Beast, 2 more. You. Hawkeye Tianjun looked at Han Feng angrily. This guy actually abolished most of his cultivation base. Although he has not been completely abolished, it is impossible for him to practice for more than 1,000 years. For thousands of years, anything can happen, maybe before I recover myself. Han Feng ignored Hawkeye Tianjuan's fright and anger. After knowing the eagle-eye talent of Hawkeye Tianjun, Han Feng suddenly had a plan in his heart. If this plan was successfully implemented, he might be able to get emperor-level Yuan Jing. Grasping the eagle-eyed Heavenly Lord with one hand, and not giving the eagle-eyed Heavenly Lord a chance to resist, Han Feng soared into the air, and at the same time rolled up his sleeve robe. More than 10 streams of energy shot out, hitting the hawk-eyed Heavenly Lord's subordinates one after another. These subordinates stared wide-eyed, as if they couldn't believe that their lives were lost like this. More than a dozen big men fell to the ground with a plop, and Elder Sun gasped. These are all middle-level or even high-level generals. Although it is true that they cannot be the opponents of Tianjun, but just a dozen of Qi Jin can kill all these generals, which is beyond Tianjuan's ability. Could it be? Elder Sun suddenly remembered that he seemed to have seen the appearance of the other party somewhere. After a while, Old Sun's pupils shrank, and a deep horror flashed across his face. It turned out to be him. Old Sun never expected that he would meet the legendary big man in this place. For a moment, Mr. Sun was very glad that the young master and Miss did not offend that lord, otherwise. On the other side, Han Feng threw Hawkeye Tianjun to the ground. Han Feng killed the dozen or so roguelike scumbags, not only conveniently, but also to save Xiaozhener and others from their distress. Even if there is no Hawkeye Tianjun, those scumbags are not something that Xiaozhener and his party can compete with. During the recovery period, although Han Feng ignored Xiaozhener, it didn't mean that Han Feng was ignorant of the things around him. This time, by the way, those scumbags were dealt with, and it was also a thank you to Xiaozhener for sending the elixir, even though he didn't need it. After kicking Hawkeye Tianjun, Han Feng said lightly, "It's just that you have crippled 70% to 80% of your cultivation base, and it's not that you're dead, so why pretend? Get up." Hawkeye Tianjun staggered to his feet. Resentment and fear at the same time. "Senior, what exactly do you want? Killing him and not killing him, letting him go, what exactly do you plan to do with him?" For some reason, Hawkeye Tianjun always felt that something bad would happen later. "The eagle eyes on your head can see through any level?" Han Feng asked. "Yes, no, at least I didn't see through Senior." Hawkeye Tianjun was very proud at the beginning, but soon became sluggish, and he was very annoyed. Hawkeye Tianjun couldn't figure it out. His eagle eyes could not only see through the opponent's cultivation level, but also give himself a warning. If there is any strong person who can threaten him nearby, the eagle's eyes will be painful, but this time, there is no expression at all. If not, how could he have fallen to this point? For a while, Hawkeye Tianjun was not so confident about his eagle-eye talent. Han Feng naturally knew the reason for all this. It was all because of the Skyfire Tower and Fatty. The 9 flames and different fire art has been promoted to the middle and late stages of the 7th level. Basically, unless the ancient god comes personally, it is impossible to easily see through his level. Very good, Mr. Han now needs to do something. Things that require your eagle-eye talent. If this matter can be done, Han can let you go. If you don't do this with all your heart, and even plan to harm Han, believe me, your days in the future will definitely be more painful than death. Han Feng's eyes were icy cold, and he stared ruthlessly at the eagle-eyed Heavenly Lord, exuding killing intent all over his body. At this moment, the medium-level Tianzuan's cultivation base fully bloomed, and without Xiaopeng's cover, the eagle-eyed Tianjun immediately saw Han Feng's level. Medium Tianzuan. Eagle-eyed Tianjun set off a storm in his heart. Eagle-eyed Tianjun thought that Han Feng might be a middle-level Tianjun or even a high-level Tianjun, but he never thought that Han Feng was actually a master of Tianzuan level, or a medium Tianzuan of Tianzuan level. This is definitely the supreme powerhouse in Outland, and no one can compete with it. Seeing that Han Feng is so powerful, Hawkeye Tianjun immediately restrained his small thoughts, and only hoped to quickly complete the task that Han Feng wanted to do by himself, and then leave Han Feng far away. Hawkeye Tianjun has decided that if he can survive this time, he must go to the edge of the outer domain. When will his cultivation be completely restored, and when will he come to the wild forest to continue to cause trouble? Senior, I don't know what you want me to do. Hawkeye Tianjun said respectfully. Han Feng's lips moved, and he had already transmitted the matter he wanted Hawkeye Tianzuan to do to Hawkeye Tianjun. Eagle-eyed Tianjuan's eyes were wide open, and he looked at Han Feng in disbelief, as if he was looking at a psychopath with a bad brain. This is looking for death. Hawkeye Tianjun shouted in his heart, wanting to refuse, but under Han Feng's cold eyes, Hawkeye Tianjun couldn't say the word refuse. In the end, Hawkeye Tianjun had no choice but to agree with a bitter face. What Han Feng asked Hawkeye Tianjun to do was to find the Emperor-level beast. Since Eagle-eyed Heavenly Monarch can find the Emperor-level Yuan beast from a long distance away, as long as he pays attention, he can attract the Emperor-level Yuan beast without putting himself in a dangerous situation. Hawkeye Tianjuan's eagle-eye talent is like a radar, marking the location and level of all the beasts within a certain range. In the wild forest, the combat power of the primordial beast will be increased, and the soul of the gods and gods like Han Feng will be suppressed. This kind of suppression does not mean suppressing the power of the soul, but only suppressing the range that the soul can search. The search range of the spirit soul after suppression is far inferior to the range that the eagle-eyed Tianjun eagle-eye can search. In addition, if the soul of the true God powerhouse discovers the primordial beast, it will also cause the primordial beast to discover the true God powerhouse. The Hawkeye Tianjuan's eagle-eye talent will not attract any attention from the primordial beast. This is obviously more secure. Hawkeye Tianjun went to look for the Emperor-level beast with a bitter face, and Han Feng followed Hawkeye Tianjun to prevent him from making any small moves. This search took almost half a month. During the period, Han Feng also met many King-level Yuan beasts and Zun-level Yuan beasts. If it was just a low-ranking primordial beast, Han Feng would kill it and take the low-ranking primordial crystal. If it is a medium or even a high-level primordial beast, Han Feng will avoid it far away under the reminder of the hawk-eyed heavenly monarch. Han Feng was delighted to find that with the help of Hawkeye's talent, the harvest in nearly half a month was more than the previous month. In the storage container, there are a large number of King-level and Zun-level Yuan Jing. And eagle-eyed heavenly monarch, after seeing Han Feng's abnormal/perverted. After gaining combat power, he also became more and more honest. With the combat strength of a heavenly emperor, the eagle-eyed heavenly monarch did not dare to use even the slightest thought. And today, half a month later, Hawkeye Tianjun finally found an emperor-level beast. Senior, in the forest ahead, there is an emperor-level beast. It seems that it has just been promoted, and its realm is not very stable. Finally found the Emperor-level beast, Hawkeye Tianjun heaved a sigh of relief. I was finally able to free myself. But find the next one, Han Feng said lightly. What Han Feng is looking for is a Yuan beast that can fight both sides with the centipede Yuan beast and make him a fisherman. It is impossible for the Emperor-level beast that has just been promoted to be the opponent of the centipede beast. The second update. Beast. This, alright. Hawkeye Tianjun had a bitter face. Han Feng just asked Hawkeye Tianjun to find the Emperor-level beast, but he didn't tell him what to do after finding the Emperor-level beast, so Hawkeye Tianjun didn't know that Han Feng planned to let the two Emperor-level beasts play against each other and reap the benefits of the fisherman. Therefore, Hawkeye Tianjun thought that as long as he found the Emperor-level beast, his mission would be over. It now appears that is not the case. Curious in his heart, Hawkeye Tianjun didn't dare to ask too much, for fear of being silenced by Han Feng. At this time, Han Feng was also a little anxious. In the wild forest, the primordial beasts don't stay in a certain place all the time. If no suitable Emperor-level primordial beast is found in half a month, Han Feng will give up. Because half a month or a month later, there is at least a 60% chance that the centipede beast has left its original place. I don't know if it's because of Han Feng's luck. This time, in just 5 days, Hawkeye Tianjun found the second Emperor-level beast. Senior, there is an emperor-level Yuan beast under the huge mountain in front. It should be the peak of the lower heavenly emperor. Hawkeye Tianjun told Han Feng respectfully. Wait for the peak of the heavenly emperor. Han Feng's eyes narrowed. Forget it, although I want to find a middle-level emperor-level beast that is the same as the centipede Yuan beast, but time is running out, so I can only make do with it. The peak of the lower-level emperor-level Yuan beast is not too bad. That centipede primordial beast shouldn't be too powerful at the level of a mid-level emperor-level primordial beast. Anyway, I also fought against centipede primordial beasts, and I have a little understanding of the general power of centipede primordial beasts. Han Feng soared into the sky, and instantly the three gods merged into one, and a purple-patterned flame gun appeared in his hand. The next moment, the Ziwenyan sharp spear pierced out like a storm, and the shadows of the stabbing spears filled the sky. These gun shadows quickly gathered together, forming a terrifying flame tornado. Rumble. The flame tornado quickly rushed into the giant mountain, and there was a loud noise, and the giant mountain was torn apart. The attack of the flame tornado did not end here, but continued to invade the ground. Ho 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 ho. Suddenly, several beast-like howls came from below the ground. Immediately afterwards, hundreds of flames directly broke through the ground, dyeing the sky crimson. Boom boom boom. The ground shook, torn apart, and a gigantic creature stepped out from the ground. It was a giant turtle-like beast with an incomparably huge and ferocious head. The back is even more like an active volcano, constantly ejecting flames. Earthfire melting turtle. Han Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, and recognized the famous earthfire melting turtle. It is said that this kind of primordial beast is the existence of the supreme level primordial beast when the vitality is completely condensed, and it will grow rapidly in the future, and the speed will not slow down until it is promoted to the emperor level primordial beast. The earthfire melting turtle beast is a super existence that can easily grow into a high-level emperor-level beast. I didn't expect it to be the earthfire melting turtle beast. This is exactly what I want. Compared with other primordial beasts that are inferior to the peak level of the heavenly emperor, this earthfire melting turtle beast is stronger. At this moment, the earthfire melting turtle beast kept roaring. It stayed underground, but was suddenly attacked. How could it not be angry? You can go. Han Feng left such a sentence lightly, ignoring the ecstatic expression on the eagle-eyed Tianjuan's face at that moment. He immediately stepped into the air and blasted at Di Huorong again. Turtle beast. Immediately afterwards, Han Feng unfolded the body of the mysterious dragon, and like a real dragon, he soared between the heavens and the earth, and quickly drove to the place where he first met the centipede and beast. Earthfire melting turtle only discovered Han Feng at this moment, and Han Feng's angry blow did not cause too much damage to earthfire melting turtle, but it undoubtedly angered earthfire melting turtle even more. Emperor-level beasts are different from other levels of beasts. They will hold grudges and hunt down warriors, and they will not let Han Feng go if they are so enraged. The huge body jumped up and chased Han Feng at a speed that was completely unsuitable for his physical condition. Wherever it passes along the way, the sky is full of flames, and its ability to destroy the surroundings may not be inferior to that of the centipede and beast. In the blink of an eye, thousands of miles around were completely burned, and the blazing flames formed a large sea of flames. Hawkeye Tianjun was engulfed by this sea of flames before he could rejoice at being let off by Han Feng. The ordinary sea of fire, of course, can't help Hawkeye Tianjun, even if the cultivation base of Hawkeye Tianjun has been crippled 7 or 8 times, it is not something that ordinary fire sea can hurt. It's a pity that the flame released by the earthfire melting turtle beast is an extremely powerful earth fire, not much worse than the Ziji heavenly fire that Han Feng has at the moment. Then the eagle-eyed heavenly monarch, who had only 20 to 30% of his cultivation base, was naturally reduced to ashes by the sea of flames after struggling for a while. Han Feng led the earthfire melting turtle to the territory of the centipede Yuan beast. During this period, Han Feng was shocked to find that even though the Earthfire melting turtle's speed did not match its huge body, compared to the normal Heavenly Emperor level, Han Feng was shocked. It's just half a catty. You must know that in the wild forest, the combat power of the primordial beast can be invisibly increased by 1 level. This increase in combat power also includes speed, not just strength. But even if it is raised by a whole step, the speed of the Earthfire melting turtle is still no different from that of ordinary Heavenly Emperors. It can be seen how different the speed of the Earthfire melting turtle is in the same level. That's right, it's just a turtle after all. I didn't expect that the speed of the Earthfire melting turtle beast was not much faster than I am now, so it made me more relaxed, and Han Feng hooked his lips. The slow speed means that the ground fire melting turtle has made up for the gap in other aspects, either power or flame, Han Feng guessed. In this case, it is really uncertain who will win the battle between the ground fire melting turtle beast and the centipede yuan beast. Han Feng's memory is very good, or when it comes to Han Feng's level of cultivation, his memory will not be bad. Unknowingly, Han Feng led the Earthfire melting turtle beast to the territory of the centipede yuan beast. Han Feng shot out and completely lifted the ground. Suddenly, a cloud of black air swept out, spreading like a storm. Han Feng was overjoyed. As expected, the centipede yuan beast hadn't left yet. Han Feng rushed to the ground in an instant and hid in the mountains and forests. Afterwards, when the centipede yuan beast rushed out of the ground, it happened to meet the Earthfire melting turtle beast. The primordial beasts were not very intelligent, and the 2 primordial beasts didn't feel like meeting each other at all. Instead, they fought fiercely as enemies when they met. In an instant, the color of the sky changed, and the earth shook. The 2 giant beasts fought together, and the terrifying air waves formed by the aftermath of the battle continuously washed over the surroundings. In just a short moment, the terrain was greatly changed. So strong. Han. Under the impact of waves of air, the wind resisted with difficulty. The battle of the Supreme Emperor's combat power opened Han Feng's eyes, and at the same time, he also looked forward to what level of Supreme Emperor's combat power he would have when he grew to the limit of the Emperor in the future. Is it the 14th floor of the Yuan Tower? Or the 15th floor? Or the 16th floor? The first update. In the sky, black air and flames continuously collided. What Han Feng expected was completely correct. Although the speed of the ground fire melting turtle is not as fast as that of the centipede yuan beast, the power of the flame is extremely powerful, and it can completely wipe out the black air. Not only the power of the flames, but even the strength of the physical body is beyond the level that one's own cultivation base should possess. But the centipede primordial beast wins because its cultivation base is higher than that of the earth fire melting turtle beast, so in the end, the 2 primordial beasts are evenly matched in the contest of strength. This is destined to be a protracted battle. Han Feng restrained his breath, trying not to let the 2 primordial beasts find out. The battle between the 2 primordial beasts lasted for a full day and night. Within the radius, there are traces of black gas corrosion and flame burning everywhere. The centipede yuan beast was riddled with scars, some were torn, and some were burned by flames. The earth fire melting turtle was not much better. The original crimson body was now red with black. Strands of black thread squirmed like ferocious earthworms inside the earth fire melting turtle's body. It was truly terrifying. As for the volcano on the back of the earth fire melting turtle, the flames spewed out were already covered with thick smoke, as if they couldn't spit out any flames. If it was a creature with intelligence, most of them would retreat at this moment, but unfortunately, neither the centipede yuan beast nor the earth fire melting turtle beast had much wisdom. They have reached the level of emperor-level beasts, and they only have some instincts. This instinct drove them to attack and devour each other, continuously, as if there would be some great benefits after devouring each other. Another half-day passed. The ground fire melting turtle finally couldn't hold on, and fell to the ground. The failure of the earthfire melting turtle beast is that it failed to hold on to the poisonous gas of the centipede yuan beast, but if the earthfire melting turtle beast can persist for half a day, the centipede yuan beast will fall in the end. Even so, the state of the centipede beast at this moment is definitely not good. The centipede yuan beast twisted its scarred body, trying to devour the earthfire melting turtle beast, but at this moment, Han Feng suddenly shot out like a cannonball. Death! Han Feng roared, in order to get rid of the centipede beast as soon as possible. Han Feng directly used his strongest ultimate move, Skyfire Tower. With mountain-like power, the huge purple-golden tower slammed down on the centipede beast. Roar! The centipede beast let out a roar. The yuan beast is not very intelligent and forgetful by nature. Not long ago, the Skyfire Tower brought the shadow of the centipede yuan beast, but now the centipede yuan beast can't remember it at all. Because of this, the centipede yuan beast bumped into it without fear of death. The black air covered the sky and covered the sun, rolling out, but the moment it approached the Skyfire Tower, it was crushed by the impact of purple-golden light. The next moment, the Skyfire Pagoda slammed heavily on the body of the centipede yuan beast. The centipede yuan beast in its heyday was able to withstand it, but the centipede yuan beast today. I saw that the Tianhua Pagoda, with its overwhelming power, drove straight in, invincible. In a blink of an eye, the centipede yuan beast was knocked into its body by the Skyfire Tower, and the purple gold light rushed out from all parts of the centipede yuan beast's body. The huge body of the centipede and primordial beast has since vanished into thin air, completely disappearing from this world. Only one with black poisonous gas remained. Qi Yuan Jing. Han Feng can't use this Yuan Jing, but in the inner domain, it can be exchanged for a fire attribute, Yuan Jing. Although Emperor-level Yuan Jing is precious in the inner domain, it is not to the point where there is nowhere to buy it. On the contrary, the fire attribute Emperor-level Yuan Jing left by the earth fire-melting turtle beast is of great use to Han Feng. After accepting the 2 yuan crystals, Han Feng found a place to restore the spirit in his body, then left the wild forest completely and returned to Anfeng City. Inside the Xuanhuan gang, Han Feng hurriedly ordered a few words, and retreated. The purpose of Han Feng this time is to enter the Heavenly Emperor. Han Feng first counted the harvest in this month, and then selected the fire attribute crystals that were useful to him for cultivation. Those with incorrect attributes will be collected into the treasure house of the Xuanhuan gang and reserved for the members of the Xuanhuan gang and powerful people like Bai Li. The fire attribute Yuan Jing Han Feng chose was at the lowest level of a low-level Junpin, and the highest level was naturally a low-level Zunpin. As for generals, their effect on Han Feng is too small, so Han Feng did not stay. With these primordial crystal source fluids of the noble and honorable grades, Han Feng's cultivation quickly returned to the level of the first-class Tianzuan. However, it still takes a long way to reach the peak of the first-class Tianzuan, that is, the real limit of the Tianzuan level. After all the yuan crystals are consumed, Han Feng is only close to the real limit of Tianzuan, and has not fully reached it. Han Feng was not in a hurry, he spread his palms open, and a drop of black water was suspended in the center of his palms. A breath belonging to the Emperor of Heaven surged out, it was Emperor Liquid. After handing over the imperial liquid to Xiaopeng and allowing Xiaopeng to refine it into the source liquid, Han Feng took a deep breath and swallowed the source liquid in one gulp. Boom! Suddenly, an extremely majestic force surged out of Han Feng's body, rampaging through Han Feng's body. 9 flames and different fire Ju, suppress it. Han Feng's face was ferocious, flushed, and he shouted angrily. At this moment, the 9 flames and different fire art began to operate crazily. The power obtained from traces of the Emperor's liquid source liquid was continuously refined by the 9 flames and different fire art, and finally gathered in the Dantian to form the divine essence belonging to Han Feng. 2 more parts were integrated into Han Feng's body and soul, respectively, enhancing the power of body and soul. It is not bad for ordinary warriors to absorb 50% or 60% of the imperial liquid, but most of them may only be able to absorb about 40% of the energy. However, after Han Feng refined the emperor liquid into source liquid, he was able to absorb 10% of it. In other words, if Han Feng absorbed 1 drop of imperial liquid, it was equivalent to other people absorbing 2 drops. Ordinary high-ranking Tianzuan, a drop of emperor liquid is estimated to have only 50% chance of being promoted to Tiandi, and Han Feng has at least 60% or even 70% chance of being promoted to Tiandi. The majestic power in Han Feng's body is like a surging river, constantly rushing, and Han Feng's aura is getting stronger and stronger, almost exceeding the limit of Tianzuan. A vortex of energy formed, absorbing the energy of the entire world. The power of time was ejected from the time artifact and poured into Han Feng's body. After a while, Han Feng's aura stabilized, in a state that was about to erupt completely but did not erupt. Failed. Han Feng sighed. God, it really isn't that easy to break through. Then only take the second drop. There are still 3 drops of emperor liquid in Han Feng's hand now, and after 1 drop is used, there are only 2 drops left. The second drop of the source liquid of the emperor liquid also turned into an astonishing force. This time, this force was not stopped by any powerful barrier, but with a surging force, it instantly broke through the space between Tianzuan and Tiandi. A solid bottleneck. Boom boom boom. Han Feng was shaken all over, and an aura like an impending emperor enveloped the whole world in an instant. The sky in Anfeng City changed dramatically, causing countless people to be horrified, not knowing what happened. Only Han Feng knew that at this moment, he was no longer the heavenly venerable, but the heavenly emperor. I have broken through to the Emperor of Heaven. The second update. After being promoted to Emperor of Heaven, a majestic force surged through the meridians in Han Feng's body in an instant, and Han Feng's aura became stronger and stronger. If someone approached Han Feng for nearly 10 meters at this time, unless his cultivation reached the highest level of heavenly venerable, he would be directly pressed into meat paste by the terrifying coercion that Han Feng radiated at this moment. Han Feng opened his eyes, and 2 terrifying beams of light shot out, as if they were about to break through the sky, containing astonishing power. Han Feng let out a breath slowly, and the breath in his body was gradually restrained, but even so, it was still strong. Although Guy used the power of time to break through, although he saved time, it also made it impossible for Han Feng to fully adapt to the power after the breakthrough. For the next period of time, Han Feng didn't practice any more, nor did he use the power of time, but simply became familiar with the soaring power in his body, and circulated the Emperor's divine essence in his body over and over again. At the same time, he is familiar with a more powerful body and soul. It took a full month for Han Feng to grasp the power of being promoted to the Emperor of Heaven much more deeply, which shows the horror of the power of the Emperor of Heaven. In the past, using the power of time to break through, it only took a few days to control one's own power. This time, it took a full month. And it's not perfect control. Every time you use your divine energy, half of the divine energy will be wasted out of 10. But this is already the limit that Han Feng can achieve. The further you go, the more difficult it is to accurately control the slightest bit of power of the Emperor of Heaven. Regardless of the fact that it is only 0.5% short, it is simply impossible to accurately control the last 0.5% without practicing for half a year or a year. This kind of precise control over one's own power cannot be helped by the power of time at all. There are still 2 drops of Emperor liquid. Continue to improve your cultivation. When your cultivation has reached its limit and you can no longer continue to improve, let's control the last half of the power. The 2 drops of Emperor liquid were refined into source liquid, and then absorbed by Han Feng, and the rolling force flowed in Han Feng's body. The power of time surrounds Han Feng, and Han Feng's cultivation level is growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. From the beginning of entering the low-level emperor level, it continued to climb steadily, and soon completely stabilized at the low-level emperor level, and then promoted to the middle-level level among the low-level emperors, and soon rose to the high-level level. At this time, the speed of Han Feng's cultivation has slowed down, and it is obvious that the energy of the 2 drops of the source liquid of the emperor liquid is almost exhausted. This is still the emperor liquid being refined into the source liquid, otherwise Han Feng's improvement will be even less. The Tiandi level is the last realm of the 4 extreme realms after the 9 tribulations of the true God. Every step of improvement requires extremely majestic energy and is even more difficult. Otherwise, after so many years in Zhongyu, it would not be difficult to give birth to a middle-level emperor. The resources in the inner domain are so rich, and most of the emperors are lower-level emperors. Those who can become middle-level emperors or even upper-level emperors are all heroes or overlords of the inner domain. In the end, Han Feng still didn't reach the middle heavenly emperor realm, but only reached the peak of the lower heavenly emperor. Because of the improvement of the quality of Xuanhuan, Han Feng's 9 flames and different fire art also broke through to the late stage of the 7th level, and the power of Ziji Tianhua skyrocketed. Now Han Feng can severely injure ordinary inferior heavenly emperors only with Ziji heavenly fire. As for the divine essence of the inferior heavenly emperor, Han Feng could easily devour it with Ziji heavenly fire and strengthen himself. It can be said that if the current Han Feng fights against the inferior emperor, he doesn't need to use anything, and the inferior emperor can be killed by the energy consumption of the Ziji sky alone. And Ziji Tianhua can also devour a lot of divine essence of middle-level heavenly emperors, probably only the upper. Waiting for the divine essence of the heavenly emperor, the Ziji heavenly fire could not easily devour it. After a breakthrough in cultivation, the next step is to become familiar with and master one's own power. This time, it took a full half a year to almost fully grasp the power of the lower heavenly emperor peak. Afterwards, Han Feng began to refine the emperor-level Yuan Jing that belonged to the earth-fire melting turtle beast. This time, Han Feng was not going to use it to improve his cultivation. A low-level emperor-level Yuan Jing was not enough to support his cultivation to break through to a middle-level emperor, so Han Feng used it to improve the 9 flames and different fire art. Therefore, the 9 flames and different fire Ju has been promoted from the early stage of the 7th layer to the middle stage, and Han Feng Xuanhuan has been promoted from the low-level emperor rank to the peak of the middle emperor rank. On the whole, Han Feng's strength has once again increased a lot. Whether it's the Xuanhuan at the peak of the middle imperial rank, or the greatly increased Ziji Tianhua, they are all of great help to Han Feng's overall combat power. Regardless of any unique art, under the blessing of the middle emperor peak divine essence, its power will increase a lot, and the integration of Ziji Tianhua into the unique art can also greatly enhance the power of the unique art. The fire attribute resources have been exhausted. It seems that if you want to upgrade the Xinyan battle body to the limit, it will not be possible in a short time. Forget it, wait until the major forces in the outer domain turn over the Yuan Jing and cultivation resources, and then upgrade the Xinyan battle body bar. At this time, Han Feng has basically reached an extreme in all aspects. The Yenchen kill of Zaiwenianchingen has reached its limit, Zaiyanchen arm has also reached the 12th peak, and the 16-winged black dragon has also been promoted to the peak of 8 wings. The only thing that can make Han Feng's strength increase a lot again is the Xinyan battle body, but it lacks fire attribute resources. Han Feng was not in a hurry, and waited slowly. When the resources of the major forces in the outer domain continued to be handed over, they would always support Xinyan's combat body to its limit. Therefore, Han Feng did not leave the customs. Before the resources were obtained, Han Feng continued to familiarize himself with the power of the Emperor of Heaven, trying to achieve 100% perfect control. When resources come, use them to practice and improve the realm of Xinyan's combat body. In this way, Han Feng's retreat lasted for a full 20 years. Even if Han Feng has the power of time, without enough resources, he can't improve too much. Therefore, when there are not enough resources, it is obviously a waste to use the power of time. Therefore, in the past 20 years, Han Feng has not used the power of time many times, basically only using it in the few days when the resources are delivered. After 20 years of being familiar with the power of the Emperor of Heaven, Han Feng has completely and perfectly controlled the power of the Emperor of Heaven. Every time he uses his unique skills, he will not waste a single bit of divine energy. At the same time, the four major martial arts of Xuanhuan's battle body have all reached the peak of the fourth level, which is the real limit state. The fourth peak of Xuanhuan's combat body has already exceeded the scope of the highest grade divine skills. If it is fused with the current Ziji Tianhua, it is basically equivalent to the lowest ranked chaotic divine skills. In the realm of forbidden ancients, low-grade chaotic divine skills cannot exert real power, so they are also called supergrade divine skills. The fourth peak of Xuanhuan's combat body, which has been integrated into Ziji Tianhua, is already roughly equivalent to the inferior supergrade magic skill in terms of power. In addition to the huge improvements such as Xuanhuan's battle body, 20 years of hard practice allowed Han Feng to take a small step up in his cultivation base, and he was initially promoted to the Middle Heavenly Emperor realm. Compared with the peak Middle Emperor, Han Feng, who has just entered the Middle Emperor, is still far behind, but with his comprehensive combat power, Han Feng may already be able to instantly kill the ordinary peak Middle Emperor. Calculated, it has only been more than 20 years since Han Feng retreated, and it was only in the early 20s. However, the overall strength has skyrocketed. Compared with more than 20 years ago, it is simply heavenly. The difference with the land is immeasurable. Today's Han Feng is confident that he will also occupy a position on the list of emperors. It's time to leave the customs. Han Feng let out a foul breath, and finally pushed open the door of the secret room. The first update. Gang Hall. Han Feng sat tall at the top, and a group of heavenly generals and heavenly monarchs below stood with their hands tied, with nervous expressions on their faces. If you look carefully, you can see cold sweat dripping from the foreheads of some heavenly generals. It has been a few days since Han Feng left the customs. Feng Qiubai and Lu Tianming, husband and wife, saw Han Feng leave the customs, so they arranged this scene for the new entrants Tianjun and Tianjun to meet Han Feng. Han Feng's eyes were indifferent, and he scanned the crowd. Whenever his eyes fell on a person, the person's whole body trembled, suddenly feeling that there was a huge mountain pressing down on him, making him breathless. Since everyone has joined the gang, I hope you will understand your current identities. Don't rely on your cultivation to be a member of the gang. You must know that your cultivation is not worth mentioning in Han's eyes. Han wants to kill you. You guys, take it easy. Suddenly, the majesty of the Emperor of Heaven swept away, and the rolling coercion spread away like a tidal wave. All the heavenly generals and heavenly monarchs suddenly lost their minds, and their spiritual world was hit hard. All of them looked shocked and extremely pale. Even those with a slightly weaker spirit were directly shocked and fell back, making it to the ground. Han, Elder Han, please forgive me. We were wrong, please show mercy to Elder Han. We will never dare to cause chaos within the gang again in the future. The leading heavenly monarchs looked panic-stricken, begging for mercy in the face of the terrifying power that was rushing towards them. Han Feng immediately restrained his momentum, and a group of heavenly generals and heavenly monarchs showed the faces of the rest of their lives, looking at Han Feng with horror. Retire, remember what you said today. If you want Han to know that you rely on your cultivation and then wantonly seize the Yuanjing resources in the gang, you will be severely punished. The last 4 words, Han Feng said firmly, his eyes a frightening light flashed in it. A group of heavenly generals and heavenly monarchs retreated in a panic, no longer daring to do anything wrong within the Xuanhuan gang. Thank you for your hard work these days. Han Feng turned his head and calmed down. Han Feng didn't expect that in just 20 years, there would be a lot of powerful newcomers to the Xuanhuan gang, but precisely because there were so many strong people, Feng Qiubai and Lu Tianming would be ignored even more. In the eyes of these heavenly generals and heavenly monarchs, they are only the 9 tribulations true gods Feng Qiubai and Lu Tianming, and they have no right to stand on their heads at all. Tell them what to do. For more than 20 years, Feng Qiubai and Lu Tianming have greatly improved in strength, and they have stepped into the high ranks of the 9 tribulations true gods, but they are still far from breaking the limit of the true gods for the first time and stepping into the ranks of the heavenly generals and true gods the heat. Feng Qiubai shook his head, and said quietly, ever since Elder Han established his position in the outer domain, I knew what happened today, and everything is due to my low strength. After hesitating for a while, Feng Qiubai looked at Han Feng, and said, Elder Han, I have an idea today, and I have obtained the consent of my husband. Now I just want to see whether Elder Han agrees or not. You said. Han Feng signaled Feng Qiubai to express his thoughts. Feng Qiubai said slowly, although there are elders Han standing on behalf of my concubine today, they can only treat the symptoms, but not the root cause. As long as my concubine's cultivation level does not exceed them for a day, those heavenly generals and elders of Tianjun will not put the concubine's body in your eyes. Even if you are afraid of the concubine's body today because of Elder Han's prestige, as time goes by, these fears will disappear one day. In addition, because the concubine's strength is low, those heavenly generals and heavenly monarchs are also extremely dissatisfied with the resource allocation that the concubine has arranged for them. They always take the resources and yuanjing in the treasury wantonly by relying on their strength. If Master Bailey. Fortunately, Mr. Bailey also retreated for 20 years and has not yet left the seclusion, which caused those people to become more and more unscrupulous. Now the Xuanhuan gang looks powerful, and it is the largest force in the outer domain, but it is in danger inside. Only your strength, Elder Han, can overwhelm everyone. Those heavenly generals and elders Tianjun originally joined the Xuanhuan gang for the purpose of taking refuge in you, Elder Han. In their view, only you, Elder Han, are the root of the sect, and they don't have much sense of belonging to the Xuanhuan gang. So I hope that Elder Han can establish a new force. The original members of the Xuanhuan gang and the members who joined later are members of the new force, and you, Elder Han, will be the head of a sect or the head of the sect. In this way, all the problems have been solved. Those who disrespect my concubine must never dare to disrespect Elder Han. Han Feng's eyes flashed, and it was indeed a good idea to establish a new force. In fact, Han Feng had such an idea a long time ago, but in the end he did not bring it up because of various scruples. Now that Feng Qiubai said so, it suits Han Feng's wishes. Han is only focused on cultivation. After becoming the head of the sect, I'm afraid he won't pay too much attention to the affairs of the sect. I'm afraid it will be detrimental to the development of the sect. Elder Han can rest assured that Lord Bailey once created Bailong Island himself, and has rich experience. Elder Han can completely hand over the management of the sect to Lord Bailey with the right to be the head of the sect. Lord Bailey will manage it. Elder Han, you can naturally spare more time for cultivation. I believe Lord Bailey will not refuse this point. Anyone who is wise knows that you are the root of the existence of the sect. Only the door will become more secure and stronger. Lu Tianming spoke suddenly, talking eloquently. Bailey. Han Feng was thoughtful. Suddenly, Han Feng's expression changed, and a smile appeared on his face. Feng Qiubai and the two showed doubts and incomprehension, and at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the hall. Feng Qiubai and the others were shocked at first, and then they were overjoyed. This figure was exactly the Bailey they were talking about before. At this moment, Bailey was extremely powerful, with a smile on his face, full of vigor. Congratulations, Master Bai Li, for making great progress in cultivation. Thinking that Bai Li had obtained a drop of emperor liquid, Feng Bai and the two had no idea that this was the situation of Bai Li's great progress in cultivation. It's good to be a first-class Tianzuan. Han Feng nodded with satisfaction. The Heavenly Emperor is the highest rank in the Forbidden Ancient Realm, but also the least in number. Entering the rank of high-ranking Tianzuan for the first time, he is already the most powerful master except Han Feng in the outer domain. Put it in the middle domain, as long as you don't provoke the two powerful Tianzuan, you are basically the ruler of one side. For example, the head of the third-rank force and the like. Bai Li proudly thanked Han Feng. If it wasn't for Han Feng, he wouldn't be able to get the emperor liquid. Afterwards, Bai Li also observed Han Feng, but Han Feng's cultivation base was too strong, and Bai Li couldn't see through the depth. Bai Li cupped his hands and asked, tentatively, "Can your lord advance to the Heavenly Emperor?" "That's right." Bai Li took a deep breath, but a sincere smile appeared on his face. "As expected of your lord has been promoted to the Heavenly Emperor this time, and I'm afraid he will be on the list of Heavenly Emperors in the near future." Feng Bai and the two were also filled with joy. Afterwards, Feng Bai and Han Feng informed Bai Li of what they had discussed before. Bai Li immediately puffed up his chest. "My lord, don't worry, as long as your lord establishes power, Bai Li will do his best to help you manage the sect." "I don't know what name your lord intends to give the created force." "What's your name?" Han Feng lost his mind slightly, and fell into deep thought. After a long while, Han Feng narrowed his eyes, and said in a deep voice, "Let's call it Supreme Gate." The Supreme is the most powerful rank in the world, and it has never been heard of anyone who has achieved the Supreme. Han Feng chose to name the sect he created Supreme, which shows how ambitious Han Feng is. The second update. More. 2. Supreme Gate? Bai Li opened his mouth wide, shocked. Such a name, is it to gather the hatred value of all the forces in the Forbidden Ancient Realm? Although there are only true gods in the Forbidden Ancient Realm, it doesn't mean that practitioners in the Forbidden Ancient Realm don't understand the realm above the true god. Above the true god is the ancient god, above the ancient god is the god king, and above the god king is the god emperor. Among them, the god emperor is divided into low-level god emperor, middle-level god emperor, high-level god emperor, and top-level god emperor. The top god emperor, also known as the master. Above the ruler is the supreme. For so many years, very few of the 3,000 gods have even achieved the position of master, let alone the position of supreme. Dare to call one's own power supreme, it's just looking for death. If those forces with ancient gods, god kings, and god emperors know about it, they will definitely kill the supreme sect and destroy the supreme sect. Well, in the Forbidden Ancient Realm, there is no one who is stronger than a true god, so there is no need to worry about the actions of ancient gods, god kings, and god emperors. However, if those supreme emperors in the inner domain knew about the Supreme Gate, they would probably also attack. Although Bai Li has full confidence in Han Feng, he believes that sooner or later Han Feng will become a peerless powerhouse on the Heavenly Emperor ranking, and it is even possible to reach the top of the Heavenly Emperor ranking in the future. However, that is the future, and now, Bai Li doesn't have much confidence in Han Feng. Forget it, anyway, the Supreme Sect is established in the outer domain. Even if the first rank and second rank forces in the outer domain know about it, do they still dare to report to the central domain? Sweep. There is no such thing as more than 10 years or tens of years. It is difficult for the news to spread to the inner domain. And after 10 years, the adults may not be as good as those supreme emperors on the list of emperors. Thinking of this, Bai Li finally calmed down. From this, we can see what impact the 3 words of Supreme Gate had on Bai Li. Han Feng didn't blame Bai Li for his gaffe. Han Feng naturally knew what kind of trouble the 3 characters of Supreme Gate would cause. If it wasn't in the forbidden ancient realm, Han Feng might not dare to directly establish the sect he created as supreme door. It's like Chi Bai Cai, who used Jianzong, always add a few words in front of Jianzong. Never dare to call himself Jianzong directly. What does it mean to directly call yourself Jianzong? Does it mean that his sect is the most powerful sword sect in the 3,000 gods? Is the ruler of all Jianzong? Boss? Dare to say this, just wait for a large number of various sword sects to provoke. Maybe there will be God Emperor level masters who use swords to take action. It should be known that even if there is a sword sect with a God Emperor in charge, he would not dare to directly establish his own sect as a sword sect. My lord, since the sect is established, you can't stay in Han Feng City. You need to choose a location to establish the sect in a place with beautiful mountains and rivers. I understand this. Haven't you already found a place? Let's create the supreme gate there. Yes. Bai cupped his hands. Not long after, the Xuanhuan gang was changed to the supreme sect, and the news that Han Feng was the suzerain of the supreme sect immediately spread throughout the outland, causing an uproar. Supreme, the suzerain of the supreme is really bold, but also admired by many strong people. The establishment of the supreme gate not only did not weaken the prestige, but greatly enhanced the prestige of the supreme gate, which was second to none in the outer domain. Its name has already been introduced to some places in the central domain. Afterwards, the supreme gate welcomed a large number of strong people to join. There are a lot of talents in the supreme sect, and there are more and more strong ones. Even if Han Feng and Bai Li are excluded, the overall strength is well-deserved number one in Outland. Although the former Xuanhuan gang also had Han Feng in charge, but it was Feng Qiubai who helped them on the surface. The power of the 9 tribulations true God alone was not enough to convince the heavenly generals and heavenly monarchs, because even these heavenly generals and heavenly Jun intended to seek refuge with Han Feng, but in the end he did not join the Xuanhuan gang. Now that the supreme gate is established, and the suzerain is Han Feng, these heavenly generals and heavenly monarchs immediately want to join. With Bai Li in charge of the supreme gate quickly became one. To Feng Qiubai, many people are not convinced, but facing Han Feng, no one dares not to be convinced. Bai Li's method made the supreme sect flourish. In just a few years, several low-level heavenly masters were born. Bai Li's prestige in supreme sect also catches up with Han Feng for a while. The reason is not only that Bai Li is Han Feng's mount, but also represents Han Feng in every word and deed. Main reason. The supreme gate has grown stronger and stronger, but Han Feng has not seen any obvious growth in strength in the past few years. All aspects have reached a certain limit. Unless the cultivation base is significantly improved, the combat power will not fluctuate much. However, the cultivation base has already reached the middle level of the emperor, so it is very difficult to go further. Just at this time, Mu Hongxi asked to see Han Feng. Enter. Following Han Feng's consent, a tall and straight young man walked in, with sword eyebrows and star eyes, indescribably handsome and elegant. In terms of appearance alone, I don't know how many streets have been dumped by Han Feng. When the young man saw Han Feng, he looked respectful. Hongxi, seize your lord. Han Feng glanced at his eyes, with a smile on his mouth. Yes, in just over 20 years, he has been promoted to the realm of the second tribulation true God, and it is not far from the third tribulation true God. It's all the cultivation of adults. Haha, don't give me a high hat. I have been practicing in seclusion all these years, and everything depends on you. Saying this, Han Feng was full of embarrassment. The true god of the second calamity does not seem to be of high level, but Mu Hongxi is only 30 years old now. Compared with the lifespan of a true god of millions of years, it is really very young. In the Ziyun God realm, one who can cultivate to the 7 tribulations true God within 1,000 years is already a genius among geniuses, and to reach the 8 tribulations true God is a monstrous figure. According to Han Feng's visual estimation, Mu Hongxi can enter the ranks of high-level true gods at the age of 500 at most. If the chaos divine grade blood in the body can help, and with the assistance of a large amount of resources and Yuan Jing, it is not impossible to step into the ranks of high-level true gods in just 200 or 300 years. Han Feng laughed, and said curiously, "Tell me, why did you come to see me this time?" Mu Hongxi took a deep breath, with an extremely serious face, and said in a low voice, "Hongxi hopes that the Lord will help Hongxi destroy the Blood God Valley." Destroy the Blood God Valley? Han Feng's eyes froze for a moment, and he said, "The owner of the Blood God Valley is a super strong man on the list of the heavenly emperors, and he is a fake peak." Mu Hongxi also knew how difficult it would be for Han Feng to destroy the Blood God Valley, so he immediately smiled wryly. Hongxi also knows that he is forcing the Lord, but at this time, it is no longer something that the Lord is willing to do. "What do you mean?" Han Feng frowned. Hongxi has always had a feeling recently that the Blood God Valley people who have come to Outland are very likely. There was some panic in Mu Hongxi's tone. It turned out that Blood God Valley had planted the Blood God seal in the bodies of Mu Hongxi and Mu Honyue from the very beginning, and could sense the location of Mu Hongxi and Mu Honyue within a certain range. This is also the reason why the two brothers and sisters of Mu Hongxi were sent to the outer domain from a teleportation array in the central domain, and after being captured in the Shadow Wolf City, they were still found by the Blood God Valley. Because those Blood God Valleys also chased to Outland, and sensed the Blood God seals in the bodies of Mu Hongxi's two siblings. The two brothers and sisters of Mu Hongxi have been safe and sound all these years. It is not that the Blood God Valley gave up looking for it, but that after the group of Blood God Valley powerhouses were wiped out, Blood God Valley lost contact with the group of Blood God Valley powerhouses. It is not known where Mu Hongxi's two brothers and sisters have fled to. After more than 20 years, Mu Hongxi's two siblings were finally found by Blood God Valley. When the distance between the two parties reaches a certain range, Blood God Valley can sense the location of Mu Hongxi's two siblings through the Blood God seal, and Mu Hongxi's two siblings will also be able to sense it. Not long ago, Mu Hongxi sensed the movement of the Blood God seal, and was terrified. After thinking for a long time, he still came to Han Feng. People from Blood God Valley have arrived. Although Han Feng was surprised, he was not surprised. Ever since he fought against the people in Blood God Valley, Han Feng knew that this day would come sooner or later. "That's fine. Since you're here, let's settle everything." Han Feng pondered for a moment, then spoke slowly. "I'm sorry, it's Hongxi who caused you trouble." Mu Hongxi looked guilty. "It doesn't matter. When I rescued you, I had such mental preparations. It's no different than 20 years ago. Even if the owner of the Blood God Valley comes, it's still unknown who will win." Han Feng's words, medium, full of confidence. The first update. Mu Hongxi was dumbfounded. What does my lord mean by this sentence? It wouldn't be the one he imagined. Vertex novel. If it is. Mu Hongxi's heart skipped a beat. If he could live, who would want to die? Especially this time, it was more likely to involve other people. "My lord, are you really sure to fight against the Blood God Emperor?" Mu Hongxi swallowed, looking at Han Feng with fiery eyes. "At least 80% sure." Han Feng smiled slightly. Mu Hongxi took a deep breath and was shocked. Mu Hongxi doesn't think that Han Feng is a person who talks big. If so, then it is. After a long while of unsteady expression, Mu Hongxi seemed to have made up his mind, and said, "My lord, you must have known that the reason why the Blood God Valley hunted down my sister and me was because of the treasures left by the ancestors of my Mu family." "Not bad." Han Feng nodded. Mu Hongxi turned his mind, spread his palms, and a golden bead appeared in Mu Hongxi's hands. An astonishing flame power is contained in the golden ball, which is firmly trapped by the golden ball. Han Feng could feel that if the golden flame inside the golden bead was completely released, it would be enough to easily destroy the Emperor of Heaven. And within the golden flame, there seemed to be something more precious. This thing, even Han Feng can't find it out. He used Xiaopan's ability to investigate, but was also blocked by unknown forces. My lord, as long as you completely destroy the Blood God Valley, Hongxi will hand over this Xianfeng pearl to your lord. Xuanfengzu? Han Feng thought for a while, confirming that he really didn't understand what Xuanfengzu was. But then Han Feng smiled slightly. He didn't know, there was still Mu Hongxi. As long as the Blood God Emperor is eliminated, Mu Hongxi will definitely tell himself everything. Suddenly, Han Feng's expression changed, revealing a sly smile. They came so fast. At the foot of the Supreme Gate Mountain, more than a dozen figures turned into bloody light, and they arrived in the blink of an eye. Figure in blood. All of them have awe-inspiring breath, and the weakest one is also the high-ranking Tianzuan, and there are several of them, all of which have the power of a giant Tianzuan. But these are not the most attractive of the three blood-robed men. These three blood-robed people are obviously different from the rest of the blood-robed people, and they look more noble. These three blood-robed people are all of the Emperor level. And these three heavenly Emperor blood-robed people are headed by the central blood-robed person. The blood-cloaked man opened his eyes, as if a blood sun had formed in his eyes, staring at the Supreme Gate. Supreme Gate? What a big tone. The heavenly Emperor sneered again and again. Jia, the man in the blood robe of the heavenly Emperor on the left, said, after searching for so long, I finally found out who rescued the two bastards of the Mu family. I didn't expect this person to be arrogant. A mere Tianzuan giant dares to create supreme sect. Blood Sun Heavenly Emperor, you don't need to act this time. You only need Xuanmao to kill this sun and capture the two bastards of the Mu family. The Emperor Shueri said lightly, don't be careless. Based on the news we found out from Blood God Valley, when he was ranked among the giants of Tianzuan this time, he was only the cultivation base of Tianjun. In the middle domain, this sun not only successfully broke through to Tianzuan, but also you killed the Shantian Emperor and the Yaolong Heavenly Emperor. I'm afraid your strength is not inferior to yours. And N. BSP, the Heavenly Emperor's surnamed looked serious, and nodded slowly. Swa has been taught, Swa is indeed careless. The man in the blood robe of the Heavenly Emperor on the right has an unbelievable feeling until now. This child's combat power is really amazing. Even in the inner domain, I have never heard that the Heavenly King has the power of a giant. No wonder the Blood God Emperor Your Excellency will send Lord Shueri Heavenly Emperor to kill this sun. Although Lungmo and Suatong Heavenly Emperor are the best among the inferior Heavenly Emperors, they are only comparable to that boy more than 20 years ago. Now more than 20 years have passed, I don't know what level of diligence I have reached. That's why the Blood God Heavenly Emperor sent me Blood Sun Heavenly Emperor. With the power of my superior Heavenly Emperor, even if this kid is promoted to a low-level Heavenly Emperor, he is definitely not my opponent. Emperor Ritian looked confident. A group of people from Blood God Valley were about to step into the mountain of the Supreme Gate, when the Blood Sun Emperor's face changed, and he shouted anxiously, quick back. An overwhelming power of the soul suddenly erupted from the mountain and blasted towards them. Puff puff. Even if there was a bloody day, the Heavenly Emperor reminded in time, except for Xuatong and the blood-robed man surnamed Lung who were still intact, the rest of the blood-robed people collapsed and disappeared. At this moment, the infinite power of the spirit of the middle imperial grade can be seen at a glance. In the void, a man with a handsome face held a sharp gun, and purple flames flowed around the sharp gun, stepping into the air. Every time he took a step, the man's aura rose wildly. After approaching the Blood Sun Emperor, the aura of this person has soared to the Middle Emperor. That kind of oppressive momentum made Xuatong's blood-robed man and Lung's blood-robed man feel suffocated for a while. Blood Sun Heavenly Emperor stared at the visitor, Middle Heavenly Emperor. Han Feng. Bloody Heavenly Emperor set off a turbulent wave in his heart. A middle-level emperor is actually a middle-level emperor, how is this possible? What, middle heavenly emperor? Xuanhuan and the man surnamed Lin were shocked. Didn't they say that they had just been promoted to Tianzuan more than 20 years ago? For more than 20 years, he has been promoted from a low-level Tianzuan to a middle-level Tiandi. Is this something that humans can do? After the Blood God Emperor was horrified, a murderous intent flashed across his face. I have exhausted my energy in just over 20 years, and this son must have a big secret. If I get this big secret, I will surpass the Blood God Emperor in the future and dominate the inner domain. Not impossible. This son, I will kill him. It's just a middle-level emperor for the first time. I, Xuanhuan, am a high-level emperor. How can I be afraid of him? Thinking of this, the Blood Sun Emperor suddenly launched a fierce attack on Han Feng without saying a word. The bloody force was like a torrential river, attacking Han Feng mightily, covering the sky and the sun. Facing the bloody energy like a tide, Han Feng's sharpshooter was as fast as thunder, and a flame tornado formed in an instant. Yenshin kills the fourth pinnacle. The flame tornado slammed into the bloody wave, causing the bloody wave to churn violently, but in the end it didn't penetrate. The scarlet tide is getting bigger and bigger, and the scope of its influence is getting wider and wider. The sky was filled with blood, almost swallowing the entire Supreme Gate. At this time, everyone in the Supreme Gate had already discovered the struggle here, and their expressions were shocked. It was the first time they had seen such power in their lives. And the terrifying power displayed by Han Feng was completely different from what they had imagined. And NBS. According to rumors, their suzerain has been promoted to Emperor of Heaven, and now it seems that the rumors are true. It's just. Who is it that attacked their Supreme Gate? Why, look at the situation, their suzerain is at a disadvantage, which makes everyone in the Supreme Gate extremely uneasy. Bailey stared at these people with a cold expression. After all, the Supreme Sect was established for too short a time. No matter how loyal these generals and kings are, their sense of belonging to the Supreme Sect is still limited. He really wants to take this opportunity to see which general and king will be shaken because the Lord is at a disadvantage. These people are destined not to be vigorously cultivated by him in the future. On the contrary, a person with a firm will, even if his cultivation base is not high, will definitely be cultivated vigorously in the future. Now their Supreme Sect has no shortage of top combat power, nor lack of mid-level combat power. What is missing is the mainstay of the true center of the Supreme Gate. The second update. More. Jia, boy, it doesn't matter if you are a middle-level emperor, it's just a futile struggle in front of the cultivation base of a superior emperor. Han Feng continued to fire his guns, but he couldn't stop the progress of the Sea of Blood. It can be predicted that when the Sea of Blood rushes towards the Supreme Gate, the Supreme Gate will definitely suffer unimaginable heavy losses, and it is not impossible to be destroyed. Up and down the Supreme Gate, no one can resist the attack of the Blood Sea from Emperor Xuanhuan. Mu Hongxi looked at this scene anxiously. Why didn't your lord use his divine body? With the power of an adult, as long as he uses his divine body, at least he won't be as powerless as he is now. Or, what are your plans, sir? Flame God kill. Ziyun divine arm. Shen Yan fighting fist. Han Feng attacked and resisted again and again, but all of them were swallowed by the Sea of Blood. The bloody heavenly emperor said with a smile as if the overall situation was settled, it is indeed good to be able to burst out with the cultivation base of the middle-level heavenly emperor, which is also extremely powerful among the middle-level heavenly emperors. It can be regarded as a first-class level. Unfortunately, facing this seat. The main seat of the game is already tired, let's die next. Blood Day. The Blood Sun Heavenly Emperor shouted angrily, and a round of blood sun emerged from behind, shining on the sky, and the bloody light filled the heavenly emperor. As soon as the blood sun came out, the turbulent sea of blood also rolled violently, and its power was obviously stronger than before. The Emperor Xuanhuan unfolded his unique skills, and at the same time urged the power of the divine body to the extreme. It can be said that the attacking power of the Blood Sun Emperor at this moment is almost equal to that of the superior emperors. Compared with the power of the middle emperors, it is extremely powerful and makes people feel irresistible. There was a panic up and down the supreme gate, noisy voices resounded continuously, and someone vaguely heard someone saying that they wanted to escape from the supreme gate. Bai Li narrowed his eyes slightly, keeping these people in his eyes, and then immediately sent a voice transmission to Han Feng, "My lord, it's time to fight back." Those who don't have a strong sense of belonging, Bai Li has confirmed it. Now, it's my lord who is showing his power. To further establish prestige and enhance the further enhancement of those who already have a strong sense of belonging to the supreme sect. Hearing Bai Li's rumors, Han Feng changed his tiredness before, and an astonishing will surged into the sky. Golden immortal physique, Ning. Great sun flame body, Ning. Xinyan battle body, Ning. The three divine bodies unfolded at the same time in an instant, and a violent force burst out centered on Han Feng. What? The bloody Sun Emperor, who thought he had a chance to win, was taken aback. Han Feng rolled out a wave of terrifying power all over his body, directly defeating the first wave of blood that rushed towards him. The aura of the superior heavenly emperor has actually been strengthened to such an extent. The bloody heavenly emperor's complexion changed, and the bloody heavenly emperor never expected that such a pervert would appear in a mere outer domain. It is extremely difficult to fight at the level of the Emperor of Heaven, even if it is in the inner domain, only the 7 great emperors can do it. But that is only after reaching the peak of a level. For example, the following heavenly emperors at their peak cultivation level fight against the middle heavenly emperors, or the middle heavenly emperors at their peak cultivation base fight against the higher heavenly emperors. And this counterbalance is basically just medium. The one who is slightly worse among the other emperors and the upper emperors. But the Han Feng on the opposite side, who had just entered the cultivation level of a middle-level emperor, suddenly increased his cultivation level to the stage of a high-level emperor. It's okay, it's just that I'm a first-time emperor, and I still have an advantage. The Blood Sun Emperor felt uneasy, so he could only comfort himself like this. Immediately, the sea of blood rolled back, forming a blood spear, which pierced through the void and stabbed at Han Feng. Han Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, knowing that at this time, only by showing the strongest strength and defeating the opponent with the momentum of thunder, can the people of the Supreme Gate be completely shocked by the strength he displayed, and further deepen their sense of belonging to the Supreme Gate. Thinking of this, Han Feng didn't hold back at all, and Ziji Tianhua merged into the 3 divine bodies in an instant. Han Feng's cultivation reached the peak of the first-class emperor in an instant, even surpassed the limit of the emperor. Terrifying power, rolling out an unparalleled flame storm. The bloody spear penetrated into the flame storm, and under the incredulous eyes of the Blood Sun Emperor, it was swallowed by the flames and became a part of the flames, causing no harm to Han Feng at all. Now, it's time for you to be punched by a certain Han. Xinyan Fighting Fist. In the sky, it seems that a huge flaming star descended and thundered. The Xinyan Fighting Fist is still the Xinyan Fighting Fist that has been integrated with Ziji Tianhua, and its power is no less than that of a super-grade divine skill. Han Feng's attack was no different from the real Juding Emperor, not comparable to the fake Juding at all, not to mention that even the top level of the superior Tiandi was not the Blood Sun Emperor. No. The Blood Sun Emperor let out an exclamation, and could only watch helplessly as he was hit by a punch, and the purple flames rolled out, swallowing the Blood Sun Emperor's figure completely. The remaining 2 emperors of the Blood God Valley were stunned, and then the 2 emperors turned around and ran away. Even the bloody heavenly emperor, the superior heavenly emperor, was killed, not to mention their two inferior heavenly emperors. Han Feng's eyes flashed across the two of them indifferently. This time, Han Feng didn't use the Xuanhuan fighting fist again, just a simple punch, which contained the divine essence of medium emperor quality, and instantly bombarded the two heavenly emperors. The two heavenly emperors of the Blood God Valley completely disappeared into this world before they even had time to scream. There was a sudden silence at the top and bottom of the Supreme Gate, and they all stared at Han Feng with astonishment and disbelief. They could hear the Blood Sun Heavenly Emperors yelling clearly. "High Heavenly Emperor, this is definitely an existence they need to look up to." But now, such a high-ranking emperor was easily killed by a single punch from their suzerain. How strong is their suzerain? Pseudo-extreme? Or the real top? In the next moment, everyone in the Supreme Gate looked at Han Feng with reverence, and before they knew it, they felt more belonging to the Supreme Gate. Some of those who wanted to leave the Supreme Gate before, but did not escape in the end, were all very fortunate, but they may not know that they are destined not to be truly trained by the Supreme Gate in the future, or they will not be easily trusted by Bailey. As expected of a lord, every time I have looked up to Lord, but in the end I always underestimated Lord. Now, Lord has the ability to occupy a place on the list of emperors, and the level is not low. Bailey retracted the line of sight, and the shock in his heart are no less than those of other supreme disciples. Han Feng's figure flashed, disappeared into the air, and faced Mu Hongxi face to face, waiting for Mu Hongxi's answer. And Mu Hongxi finally began to describe the origin of Zhu and Fengzhu. The first update. This moment. In the inner domain of the forbidden ancient realm, in the Valley of the Blood God. Soul Hall. The Blood God Valley disciple who was in charge of guarding and cleaning the Soul Hall looked pale. Following the line of sight of the disciples of the Blood God Valley, the soul jade that symbolizes the Blood Sun Emperor and the other two heavenly emperors actually shattered. It was the kind of complete shattering, not just one or two cracks. With one or two cracks open, it can only be said that the heavenly emperor was injured. And completely shattered, it means, falling. How could, that is Lord Blood Sun Heavenly Emperor. As the three highest heavenly emperors in the Blood God Valley second only to the Blood God Emperor, the Blood Sun Heavenly Emperor has a great reputation in the Blood God Valley, and is even considered the undefeated god of war in the Blood God Valley. Over the years, the Blood Sun Heavenly Emperor has made many contributions to the Blood God Valley, and many forces have been wiped out by the Blood Sun Heavenly Emperor because they offended the Blood God Valley. However, the soul jade that now represents the Blood Sun Emperor is shattered. Lord Valley Master, it's not good, Lord Blood Sun Heavenly Emperor has fallen. The disciple immediately yelled. In the Valley of the Blood Gods, a burst of bloody light rushed towards the sky, grabbing the disciple of the Blood Gods Valley. I saw a bald middle-aged man in a blood robe with a ferocious expression. What did you say? Tell me again. The disciple of the Blood God Valley, who was pinched by the neck, looked terrified, and said intermittently, Blood. Blood Sun. Blood Sun Heavenly Emperor has fallen. The Blood God Emperor violently threw the disciples of the Blood God Valley into the Hall of Souls. After a long while, a roar came from the Hall of Souls. Who dares to kill me from the Blood God Valley? Before the roar of the Blood God Emperor fell, a blood moon quickly hit the sky. During the blood moon, a woman appeared vaguely. Blood Moon Heavenly Emperor. The Blood God Valley disciple swallowed and spit. The Blood Moon Heavenly Emperor is also one of the three superior heavenly emperors under the Blood God Valley Blood God Heavenly Emperor. Its strength is even better than that of the Blood Sun Emperor, and she is also the wife of the Blood Sun Emperor. Although she is a woman, when it comes to the viciousness and cruelty of the methods, many men feel ashamed. My lord, my husband. Seeing the Blood God Emperor coming out, the Blood Moon Emperor panicked. The blood god emperor had a heavy expression on his face. Brother Xuere's soul jade is indeed completely shattered. It must be those two bastards from the Mu family. Blood Moon Emperor's blood eyes flashed with murderous intent, centered on Blood Moon Emperor. Bloody energy swept out. Hearing the words, the blood god emperor frowned. It may not be those two from the Mu family. In just over 20 years, those two little guys are at the level of 1 or 2 Kulpa true gods. They are not capable of killing blood. Brother Japan. Humph, those two bastards were rescued by someone. Maybe it was this person who caused my husband to fall. The Blood Moon Emperor did not calm down because of the analysis of the Blood God Emperor. Now she desperately needs to kill, to vent her anger. Emperor Xueyue, you have to calm down. According to our investigation, the person who rescued the Mu family is just a giant of Tianzuan, and it is impossible to kill Brother Xuere. You mean, let me just recognize it like this? The Blood Moon Emperor's murderous eyes instantly confronted the Blood God Emperor. In normal times, the Blood Moon Emperor would never be so disrespectful. There is still a certain gap between the combat power of the false top and the superior emperor. At the very least, there must be 4 or 5, or even more first-class combat power among the superior emperors, in order to compete. For the top combat power among the superior emperors, at least 2 or 3 are needed. It's just that the Blood Moon Emperor is irrational now, so he naturally has no fear of the Blood God Emperor. The Blood God Emperor was displeased, but the Blood God Valley had already lost a superpower, and he must not be separated from the second one. After a while, the Blood God Emperor spoke slowly, although I don't know who killed Brother Xuere. After all, Brother Xuere went out to perform a mission, which led to his fall. The mission target is to blame. If Emperor Blood Moon cannot calm down when you come down, just go and kill the 2 boys from the Mu family and the person who helped the 2 boys from the Mu family. Obviously, the Blood God Emperor intends to draw the anger of the Blood Moon Emperor to him, and Han Feng is the target chosen by the Blood God Emperor. Although the Blood God Emperor knew that the fall of Blood Sun should not have much to do with Han Feng, as long as he could divert the anger of Blood Moon Emperor. Who said that the target of the Blood Sun Emperor this time is Han Feng and the Mu family? If it wasn't for this goal, the Blood Sun Emperor would not have left the Blood God Valley, and he would not have fallen if he hadn't left the Blood God Valley. This kind of logic is very strange, but the Blood Moon Emperor was really diverted from anger. The Blood Moon Heavenly Emperor flicked his sleeve robe, turned around and was about to leave the valley, but before leaving, the Blood Moon Heavenly Emperor suddenly turned his head and looked directly at the disciple of the Blood God Valley. My husband is dead, why are you alive? A flash of blood suddenly appeared, and the heads of the disciples of the Blood God Valley were instantly blown apart. After killing a person, the anger in the Blood Moon Emperor's heart did not completely disappear, and soon his body flew away, turning into a blood moon and disappearing into the sky. The Blood God Emperor frowned, but didn't say anything in the end. It's nothing more than a mere disciple of the Blood God Valley of the 7 Tribulations true God. Taking advantage of the time when the Blood Moon Emperor is venting his anger, I'd better find the murderer, otherwise there will be troubles when the Blood Moon Emperor returns. It's a pity that Emperor Li will visit the Blood God Valley soon. Lydian Emperor's son has a better relationship with Li Shenzong, which will be of great benefit to the future development of my Blood God Valley, so I can't be negligent. This investigation of the murderer, I can't take action. Forget it, let the Xuanhuan Heavenly Emperor take action. This is a top existence among the superior Heavenly Emperors. The Blood God Emperor, who left with his hands, probably never dreamed that the person he thought was unlikely to be the murderer was actually the beast that killed the Blood Sun Emperor. If the Blood God Emperor knew, he would definitely not transfer the target of the Blood Moon Emperor to vent his anger on Han Feng. Supreme Gate. Han Feng looked shocked. This Xuanfeng pearl, did it come from Jiutian Xuanfeng? Is it transformed from a drop of blood essence left by Jiutian Xuanfeng? Mu Hongxi nodded. That's right, my lord should know about that Lord Jiutian Xuanfeng. Speaking of which, our Mu family is still descended from that lord's blood. Although my younger sister and I are not of Jiutian Xuanfeng's blood, we are also related to him. Nine Heavens Xuanfeng's bloodline is extremely close. How could Han Feng not know that Jiutian Xianfeng? Speaking of it, the reason why Han Feng knew Jiutian Xianfeng was because of Dai Wangyi. Tens of thousands of years ago, the divine king who was involved in the Forbidden Realm due to serious injuries was the Nine Heavens Xianfeng. So far, the small world in the Dantian left behind by the divine king is called the Xianfeng Small World. It is located somewhere in the wild forest, and it will be opened every once in a while. Over the years, I don't know how many strong people have entered the Xianfeng Small World and gained many benefits. The second update. Han Feng looked at Xuanfengzu in shock, never expecting that Xuanfengzu would have something to do with that Nine Heavens Xianfeng. It was the blood essence condensed by that Nine Heavens Xianfeng. From this point of view, in the depths of the Xianfeng orb, the power that he cannot sense is the blood essence of the Nine Heavens Xianfeng, which contains various inheritances of the Nine Heavens Xianfeng. And what is more, in the Xianfeng pearl is the golden flame that belongs to the Nine Heavens Xianfeng, the Xianfeng divine flame. Owning this Xianfeng orb, didn't your Mu family think about refining this Xianfeng orb? Perhaps after refining, your Mu family will give birth to a superhuman who can reach at least the 17th or 8th floor of the Yuan Pagoda. Supreme Emperor. In today's forbidden ancient realm, such a master is definitely ranked first, enough to protect your family's safety for at least 1,000,000 years, or even longer. After the shock, Han Feng also asked his own question. The corners of Mu Hongxi's mouth twitched. Sir, that is the Xianfeng divine flame, and it is the Xianfeng divine flame at the level of a god king. How to refine it? Who dares to refine it? I am afraid that it will be burned by the Xianfeng divine flame in an instant. Turn to ashes. Furthermore, the ancestors of the Mu family once left words that this Xianfeng pearl is for us descendants of the Mu family to bring into the Xianfeng small world for other purposes. What does he use? What are you going to do? I don't know. Hongxi was too young back then, and my father didn't tell me many specific things about Xuanfengzu. Mu Hongxi scratched his head, a little sad, and looked at Xuanfengzu with extremely complicated eyes. Just because of such a Xianfeng pearl, their Mu family has been hiding all these years, and finally encountered such a catastrophe. If it wasn't for this Xianfeng pearl, maybe his father now. Sighing, Mu Hongxi handed the Xuanfengzu to Han Feng, and a big stone fell from his heart. Over the years, hiding the secret of Xianfengzu also brought great pressure to Mu Hongxi. Han Feng took over Xuanfengzu, and he didn't mean to refine Xuanfengzu. Even if the Xianfeng pearl is refined and the strength is greatly improved, how much can it be improved? The limit of the forbidden ancient realm is the limit of the heavenly emperor. The energy in the Xianfeng orb is too huge, and it will only be wasted in the end. Moreover, the blood essence of Jiutian Xianfeng in Xianfeng pearl contains the soul inheritance of Jiutian Xianfeng, which contains all of Jiutian Xuanfeng's perception of his own practice. Obtaining such an inheritance will certainly make him unimpeded at the level of ancient gods and god kings, but it will be very difficult for him to break through to the god emperor. Because the soul itself is different, let Jiutian Xuanfeng's soul inheritance and perception of practice affect his own soul and perception of cultivation, and the soul and his perception of cultivation will not be pure. If it's just some tricks inherited, maybe Han Feng will give it a try. The inheritance of tricks will not have much impact on Han Feng's soul essence. At most it is because of the lack of fit. There is no way to practice the tricks to the top. Of course, the most important thing is that Han Feng is not sure about fighting Xianfeng Shenyan. Hongxi, pack up and follow me to the inner domain. Mu Hongxi raised his head abruptly. Sir, are you going to the Blood God Valley now? Don't make any more preparations, sir? Han Feng smiled slightly. No, fighting the Blood God Valley Emperor before made me realize the limit of my current strength. As long as the Blood God Emperor does not reach the real Supreme Emperor level, he will not be my opponent. Furthermore, Han Feng's face turned serious, and he said, since the Blood God Valley has found this place, it means that they have already investigated clearly everything about us. Even if we don't go to the inner domain, I'm afraid it won't be long before the second wave of strong men from the Blood God Valley will strike. Then, I will leave everything to you, Your Excellency. Mu Hongxi took a deep breath, feeling excited about revenge. After a while, 3 rainbow lights flew out of the Supreme Gate. This time only Han Feng, Mu Hongxi, and Mu Hongyue went to the inner domain. Bailey was left at the Supreme Gate by Han Feng and managed the Supreme Gate. The 3 of them quickly returned to Shadow Wolf City, and then teleported to the Central Territory through Shadow Wolf City, and then went to the city where they could be teleported from the Central Territory to the inner domain. Tianyue City is the goal of the 3 of Han Feng. After many years, although Mu Hongxi didn't remember the inner domain very clearly, he still remembered that the inner domain area that Tianyue City was teleported to was the closest to the Blood God Valley. At this moment, Mu Hongxi and Mu Hongyue's expressions changed. Mu Hongxi said in a hurried tone, "My lord, the Blood God Seal has sensed, and some powerful people from the Blood God Valley are rushing here." Sure enough, the second wave of experts from Blood God Valley has already set off. Hongxi, where is the direction? Mu Hongxi immediately pointed in a direction, and Han Feng shot away. Instead of waiting here, it is better to go directly to meet the other party. On the other side, the Blood Moon Emperor transformed into a blood moon, and also felt the approach of the blood mark. The corner of the Blood Moon Emperor's mouth showed a cold and cruel arc. "I have sensed you, go pay for my husband's life." A blood moon and 3 rainbow lights approached rapidly. "That's the Blood Moon Emperor." Mu Hongxi saw the blood red in front of him, and another blood moon flew in the blood red, and immediately recognized the identity of the other party. Blood Moon Emperor? The Blood Moon Emperor is the wife of the Blood Sun Emperor. According to my father, the Blood Moon Emperor is a stronger existence than the Blood Sun Emperor, and is very close to the top of the battle power of the superior emperors. Mu Hongxi gave Han Feng confused. Husband and wife? It's really destined. After killing a husband, a wife came. Han Feng smiled lightly. The Blood Moon Emperor also found Han Feng at this moment, and he didn't talk nonsense at all. When the distance was only 10,000 meters, the Blood Moon Emperor suddenly sacrificed 18 flying knives, each of which was the top quality artifact. And obviously, these 18 throwing knives look exactly the same, and they come in a complete set. 18 throwing knives are combined, and they are completely capable of bursting out with a force no less powerful than the Ziwenyan sharp gun. 18 flying knives turned into 18 blood lights, piercing through the space and stabbing Han Feng fiercely. The power, contained in its flying knife, can easily pierce the full defense of an ordinary, inferior emperor. 18 together, even more terrifying. However, Han Feng was not afraid at all. The Xinyan battle armor appeared on his body, Ziji Tianhua instantly merged into it, and at the same time the 3 divine bodies unfolded at the same time. A shocking force burst out. 18 of them flew forward and back and pierced Xinyan's armor one after another, but none of them could stab Han Feng's head. The Great Rian Physique, the Xinyan Combat Physique, and the Jingxian Physique were launched, and Ziji Tianhua was integrated into the Xinyan armor. Without a power comparable to or close to the pseudo-extreme peak, it would be absolutely difficult to break through the defense of the Xinyan armor. If Ziji Tianhua is integrated into the 3 gods again, if he wants to break through the defense of Xinyan's battle armor, he will need the power of a true heavenly emperor. And BSP, that is definitely not the power that the Blood Moon Emperor can emit. The first update. Han Feng's palm was like a knife, and he swung it out suddenly, chopping on 18 flying knives in an instant. There was a sound like the continuous collision of divine weapons, most of the 18 flying knives were cut in half by Han Feng, and the remaining flying knives were also severely injured and lost their spirituality. At Han Feng's level, high-grade artifacts are no longer qualified to be inserted into their battles. Compared with the power of the Emperor of Heaven, the defense of the high-grade artifact is too weak, and it is easy to be defeated by the Emperor of Heaven, and even let the Emperor of Heaven destroy the spirit of the high-grade artifact, just like the situation encountered by the Emperor of Blood Moon at this moment. The Bloody Moon Emperor's pupils shrank suddenly, this level of strength. The next moment, the Bloody Moon Emperor's murderous aura surged, and he rolled out like a torrent. The Blood Moon Heavenly Emperor has no problem with his mind. In the Blood God Valley, he needed to kill to vent his anger, so he was easily diverted by the Blood God Heavenly Emperor. On the way, Emperor Xuanhuan had already come to his senses, knowing that the 2 surviving boys from the Mu family and the person who rescued the 2 boys from the next Mu family could not be his husband's opponents. The gap between the giant Tianzuan and the superior Heavenly Emperor is no less than the gap between the Heavenly General and the Tianzuan. But this didn't make the Blood Moon Emperor ready to stop. In the view of the Blood Moon Heavenly Emperor, if it wasn't for his husband who wanted to capture the 2 members of the Mu family, he wouldn't have left the valley, and if he didn't leave the valley, he wouldn't have fallen. Without knowing who the murderer was, the Blood Moon Emperor still took his anger on Han Feng and Mu Hongxi's 2 brothers and sisters. However, seeing Han Feng's sudden burst of power at this moment, the Blood Moon Emperor didn't know that his husband died in Han Feng's hands. Blood Yue Heavenly Emperor was furious in an instant, utterly irrational, completely disregarding the gap between himself and Han Feng, and killed Han Feng. The Blood Moon appeared behind the Blood Moon Emperor. The color of blood was thick, and it exuded terrifying fluctuations. Blood Moon kill. In the void, a crescent-shaped blood moon cut towards Han Feng. Han Feng took a step forward in the void, and Xin Yan punched out with a punch. The terrifying punch rolled out endless momentum, smashing the Blood Moon slash like a bamboo, and even ruthlessly bombarded the Blood Moon Emperor. Horrible purple flames spread out. Completely devour the Blood Moon Emperor. Let's go. After killing the Blood Moon Emperor, Han Feng returned to normal and continued to fly to Tianyue City. Seeing that Han Feng killed the Bloody Moon Emperor so easily, a powerful existence that was close to the top combat power among the superior emperors, Mu Hongxi's belief in Han Feng's ability to help him avenge him deepened. Mu Hongxue also worshipped endlessly. In Tianyue City, after showing the power of the Heavenly Emperor, the people in charge of the teleportation array in Tianyue City did not dare to neglect, nor did they dare to take more of Han Feng's divine stone. With a flash of light, the 3 of Han Feng are no longer in the central domain, but in the inner domain. Where is the Blood God City? Han Feng asked Mu Hongxi. Mu Hongxi looked embarrassed. I forgot. I can't remember clearly. After all, Mu Hongxi was too young back then, and only remembered that the place where Tianyue City teleported to the inner domain was the closest to the Blood God Valley among the many teleportation arrays that teleported to the inner domain. As for where the Blood God Valley is, Mu Hongxi doesn't remember very clearly. Han Feng had no choice but to roll his eyes, and then went to ask the experts in the inner domain. The proportion of strong people in the inner domain is indeed very high. At least half of the 10 people are above the 9 tribulations true gods, and there are heavenly generals and heavenly kings everywhere. Occasionally, you can see Tianzuan, and Tianzuan is not uncommon in the inner domain. Of course, this refers to the lower and middle Tianzuan. The upper Tianzuan still has a certain status in the inner domain, especially the top combat power and giant level among the upper Tianzuan. Territory. The reputation of Blood God Valley in this area is obviously great, and Han Feng soon learned of the location of Blood God Valley. At the same time, Han Feng also learned something that surprised Han Feng from the chat. The Xuanhuan Small World will open in a few months. The 7 great princes of the inner domain have already honed their fists and are ready to do a big fight in Xuanhuan's small world to make their cultivation a step further. Dizzy is the name given to the strongest heavenly emperor within 1,000 years in the inner domain, and only 7 are allowed in the same era. Even if there are a large number of Yuanjing in the inner domain, there are many high-level Yuanjing, such as General, Monarch, and Zun, but it is extremely difficult to be promoted to Heavenly Emperor within a mere 1,000 years. In this generation, there are only a few dozens of people who have reached the level of Emperor of Heaven in the inner domain within 1,000 years. Among them, the 7 most powerful are the emperors, known as the 7 emperors of the inner domain, and also known as the 7 most likely to break into the 16th floor of the Yuan Tower in the future. Emperor Jiuyo's son possesses Jiuyo divine body and Jiuyo divine fire. Burning out the emperor's son, owning the sky to burn out the fire. Son of Lydian emperor, young master of Lydian sect. Han Feng became interested when he heard about the 7 great emperor's sons. From the content point of view, the 7 sons of the emperor can be said to be the best in the same level as the emperor of heaven, and they all have the ability to challenge beyond the level. Especially the Fenmia emperor, who ranked first among the 7 great emperors, even had the record of killing a middle-level heavenly emperor in the early days of the low-level heavenly emperor. Its ranking is second only to Emperor Fenmia, and Emperor Jiuyo, who ranks second. Although his record is not as terrifying as Emperor Fenmia, it is not bad. Han Feng paid the most attention to these 2 emperors, especially now that these 2 emperors have reached the peak of middle heavenly emperors, and their strength is even stronger. As for the remaining 5 emperors, Han Feng didn't pay much attention to them. Although these 5 emperors were also the best in the same level, they also had the record of killing the emperor by surpassing the level, such as the Emperor Li Tian. But Li Tiandizi killed a middle-level emperor when he was at the peak of the lower-level emperor, and he was just an ordinary middle-level emperor, and his cultivation base was only in the middle stage of a middle-level emperor. Compared with Fenmia Dizi, who killed ordinary middle-level emperors when he first entered the lower-level emperors, Lydian Dizi's record is not so dazzling. The records of the other 4 emperors are similar to those of Li Tian's sons. And now, except for the 5 emperors who have entered the middle heavenly emperor for a long time, they have reached the middle or high ranks, and the rest have just entered the middle heavenly emperor, and they are even less valued by Han Feng. The reason why Han Feng paid so much attention to the news of the 7 great emperors was because he heard that the Blood God Valley was very likely to have made friends with the Lydian emperors and fawned on the Lydian sect. At this moment, not only Han Feng, but even Mu Hongxi's 2 brothers and sisters had a much more gloomy expression. Li Tianzong is one of the few 5th-rank forces in the inner domain, and it is not comparable to Blood God Valley. In the Blood God Valley, there is only one pseudo-extreme Blood God Emperor, and there are only 3 high-ranking heavenly emperors, and the sum of the low-level and middle-level heavenly emperors is only 1 person. Early 10. As for Li Tianzong, not only is there a true supreme heavenly emperor, but he is also one of the top 10 existences in the list of heavenly emperors. Under its most powerful emperor, there are 2 true tops and 3 false tops who rank lower. Under the pseudo-extreme peak, the total number of upper, middle, and lower emperors exceeds 100. If this kind of terrifying sect intervenes, the matter of killing the Blood God Emperor for revenge may cause great changes. The second update. My lord, let's just forget about it. Mu Hongxi immediately retreated when he heard that Li Tianzong was intervening. Li Tianzong is a real 5th-rank force and one of the real overlords in the inner domain. Provoking such a force, unless there is also a 5th-rank force not weaker than Li Tianzong's backing behind it, otherwise it will undoubtedly die. I've already said that this is no longer something we can end if we want to. The Blood God Valley must have investigated our situation clearly. In addition, both the Blood Sun Emperor and the Blood Moon Emperor died in my hands, and the Blood God Valley will definitely not let it go. Even if we retreat today, I'm afraid it won't be long before the Blood God Emperor will go to Outland in person. Rather than that, it's better to just settle the matter this time. And the Xuanhuan small world is about to open. I also want to go in and have a look and try my luck. When Mu Hongxi heard what Han Feng said, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and follow Han Feng, hoping that Han Feng would be fine this time. If something happened to an adult because of his Mu family, he would never be able to forgive himself. Thinking of this, Mu Hongxi's handsome face tensed. Instead, Han Feng patted Mu Hongxi on the shoulder and said, "Relax, I'm also doing it for Zhu and Fengzhu. Don't make it feel like you owe me. You don't owe me anything. You give Zhu and Fengzhu to me, I will avenge your Mu family. Isn't this a very reasonable thing? My lord, why don't you void the contract? You don't need your lord to avenge our Mu family. Since Master Zhu and Fengzhu wants it, just take it." Mu Hongxi heard that Han Feng was with Blood God Valley because of Zhu and Fengzhu. He died, and immediately decided to give Zhu and Fengzhu to Han Feng, and Han Feng didn't need to do anything for their family. Han Feng couldn't laugh or cry, but he also knew that Mu Hongxi didn't want anything to happen to him. But Han Feng himself has a limit. He had clearly agreed to destroy the Blood God Valley before he could get the Xuanfeng orb, but now if he did nothing to get the Xuanfeng orb, Han Feng himself would not be able to get over that hurdle in his heart. Boy, don't take things too seriously. It's just rumors that Blood God Valley and Lydian Emperor's son are friends. Lydian Emperor's son doesn't mean Li Tianzong. Blood God Valley wants to curry favor with Li Tianzong, but it doesn't mean Li Shenzong. I will accept it, and I am willing to stand up for the Blood God Valley. If Li Tianzong is really willing to stand up for the Blood God Valley, what is there to be afraid of? Speaking of this, Han Feng exuded a strong confidence. Fighting against the Blood Sun Emperor and the Blood Moon Emperor, Han Feng was sure that he already had the strength of the Supreme Heavenly Emperor, not a fake Supreme Heavenly Emperor, but a real Supreme Heavenly Emperor, and he might not be able to reach the 15th floor of the Yuan Pagoda. But it is still possible to break into the 14th floor. In the Heavenly Emperor ranking, except for the top 10, the rest are basically at this level. That is to say, if Li Tianzong wanted to kill him, he had to send the Super Heavenly Emperor who was ranked in the top 10 on the list of Heavenly Emperors. Will Li Tianzong send out such strong men for the mere sake of the Blood God Valley? Seeing that Han Feng was so confident, Mu Hongxi had no choice but to suppress his worries and follow Han Feng to Blood God City. The Blood God Valley is located in the west of the inner domain, and the Blood God City is a city that must pass through to reach the Blood God Valley, or the Blood God City is the first line of defense of the Blood God Valley. If one wanted to invade Blood God Valley, one had to pass through Blood God City. The city lord of Blood God City had always been the Heavenly Emperor of Blood God Valley, responsible for the safety of Blood God City. Blood God Valley. The Blood God Emperor had already heard the news that even the Blood Moon Emperor's soul jade had been shattered, and his face was extremely gloomy, as black as ink. The Blood God Emperor never expected that the Blood Moon Emperor was just going to vent his anger, and he also fell, and the fallen. So fast. Judging from the speed of the Blood Moon Emperor, he should have just arrived in the Central Territory. Could it be that the murderer is from the Central Territory? But which master in the Central Territory can kill the Blood Sun Emperor and the Blood Moon Emperor? It's not that the Blood God Heavenly Emperor underestimated Zhongyu, but the Heavenly Emperor of Zhongyu, who is really not a master worth noting. Or did the murderer come from the inner domain, but just happened to go to the middle domain? Because the Blood Moon Emperor died so quickly, the Blood God Emperor didn't think about Han Feng at all. It seems that someone deliberately targeted my Blood God Valley? Tianya Valley? Linkamen? Or the ancient sword sect? The Blood God Emperor thought of conflicting forces with the Blood God Valley, but he couldn't think of which force there was. Has the ability to kill the Blood Sun Emperor and the Blood Moon Emperor. Brother Blood God, what happened? A young man in Confucian robes asked with a smile next to the blood god emperor. There is an indescribable aura about this man, which makes people feel happy and surrendered when they see him. Son Lydian, I'm sorry, it's the blood who has neglected the emperor. The blood god emperor suddenly thought that he was entertaining the emperor Lydian at this moment. First, in the case of an unknown strongman targeting the blood god valley, he should not offend Emperor Lydian. How could Emperor Li Tian know that the blood god emperor had something on his mind, but if the blood god emperor didn't say anything, he wouldn't ask Li Tian DZ. Lydian emperor's son came to the blood god valley, but he hoped to recruit the blood god emperor. The Xuanhuan small world is about to open, and if one of his subordinates has the combat power of the blood god emperor, he will definitely get a lot of benefits in the Xuanhuan small world. Although Li Tianzong also has masters like the blood god emperor, and even stronger than the blood god emperor, but such masters are the foundation of the sect, what if they fall into the small world of Xuanhuan? And if you recruit other sects and masters of casual cultivators, you will get more benefits, and you can distribute them to these casual cultivators, as well as the friendship of Li Tianzong. I am afraid that these casual cultivators and ordinary sect masters are also very needed. Zong's big signboard is still very useful. Of course, if he died, there would be no loss to Li Tianzong. Blood God City. The three of Han Feng came to the largest inn in Blood God City. It is said that the behind-the-scenes owner of this inn has some relationship with Blood God Valley. My lord, what are you going to do next? Mu Hongxi sat beside Han Feng and asked, curiously. Han Feng chuckled, we don't need to prepare, people from the Blood God Valley will come to us. Don't forget the Blood God seal in your body. Mu Hongxi and Mu Hongyue suddenly understood. The Blood God City is so close to the Blood God Valley, I am afraid that the high-level people in the Blood God Valley have already sensed it. Blood God Valley. The Blood God Emperor hadn't had a few words with Li Tiandizi when he suddenly sensed the movement of the Blood God seal. This is. The Blood God Emperor's pupils shrank. This is the Blood God seal, printed on the two bastards of the Mu family. How did those two bastards come here? Wait. The Blood Sun Emperor died during the mission to capture those two bastards. The Blood Moon Emperor also fell on the way, and these two bastards also suddenly appeared in the Blood God City. Could it be? The Blood God Emperor said everything, things connected together, as if thinking of something. Suddenly his face changed drastically. The first update. The Blood God Emperor suddenly realized that what he had been thinking may be wrong. It is very likely that the Blood Sun Emperor did not die at the hands of some unknown strongman, and the fall of the Blood Sun Emperor is very likely to be related to the two bastards of the Mu family. Only. How did the two bastards of the Mu family, even including the Tianzuan giant under investigation, kill the Blood Sun Emperor? Could it be that there is a new helper? According to the induction of the Blood God seal, the opponent should be in the Blood God City. If I remember correctly, the Lord of the Blood God City should be a mid-level Heavenly Emperor, but since the downfall of the Blood Sun Heavenly Emperor and the Blood Moon Heavenly Emperor is related to the two bastards of the Mu family, I'm afraid the mere mid-level Heavenly Emperor can't do anything to them. In that case, send a letter to Heavenly Emperor Xuanhuan, and let Heavenly Emperor Xuanhuan take a few middle-level Heavenly Emperors from Blood God Valley, together with the Lord of Blood God City, to arrest the Mu family. The Blood-Sinking Emperor is the top figure among the high-level emperors. If a few middle-level emperors deploy the Blood God returning to the original formation, they are enough to be equivalent to masters such as the Blood Sun Emperor and the Blood Moon Emperor. Gone. The Blood God Emperor thought with a gloomy face. Sitting aside, Emperor Lydian smiled, but his heart was full of curiosity. Looking at the appearance of the Blood God Emperor, it seems that this time the Blood God Valley has encountered a big problem. I don't know what the trouble is. Forget it, since the Blood God Emperor doesn't say anything, it's not easy for me to ask. As the young master of the Lydian sect and one of the 7 great emperors in the inner domain, the Lydian emperor will naturally not put down his body and offer to help, but will only wait for the blood. Emperor Xuanhuan asked for help. Blood God City. The 3 of Han Feng sat quietly in a corner of the inn. But even so, the 3 of them attracted the attention of many people, because the brothers and sisters of Mu Hongxi and Mu Hongyuelyang were too poor in cultivation. The cultivation base of the true god of the second calamity, placed in the blood god city, is completely the bottom of the bottom. But with such a low level of cultivation, they are handsome men and women, so how can they not attract people's attention? Many young masters' eyes fell on Mu Hongxi. Mu Hongyue is a shy character, she hasn't talked much over the years. Even with his elder brother, Mu Hongxi, they didn't communicate too much. Usually, whenever something happened, they hid behind Mu Hongxi. At this moment, Mu Hongyue did the same, hiding behind Mu Hongxi to avoid many malicious eyes. Of course, some Pinho's unique eyes fell on Mu Hongxi. After living for a long time, there are always some strong people who want to change their tricks. For some reason, feeling those weird eyes, Mu Hongxi felt a chill, and his buttocks writhed uneasily. The sights in the dark were full of malicious intent and strangeness, but when they fell on Han Feng, they turned into serious ones. They can't see through Han Feng's cultivation. Because of this, they did not act rashly. Of course, there are always exceptions to everything. Suddenly, a wretched man dressed as a servant came to Han Feng's table arrogantly, and proudly took out a general-grade crystal. Give that little girl to our young master, to play with, and this general-grade crystal will be yours. The servant looked full of complacency, looking at the 3 of Han Feng, as if he was looking at a country bumpkin from a remote place. Gollum. No. Many eyes fell on the general-level crystal in the hands of the servant. Most of the people in the inn are 9 tribulations true gods, a few are heavenly generals, and even a few are heavenly monarchs. Tianjun didn't say much, those heavenly generals and the true gods of the 9 tribulations, if they want to make great progress in cultivation, general-level Yuanjing is indispensable. A general-grade crystal, I don't know how much time they have saved. This little brother, I don't know how the little girl is. A woman who thought she was a bit pretty, walked over with her waist twisted, with an ambiguous expression. Fuck off, don't think that I don't know who you are. You are a famous widow who has been raped by so many men. How can I let my young master touch you? The servant looked disdainful. You. While widow/woman was furious, a trace of murderous intent flashed in her eyes. How dare a mere true god of 9 tribulations? You dare to attack me? If you attack, the young master will never spare you. The servant was not afraid at all. Widow Hua's expression was serious, and she glanced away, and found a young man in a purple robe sitting at a table. The young man frowned, and looked at her with disgust. On both sides of the young man stood 2 old men, respectively, exuding an unfathomable aura. That's Li Kuei, the second young master of the Li family. The murderous intent in the eyes of the widow Hua disappeared instantly. The Li family was originally a second-rate family in the blood god city, and the strongest member of the family was the heavenly lord. But with the rise of Li Meng, the eldest son of the Li family has also grown into a first-class family. Now Li Meng not only has the cultivation base of Tianzuan, but also serves as the deputy head of the Blood God Legion. After messing with the Li family, Li Meng casually dispatched a team of Blood God guards, which was enough to kill ordinary first-class families. She spends a mere widow/widow, so it's better not to provoke her. The widow/widow backed away embarrassingly. There were still some women who were planning to recommend themselves, but they all retreated after seeing this. Being able to sacrifice their bodies for the sake of superprime crystals, they are naturally not women who value chastity, and naturally they have nothing to say about innocence. The second youngest of the Li family, who likes virgins, probably looks down on them. The little servant fox pretended to be a tiger and threatened to retreat the general-level master, and he was even more proud in his heart. Then he looked at Han Feng and said, I have already given you the general-level Yuan Jing, so give that little girl to me. As he said that, he was about to pull Mu Honyue with his dirty hands. Mu Honyue screamed, and Mu Hongxi even wanted to slap the servant's hand away. The boy looked contemptuous. Even if he was a boy, he was still the Nine Tribulations true God. How could the little second Tribulations true God be able to move? The boy was about to show off his power, but the next moment his face suddenly changed. His wrist was grabbed by a hand that looked extremely white and tender, as if it hadn't experienced any labor. This hand was so powerful that he couldn't break free. What are you doing? The servant yelled at Han Feng sternly. Get out. Han Feng said lightly, and threw the boy out. Along the way, the boy was spitting out blood, and he fell to the ground without knowing his life or death. Don't look at Han Feng, just throwing it away casually, but at the same time as throwing out the boy, he has already injected a trace of Ziji Tianhua into the boy's body, devouring the boy's internal organs. This boy is hopeless. Hiss. Seeing Han Feng's action, many people gasped, and then all showed smiles, watching the excitement. How courageous, you dare to even touch my young man. Li Kuei snorted coldly, and at the same time, the two old men around him exuded terrifying coercion and oppressed Han Feng. A mere lord of heaven. A sarcasm curved the corner of Han Feng's mouth, and his spirit burst out immediately, directly blasting into the spirit world of the two old men. Under Li Kuei's unbelievable gaze, the heads of the two old men burst instantly, blood splashed all over Li Kuei's face, and Li Kuei held out in fright. Li Kuei swears that he has never been so stimulated since he grew up. Sensing Han Feng's eyes on him, Li Kuei finally felt a trace of fear. In Blood God City, he was used to relying on Li Meng's relationship to work for tigers. Li Kuei never felt like today that death was so close to him. My elder brother is the deputy head of the Blood God Legion. If you dare to kill me, my elder brother will never spare you. Li Kuei roared loudly. Blood God Legion? Han Feng's body paused, and the action he was about to make a move froze for an instant. The second update. Humph, you must be afraid. Li Kuei saw Han Feng suddenly stopped his movements, thinking that Han Feng was afraid of his brother, and immediately became proud again. Li Kuei said triumphantly, being able to kill my son's two guardians, you should have the strength of the Tianzuan level, but there are also a lot of Blood God guards in the Blood God army, and the captains of each team are middle-level Tianzuan. The deputy head is a high-ranking Tianzuan, and the head is a giant Tianzuan. Even if you are a Tianzuan, how can you resist my elder brother's second Blood God guard? There are 3 regiments in Blood God City's Blood God Legion, the 1st Regiment, the 2nd Regiment, and the 3rd Regiment. Each regiment has a regimental commander and 4 deputy commanders. The head of the legion has the combat power of a giant Tianzuan. The 3 regiments have a total of 12 deputy heads. They are all high-level Tianzuan, and they can't even be considered weak among the high-level Tianzuan. The worst is stronger than the elder of the ancient Tian men. Each regiment has 12 teams, which are led by 4 deputy regiment leaders. The captains are either middle-ranked celestials with extremely outstanding combat power, or high-ranked celestials with average combat power. And the low-level Tianzuan and the ordinary middle-level Tianzuan can only serve as the vice-captains of each team of Blood God guards. Tianjun level, and the best of the Tianjun level, is the most common Blood God guard. The total number of the 3 groups of Blood God guards exceeds 500, and 70% of the members are from the Blood God Valley. The Blood God City is the first line of defense for the Blood God Valley, and the Blood God Valley has obviously put a lot of effort into the guards of the Blood God City. Such a Blood God army, if placed in the central region, would definitely be a terrifying force, enough to encircle and suppress forces like the ancient Tian men. Therefore, Li Kuei was sure that Han Feng was afraid. Li Kuei pointed at Han Feng proudly, "For the sake of your strength, I will spare your life, as long as you are willing to work for this young master and sacrifice that little girl." Li Kuei pointed at the curtain with one finger. Hangyue. Li Kuei's saliva is almost drooling. With his eyesight and experience over the years, this little girl is definitely the best among virgins. Han Feng's eyes turned cold, his sleeves rolled up, and he slapped Li Kuei hard on the face, like a slap. Immediately, Li Kuei turned several times in the air, vomited blood, which was mixed with a few big teeth, and then Li Kuei fell heavily to the ground. You, damn it. This time, Li Kuei was really angry. "Hillbilly, this young master has already notified my elder brother, you are finished." Li Kuei glared at Han Feng viciously. "Deputy head of the Blood God Legion? That's fine, Mr. Han just wants to see and see." Han Feng said calmly, and immediately sat down, ignoring Li Kuei. "My lord, what do you mean?" Mu Hongxi was puzzled by the sound transmission. Han Feng replied lightly, "It's nothing, just seeing that we have been sitting here for a long time, but the strong men of the Blood God Valley haven't come yet, so stimulate them first, and I don't believe that the Lord of the Blood God City will not take action. After defeating the Lord of the Blood God City, we will naturally not worry about it." The Blood God Emperor came in person. Of course, Han Feng could also go to Blood God Valley, but Han Feng did not do so. Blood God Valley is the base camp of the enemy. No one knows what kind of traps and hole cards there are in Blood God Valley. Difficulties. Instead of this, it is better to let the other party leave the Blood God Valley on their own initiative. Blood God City, the 2nd Regiment of the Blood God Legion. A man who looked somewhat similar to Li Kuei got the news from Li Kuei, and his face suddenly darkened. "This bastard, you have been doing this all day long. Every day I know to make trouble for me. However, even if my brother doesn't live up to expectations, I can only teach him a lesson. My brother can be taught by anyone. It seems that I haven't made a move for 100 years. My reputation in Blood God City has declined a bit. A kitten or puppy dares to act wildly on Li Meng's head." With a sneer at the corner of his mouth, Li Kuei immediately sent an order to let his subordinates follow him to leave the Blood God Legion, eradicate the strange heavenly venerable who dared to offend his younger brother, just in time to show his power again in the Blood God City. Li Meng didn't bring all the 3 teams under his command there. It was just a mere celestial lord, a whole team of dozens of celestial lords, several low-level and middle-level celestial lords, plus himself, still couldn't deal with it? However, just as Li Meng was about to lead the 2nd Regiment of the Blood God Legion under his command, there was a burst of continuous sharp noises in the 2nd Regiment. Li Meng's pupils shrank. That's the summoning order of the Legion, and it's the promotion summoning order issued by the City Lord. The head and deputy head of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Regiments must be present. Compared with teaching Han Feng a lesson, the summoning order of the City Lord was obviously more important. Li Meng had no choice but to give up leaving the Blood God Legion and fly to the City Lord's mansion of the Blood God City instead. In the City Lord's mansion, the City Lord of the Blood God City stood aside in a blood robe, and beside the City Lord of the Blood God City sat a tall figure, which was the Blood God Emperor. The 3 regiment heads and 12 deputy heads of the 3rd Regiment arrived at the scene, and their faces changed when they saw this situation. They thought it was the City Lord who summoned them, but now it seemed that they were the envoys of the Emperor from the Blood God Valley. As the top 3 heavenly emperors of the Blood God Valley, the Blood Shen Heavenly Emperor is naturally not seen by everyone, such as Li Meng, the deputy head of the regiment, has never seen it at all. It was the Blood God City Lord's introduction, and Li Meng and the others knelt down in amazement. Bloody Heavenly Emperor, he is much stronger than their city lords. See Blood Shen Tiandi. Li Meng and everyone shouted respectfully, not daring to show any disrespect. Knowing the identity of the Blood God Emperor, and looking at the three people next to the Blood God Emperor, their aura is impressively at the level of a heavenly emperor. It doesn't look as strong as the city lord, probably at the lower level of the Emperor of Heaven. Li Meng and the others were secretly horrified. What happened to cause so many strong men to be mobilized in the Blood God Valley, and depending on this situation, their Blood God Legion might also mobilize in full force. This is the first time since the establishment of the Blood God Legion. This time, I am going to take action to capture two fugitives that our Blood God Valley has long wanted to capture. These two fugitives are not strong, but they are probably accompanied by a master who is not weaker than me. So this time, the throne needs your help. Xuanhuan spoke slowly, his voice was flat, but it brought great pressure to everyone. Don't worry, my lord, we will do our best to catch the fugitive for your lord. Li Meng and the others jumped in their hearts. How could they possibly encounter a master who was not weaker than the bloody heavenly emperor? However, at this moment, in front of the bloody heavenly emperor, it is naturally impossible for Li Meng to show any hesitation. Very good. If this task can be successfully completed, I will report it to the Blood God Emperor and give you many rewards. The Blood God Emperor looked very satisfied, and then his eyes flashed sharply. Everyone follow this, sit down. In an instant, the bloody heavenly emperor turned into a bloody rainbow and rushed out of the city lord's mansion. The next moment, hundreds of streaks of bloody light mixed with other rays of light flew out of the city lord's mansion, following the bloody heavenly emperor. At this moment, together with Xuanhuan heavenly emperor and Blood God city lord, a total of 5 heavenly emperor-level masters lead the entire Blood God's Legion, violently shooting in a certain direction. The first update. This direction is. Halfway through the journey, Li Meng realized belatedly, isn't this where his dandy brother is? Could it be that the fugitive that Blood God Valley wanted to capture happened to be in the same inn as Li Kuei? I really didn't expect to come to that inn in the end. If that's the case, let's help Li Kuei solve that kid's problem by the way. Li Meng thought in his heart. Inside the inn, a smile appeared on the corner of Han Feng's mouth. They are here, and there are many strong ones. It seems that even if there is no Blood God Legion, the strong ones from Blood God Valley have already arrived. Han Feng wanted to attract the Blood God Legion, and he also wanted to use this to attract the Blood God City Master and the Blood God Valley Masters. At this moment, it seems that it is superfluous. Mu Hongxi and Mu Hongyue's expressions froze immediately, and then a deep hatred flashed in their eyes. All the relatives of their Mu family were wiped out, that is, they died at the hands of the people in the Blood God Valley. At this time, there were still quite a few strong men who also found something wrong. When someone left the inn and saw the shadow of the Blood God Legion, all of them turned pale in shock, and the first thing they thought of in a panic was to escape. Death. With a wave of the Blood God City Master's palm, a large blood-colored hand appeared out of thin air, and it fell fiercely on the fleeing heavenly monarchs. A bloody light and a roar resounded through the sky, and those heavenly monarchs had disappeared. What happened? God, it's the Blood God Legion. How is it possible? Looking at the number, the Blood God Legion has all been dispatched. Who on earth attracted so many masters? Oh my God, who is that? That's the Lord of the Blood God City. I remember that someone offended Li Kuei on the second floor of the inn. Could it be because of that person? Impossible. How could Li Meng have the ability to command the entire Blood God Legion, let alone the Blood God City Lord? All the warriors in the inn panicked. It was really such a huge formation, they had never seen it in Blood God City for so long. Li Kuei was complacent at first, but he was dumbfounded seeing so many people present. Although Li Kuei often pretends to be powerful and arrogant, his brain is not really demented. Naturally, he knows that although his brother's power in the Blood God Legion is great, it is definitely not to such a degree. This seat is the blood-sinking emperor. Here are a few fugitives that I want to arrest in the Blood God Valley. Everyone listen and stay still, otherwise this seat will treat them as fugitives. The voice of the blood-sinking emperor roared into the ears of all. For a moment, everyone froze. Blood Shintiandi, oh my God, not only the Blood God City Lord has come out, but there is even the Blood Shintiandi. Who is the blood-sinking emperor? That is the number 2 person in the Blood God Valley, second only to the powerful existence of the Blood God Emperor. All of a sudden, the heavenly generals and heavenly monarchs in the inn really didn't dare to act rashly, for fear of being regarded as fugitive accomplices and wiped out by the strong men of the Blood God Valley. Isn't it a lesson from the past that they wanted to escape? Blood Shintiandi stared at a certain place in the inn, where he already felt the location of the Blood God's seal. Smiling coldly, the Blood God Emperor thought in his heart, he is still so calm until now, he is really calm, but just right, he gave me the time to use the Blood God returning formation. Once the Blood God returning formation is unfolded, unless we kill everyone in the formation, otherwise you will never want to leave. Everyone, return to the Yuan formation of the blood-blooding God, the blood-sinking heavenly emperor shouted in a deep voice. Including the Blood God City Lord, the complexions of many strong men changed. Want to tie the blood and return to the Yuan formation? They do know that the Blood God Gui Yuan formation has 2 functions, one is similar to the function of the sleeping formation, and the other. Why are you in a daze? Don't hurry up and form a big formation. Seeing the hesitation of the crowd, Heavenly Emperor Xuanhuan couldn't help shouting angrily. Yes. Not wanting to anger the Blood God Emperor, and not wanting to be troubled by the Blood God Valley afterwards, Li Meng and the others had no choice but to grit their teeth and form the Blood God Gui Yuan formation. This is. Han Feng quickly noticed the changes in the surrounding world. Little fatty, what can you see? This should be a formation similar to the sleepy formation, and for some reason, I always feel that this formation is a bit dangerous. Han Feng, let's do it if you have to. Xiaopeng said. Is there any danger? Han Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, and Han Feng naturally believed in Xiaopeng's judgment. Immediately, Han Feng soared into the sky and flew to the sky in an instant. Li Kui was overjoyed to see that this kid really has a brain hole, he is really looking for death if he insists on going out even though the blood-sinking Emperor of Heaven said not to leave. But the next moment, Li Kui opened his eyes wide. Humph, did it finally come out? Xuanhuan's tone was cold. Han Feng stayed beside Mu Hongxi's 2 siblings for so long, and there was more or less a trace of the Blood God seal on his body. Unlike the Mu Hongxi brothers and sisters, they have the Blood God seal in their bodies, so the Blood God seal does not disappear, and the power fluctuations belonging to the Blood God seal on them will never disappear. Han Feng just stayed for a long time and got a little contaminated. As long as they are separated for half a month or last month, there will be no breath of Blood God seal on their bodies. But at this moment, Han Feng, who was tainted with the aura of the Blood God seal, was like a bright light in the dark night in the eyes of Emperor Xuanhuan, shining very brightly. Before the Blood God Emperor could make a move, the 3 lower heaven emperors of the Blood God Valley, who also sensed the aura of the Blood God seal on Han Feng's body, had already shot at Han Feng in unison. Blood God Shocking Palm. Blood God Leg. The bloodthirsty wolf howls. 3 earth-shattering attacks, with mighty momentum, all blasted towards Han Feng. Han Feng let out a soft snort, his breath was fully opened, and the breath of the middle heavenly emperor shot straight into the sky. The next moment, Han Feng suddenly punched out, and the shadows of the fists towered over the sky, covering the sky and the sun, densely packed. The shadows of the fists like the monstrous rivers all bombarded the attacks of the 3 lower heavenly emperors of the 3 Blood God Valleys, and they went away like a broken bamboo, constantly collapsing the blows of the 3 lower heavenly emperors of the Blood God Valley. The 3 low-level emperors in the Blood God Valley are just ordinary low-level emperors, and they can't be considered top-notch among the low-level emperors with a joint blow. How can they resist Han Feng? With Han Feng's state at the moment, even with the next punch, its power can be considered extremely powerful among middle-level heavenly emperors. Puff puff. The 3 inferior heavenly emperors were instantly severely injured by Han Feng's fist shadow and fell from a high altitude. A large blood-colored net in the ground and air instantly condensed, and the 3 lower heavenly emperors landed on top of the blood-colored net, avoiding the crisis of falling to the ground and colliding with the ground. The cultivation base of the Middle Emperor, the divine essence, has been promoted to the peak of the Middle Emperor. No wonder there is such power. But it is impossible to kill the Blood Sun Emperor and the Blood Moon Emperor. Tell me, what else do you have? What partner? Hand over your accomplice, and this seat can give you a good time. As the top figure among the superior heavenly emperors, the Xuanhuan heavenly emperor stood with his arms tied, acting like a master, and did not take Han Feng too seriously. Han Feng's expression was weird. Until now, Blood God Valley still didn't know that the murderer was him. Hee hee. Han Feng's laughter was full of sarcasm and contempt. The first update. What do you mean? Blood Shintiandi saw Han Feng's appearance. His face was extremely gloomy. Naturally, you don't even know who the murderer is in Blood God Valley. Han Feng laughed. Looking for death, since you don't name your accomplice, then go to die. I don't believe it. When you are dying, your accomplice still hasn't shown up. Behemoth. The giant beast roared, stepped out of the air, and bit Han Feng. At the same time, Li Meng and others are still forming the Blood God Guiyuan formation, and they are only 2 or 3 points away from completely forming the Blood God Guiyuan formation. At that time, they will also attack Han Feng. Facing the attack of Emperor Xuanhuan, Han Feng didn't dare to be careless. This person is stronger than Emperor Xueri and Emperor Xueyue. I'm afraid that the Blood Sun Heavenly Emperor and the Blood Moon Heavenly Emperor will join forces, and they will only be able to draw with the Xuanhuan Heavenly Emperor, and one mistake is more likely to lose. The blow of the blood-sinking Heavenly Emperor, even if it is just a simple technique, will blast out incomparable power. Han Feng let out a low cry, and the rolling divine essence burst out, with no power reserved. The purple-patterned flame gun appeared in his right hand, stabbing out like a dragon, and the void trembled violently at this moment. Flame God kill. The vast flame tornado seems to come from the Milky Way, carrying the power of flames like waves. The blood-colored behemoth roared and ruthlessly fought with the flame god. In an instant, the rumbling sound resounded throughout the Blood God City, and could be faintly heard even in the Blood God Valley. Behind the Blood God City is the Blood God Valley, and the distance between them is not far. Like the collision of 2 ancient ferocious beasts, there was a fierce and terrifying atmosphere in the sky, and blood and flame scattered in all directions. Everyone in the inn was stunned, especially those who had seen the conflict between Han Feng and Li Kuei. They almost stared out their eyes. They never expected that this person's power would be so earth-shattering. He was the blood-sinking emperor, and he could fight against the blood-sinking emperor without falling into a disadvantage. How could this level of power be comparable to Li Meng's? Li Kuei wanted to rely on Li Meng for revenge. It was ridiculous. Many people's eyes fell on Li Kuei, with pity flashing in their eyes, and they actually provoked such a big enemy. As long as the opponent is not dead and can escape from the hands of the bloody heavenly emperor, what will happen to Li Kuei in the future? How could Li Kuei have time to pay attention to the expressions of other people at this time? He had been frightened for a long time, and his body went limp, and he fell limply to the ground. How could it be so strong? Fortunately, he didn't argue with me before. Thinking of this, Li Kuei broke into a cold sweat with fear. What kind of person is the blood-sinking emperor? No matter how powerful this person is, he will still be the opponent of the blood-sinking emperor. As long as this person is killed by the blood-sinking emperor, I will be safe. Yes, I will be safe. Li Kuei nodded heavily, as if this could give him courage. The void outside the inn. The blood-sinking heavenly emperor's face remained unchanged. At the level of the heavenly emperor, who does not have a top-grade artifact in his hand, and it is the top among the top-grade artifacts. Such powerful artifacts as the purple pattern flame divine spear, the blood-shin heavenly emperor is not without it. Wisps of blood swept out, and soon a blood-colored bell condensed above the head of Xuanhuan Tiandi, sinking and floating, continuously releasing blood-colored power. Go! The bloody heavenly emperor let out a low cry, and the bloody bell slammed away like a huge bloody mountain. And N. BSP, Han Feng shot out, piercing the blood-colored giant mountain in an instant. The huge force blasted to the Xuanhuan gun, and then rushed into Han Feng's body along with the Xuanhuan gun, forcing Han Feng back again and again, retreating thousands of feet, barely resisted the power of the scarlet bell. The bloody heavenly emperor let out a cold snort, and the bloody bell suddenly soared into the sky, and then landed with a louder force. Han Feng took a deep breath, and suddenly a shocking force rolled out of his body, causing the space to vibrate. The Great Rion Physique, the Xinyan War Physique, and the Golden Immortal Physique were activated to the extreme at this moment. Break! Han Feng yelled, and the purple-patterned flame gun shot out again, and the flame god was almost pushed to the extreme by Han Feng. The entire sky, at this moment, became two worlds in a trance. The world on one side was filled with blood from top to bottom, and the world on the other side was filled with raging flames. Huh? This power. Blood-Shin Tiandi was terrified. Originally, the blood-sinking emperor only treated Han Feng as a middle-level emperor, and his greatness was just a first-class or top-level among the middle-level emperors. But the power displayed by Han Feng at this moment does not belong to the level of the middle emperor. It is the power that can only be displayed when he reaches the upper emperor. And this power is not weak even among the high-ranking emperors. Bloody Heavenly Emperor suddenly had a strong killing intent in his heart. This kind of power, if it is a sneak attack or other unscrupulous means, can really kill Bloody Sun and Bloody Moon. It seems that this sun is really a murderer. Since there are no accomplices, I can do my best to kill this Liao. Until now, Emperor Xuanhuan didn't unfold his divine body, nor did he use his most powerful magical skills, in order to fight against Han Feng's unknown accomplice, who was the real culprit who killed Emperor Xueri and Emperor Xueyue. But now, of course, there is no need to hold back. The unknown divine body of the blood-sinking heavenly emperor unfolded, and the blood color suddenly condensed into a storm, sweeping the world. Blood-sinking soul-breaking hand. Layer after layer of blood-colored halos emerged in the sky, and then turned into a big blood-colored hand. There were streams of black streamers surging in the big blood-colored hand, making the whole big blood-colored hand look particularly terrifying. Ziyun Divine Arm. Han Feng put away the purple-patterned flame gun. This big hand was no longer something that Yan Xinsha could compete with. Han Feng's expression was stern, and waves of tyrannical and unparalleled power emerged from his right arm, about to explode. Just relying on this, the power is obviously not as powerful as the Yenshin killer blasted out by the Ziwen Yenshin gun, so Han Feng quickly integrated Ziji Tianhua into his right arm. Han Feng seemed to have turned into a troll, waving his huge purple flame arm, and swept away. An earth-shattering collision happened, just like two huge stars colliding together. The huge arm of the purple flame slammed on the giant bloody palm, and the world shook at this moment. Bloody storms and hurricanes of flame spread everywhere, and the sun and the moon were dimmed at this moment. The blow of the blood-sinking emperor is not weak. The blood-sinking emperor is in the middle and close to the high-level cultivation base of the upper-level emperor. Outburst of the strongest body and the strongest magic skills, almost second only to the pseudo-extreme combat power. But Han Feng is stronger, and Han Feng's attack has really reached the false peak, and its victory or defeat can be imagined. Under the horrified gaze of the bloody heavenly emperor, his blood-colored giant palm was broken, and the purple light blasted completely. Not good. In front of the emperor, a layer of blood-colored light curtain suddenly appeared, but after being hit by the purple light, the blood-colored light curtain instantly cracked and cracked. The first update. Limited time panic by 2015 sunscreen clothes women's long sleeves short sleeves. Limited time pantyhose, toe transparent ultra thin hidden transparent pantyhose, 9.9 free shipping, send girlfriend, hee. Support the development of the website, go to Taobao to buy things from here. My lord, it's dangerous, let's take action. The incident happened too quickly, and some of them, including the Blood God City Master, were unable to react. Before, it was obvious that the fights were evenly matched. How could he be defeated by the opponent with the force of thunder after the blood-sinking Emperor Lord attacked with all his strength? However, none of the people present were weak. After reacting, the three inferior emperors of Blood God Valley and the Lord of Blood God immediately joined the defensive force. With the help of 4 heavenly emperor-level masters, the bloody light curtain immediately stabilized a lot. With a flash in Han Feng's eyes, he immediately intensified his efforts, not only pushing the peak of the 12th stage of the Ziyun God's arm to the extreme, but also bringing out all the ZG heavenly fire. Click. In the end, the blood-colored light curtain could not resist anything and was completely shattered. The purple flames surged into the sky like a torrential river, drowning the 5 emperors including the blood-sinking emperor. My lord. The members of the Blood God Legion were all shocked. Han Feng was imposing like a rainbow, walking in the void, walking step by step, bringing great pressure to the Blood God Legion. Many members of the Blood God Legion were dripping with cold sweat, and looked at Han Feng with horror. Every time Han Feng took a step towards them, they took a step back. However, when there was no way to retreat, Han Feng's oppressive aura aroused the viciousness of some Blood God Legion. I can't bear it anymore, go to hell. The head of a regiment made a bold move, but his attack was directly swallowed by the purple flames before he could get close to Han Feng, which greatly increased the power of the purple flames. Ziji Tianhua is now able to devour the energy equivalent to the attack of a medium-sized emperor at will, so what Han Feng is most afraid of is such a group battle, because the attacks of these blood gods are the source of Ziji Tianhua's power. Han Feng entered the flock like a fierce tiger, and in an instant the members of the Blood God Legion let out screams. Just at this moment, the blood-colored barrier that almost covered half of the Blood God City opened suddenly. It's done. Li Meng's face was filled with joy. The Blood God Guiyuan formation was finally successfully arranged. Huh? Han Feng raised his head, frowning and filled with the bloody formation covering this world. In this formation, Han Feng actually found that his strength was faintly inclined to be suppressed. Fortunately, Han Feng, your current combat power has been raised to an extremely terrifying level. Otherwise, you'd better be suppressed by 20 to 30% of your strength. Now it's probably only suppressed half of your strength, which is 1/4%. Xiao Xiao Fatty's voice reached Han Feng's ears. 1/4% is indeed not much suppressed. But for some reason, Han Feng still felt a sense of danger in his heart. Boy, for so many years, you were the first person to hurt me again, but now that the Blood God Guiyuan formation has been activated, you are finished. The figure of Blood Shin Tiandi suddenly appeared behind him, his pale face full of gloom. The other 3 heavenly emperors and the Blood God City Lord looked rejoiced. Fortunately, they really created the Blood God Guiyuan formation, otherwise they might just sit and wait for death now. Blood God returns. Return to Yuan ****. Shin Tian Emperor roared angrily. Ah. A shrill scream sounded, Han Feng swept his gaze, and his pupils shrank instantly. I saw those heavenly monarchs of the blood god legion immediately became skinny and boned, their blood and body essence turned into streams of blood-colored energy, which were injected into the bloody heavenly emperor's body. In the blink of an eye, the blood god legion only had people at the level of Tianzuan left. Looking at the bloody heavenly emperor again, waves of terrifying power erupted, and the bloody energy surrounded the bloody heavenly emperor like a sea. Blood-sinking soul-breaking hand. The bloody big hand reappeared. If the strength of the previous blow was only close to the pseudo-peak level, then this time it really reached the pseudo-peak level. Even if it's fake, there's a difference. Han Feng was surprised for a moment, and then his face was expressionless. There are only 81 heavenly emperors in total, and among the 81 masters, only about the first 50 or 60 are the real supreme heavenly emperors, and the rest are false supreme heavenly emperors. But are there only 20 or 30 fake tops in the inner domain? It's not true. The light in the inner domain is the fake peak on the bright side, at least in the hundreds or more, and if you count the hidden ones, the number will only increase. The disparity between these pseudo-extreme strengths is also obvious. Pseudo-extreme, the goal is to be able to break into the 13th floor of the Yuan Tower. But if you can break into the 13th floor and can only stay on the 13th floor for a short time, can it compare with those who stay on the 13th floor for several days or months? And those who stayed for several days, how could they compare with those who almost broke into the 14th floor? From Han Feng's point of view, although the blood-sinking heavenly emperor at this moment has reached the pseudo-extreme level, he is the lowest in the pseudo-extreme level. It's just a group of heavenly monarchs being sacrificed. How much improvement can it bring to the heavenly emperor? Xuanhuan fighting fist. Han Feng retreated violently first, and then punched out. He didn't even raise the Xuanhuan fighting fist to the extreme, which is the so-called fourth peak. It's just the power of the quadruple late stage. The Xuanhuan war fist in the late stage of the fourth level is no different in power from the peak of the 12th level of Ziyun divine arm. However, both the Nine Flames different fire Ju and the Xuanhuan fighting fist come from the Skyfire Pagoda and are complementary, so the degree of integration between Ziji Tianhua and the Xuanhuan fighting fist is the most perfect 100%. In this regard, Ziyun divine arm can only be fused with Ziji Skyfire by 60% to 70%, 70% to 80%. Therefore, once integrated into Ziji Tianhua, the explosive power of the Xuanhuan fighting fist in the late stage of the fourth level has already surpassed Ziyun God's arm. Rumble. The big bloody hand collided fiercely with the huge flaming fist like a meteor. The giant purple flaming fist instantly wrapped the big bloody hand. The big bloody hand instantly turned into a big purple flaming hand, and gradually dissipated. Impossible. Why is this happening? Blood Shintiandi roared in disbelief. The faces of Li Meng and others from the Blood God Legion turned livid. If the bloody heavenly emperor wanted to sacrifice again, it would probably be their turn. Ziji Tianhua swallowed the bloody big hand, because the energy level of the bloody big hand was too high. Ziji Tianhua didn't use much for his own use. Xuanhuan's fighting fist, carrying unrivaled power, will fall on the strong man on the side of the blood-sinking heavenly emperor in the next moment. Such a terrible blow. It can be expected that as long as the bloody heavenly emperor is hit, 8 out of 10 will fall. Blood God Fury. Suddenly there was a shout of anger from a distance, and a surging column of blood exploded towards him, instantly colliding with Xuanhuan's fist. A bloody storm rolled out immediately. Xue Shintiandi and others were swept out by the bloody storm, causing Xue Shintiandi and others to suffer serious injuries, but several people saved their lives. Han Feng turned around, and saw a middle-aged man in a blood robe slowly approaching from a distance, with bloody flames burning all over his body, like an emissary returning from the bloody hell. Blood God Flame, it seems that your excellency is the Blood God Emperor. Han Feng said lightly. Bloody flames hovered around the blood god emperor like a dragon, emitting a terrifying temperature and breath. The eyes of the blood god emperor fell on Han Feng, and he was very shocked. The blood god emperor has been investigating Han Feng for a long time, so he naturally knows what Han Feng looks like, and also knows that Han Feng is a giant of heaven, and because of this, the blood god emperor has never killed the beast that killed the blood sun emperor and blood moon emperor. Han Feng linked together. It wasn't until he sensed that the blood god seal was in the blood god city, and knew that the two Mu family members who were still alive had come to the inner domain, that the blood god emperor had doubts, but he only suspected that Han Feng and Mu Hongshi's two brothers and sisters had found other people. Just a helper. Unexpectedly, the murderer is Han Feng. The Tianzuan giant more than 20 years ago now has such terrifying strength. What kind of speed is this against the sky? Comparing the 7 emperors of the inner domain with this person, they immediately fell from geniuses against heaven to mediocrity. After the shock, an unstoppable killing intent rose in the blood god emperor's heart. Han Feng's growth rate made the blood god emperor fearful. If such a monster is allowed to grow, it may be a serious disaster for the blood god valley. From the side of the blood god emperor, a young figure landed. It was the son of Emperor Lydian. Emperor Lydian looked at Han Feng curiously. Is this the person who attracted so many strong men from Blood God Valley? What is the origin of this person? And why was he treated by so many strong men sent by the Blood God Valley? In the end, even the Blood God Emperor himself got involved. In the end, many Blood God City warriors swallowed a mouthful of foam when they saw the Blood God Emperor appear. This is the first time they have seen such a big man. Boy, pay for the lives of the Blood Sun Emperor and the Blood Moon Emperor. The majestic blood-colored flame instantly struck out like a dragon, opened its ferocious mouth, and rushed towards Han Feng. As soon as the Blood God flame came out, the Blood God Guiyuan formation instantly turned into a sea of bloody flames. Humph! Han Feng snorted coldly, and the Ziji heavenly fire burst out at the same time. The purple flames surged into the sky, and instantly rushed into the bloody sea of flames. In the terrified eyes of everyone, the bloody flame and the purple flame began to collide violently like two giant flame beasts. What a strong flame! There is something wrong with this flame. As soon as the two flames collided, the Blood God Emperor discovered something was wrong. The Blood God Emperor knows the horror of his flames. That is the level that has reached the top level of the top god rank, and it is not a problem to burn a high-level Tianzuan to death at will. Even the Emperor of Heaven will be slightly threatened. Going one step further, it is a flame that has reached the level of an ancient god. But the opponent's flame surpassed the level of the top-level divine-grade flame. Although it is not as good as the flame of the ancient god, it can really pose a severe threat to the Emperor of Heaven, and can burn to death the inferior and middle emperors with relatively ordinary combat power. The overwhelming purple flames quickly gained the upper hand, like 1,000 waves, one after another continuously oppressed the bloody flames, and then blasted towards the Blood God Emperor. The Blood God Emperor's eyes were fixed, his sleeves rolled up, and the bloody flames turned into blood bats all over the sky, densely packed and creepy. Ziji Tianhua's attack was blocked by the blood bat. This is one of the powerful magical skills of the Blood God Emperor, Blood Bat Mat Attack. Obviously, this attack of the blood bat has been integrated into the Blood God Flame. With the ultimate cultivation of the Blood God Tiandi, this move is definitely not bad in the pseudo-extreme combat power. Han Feng didn't show any fear at all. Xinyan War Fist melted into Ziji Tianhua, and blasted over with one move. Rumble. Fierce flames surged out, as if a tsunami of flames had been set off in the void. Both Han Feng and the Blood God Emperor retreated, somewhat embarrassed by the counter-impact force. In this confrontation, Xuanhuan/Feng unexpectedly put up an even match. It's true that Han Feng only activated the late stage of the fourth stage of Xinyan's War Fist, not the peak, but the Blood God Emperor obviously didn't do his best. Whether it's a powerful move or the divine fire, the power is stronger than this seat, but this seat is the real limit of the Emperor of Heaven. The other party only used many means to forcibly upgrade to the level of the junior middle school of the Emperor of Heaven. In this battle, I must win. Drink. With a low drink, the Blood God Emperor unfolded his most powerful divine body, and his whole body became a bit bigger, and his height increased to a height of 3 meters. Blood Flame God Fist. The bloody flames rushed away like a rolling Yangtze River, turning into a terrifying torrent, blasting from the sky, shooting towards Han Feng violently. This punch was extremely powerful. Obviously, in order to kill Han Feng, the Blood God Emperor had already used his strongest technique. The power of this punch can be said to be infinitely close to that of the real Supreme Heavenly Emperor. Good guy, this Blood God Emperor actually hides his strength. With such strength, he can't just be ranked at the bottom of the Heavenly Emperor ranking, at least he can be ranked number 60. Li Tiandizi's eyes flashed. Han Feng's face also changed. The power shown by the Blood God Emperor was stronger than what Han Feng imagined. Take a deep breath. It seems that without revealing the true strength, it is impossible to solve the Blood God Emperor. Ziji Tianhua, wrong. Ziji Tianhua spewed out from the Dantian, and quickly merged into the Great Rian physique, Xingyan War physique, and Jingxian physique. Han Feng's overall cultivation level immediately skyrocketed to the limit of the Heavenly Emperor. No, it is stronger than the limit of the Emperor of Heaven. Xingyan Fighting Fist. It is still the 4th level of the Xingyan War Fist, and Han Feng has not developed the Xingyan War Fist to its peak. But even so, Han Feng's explosive power is also amazing. The Ziji Tianhua in the middle stage of the 7th level late stage is integrated into the Xingyan War Fist in the 4th level late stage, which is enough to compare with supergrade magic skills. Even if it is only compared to the inferior ones in supergrade divine skills, it is still not comparable to topgrade divine skills. A mighty, seemingly endless tyrannical force erupted from Han Feng's punch, sweeping the world. Puff. In the shocking eyes of everyone, the Blood God Heavenly Emperor's Blood Flame God Fist was vulnerable, and the bloody torrent was continuously defeated by Xingyan's War Fist, and finally Xingyan's War Fist fell on the Blood God Emperor, and immediately a complete blast. Emperor Li Tian's hair stood upright, his pupils narrowed slightly. So strong, who is this person? Among the real Supreme Emperors, this body's strength is not at the bottom. Where did the strong man come from? Damn it! You bastard! A blood-colored wave surged out, and the Blood God Emperor looked horrifying, and he stepped on the sea of blood with roaring feet to fly into the air. Blood God returns, to Yuan ***. Bang bang bang. The Blood God Emperor cast the same force as the previous Blood God Emperor, followed by bursts of physical collapse. Whole blood. In the Blood God Guiyuan formation, except for the Blood God City Master and several Heavenly Emperors, everyone else, including the Heavenly Monarchs and Heavenly Generals in the Inn and the Blood God Legion, burst open directly, and blood rushed out of the sky and poured into the blood. In the body of the God Emperor. The Blood God Emperor looked more and more like a monster, and his body swelled to a height of 5 meters, almost like a blood man. And at this moment, the Blood God Emperor's aura also swelled to an extremely frightening level. The first update. Jia, boy, I will see how you resist this time. The Blood God Emperor grinned like a monster, and blood flames spewed from his mouth. Li Tiandizi retreated thousands of meters, a trace of disgust flashed in his eyes. It was his dislike for the monster-like appearance of the Blood God Emperor at the moment. Then, Emperor Lydian turned his head to look at Han Feng, and a strangeness flashed in his eyes. I didn't expect that besides my 7 sons, there are people who have comprehended and mastered supernatural skills. Furthermore, apart from Emperor Burning and Emperor Joyo, the 5 emperors and I have only initially comprehended a supergrade divine skill, which can only be regarded as a half-supergrade divine skill, and does not have the power of a complete supergrade divine skill. This guy, the supernatural skills that were displayed before, are no less than that of Emperor Fan Mia and Emperor Joyo. No. Maybe even Emperor Fanmi and Emperor Joyo can't compare. In terms of supergrade magical skills, this guy has come to the forefront of our emperors. Emperor Lydian became more and more interested in Han Feng stand up. At the same time, Emperor Li Tian had other thoughts about Han Feng. Of course, although Han Feng displayed great power, Emperor Lydian didn't feel jealous or anything. It wasn't that Emperor Lydian was broad-minded, but that Emperor Lydian didn't think that Han Feng would be a younger generation like him under 1,000 years old. In the view of Emperor Li Tian, Han Feng is probably the Emperor of Heaven who has practiced for thousands of years. Although, it is a bit strange that I have never heard the name of Han Feng in so many years. However, there are not no low-key ascetic monks in this world, so Emperor Li didn't go into it. Blood Flame God Fist. The torrent of Tao Dao's blood and flames pierced through the Emperor of Heaven and swept towards him. Han Feng resisted with his Xinyan fist. Rumble. The sky and the earth shook, the stars dimmed, and the violent roar resounded through the blood god Guiyuan formation. Han Feng kept backing away to relieve the impact force on him, but the blood god emperor was also not much better. In this confrontation, the two were evenly matched. Impossible. He has already improved so much, why? Not good. The blood god city lord and the heavenly emperor were horrified, seeing the blood god emperor's face that was about to go crazy. They don't know what the blood god emperor wants to do. Blood god returns to Yuan ***. Following the roar of the blood god emperor, the blood god city lord and other heavenly emperor powerhouses held miserably. Unlike those heavenly lords and heavenly venerates, their strength reached the level of heavenly emperors, and they still had a little resistance. After finally cultivating to the level of the Emperor of Heaven, how could they be willing to fall like this, even for the sake of the blood god emperor? Among several heavenly emperors, only the bloody heavenly emperor did not resist at all. Firstly, the blood god emperor is a loyal loyalist of the blood god emperor, and secondly, the blood god emperor also hates Han Feng, and understands that if the blood god emperor dies, sooner or later he will follow in the footsteps of the blood god emperor. Since it is a death no matter what, why don't you give your power to the blood god emperor and kill Han Feng? At least it can be regarded as revenge. Why bother struggling? Let's transform into the power of the blood god emperor. The blood god emperor laughed grimly, and suddenly shot at the blood god city lord and other 4 heaven emperors. Originally, the 4 heavenly emperors, including the blood god city lord, barely resisted, but now they were attacked by the Xuanhuan heavenly emperor, and the 4 heavenly emperors could no longer hold on, and their bodies burst. The blood god heavenly emperor absorbed the power of the 5 heavenly emperors, and his aura surged again. Especially the blood god emperor, as a super strong man who has practiced to the middle and near the back among the superior emperors, provided the blood god emperor with super powerful power. Ha ha ha, power, so powerful, is this the super combat power of the real emperor? The blood god emperor was crazy in size, and he was already a little intoxicated by this powerful power. Xinyan fighting fist. Everything happened so fast, Han Feng didn't have time to stop it, and now the punch he swung was in front of the blood god emperor. Snort. The blood god emperor let out a cold snort, and the blood god flame turned into a huge fist, which ruthlessly collided with Xinyan Zhan fist. An incomparable storm of bloody flame swept out, raging across the sky. The vast bloody storm crushed the purple flames one after another, and soon blasted in front of Han Feng. Xinyan Battle Seal. The purple battle seal is like a barrier, blocking between Han Feng and Scarlet Storm. The bloody storm continuously bombarded the purple battle seal, which crackled and cracks spread. In the end, Xuanhuan's battle seal was still not able to stop it, and was defeated by the bloody storm. But at this moment, Scarlet Storm didn't have much power, and Han Feng resisted the blow by relying on the Xuanhuan armor that had been integrated into Ziji Tianhua. Xuanhuan Fighting Fist. Han Feng's face was solemn, he didn't dare to hold back any more. The power of the fourth peak blasted out completely, and the space shattered. The two monstrous forces were constantly fighting, exerting the power of the Xuanhuan Fighting Fist to the extreme. Han Feng slowly regained the upper hand, but he was still far away from gaining the upper hand. According to this situation, it may end up being a lose-lose end for both sides. Hiding aside far away from the Emperor of Heaven, it is not impossible for the strength displayed by these two people at this moment to be ranked in the top 30 of the Heavenly Emperor list. Even the Blood God Emperor, after all, they rely on the Blood God Guiyuan formation. An extremely evil formation, but that guy. Emperor Lydian looked at Han Feng with a moved face, and Emperor Lydian could naturally feel that the power of Han Feng's magical skills had increased again. If the supergrade divine skills before were only the lowest among the supergrade divine skills, then the current power is roughly equivalent to the middle and lower grades. It's so amazing. This Blood God Emperor is much more powerful than I imagined. Han Feng had to admit that he had made a mistake. He underestimated the Blood God Emperor, or he didn't expect that there was a Blood God returning to the Blood God Valley. Such a whole card. Fortunately, I didn't go directly to the Blood God Valley, otherwise the Blood God Emperor would have sacrificed all the people in the Blood God Valley. I am afraid that my strength will be raised to a level close to the top 10 in the Heaven Emperor ranking. At that time I will have no hope of winning at all, even if I sacrifice, get out of the Skyfire Tower. Han Feng felt grateful. In the inn, Mu Hongxi's two brothers and sisters were terrified and pale, especially the scene where Li Kuei and the others exploded, which made them terrified to the extreme. My lord really has the foresight. I didn't know what kind of defensive enchantment was placed on me and my sister. Otherwise, my sister and I are probably also one of the powers of the Blood God Emperor full of gratitude. Boy, die. The Blood God Emperor had absorbed too much, and his mind was already distorted. The Blood Flame Divine Fist swelled unknowingly how many times, like a spark descending into the world, falling. Skyfire Pagoda, come out. Han Feng suddenly sacrificed the Skyfire Pagoda. With Han Feng's current strength, he didn't need to pay any price to activate the Skyfire Pagoda. Since the last time the Heavenly Fire Pagoda was sacrificed, Han Feng's 9 flames and different fire art has been brought forward at this moment. It has been promoted to the middle stage of the 7th layer, which is a higher level than the previous 9 flames and different fire art. In other words, the power of the Skyfire Tower at this time is even greater than last time. The Skyfire Pagoda was like an emperor descending, exuding suffocating power, and under the terrified look of the Blood God Emperor, it directly suppressed the Blood Flame God Fist. You are the one who is going to die. Han Feng said coldly, and the Skyfire Pagoda burst out with a purple gold radiance, like a huge mountain, rumbling away, completely suppressing the Blood God Emperor. With Han Feng's cultivation at the moment, he fully unleashed the power of the Skyfire Tower, and his destructive power reached the top 10 in the Heavenly Emperor ranking. The second update. Outburst of power to catch up to the top 10 of the Heavenly Emperor ranking. The Blood God Emperor no longer has the ability to resist, and is completely suppressed by the 9 Flame Skyfire Tower. The purple gold light of the Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda swallowed the Blood God Emperor, strangled the Blood God Emperor's soul, and even the Blood God Emperor's body was destroyed in 7s and 80s, leaving only a few remnants. So it is, Han Feng, there was no waste, and the broken body of the Blood God Emperor was put away. Relying on the flesh and blood of the Blood God Emperor alone, I am afraid that Baidu will not be able to be promoted to the peak of the Bone Emperor, but this time the Blood God Emperor has absorbed the blood of so many people. The power contained in the body is extremely amazing, maybe. Up to now, the bone order has not helped Han Feng much, but the bone skeleton, who has been promoted to the peak of the emperor, is not a weak help. At least the combat power is not weaker than the pseudotop, or the pseudotop like the blood god emperor. With the fall of the blood god emperor, Han Feng naturally did not let go of the storage containers of the blood god emperor and others. It has to be said that the blood god valley has accumulated a lot over the years. Whether it is the blood god emperor or the blood Shen emperor, the amount of cultivation resources and yuanjing stored in the storage container is horrifying. Unfortunately, I'm already a middle-level emperor now, and there are too few people who are useful to me. Han Feng sighed. At the very least, there is not a single emperor-level yuanjing in it. Thinking about it, if there is an emperor-level yuanjing, the Bloody Sun Emperor and the Blood Moon Emperor must have been refined long ago, enough to be upgraded to a level that is not weaker than or close to the blood-sinking Emperor. This is something that is of great benefit to the combat power of the entire Blood God Valley, and the Blood God Emperor will never be stingy. What's more, at the level of the Blood God Emperor, the Emperor-level yuanjing is of no use to him, it will only be more generous. There are quite a lot of training resources, but almost all of them are evil attributes. Anyway, I will go to the Blood God Valley to see if there are any suitable training resources for me. Even if not, with the accumulation of so many years in the Blood God Valley, the collection must be rich enough to make the Supreme Sect greatly increase in strength in the next 100 years. After pondering for a while, Han Feng prepared to take Mu Hongxi and his siblings to Blood God Valley. Blood God Valley no longer has any masters, even if there is a bit of a whole card, it will definitely not be able to affect him anymore. As for Emperor Lydian, Han Feng completely ignored it. Since Lydian Dizzy didn't help the Blood God Emperor, Han Feng would not deal with Lydian Dizzy. And Han Feng has noticed before. The Blood God Emperor's attitude towards Li Tiandi's son is different, and that is definitely not the attitude he should have towards the people of Blood God Valley. So Han Feng guessed that the son of Emperor Lydian might not be from the Blood God Valley. Reminiscent of the rumors about the Blood God Valley and the Lydian sect that he heard at the beginning, Han Feng naturally had some guesses about the identity of the Lydian Emperor's son, and naturally he was even more unwilling to offend him. Of course, it's not that Han Feng is afraid of Li Tianzong. If Li Tiandi's son doesn't know each other, Han Feng doesn't mind making enemies with Li Tianzong and killing Li Tiandi's son directly. This friend, wait. Seeing that Han Feng was about to leave, Emperor Lydian immediately stopped him. What's the matter? Han Feng said expressionlessly, the spirit in his body was ready to go. Once there is anything wrong with Lydian Dizzy, he will launch a thunderous offensive. But the next words of Emperor Lydian surprised Han Feng, and he only heard Emperor Li said, "Do you know something about Xuanhuan Small World? In 2 months, it will be the day when Xuanhuan Small World will open again. I wonder if you would like to join the team formed by the Emperor's son?" Team formation? Not interested. Han Feng refused immediately because he didn't want to get too involved with the Emperor's level. And NBS. Lydian Dizzy's face froze, never expecting Han Feng to disrespect him so much. What is the status of Lydian Emperor's son in Lydian sect? That is the young master of the Lydian sect, except for the master of the Lydian sect. Basically no one dares to show embarrassment to the son of the Lydian Emperor. In the entire inner region, Emperor Lydian is also one of the 7 emperors, with a noble status and a great reputation. It can be said that in the entire Forbidden Ancient Realm, there are definitely no more than 50 people who cannot give face to Emperor Lydian. Under normal circumstances, Emperor Lydian would have been furious long ago, but Han Feng's previous combat power had shocked Emperor Lydian, so Emperor Lydian took a deep breath and regained his smile. Does your friend really not think about it? Or, my friend is not interested in the Xuanhuan Small World? You must know that although the Xuanhuan Small World has gone through many predecessors' adventures, the treasures are getting less and less, But there are always some places in the Xuanhuan small world that will not change, such as Holy Monument. The Holy Heavenly Monument can help people comprehend powerful unique skills. The supergrade divine skills that we and the Emperor have comprehended are not complete. With the help of the Xingtian Monument, we will surely be able to comprehend the complete supergrade divine skills. According to my observation, although Your Excellency is able to explode the power of a complete super-level divine skill, it is purely formed by the fusion of powerful divine skills and divine fire. If your divine skill is promoted to the level of supergrade divine skills, it will become stronger after being integrated into the divine fire. To what level? Your Excellency is really not tempted? Sacred Heaven Monument? Help people understand the unique knowledge? Han Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. To be honest, Han Feng only knew that there were still opportunities in Xuanhuan's small world, but he didn't really know what attractive opportunities there were. Now just hearing the effect of the Holy Sky Monument, Han Feng's heart beats. Perhaps whether Ziyun Divine Arm and White-Winged Black Dragon transform can break through depends on the Holy Heaven Monument. In addition, the Golden Immortal Physique has already reached a certain extreme. If you want to improve, you can only upgrade to a higher level. I probably have a vague idea about the realm above the Golden Immortal Physique, but this idea is too rough and has many shortcomings. If the Holy Heaven Monument can really help people comprehend the unique knowledge, I don't expect the Holy Heaven Monument to raise my Golden Immortal Physique to the next level, but at the very least, it also allows me to understand the concept of the next level and how to break through. There is a clear understanding. Thinking of this, Han Feng nodded to Emperor Lydian. Thank you, Emperor, for letting me know, but Han can go to the Holy Heaven Monument by himself, so forgive Han for not being able to climb up the Emperor's team. Hearing that Han Feng was interested in Xuanhuan's small world, or the Xingtian Monument, Emperor Lydian showed a smile. Since Your Excellency is interested in the Xingtian Monument, then if you don't join the team of the Emperor's son, I'm afraid Your Excellency will be afraid. Unable to enter the Xuanhuan small world. What do you mean? Han Feng turned around and shouted in a deep voice. It seems that you are indeed an ascetic monk, and you really don't know much about the situation in Xuanhuan's small world. Well, let me tell you about the Emperor's son here. Xuanhuan small world is the Dantian small world that was left behind after the death of a god king who strayed into the forbidden ancient realm, Almighty. This small world is hidden in the wild forest, between the inner domain and the middle domain. It is erratic and elusive. The first update. But, that was all at the beginning. After tens of thousands of years, the power of the Xuanhuan small world left by the God King Almighty has already weakened to the extreme, so the current Xuanhuan small world cannot escape the lock of the Supreme Heavenly Emperor of the Forbidden Ancient Realm. Every time when the Xuanhuan small world is about to open, it will be noticed by the Juding Heavenly Emperor, and the Juding Heavenly Emperor will lock the place where the Xuanhuan small world is going to open. Your Excellency should also know that the Forbidden Realm cannot break through to the ancient gods, and the Emperor of Heaven is the highest level. No matter what kind of genius, after growing to a certain level, he can no longer be promoted. Then even if some people's aptitude is not they are very outstanding, and they will catch up sooner or later, so some powerful people who have grown to the top of the sky can only curb the growth of their younger generations in order to preserve their status and lives. There are too many opportunities and protections in the Xuanhuan small world. Even if they are almost explored now, no one can guarantee that the treasures in the Xuanhuan small world will really be explored. Once some casual cultivators or geniuses from small forces get some kind of heaven-defying treasure, inheritance or opportunity in Xuanhuan small world, they will immediately rise up, replace the older generation, and become a new generation of strong people. Nowadays, the ruling forces in the Forbidden Ancient Realm, such as Burning Heaven Palace, have risen in this way. Then what do you say, Your Excellency, in order to prevent the younger generation from surpassing them, what will these elders of the older generation do? Han Feng's face became gloomy. He already guessed that is to prevent people from entering the small world of Han Feng, and only allow the disciples of his own sect to enter, so even if he is surpassed by his juniors, he is surpassed by his own sect's disciples. None of the heavenly emperors in the forbidden ancient realm could live to the end of their lives, and they all fell in battles again and again. Even if it is an astonishing genius, after reaching the limit of the Emperor of Heaven, he will not be able to make an inch of progress. Then, the ordinary genius who was surpassed by this genius before will catch up sooner or later. By then, the gap will become smaller and smaller. 1 against 100, fighting against 100 of his peers, the further back. I'm afraid he can only deal with a few. Once they are besieged, falling is the only end. Ni Tiandi, who was able to break into the 15th, 16th, and 17th or 8th floors of the Yuan Pagoda in the past, all fell like this. I don't know when, the Heavenly Emperor, who has grown to the limit, for the sake of his own life, any genius from Yaluzi, once he shows the potential to surpass them, he will be bombarded and killed. Han Feng suddenly realized that his current situation seemed a little dangerous. Emperor Lydian was still smiling, watching Han Feng's changing face, and then Emperor Lydian said, a 5-star power like this Emperor Li Shenzong. There are only 7 in the entire inner domain, and all of them are the overlords of the inner domain. Xuanhuan small world, our 7 5-star forces, can enter the most. And our 7 emperors can even form a team belonging to our emperors and enter the Xuanhuan small world to explore. As for how strong a team can be formed, it naturally depends on our emperor's ability. In addition to our 7 major forces, there are only some top 4-star forces that are eligible to enter, but compared with my Li Tianzong's 7 major forces, the number of people who can enter these top 4-star forces is limited. More than 5. Again, some 4-star forces, such as Blood God Valley, can only enter 1 person. The 4-star top power means that there are not many false peaks in this sect. There may be only 1 or 2, or there may be none, but there is definitely a real Supreme Emperor. Again, some 4-star powers, such as the Blood God Valley, have only 1 or 2 pseudo-extreme tops sitting in the town, and there is no real top emperor. Han Feng knew that he might need to make a choice. And BSP, if you don't join the team of Emperor Lydian, you can only choose the top 4-star forces, and the 4-star forces that are second only to the top 4-star forces. The number of the former who can enter the Xuanhuan small world is not many, and the latter can only enter 1. Why do these 4-star forces give such a precious place to a strange emperor? It is impossible to think about it. At this time, Emperor Li said again, honestly speaking, Your Excellency's combat power has reached the peak level of this world, very close to the top 10 on the Heavenly Emperor list, but after all, it is not the top 10 on the Heavenly Emperor list. In addition, Your Excellency did not have much reputation before. The top 10 powers on the Heavenly Emperor list know about your existence. What do you think will happen to you? Han Feng's eyes flickered. What else could happen? He would definitely be hunted down by the top 10 of the Heavenly Emperor ranking, not just the top 10 of the Heavenly Emperor ranking. It seems that Your Excellency has already understood, but if you join the team of this Emperor's son, even if I am a member of Li Tianzong, for the sake of my father, the other 5-star powers will not dare to act casually. By the way, my father is the suzerain of Lydian sect, who is ranked 4th in the list of heavenly emperors known as the 8-legged Thunder Emperor. The 8-legged Thunder Emperor, the full name of the 8-legged Kuanglei Emperor, possesses the 8-legged Kuanglei divine body. When the divine body is unfolded, 8 limbs like knives can be extended, and the melee combat ability is extremely strong. Even the top 3 figures on the Heavenly Emperor ranking would not dare to say that they could defeat the 8-legged Thunder Emperor in close combat. Han Feng heard the hidden meaning of Lydian Dizzy. If he disagreed, Lydian Dizzy would probably leak his information. Are you threatening me? Han Feng's eyes seemed to contain some kind of storm. A violent breath and heavy coercion oppressed Emperor Xiang Lydian. Feeling the oppression from Han Feng personally, Emperor Li Tian's face changed slightly, but he still smiled and said, although my son's combat power is far beyond cultivation, after all, he is only a first-time emperor, and it is indeed not your excellency's strength, but you think that the father of the emperor will not prepare for anything, so you can rest assured that the emperor will leave Li Tianzhou? Han Feng's killing intent gradually receded. He stared coldly at Lydian emperor for a long time, and then said lightly, "Okay." Han agreed to join the emperor's team, but Han has something to do. I'm afraid he can't go to Lydian with Dizzy Zong. The emperor set a time for the gathering, when Han Mao went to Li Tianzhou to find the emperor. "Ha ha ha, I'm looking forward to your excellency's arrival." Emperor Lydian laughed, and after telling Han Feng the time through sound transmission, he flew into the sky and quickly disappeared from Han Feng's sight. And Han Feng took a deep breath and flew towards Blood God Valley. The remaining power of the Blood God Valley really organized a strong resistance. One of the middle emperors of the Blood God Valley, after using the Blood God Guiyuan formation to make all the strong men in the Blood God Valley sacrifice, their power also skyrocketed to a pseudo-extreme level. It's big, and it also shows the profound background of Blood God Valley. Han Feng was thankful again that he didn't come to the Blood God Valley to fight the Blood God Emperor, otherwise, even if there was a Skyfire Tower, he might not be able to take down the Blood God Emperor without injury. Even a fake emperor like the Blood God Emperor has such a whole card, and he must not be careless to other emperors. Han Feng warned himself in his heart. The mid-level Heavenly Emperor of the Blood God Valley had an astonishing combat power after his surge, but he still couldn't help Han Feng. After a big battle, Blood God Valley completely became a valley of no one. The accumulation of Blood God Valley over the years has all made Han Feng cheaper. Then, Han Feng left Blood God City with Mu Hongxi and his 2 siblings. Summon the 6 beasts of Vermilion Skylark, and let the 6 beasts be responsible for guarding the 2 brothers and sisters to leave the inner domain and return to the outer domain. Han Feng, on the other hand, stayed behind to prepare for entering Xuanhuan's small world. The second update. Limited time rush, 2015 sun protection clothes women's long-sleeved 3/4 length short-sleeved. Limited time pantyhose, toe transparent ultra-thin hidden transparent pantyhose, 99 free shipping, send girlfriend, hee. Support the development of the website, go to Taobao to buy things from here. 1 month later, with the resources scavenged from the Blood God Valley and the artifact of time, Han Feng's cultivation has been raised to the limit of a middle-level emperor, which means that the quality of his soul and body have all reached the peak of a middle-level emperor. After absorbing a blood flame fruit, the Jiuyeni Huaju was promoted from the middle stage of the 7th layer to the high stage of the late stage. The power of Ziji Skyfire grew again. The increase in the power of Ziji Tianhua also led to the improvement of Han Feng's comprehensive strength in all aspects. In fact, these breakthroughs are only a momentary thing because of the artifact of time, and the rest of the time is used by Han Feng to adapt to the sudden increase in power and the sudden surge in power of Ziji Tianhua. But in just over 20 days of effort, it was impossible to fully adapt. On the surface, Han Feng's cultivation is now at the peak of the middle heavenly emperor, but in fact, Han Feng has not completely controlled this power in his hands. Previously in Outland, it took Han Feng about 20 years to break through from a mid-level celestial venerable to a mid-level celestial emperor before he could fully control his soaring power. And even though the improvement is not much now, Han Feng reckons that it will still be difficult to fully adapt within 5 or 6 years. And if you want to have complete control, exquisite control, and not waste a single bit of divine energy every time you use it, I am afraid that the time needed will be doubled. Compared to normal mid-level celestial emperor peak powerhouses, I only have 90% of their strength. Han Feng guessed in his heart. What is meant by a normal mid-level heavenly emperor peak is the peak of a mid-level emperor's rank when all the divine essence, soul, and body have transformed. Han Feng can't fully control his own power. In fact, it is only about 60% of the power of a real normal middle-level heavenly emperor peak powerhouse. but has 80% or 90% of the power of a normal middle-level heavenly emperor peak. In addition, because the blood flame fruit has the attribute of blood, ZG Skyfire has also become a bit impure, and it will take a certain amount of time to completely remove the traces of blood-colored energy in ZG Skyfire. In general, this 1-month retreat breakthrough has improved Han Feng's strength a lot, but it has also brought a hidden danger. This hidden danger must take a long time to solve. Xuanhuan Small World is about to open. I can't wait any longer. I can only wait for everything to be over before returning to the Supreme Gate to practice in seclusion. Han Feng soared into the sky, and suddenly spread 2 huge dragon wings behind him. After unfolding the 8-winged black dragon transformation, Han Feng turned into a startling rainbow and disappeared into the sky. Li Tianzong. As the 7 major 5-star powers in the inner domain, the territory ruled by Li Tianzong is extremely huge, and the location of Li Tianzong is in the center of this territory. From the Tianshan Mountains, there is a huge continuous mountain range. The peaks inside have been cut off, and buildings have been built on it. Seen from the sky, these buildings are connected together and densely packed. When Han Feng came to Li Tianzong, he was immediately stopped by Li Tianzong's guards. These guards also have the power of Tianzuan level. Han Feng took out the token that Emperor Lydian threw to him before he left, and the guards who intercepted Han Feng immediately showed respect and let him go. Han Feng didn't go far. When he heard the news, Emperor Li Tian had already flown from a mountain peak. He laughed loudly. "Brother Han, you are finally here. You are the only one missing from the Emperor's team." "Han isn't late, is it?" Han Feng bowed his hands to Emperor Lydian. With his cultivation base reaching the peak of the Middle Heavenly Emperor, and the 8-winged Xianlong transformation, Han Feng's speed is ranked among the top among heavenly emperors. Even so, it took a long time for Han Feng to feel that he was leaving Tianzong from the retreat place, and there were only more than 10 days left before the opening of Xuanhuan Small World. "Where is that?" Brother Han came just in time. The Emperor was chatting about Brother Han with a few brothers before. Emperor Lydian waved his hands again and again, and after welcoming Han Feng, he led Han Feng to a mountain where he lived alone. On the way, Lishan Dizi also introduced his team to Han Feng. The team was not many, but all of them were masters, none of them were low-level emperors, and the weakest were all middle-level emperors. Many of them reached the superior emperor. If it wasn't for Lydian Dizi's extraordinary talent and astonishing combat power, coupled with Lydian Dizi's status as Li Tian's young master, I'm afraid these superior emperors would not be so easily persuaded to join Lydian Dizi's team. Of course, if they don't join the Emperor's Son team, they won't be able to enter Xuanhuan Small World at all, which is also one of the major reasons. Soon, Han Feng and Emperor Li Tian came to a mountain peak. This mountain peak was like a fairyland, and a random plant of divine grass inside would be enough to attract middle-level and high-level true gods to snatch it outside. There are fairy pavilions, fairy mountains, and beautiful ponds. Then, Emperor Li Tian brought Han Feng to a large hall. Pushing open the gate of the main hall, more than a dozen figures inside appeared in Han Feng's sight, and each of them fluctuated with a powerful aura of divine essence. Come, 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 the last member of the Emperor's team has finally arrived, everyone welcome." Emperor Lydian was the first to clap his hands. All of a sudden, there were sparse applause, which was very honorable to Emperor Li Tian, but the applause was not very enthusiastic. Obviously these people did not really recognize Han Feng. Because he didn't fully grasp his own power, even with Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda and Xiaopeng, Han Feng's breath fluctuations could not be covered up, so it was easy to be sensed by the many masters of the Heavenly Emperor present. The breath is so unstable, it seems that he must have swallowed some kind of heaven and earth divine fruit. How can he compete with the real peak middle emperor? A middle peak emperor felt disdainful. Among the more than 10 people, there were 6 high-ranking emperors who looked at Han Feng with arrogance. As high-level emperors, they are qualified to look down on middle-level emperors who are lower than them. Han Feng looked at these people at the same time. There are 15 people in Li Tiandizi's team, very few of them have just entered the middle Tiandi, and most of them have reached the peak of the middle Tiandi. As for the 6 people who have reached the high-level emperors, 4 of them are not ordinary high-level emperors, 3 are at the first-class level, not weaker than the Blood Sun Emperors and Blood Moon Emperors, and the other is at the top level. The last 2 high-ranking emperors are both pseudo-extreme. Of course, neither of these 2 pseudo-tops has reached the level of the Heavenly Emperor list, and they belong to the bottom level among the pseudo-tops. The first thing Han Feng observed was these 2 people, only because they were the only ones who were qualified to make him move a little bit. These 2 people are a man and a woman. The woman is dressed in palace attire, very noble, with silver hair like a waterfall. The man's appearance is a bit rough, with short red hair, giving people a sense of fierceness. The 2 heavenly emperors, male and female, are called the Azure Demon Emperor and the Divine Mirror Emperor, respectively. The Cyan Demon Emperor, whose body is a cyan demon beast, and whose bloodline has reached the level of Chaos Divine grade, makes the Cyan Demon Emperor even more arrogant, and looks down on other human warriors and monster clans. In fact, the Celestial Emperor Qingyao had been invited by many demon clan forces, but was rejected by the Celestial Emperor Qingyao. It's a pity that in the Forbidden Ancient Realm, what if there is the blood of Chaos Divine grade? It can't exert the power that the Chaos Divine grade bloodline should have at all, and at most it can practice faster. But no matter how fast it is, it will be impossible to advance even if it reaches the limit of the Emperor of Heaven. Sooner or later, the latecomers will catch up, and the previous priority will eventually become useless. Therefore, although the Qingyao Tiandi is noble in blood, but in terms of combat power, he is only the worst level in the pseudo-extreme level. However, no one dared to underestimate the Emperor Qingyao, because the Emperor Qingyao had a noble bloodline, so he naturally had a proper inheritance, including the magic skills of chaos. The Celestial Emperor Qingyao has already begun to practice one of the Chaos Divine skills. Although he has not fully controlled it and can only exert a fraction of his power, he can also burst out the power close to the super-grade divine skill. If it weren't for the fact that the Qingyao Heavenly Emperor is not considered advanced among the superior Heavenly Emperors, nor can he only be at the bottom of the false top, it can be foreseen that when the Qingyao Heavenly Emperor can be promoted to the limit of the Heavenly Emperor, he will also be able to pass on the powerful gods in the inheritance. If you have mastered the skills completely, then you will be the real Supreme Emperor, and the ranking will not be low. It can be said that it took a lot of effort for Lydian Emperor's son to invite Qingyao Tiandi, and at the same time, it was also to make friends with Qingyao Tiandi and let Qingyao Tiandi join Lydian sect as much as possible. Han Feng withdrew his gaze from sizing up the Celestial Emperor Qingyao, and secretly felt sorry for the Celestial Emperor Qingyao. If it was outside the Forbidden Ancient Realm, with the Chaos Divine grade bloodline of the Celestial Emperor Qingyao, once the divine body was unfolded, it would be enough to explode into an explosion comparable to that of the Forbidden Ancient Realm. The power of the top 10 in Tiandi list may be even stronger. This Qingyao Heavenly Emperor, I don't know if he can leave Li Tianzong alive. Han Feng knew that the top 10 pairs on the Heavenly Emperor list might threaten his own existence, and this Qingyao Emperor obviously had the potential to threaten the top 10 on the Heavenly Emperor list. If the Celestial Emperor Qingyao still refused to join Li Tianzong because of his arrogance, Han Feng believed that the 8-legged Thunder Emperor would never let the Celestial Emperor Qingyao go. Naturally, Han Feng also knew that he was also facing a crisis from the 8-legged Thunder Emperor. But Han Feng has confidence in his own strength. As long as he encounters adventures in Xuanhuan's small world, he can completely stabilize his cultivation base, and even go further, sacrifice the Skyfire Tower. 8-legged Thunder Emperor is weak. All these thoughts flashed in an instant, and then Han Feng's eyes fell on the woman, Shenjing Tiandi. Immediately, A strangeness flashed in Han Feng's eyes, because the Divine Mirror Emperor was originally not a human being, nor a monster, but an artifact spirit of an artifact. It is not uncommon for Han Feng to have heard of divine artifacts transforming into human form and detaching from divine artifacts, but that kind of artifact is at least a very high level of immortal artifacts, and it is possible to do it after a very long time of practice. However, the Divine Mirror, the Phantom Mirror of the Heavenly Emperor, is just a chaotic artifact. Later, after Lydian Dizzy explained, Han Feng realized that the Divine Mirror Emperor had not actually turned into a human form, but separated part of his mind and captured a human female warrior. This warrior is the body currently used by the Divine Mirror Heavenly Emperor. Because of the gradual transformation after the seizure, the Divine Mirror Heavenly Emperor was able to transform into an imitation body of the Phantom Spiritual Mirror, which is roughly equivalent to the power of the top-grade artifact. The artifact spirit of this Phantom Spirit Mirror is really amazing. Instead of being sealed by the power of the Forbidden Realm, it is better to separate part of the soul, to seize the human body, and survive with the human body. But there are also disadvantages in this way. The soul sealed by the power of the Forbidden Realm and the soul that seized the human being will develop into two souls after a long period of time. Completely independent soul. It's okay to be in the Forbidden Ancient Realm, but if you leave the Forbidden Ancient Realm, the two parties must destroy one of them and fully absorb and integrate the other to make progress, otherwise they can only stay where they are. Han Feng looked at everyone, and everyone also looked at Han Feng. After a while, a middle-aged man who was at the peak of the Emperor of Heaven came out. First he bowed his hands to Emperor Li, and then said, "Emperor Li, although you had a high opinion of this Han Feng before, according to my observation, this Han Feng obviously used some kind of heaven and earth divine fruit to forcibly break through the realm, causing the realm to be extremely unstable. To be honest, such a person is very dangerous as a companion, because the realm is unstable, and it will be easy to cause harm to us at that time. Such a person, in terms of combat power, may not be as good as a person who has just entered the Middle Emperor and has a stable state." Lydian Emperor smiled slightly, and said, "God is angry with Heavenly Emperor, you underestimated Brother Han. Brother Han is by no means as simple as a middle-level Heavenly Emperor on the surface, so even if his realm is unstable, he can still display super powerful combat power. This bit of godly wrath God is too worried." Before, Lydian Dizzy had indeed praised Han Feng in front of Shenjing Tiandi and other heavenly emperors, but he did not mention Han Feng's record clearly, so what Lydian Dizzy said at this moment surprised the god Futian Emperor. But soon the god-nursed emperor sneered again, "Son Lydian, who in the inner domain can surpass your son in terms of fighting at a higher level? Please forgive me for not believing that this person can surpass the level and fight against the superior emperor." The god-nursed emperor turned his head and glared at Han Feng. His eyes flashed with a strong fighting intent, and the meaning he wanted to express was self-evident. Emperor Li Tian also turned his head to look at Han Feng, still with a faint smile on his face. Han Feng cursed secretly in his heart. This Emperor Lydian must have done it on purpose. First he praised himself in front of the other party, but he chose not to reveal his specific information, in order to cause conflicts between himself and Emperor Shenjing and others. Its purpose, Han Feng can also guess a little bit. Although Emperor Lydian is one of the 7 emperors in the inner domain, he is well known to have the ability to fight at a higher level. However, Li Tiandi's son's cultivation level is really not high, and he has not even reached the peak of the middle Tiandi. So even if you can fight at a higher level, how strong can you be? And in the team, there are a total of 6 high-ranking heavenly emperors, and 2 of them have pseudo-extreme powers. In the Lydian sect, these people gave the 8-legged Thunder Emperor face and respected the Lydian Emperor's son, but in the Xianfeng small world, everything is uncertain. Perhaps the 4 heavenly emperors, excluding Shenjing Tiandi and Qingyao Tiandi, would be wary of Li Tianzong and still obey the orders of Li Tiandi's son. The Qingyao Heavenly Emperor and the Shenjing Heavenly Emperor are not necessarily the same, especially the Qingyao Heavenly Emperor, who is notoriously arrogant. And his role is to beat these heavenly emperors. Thinking of this, Han Feng saw that he had obtained a place to enter the Xuanhuan small world, and immediately stepped out, and said lightly, "Since the god of wrath wants to test Han's strength, then let's do it." The second update. Okay, have the guts. A flash of approval flashed on the face of the god of wrath. Such a straightforward promise, maybe the combat power is really good. Boy, this emperor only punched once, but this punch will be the strongest punch of this emperor. As long as you can receive this punch, this emperor will recognize you. After finishing speaking, the expression of the god-wrathful heavenly emperor quickly became solemn, and a surge of fighting spirit surged up all over his body. Heaven/Wrath Divine Physique is the divine physique of God Fury Heavenly Emperor. This is a powerful system that accumulates its fighting spirit and anger and releases it. The stronger the fighting intent and anger, the greater the power of the explosion. Of course, this kind of explosion also has a limit, otherwise the Heaven/Wrath God body would be a bit too against the sky. Heaven/Fury Million Punches. The soaring anger and mighty fighting spirit were condensed together. In Han Feng's perception, it seemed that only he and the God-nursing emperor were left in this world, and the rest of the heavenly emperors all disappeared. And the fist of God's wrathful heavenly emperor swung out, as if the sky was filled with stars, and the extremely huge fists released an astonishing fighting spirit, bombarding them. Han Feng's eyes narrowed. The combat power of this god-wrathful emperor definitely belonged to the top group among the middle-level emperors. It could almost be said to be invincible below the upper-level emperors. It's no wonder that this person will be the first to attack, but the stronger this person is, the easier it will be for me to be recognized after I defeat him. Unfortunately, the purpose of Emperor Li's son should be to suppress those superior emperors. It seems that the superior emperors must be attracted to fight later. Han Feng thought about this in his heart, but his body retreated rapidly, and at the same time, the Ziji heavenly fire surged out, filling the sky with a sea of flames. To deal with God's Wrath Emperor, Han Feng doesn't even need to use his divine skills, Ziji heavenly fire alone is enough. The overwhelming purple flames devoured the fist shadow of God's Wrath Heavenly Emperor, and then Ziji Skyfire cut towards God's Wrath Heavenly Emperor like a sharp sword. This sword did not cut down after all, but just stayed in front of the God of Wrath. Even so, the God-wrathful Heavenly Emperor also turned pale. Ziji Tianhua is very close to the God of God's Wrath, and the monstrous flames seem to want to completely devour the God of God's Wrath. In Ziji Tianhua, the God of Wrath Heavenly Emperor felt an extremely dangerous feeling, as if as long as he was touched by the flame, the opportunity seemed to be lost immediately. In the Ziji Skyfire, a destructive aura suffocated the God-wrathful Emperor. Okay, so strong. The God-wrathful Emperor swallowed, his expression was full of horror, and he almost felt that he was really going to die. With a thought in Han Feng's mind, the Ziji heavenly fire immediately rolled back and burned around Han Feng. I lost. The God-nursed Emperor looked at Han Feng with a complex expression, and finally his expression was fixed in awe. Thank you, Brother Han, for your mercy. With the help of a master like Brother Han, I believe that we will be able to gain something in Xuanhuan's small world. God Futian Emperor is not an idiot. It is not clear that Han Feng has already shown mercy, and I didn't even use my magical skills, I'm too far behind. The God of Wrath Heaven was a little melancholy. The failure of God's Wrath Heavenly Emperor really changed the expressions of many heavenly emperors looking at Han Feng, which was a kind of recognition. But the expression of the superior heavenly emperor is different. What kind of flame was that flame just now? It feels stronger than the top divine fire, enough to threaten me and other heavenly emperors. A heavenly emperor looked serious. The top-notch god fire can only threaten the inferior emperors, and it's just a threat. But Ziji Tianhua can really burn the superior emperors to death, even though for now, it can only burn to death the third rate among the superior emperors. It seems that Lydian emperor has found a great person this time. He can threaten me and other high-ranking emperors with divine fire alone. After his divine skills are fused with such divine fire, he is at least the first class among the superior emperors. Even approaching the top, the emperor looked at the purple-haired emperor beside him. This purple-haired emperor is at the top level among the superior emperors, and his strength is not weaker than that of the blood-sinking emperor. I don't know if this person will make a move. However, the face of Emperor Xinjing did not change much. Her main methods are soul and illusion, so what if her combat power is strong? As long as the spirit is not strong, one cannot escape her illusion. As for the celestial emperor Qingyao, he has always been arrogant, and he doesn't even look at some real extremes, let alone Han Feng at the moment. The old man is here to meet your excellency. A hoarse voice sounded. Han Feng's eyes were fixed, and he looked at him immediately, only to see a purple-haired youth with the appearance of a high-ranking emperor walking out. He obviously looked like a young man, but his voice was extremely old, as if he had gone through a lot of vicissitudes. Triangle Heavenly Emperor? Han Feng remembered one of the messages given to him by Lishan Dizi. The Triangle Heavenly Emperor, whose main body is the Triangle Dark Beast, is not outstanding in blood. Although he has reached the top level of divine rank, he is the lowest among the top divine ranks. It can be said that the expansion of the main body of the Triangle Heavenly Emperor does not have much impact on his combat power. The Triangle Heavenly Emperor is a heavenly emperor who has lived for a long time. It has existed since millions of years ago. Because its combat power has not been strong, it has not been regarded as a thorn in the flesh by some heavenly emperors, so it has survived until now. Because of the many things he has experienced, the Sanjiao Tiandi is full of the vicissitudes of life, both in his demeanor and in his tone of voice. But the Yaozu is a race with an extremely long life. True gods of humans can probably live for millions of years, while true gods of the monster race, at least 10 to 20 million years. And the Triangle Dark Beast happens to be the longest-lived monster among the monster clan. With the Triangle Heavenly Emperor's realm, it is not a problem to live for 30 to 40 million years. Therefore, after the Triangular Emperor turned into a human form, he still looks like a young man. The Triangle Heavenly Emperor is able to possess the top combat power among the superior Heavenly Emperors, purely because of the accumulation of cultivation base over the years, as well as not bad supernatural skills. In terms of the solidity of the cultivation base, the top 10 heavenly emperors like the 8-legged Thunder Emperor may not be able to surpass the Triangle Heavenly Emperor. Senior, please. Knowing the information about the Triangle Emperor, Han Feng also showed some respect in his expression. Triangle Heavenly Emperor chuckled, and said through voice transmission, the old man has already seen the purpose of Emperor Lydian. To be honest, although the strength shown by the little friend before was good, it was not enough to attract the attention of the Qingyao Heavenly Emperor. This time, little friend, you have to perform better, so that you can attract the Azure Demon Emperor. Han Feng sighed secretly, as expected of an old senior who has lived for so many years and experienced many things. He can see the purpose of Emperor Li Tian at a glance. So. Han Feng took a deep breath, then used some means. Senior, don't you change your body? Triangle Heavenly Emperor shook his head. For the old man, there is not much change in the body or the body. Little friend, accept the move. Darkness grows. And. NBSP. The third update. Darkness grows. Terrifying dark energy emerged from the Triangle Emperor's body. These dark energies split into endless tentacles, like living creatures. These tentacles stretched out their teeth and claws. Is the formation of black claws. These tentacles made many heavenly emperors feel hairy. Now that Han Feng has decided to use some means to attract the attention of the Azure Demon Emperor, he naturally won't just use ZG Skyfire to attack at this moment. Xinyan Battle Body, Ning. Xinyan Fighting Fist. Both the Xinyan Battle Body and the Xinyan War Fist burst out with the strongest power, bursting out with the super power of the fourth peak. The combined power is not weaker than a powerful unique technique that touches the threshold of a supergrade divine skill. With Han Feng's cultivation base at the peak of the middle heavenly emperor at the moment, it is enough to burst out the strongest power, which is comparable to the top level of the higher heavenly emperor. It is still slightly inferior to the top level of the superior emperor. Han Feng took a deep breath, and Ziji Tianhua immediately merged into Xinyan's fighting fist, and the purple flame blasted out with one punch, and the purple flame towered into the sky. Those dark tentacles were turned into ashes by the power of the flames before they even got close to the punch. Break! Han Feng shouted angrily, and the dark tentacles were defeated one after another. In the end, even the Triangle Emperor retreated in embarrassment, surrounded by a sea of purple flames. The situation of the Triangle Emperor at the moment is somewhat similar to that of the Godwrath Emperor before. Han Feng retracted Ziji Tianhua in time and nodded to Sanjiao Tiandi. The Sanjiao Emperor shook his head and walked back sighingly. The young people of today are all amazing, and this old man can't afford it. Considering the age of the Sanjiao Tiandi, anyone present can be said to be a little guy, young people. When Han Feng broke out, Qingyao Tiandi suddenly raised his head, his eyes fixed on Han Feng. The blow just now had already reached the pseudo-extreme level of combat power. The Cyan Demon Emperor, who also possessed pseudo-extreme combat power, immediately became interested in Han Feng. With the wisdom of the Qingyao Heavenly Emperor, it is natural to see that this is the suppression of him by the son of Emperor Lydian. Qingyao Tiandi sneered in his heart, "Want to suppress this seat? Think you can find someone to do it? I'd like to see. How do you suppress me?" Boom! Wisps of cyan brilliance burst out, and the Azure Demon Emperor turned into a huge monster with 6 cyan wings. The cyan monster was a worm-like divine beast with an extremely ferocious appearance. Swipe! 6 pieces of blue wings flapped, and 6 beams of blue light shot towards Han Feng one after another like sharp swords. Each blue light could easily kill a superior heavenly emperor. Xinyan Fighting Fist. The monstrous purple flame turned into a fist of fire and struck instantly. Rumble. Blue light and purple flames immediately filled the entire hall. The ferocious worm mouth of the Qingyao Heavenly Emperor revealed a touch of sarcasm, and the next moment, the Qingyao Heavenly Emperor disappeared in place in an instant. Yaoying Flash is a kind of innate supernatural power of the blue demon beast of the Azure Demon Emperor's body. When using Yaoying Flash, it will move like teleportation within a certain space. This kind of terrifying ability is within a limited range. Nightmare. Almost as soon as the Azure Demon Emperor disappeared into the original. In an instant, the Azure Demon Emperor had appeared behind Han Feng, opened his ferocious fangs, and was about to swallow Han Feng in one bite. But the Azure Demon Emperor closed his mouth and even took a mouthful of air. What? The Azure Demon Emperor was startled, but the other party was able to react. Han Feng ran the golden immortal stepping step, and the figure had already moved hundreds of meters away in a flicker. Han Feng secretly thought it was dangerous, wiped off a cold sweat, and was careless. He didn't expect the celestial Emperor Qingyao to have teleportation powers. Fortunately, Xiaopeng reminded him, otherwise he would suffer a small loss before, and even if he could defeat the celestial Emperor Qingyao, the effect of beating the Azure Demon Emperor is also greatly reduced. Li Tiandi's face also changed a little. During his investigation, he did not find out that the Qingyao Tiandi had such supernatural powers. Damn it, the Azure Demon Emperor hides too deeply. He has teleportation supernatural powers. I'm afraid he will be able to escape from my father in the future. To hide such supernatural powers, this guy probably didn't intend to be in Xuanhuan's small world from the very beginning. Follow my orders, and don't plan to join my Lydian sect. Lydian Emperor's face was a little gloomy. Fortunately I found a more terrifying master, otherwise I really wouldn't be able to force the Azure Demon Emperor to show such a whole card. Then Han Feng can kill even a master like the Blood God Emperor, so he must not lose. Thinking at this point, Emperor Li Tian's expression eased a little. I must have been careless. How could my Yangshan be discovered in advance? Even if the opponent's combat power is amazing, the soul is only a middle-level emperor. The Qingyao Heavenly Emperor did not believe in evil and once again cast the demon Shadow Flash. This time, except for the Divine Mirror Heavenly Emperor who saw some signs, all the Heavenly Emperors, including Li Tiandizi, still found nothing. Their spirit level is not enough for them to find out. The Celestial Emperor Qingyao performed the movement after the demon shadow flashed. Above. Xiaopeng reminded Han Feng in time. Han Feng Jinxian stepping on the sky was performed to the extreme, and the speed was extremely astonishing. However, under the condition that the Qingyao Heavenly Emperor was urging the demon shadow flash with all his strength, Han Feng was almost stabbed by a pair of spike-like insect feet on Qingyao Mountain this time. Middle. No, the Celestial Emperor Qingyao's magical powers are too powerful, so. Han Feng unfolded the Great Sun Flame Physique and the Golden Immortal Physique without hesitation, and his whole body was surrounded by raging flames. When the Qingyao Heavenly Emperor urged the Yaoying Flash for the third time, Han Feng directly released the flames with all his strength, almost wrapping himself into a ball. Ah! The Qingyao Heavenly Emperor screamed, and his figure appeared on Han Feng's left side, and his pair of sharp cone-like feet gave off a smell of overcooked meat. Shenyan Fighting Fist. Simultaneously deploying the Great Sun Flame Physique and the Golden Immortal Physique, Han Feng's strength was enhanced by another level, and even his speed was greatly enhanced. This punch, carrying endless firepower, slammed on the body of the Qingyao Heavenly Emperor. The Qingyao Heavenly Emperor spun backwards and flew out. He was blasted on the wall of the hall, and the wall was torn apart. Only then did Han Feng let out a mouthful of turbid air and return to his normal state. After that, all the emperors, including the God-wrathful emperor, looked at Han Feng not only in awe, but as if they were looking at a monster. They remembered correctly that Han Feng's cultivation was only at the peak of the middle heavenly emperor, and he hadn't fully controlled his own power, but with his combat power, he easily defeated the blue demon heavenly emperor. With such a level of transcendence, among the 7 great emperors, only Emperor Jiuyou and Emperor Fenmi are barely comparable, and Emperor Lydian, where did he find this abnormality? Ha ha ha, it's just a sparring session, just click to the end. The two don't want to fight anymore. Li Tiandizi was afraid that the Qingyao Tiandi would become angry from embarrassment, and he would completely fight Han Feng, so he immediately jumped out and shouted haha. Fourth update. Han Feng couldn't help rolling his eyes when he saw Li Tiandizi's behavior. Phone reading. The Qingyao Heavenly Emperor got up with a gloomy face, and didn't say anything more. Even though he was a little annoyed in his heart, and worried about Han Feng's powerful combat power, the Qingyao Heavenly Emperor still restrained a lot. Most of the Heavenly Emperors liked the fact that the Qingyao Heavenly Emperor was taken care of by Han Feng. After all, the attitude of the Qingyao Heavenly Emperor was too arrogant before, and these Heavenly Emperors were also displeased. Even if they are not the opponents of the Azure Demon Emperor, but in their respective forces, they are all top powerhouses with noble status, how can they stand the previous attitude of the Azure Demon Emperor? Emperor Lydian made jokes, and quickly stirred up the atmosphere again. In the next few days, Han Feng also quickly became acquainted with many heavenly emperors in the Lydian Emperor's team. To Han Feng's surprise, the Azure Demon Emperor, a guy who thinks highly of himself and basically doesn't care much about others, can even talk to him a few words. You know, even if Emperor Lydian talks to Emperor Qingyao, he will only get a supercilious look from Emperor Qingyao. It seems that I am a bit arbitrary. Han Feng secretly said. Obviously, although the Azure Demon Emperor is arrogant, he still has a target. For the Azure Demon Emperor, the strength is stronger than him, but he may not be able to get his approval. If he is outside, with his current cultivation base and blood, how can he be afraid of the eight-legged Thunder Emperor and others? If Han Feng simply defeated the Qingyao Heavenly Emperor, he might not be recognized by the Qingyao Heavenly Emperor, but while defeating the Qingyao Heavenly Emperor, Han Feng also showed a powerful combat power far beyond the realm of cultivation. A mere mid-level Heavenly Emperor, but possessing a pseudo-extreme combat power, I am afraid that even the Emperor Burning and the Emperor Joyo may not be able to do it. This made the Azure Demon Emperor really admire. Even if it is not in the forbidden ancient realm, but outside, the Cyan Demon Emperor, who has the blood of the Chaos Divine grade, does not think that when the cultivation level is at the same level, he can really defeat Han Feng. Although Han Feng was surprised by the attitude of the Azure Demon Emperor, he was also happy about it. The previous action to suppress the Qingyao Emperor was just to save face for Emperor Lydian. Before entering the small world of Xuanhuan, it is better to be acquainted, but this does not mean that Han Feng wants to rashly take revenge on a potential person. It is naturally best to establish a good relationship with the Qingyao Tiandi with a smile. At the same time, Li Tiandizi is also talking to a middle-aged man at this moment, and the content of the conversation is the Tiandi and his team. The face of this middle-aged man is somewhat similar to that of Emperor Li Tian, but his aura is unfathomable, like a vast ocean. Father, this is the situation of Han Feng, Qingyao, Tiandi, and others. After reporting one by one, Li Tiandi's sons stood aside. After the eight-legged Thunder Emperor heard this, a gleam of light suddenly flashed in his eyes. A mid-level Celestial Emperor's peak cultivation base, but has the combat power of an absolute Celestial Emperor. This son is really extraordinary. It's strange. I've never heard of this son before. There is also the Azure Demon Emperor. Although his combat power is not very good now, once he completely controls the unique knowledge and his inheritance, his combat power will probably not be weaker than mine. These two people, my son, you have to win them over well. Once these two people join my Li Tianzong, it won't be long before our Li Tianzong's overall strength will be greatly enhanced, and it is not impossible to be promoted to the first place. Of course, if those two people object in the end. Eight-legged Thunder Emperor's expression darkened. Even a powerhouse like the eight-legged Thunder Emperor was deeply moved when he heard Han Feng's display of combat power, and even had a hint of killing intent. My boy understands that Han Feng looks quite sensible, he doesn't look like a person who will fight head-on with big forces, and he is very smart. This time, Higher only gave a little guidance, and Han Feng immediately saw his behavior. The purpose is to beat the Azure Demon Emperor, and now the Azure Demon Emperor has restrained himself a lot compared to the beginning, and he no longer dares to show embarrassment to the child. However, with the character of the demonic emperor, the possibility of being willing to join our Lydian sect is less than half. Li Tiandizi said. As long as one person agrees, it will be of great benefit to the improvement of my Li Tianzong's strength. You don't have to force both of them to join my Li Tianzong. Tomorrow, we are going to the wild forest ahead. Go and fight with those people. Tell them, let them make some preparations, and we will set off tomorrow. Yes. The next day. From the Tianzong Square, a group of powerful presences gathered. As the 7 major 5-star powers in the inner domain, the Li Tianzong can go to the Xuanhuan small world of the wild forest, and the number of them is naturally not small. Except for more than a dozen emperors from the Tiandizi side, there are still 5 or 6 emperors who will also go. These 5 or 6 heavenly emperors belong to Li Tianzong's heavenly emperors. Their strengths ranged from high to low. The strongest ones were also high-level heavenly emperors, and the weakest were only low-level heavenly emperors. 5 or 6 heavenly emperors, compared to Li Tianzong's more than 100 heavenly emperors. Even if they all fall, Li Tianzong can afford it. Under the heavenly emperor is the heavenly venerable. The number of celestial venerables has increased, at least there are more than 100, and all of them are high-ranking celestial venerables. Seeing the background of Li Tianzong, Han Feng also had to lament the strength of the 5-star forces. Among the 4-star forces, there is only one pseudo-extreme force, and only one person can enter, but Li Tianzong can enter so many at one time. Including Tianzuan. Han Feng and the others had arrived long ago, and Emperor Li Tian also appeared in front of Han Feng and the others not long after. Then, a majestic coercion descended with a boundless force, as if oppressed by a piece of heaven and earth. And amidst this terrifying coercion, one could vaguely feel the rage and destruction that belonged to thunder. Then, a thundercloud composed entirely of thunder descended from the sky, and a tall middle-aged man stood on the thundercloud. The middle-aged man's eyes were shining brightly, and a mighty force swept out. Behind the middle-aged man a large piece of thunder emerged and rushed straight to the Emperor of Heaven, as if it wanted to tear the sky apart and destroy the heaven and the earth. See the Sovereign Lord. The sound of fanatical worship sounded at the same time, and then everyone knelt down on one knee to show their respect. Therefore, the figures of Han Feng, Qing Yao Tiandi, and others are very eye-catching. As heavenly emperors who are not yet Li Tianzong, even if they show respect to the 8-legged Thunder Emperor, they only bend down, and they will never kneel down on one knee. Fortunately, the 8-legged Thunder Emperor didn't care. With a wave of their hand, everyone kneeling on one knee felt an invisible force lift them up. The 8-legged Thunder Emperor didn't talk nonsense, he just rolled up his sleeves, and large pieces of thunder surged out crazily. These thunderbolts directly formed a huge spaceship in the void, lifelike. Han Feng felt a little dangerous on the thunder spaceship. Obviously, this spaceship made entirely of thunder can be used not only for flying, but also for bombarding and killing enemies. Let's go. The 8-legged Thunder Emperor stepped in first, and jumped into the thunder spaceship. The Heavenly Emperor and Heavenly Venerable of Li Tianzong seemed to be no strangers to the thunder spaceship, and flew over one after another. Only people like Han Feng, who saw the thunder spacecraft for the first time, had some scruples. However, after Han Feng was the first to fly on the spaceship, the Celestial Emperor Qing Yao and other emperors also abandoned their scruples and jumped up one by one. After everyone stepped on the spaceship turned on in an instant, like a divine thunder, piercing through the void in an instant, heading towards the wild forest between the inner domain and the middle domain. Sitting on the spaceship, Han Feng saw the scenery below receding quickly, and with his spirit, he could only see a blurry scene. The speed of this thunder spacecraft has surpassed the limit of the Emperor of Heaven. According to this speed, it only takes 3 or 4 days to reach the wild forest. Han Feng secretly estimated. Then, Han Feng's eyes fell on a figure sitting cross-legged in front of him, and that figure was none other than the 8-legged Thunder Emperor. Just watching, Han Feng felt a sense of danger welling up in his heart. The 4th 8-legged Thunder Emperor on the Heavenly Emperor list, his combat strength is obviously beyond imagination. As expected of number 4 on the list. Although Han Feng felt a sense of danger in his heart, there was a strong fighting spirit in Han Feng's eyes. I don't know if he can reach the level of the 8-legged Thunder Emperor after this trip to the Xuanhuan small world. Then, Han Feng withdrew his gaze, and practiced with his eyes closed, constantly familiarizing himself with his soaring power at the moment. The 8-legged Thunder Emperor is the 4th in the heaven list, and he is also the suzerain of the Lydian sect. Naturally, no one dares to disturb him, so he just sits there alone. The first update. This kind of gaze. I'm afraid that Han Feng is not a person who is inferior to others. Tianer's evaluation of this son is not correct. Anyway, I hope that this son will really understand and join me in Li Tianzong. Otherwise. In the eyes of the eight-legged Thunder Emperor, a trace of cruelty flashed. A powerhouse like the eight-legged Thunder Emperor naturally sensed it clearly when the fighting intent flashed across Han Feng's eyes. This flight is a full day. A day later. There was a rumbling sound in the void, everyone was awakened and looked up in amazement. In the thick clouds, 9 ink dragons sailed in the clouds, pulling a huge wooden boat. Don't look at it as a wooden boat, this wooden boat is forged from Tianyuanshanmu. Its strong defensibility is enough to withstand the blow of the real Supreme Emperor. Tianwomen is still so flamboyant. In front of the Thunder spaceship, the eight-legged Thunder Emperor opened his eyes and snorted coldly. Tianwomen is also one of the 7 5-star forces in the inner domain. Ha ha ha, eight-legged Thunder Emperor, long time no see. On the wooden spaceship pulled by the 9-headed ink jellyfish, an old man in a green shirt stroked his beard and laughed, and greeted eight-legged Thunder Emperor. Following the old man's greeting, the 9-headed ink dragons in front also screamed, their voices shook the sky, and waves of terrifying energy made the clouds roll continuously. The eight-legged Thunder Emperor focused his eyes, as if an infinite storm was contained in his eyes, sweeping across the 9-headed ink flood dragon. The 9-headed ink dragon, which was still howling, suddenly turned off its fire, and shrank back. Beside Han Feng, the Azure Demon Emperor looked disdainful. The majestic Ma Jiao actually willingly became the cart puller of Tianwomen. It is really embarrassing to my demon clan. Mo Jiao is also in existence with extremely high bloodlines among the Jiaolong clan, and he is not bad among the top gods. These 9-headed ink dragons are all at the level of a high-ranking celestial being. They should be regarded as a powerful party in the inner domain, and they can completely form a not weak force by themselves. But such a Mo Jiao has taken refuge in Tianwomen. That's all, and he became a monster pulling carts in Tianwomen, and he was proud of it, which made the Qingyao Heavenly Emperor extremely disgusted. Let such a 9-headed ink dragon be messed up. Only 5-star powers like Tianwomen dared to do this. God angry Heavenly Emperor sighed endlessly. Looking at the aura of the 9-headed ink dragon, I'm afraid it will be the ink dragon at the level of the 9-headed Heavenly Emperor in a few hundred years. It is conceivable how much face the Tianwu sect will have at that time. Mo Jiao at the level of the 9-headed Heavenly Emperor will be pulling the cart. The old man of Tianwu sect, Wu Tiandi, who was one of the top 10 existences in the Tiandi list, saw the performance of the 9-headed ink Jiao. His face darkened slightly, and then Wu Tiandi directly released his own breath to resist the 9-headed ink Jiao. Overwhelmed by the 8-legged Thunder Emperor. 8-legged Thunder Emperor, you still like to bully little guys so much. Wu Tiandi sneered. If Emperor Wu Tian thinks that this emperor always bullies the small with the big, how about having a discussion with him personally? Senior Wu Tian is the older generation, so this emperor can't be considered as the big bully the small. 8-legged Thunder Emperor disdainful. Wu Tiandi was choked instantly. 8-legged Thunder Emperor ranked 4th on the Heavenly Emperor ranking, but Wu Tiandi only ranked 8th. When 8-legged Thunder Emperor and Wu Tiandi were fighting, Emperor Lydian also introduced the Tianwu sect to Han Feng. Emperor Lydian pointed to one of the youths and said, "That is Emperor Wu Tian, one of the 7 great emperors, who possesses the body of Wu Tian. Especially good at protracted battles, the longer the battle, the stronger the power of the Wu Tian divine body. If the battle with this child cannot be resolved in a short time, it is best to retreat. Among our 7 emperors, apart from Jiuyou and Fan Mia, this is the most difficult emperor." Li Tian's tone was full of disgust. In battle, the most annoying thing is this kind of cockroach that can't be killed. The more you fight, the more powerful you are. Han Feng nodded, expressing that he already knew Emperor Wu Tian, and then Han Feng looked at Tiandi, who was in the team of Emperor Wu Tian. At this moment, Emperor Lydian laughed out loud, this Emperor Wu Tian is a battle madman. It is okay to let him practice and fight, but it is not good to invite people. Let's see who he invites. There are even inferior emperors. The corner of Han Feng's mouth twitched, and he also shook his head. There were not many emperors invited by Emperor Wu Tian, only 9 of them. Among the 9, there were only 2 high-level emperors, 3 middle-level emperors, and the remaining 4 were all inferior. Emperor of Heaven. And among those 2 heavenly emperors, only one is quite famous, and his combat power is at the top among the high-level heavenly emperors. The other high-level heavenly emperor is not very famous. Li Tiandizi guessed that it should be just an ordinary high-level heavenly emperor, not worth mentioning. Han Feng and the others looked at Emperor Wu Tian's son, and it was impossible for Emperor Wu Tian's side not to be interested in Emperor Li Tian's side. Especially as a battle madman, Emperor Wu Tian naturally wanted to see who his enemy was. On Han Feng's side, there are several well-known ones, such as the Azure Demon Emperor, the Triangle Heavenly Emperor, and the Xinjing Heavenly Emperor. After a while, Han Feng found that Emperor Wu Tian's eyes were looking towards him, more precisely, on Emperor Lydian and the 6 high-ranking emperors. Emperor Lydian sneered, "Sure enough, when you see a strong man, you will want to fight. Listen, everyone, when the time comes, we will go together and get rid of Emperor Wu Tian as quickly as possible." Han Feng glanced at Dizzy Lydian. It seemed that although Dizzy Lydian disdained the team of Dizzy Wu Tian, he was still very afraid of Dizzy Wu Tian himself. Although the 8-legged Thunder Emperor and Wu Tiandi had constant quarrels, the car and the Thunder spaceship pulled by the 9-headed Mo Jiao still flew towards the wild forest at a dissatisfied speed. After another half a day, the 8-legged Thunder Emperor and Wu Tiandi all froze and looked into the distance. "I saw a huge monster with a blue light all over it galloping over there. It was an extremely large bird, with its wings spread out, and it was thousands of feet long. There were many people sitting on the huge body, and it exuded a powerful aura." 8-legged Thunder Emperor said indifferently, "Wushuang Sword Sect, Fearless Sword Emperor." Wushuang Sword Sect, one of the 7 5-star powers in the inner domain, is a sword sect, and most of the sect is dominated by swordsmen who use swords. Lydian Dizzy introduced, that is the Wushuang blue-winged bird, which is the demon/favor of the founder of the Wushuang Sword Sect. After the fall, this peerless blue-winged bird is still guarding the Peerless Sword Sect. It's worth mentioning that the peerless blue-winged bird didn't make it to the Heavenly Emperor ranking, so it didn't rank in the Heavenly Emperor ranking. But in fact, the combat power of this peerless blue-winged bird is definitely at the level of a Heavenly Emperor. Han Feng stared at the behemoth that was getting closer and closer. Needless to say, Han Feng had already felt the terrifying power contained in the behemoth's body. Emperor Lydian said again, "Did you see the swordsman with the green sword on his back? That is Emperor Ling Tian, one of the 7 great emperors. In terms of combat power, roughly equal to me. If the distance is a little farther, I will lose. The possibility of winning is relatively high, but once it is a close combat, I have a higher chance of winning." Then, Emperor Lydian looked at the team members behind Emperor Ling Tian. Emperor Ling Tian is no better than Emperor Wu Tian, and there are quite a few masters invited by Emperor Ling Tian, some of whom are not weaker than Emperor Qingyao. But Emperor Lydian, who was well aware of Han Feng's change in combat strength, knew that these people were nothing to Han Feng. They were all things that could be easily dealt with, so Emperor Lydian didn't show any nervousness or fear on his face. The 3 major forces met halfway, so naturally they went to the wild forest together. On the 3rd day, they encountered 2 other 5-star forces: Black Iron Demon Palace and Dark Thunder Sect. Han Feng also saw with his own eyes the 2 top 10 heavenly emperors, the Slaughtered Demon Emperor and the Dark Thunder Emperor. At the same time, under the introduction of Emperor Lydian, Han Feng saw the 2nd of the 7 emperors, the Holy Demon Emperor, and the disciple of Thunder Rider. In the teams of the two emperors, there are pseudo-extreme masters, but unfortunately, they are not a threat to Han Feng. These pseudotops are all pseudotops that have not been included in the ranking of the Heavenly Emperor, and they belong to the middle and bottom of the level of pseudotops. On the fourth day, the 5 major forces finally arrived at the wild forest. Have you determined the location of Xuanhuan Small World? Eight-legged Thunder Emperor asked. There are still a few days before the opening of the small world. Before the last day, with the abilities of the 5 of us, it is impossible to lock the true location of the Xuanhuan Small World. Of course, if we wait for the arrival of the Jiuyo Heavenly Emperor and the Tiangang Fist Emperor, gather the 7 of us, the ability of the position should be able to be found within a day and a half before the opening of the Xuanhuan Small World. Wu Wei Sword Emperor said. The second update. Is that so? In this case, let's wait. The Jiuyo Heavenly Emperor of the Jiuyo sect and the Tiangang Fist Emperor of the Burning Tianzong should arrive soon. The blood-red orangutan eyes made people look terrified. The Dark Thunder Emperor nodded in agreement. The 5 5-star powers, the 5 Super Emperor Emperors, the 8-legged Thunder Emperor, Wu Tiandi, Fearless Sword Emperor, Slaughtering Emperor, and Dark Thunder Emperor are all waiting here. Second only to the 5 great Super Heavenly Emperors, the 5 great Emperors are the most attractive. Son of Emperor Lydian, son of Emperor Wu Tian, son of Emperor Ling Tian, son of Holy Demon Emperor, son of Emperor Lei Qi. Among the 7 emperors, apart from Jiuyo and Fenmi, the gap between the remaining 5 emperors is not that big. The 5 emperors and sons looked at each other with fear, disgust, or fighting intent. Behind the 5 emperors, the heavenly emperors belonging to their forces also exuded hostility one by one, and the atmosphere in this world soon became dignified. Soon, everyone raised their heads. I saw a faint blue flame attacking in the distance, and in the flames, one after another figure like a king in the fire flew towards under the faint blue flame wrap. Juyuzong, the original Juyuzong ancestor, injected his own blood into the Juyuzong disciples at that time. After so many years of development, most of the Juyuzong's direct disciples can awaken the Juyulinguo. It's just that the awakened 9 phantom fires are also graded. The higher the grade, the higher the status. Among the older generation, the one with the highest status and the strongest strength is naturally the current suzerain of the Jiuyo sect, Jiuyo Heavenly Emperor. And now the strongest among the younger generation is Emperor Jiuyo. The 9 phantom fire of the 2 of them is the most powerful in the divine fire level, especially the Jiuyo Heavenly Emperor. I heard that this person's 9 phantom fire has absorbed some flames and has mutated, and its power has surpassed that of the divine fire. The level is enough to easily kill the inferior emperors, and it is even more terrifying to integrate into the divine skills. Because of this, the Jiuyo Heavenly Emperor established his 3rd position in the Heavenly Emperor ranking. The top 10 on the Heavenly Emperor ranking, from the 4th to the 10th, there is not much difference, but the 2nd and 3rd are almost not at the same level as the last few. I heard that the 2nd and 3rd in the list of emperors already have the ability to break into the 16th floor of the Yuan Tower. It's just not done yet. The 2nd on the list of heavenly emperors is Tiangang Fist Emperor of Burning Heaven sect. As for the number 1, it is a casual cultivator who has reached the 16th floor of the Yuan Pagoda, and is recognized as the number 1 in the inner domain. If this person wants to create a power, he can change the inner domain from 7 5-star powers to 8 5-star powers in a short time. Emperor Jiuyo, you have finally arrived. 8-legged Thunder Emperor spoke first. Han Feng clearly noticed the difference in how the 8-legged Thunder Emperor and the other 5 heavenly emperors treated the Jiuyo Heavenly Emperor. You must know that these 5 emperors had ridiculed each other a lot before, but facing Emperor Jiuyo, they not only did not ridicule, but showed fear. Because of fear, they did not dare to treat Emperor Jiuyo presumptuously place. It seems that the Jiuyo Heavenly Emperor is stronger than the 8-legged Thunder Emperor and others. Is this the third most terrifying existence on the Heavenly Emperor list? Just standing there, there is a continuous aura oppressing. Han Feng, squinting his eyes slightly, he weighed what would happen if he fought with Emperor Joyo. The conclusion reached is that even if the Skyfire Tower is sacrificed and the strongest blow is released, it is impossible to injure the Emperor Joyo. And then, Han Feng turned his attention to Emperor Joyo. The blue flames flickered all over Emperor Joyo's body, and the 9 ghosts under his feet turned into a fire wheel, carrying Emperor Joyo, which made Han Feng suddenly think of the hot wheel under Nez's feet. Of course, there is no similarity between the two sides in terms of appearance. There is also a lotus seed-like flame imprint on the brows of Emperor Joyo, and the whole person appears to be high above the ground. Standing with Emperor Lydian and others, he is obviously stronger than the 5 emperors. Emperor Lydian, Emperor Ling Tian, Emperor Xingma, and Emperor Leiqi all showed fear and tense expressions, and only Emperor Wu Tian still had a look of enthusiasm, eager to try, and wanted to fight with Emperor Joyo. Emperor Lydian curled his lips. This Emperor Wu Tian really doesn't know the lesson. He has fought with Emperor Joyo several times, but every time he was beaten badly. Han Feng looked at Emperor Wu Tian and remained silent. Now the 5 emperors including Emperor Wu Tian are on par, but in the future, perhaps Emperor Wu Tian will surpass the 4 emperors including Lydian and become second only to Joyo, the emperor's son and the third person who burned the emperor's son. Han Feng ignored the conversation of the 8-legged lady and the others. Those characters were not something he could touch at will. Half a day later, the people of Burning Heaven sect also arrived. Han Feng saw Tiangang Fist Emperor and Emperor Fenmie. Emperor Fenmie's son is not the son of Tiangang Fist Emperor, but a collateral branch of the Tiangang Fist Emperor's family. The ancestor of Tiangang Fist Emperor and Fenmie Emperor possessed Tiangang Divine Body and Tiangang Fenmihuo, and the combination of Tiangang Divine Body and Tiangang Fenmihuo can exert extremely incredible power. But it is also very close. Back then, the ancestor of Tiangang gained a great reputation based on this, and almost reached the 18th floor of the Yuan Tower. It's just that Tiangong's divine body and Tiangong's burning and extinguishing fire seem to have caused great damage to the body, and when the two are combined, the damage is even more serious. The ancestor of Tiangang did not die at the hands of the enemy, but after performing the fusion of Tiangang divine body and Tiangang burning fire again and again, his body was completely broken and died. Since then, none of the descendants of the ancestor of Tiangang can inherit the divine body of Tiangang and burn the fire of Tiangang at the same time. The Tiangang Fist Emperor inherited the Tiangang divine body. The Emperor Fenmie inherited Tiangang Fenmihua, but the Emperor Fenmie also awakened the divine body from his mother. Although it is not as good as the Tiangang divine body, it can be regarded as one of the more powerful divine bodies among the top divine bodies. The 7 super heavenly emperors gathered in the wild forest, and began to prepare to lock the location where Xuanhuan small world was about to open. This counts as a few days. During this period, people from the 4-star forces also came. The strength of the 4-star peak is not weak. If these 4-star peak forces are united, they are enough to die together with one of the 7 5-star forces. No wonder the 7 5-star forces have to compromise. Let the 4-star peak forces enter. Few people. Although the 4-star forces that are second only to the 4-star peak forces cannot be combined with one of the 5-star forces, it is also possible to severely damage one of the 5-star forces. The consequences of a severely injured 5-star force can be imagined, will inevitably be swallowed by the other 6 5-star forces. As for the ordinary 4-star forces, they have no effect on the 5-star forces. Even if they are united together, they will be easily destroyed by the 5-star forces. Therefore, the ordinary 4-star forces don't even have a single quota. Han Feng saw the coming, various thoughts emerged in the hearts of the 4-star forces. A few days later, the 7 super heavenly emperors finally locked the location where Xuanhuan's small world was opened, and brought with their own horses galloping away. The 4-star forces followed closely behind. With so many people, it was inevitable that they would attract the attention of the primordial beasts in the wild forest. There are 2 wild forests in the forbidden ancient realm. One is the wild forest between the middle domain and the outer domain, and the other is the wild forest between the inner domain and the middle domain. There is not much difference in the degree of danger between the 2 wild forests. Along the way, many monarch-level Yuan beasts and Zun-level Yuan beasts appeared, possessing Tianzuan-level combat power and Heavenly Emperor-level combat power. But so what? There are so many Heavenly Emperors here, and the mere Zun-level primordial beasts are not worth mentioning. During the period, Emperor-level beasts also appeared, but there are Heavenly Emperors such as the 8-legged lady, so it is not troublesome to deal with the Emperor-level beasts, and they also get Emperor-level Yuan crystals. Soon, everyone came to a certain place in the wild forest. The space here fluctuates slightly, spreading out like ripples. Emperor Joyo clicked on the picture. This feeling is indeed Xuanfeng's small world. 8-legged Thunder Emperor said with satisfaction, "Very good, then I just need to wait." The day passed quickly. The world suddenly trembled, and immediately seemed to collapse. Cracks opened one after another, and then a giant golden door appeared. The giant door opened rumblingly, and a surging golden flame burst out. The Emperor Joyo suddenly clapped his hands, and the Joyo ghost fire swept out. 9 secluded hands. The blue palm inhaled the 9 phantom fire, and the power of destroying heaven and earth rushed out frantically, and slapped the golden flame fiercely, and slapped the golden flame in. Emperor Lydian explained in a low voice, "Every time the Xuanfeng small world is opened, there will be this strange, golden flame." When it was opened for the first time, many emperors suffered a lot because of it, and some even fell because of it. Han Feng nodded. Others don't know, but he knows that this is Xuanfeng divine flame, just the kind of Xuanfeng divine flame that has no source of power and is extremely weak. Otherwise, relying on Emperor Joyo, how could it be possible to suppress Xuanfeng Xinyan so easily? 9 nether hands, that kind of fluctuation, is undoubtedly a super divine skill. If it is performed with the power of chaos, it is a real chaotic divine skill. The level of this Joyo hand is not low. Han Feng's heart trembled. "Everyone, hurry up and go in." The Emperor Joyo sternly shouted after suppressing Xuanfeng Xinyan with one hand. The anger of Emperor Joyo woke up the crowd. The 7 emperors jumped up first, and jumped into the giant gate, followed by Han Feng and others, followed by the 4-star forces. After all the heat entered, the golden giant door slowly closed. Emperor Joyo said lightly, "Just wait, the small world will open again in half a year, and we will naturally know who got the adventure and who fell. First of all, if an emperor falls, as long as the murderer is one of the emperors, you must not take revenge on the murderer. Of course, if the murderer is someone else, that's up to you." Naturally. The other 6 heavenly emperors nodded their heads one after another. The heads of the 4-star powers who stayed here all had serious faces, praying in their hearts that their people would not provoke the emperor. The third update. Just at this moment, a white light suddenly shot out from the sky, trying to break through the giant golden gate and enter the small world of Xuanfeng at an incomparable speed. Looking for death. Tiangang Fist Emperor's eyes narrowed, and he punched out loudly. The chi of Tiangang surged out wildly and turned into a terrifying fist of Tiangang, which was indeed a supernatural fist of Tiangang. As soon as the Tiangang divine fist was released, a terrifying Tiangang whirlwind rolled out of the entire world. The Tiangang whirlwind carried extremely sharp cutting power, and the trees within a radius of 10,000 miles were instantly cut into pieces by the Tiangang whirlwind. Except for the remaining 6 super heavenly emperors, the leaders of the other 4-star forces all looked horrified and tried their best to resist. When Bai Guang was hit, he let out a scream, revealing the figure of a white-haired old man. Emperor Li Kongguang? Tiangang Fist Emperor's face turned serious. This Emperor Li Kongguang is also a supreme emperor, ranking more than 40 on the list of heavenly emperors. Li Kongguangdi had been hiding away long ago, just wanting to enter the small world of Xuanhuan to find opportunities, but now being blocked, Li Kongguangdi would turn into a white light and flee immediately. Where to escape? The slaughtering emperor sneered, and a huge phantom of the slaughtering emperor suddenly appeared behind him, and then the terrifying killing aura condensed into a giant axe that held up the sky, as if to cut the sky in half, and slashed fiercely at Li Kongguangdi. Dark Thunder Emperor, Wu Tiandi, and Eight-Legged Thunder Emperor also made moves one after another. A majestic Emperor of Heaven, who was also well known on the list of Emperors of Heaven, Emperor Li Kongguang, just fell into the wild forest. The people of the 4-star forces swallowed a mouthful of spit, and it was really a dream to break through the defense line of the 7 5-star forces and enter the Xuanfeng small world. Inside Xuanfeng small world, everyone landed here one after another, and Han Feng glanced roughly, and found that there are many volcanoes in this small world of Xuanfeng. The terrifying temperature made some heavenly emperors and heavenly venerates feel uncomfortable. The 7 emperors looked at each other and ran towards 7 completely different directions to find their own opportunities. Han Feng, Qingyao Heavenly Emperor, and Shenjing Heavenly Emperor flew forward along with Li Shendizi. After flying for about a quarter of an hour, the scene in everyone's sight didn't change much. In addition to volcanoes, Emperor Li Tian suddenly said, "Everyone, spread out and find your own opportunities." If the emperor has something to do, he will definitely call everyone through the communication jade. Follow him to look for it, even if you do meet a chance, who will it belong to? Li Tiandizi knew that with his strength, he could not suppress such powerful emperors as Qingyao Tiandi. If he really monopolized the opportunity, he might offend such powerful emperors as Qingyao Tiandi. Instead of this, it is better to let everyone separate. Whoever can find the opportunity will have the opportunity, and no one can blame anyone for this. Only, every time the Holy Sky Monument comes 3 months after the opening of the small world, you'd better obey the emperor's order and gather together after 3 months, otherwise you will suffer losses if you act alone. Every time the Holy Sky Monument descends, an enchantment will be formed around it, and only by staying within the enchantment can one comprehend the unique knowledge through the Holy Heaven Monument. And the closer you are to the Holy Heaven Monument, the more benefits you will get. Alone, not to mention occupying the front position, it is good not to be forced out of the barrier by other groups. Even the 7th Emperor's sons dare not say that they can occupy the front position by themselves. Everyone naturally knew the importance of the matter, and they all nodded solemnly, including the Emperor Qingyao, who did not object. Emperor Li Tian sent the communication jade to Han Feng and the others, and then left first. Afterwards, the heavenly emperors also chose to leave in one direction. The Qingyao Heavenly Emperor wanted to invite Han Feng, but was rejected by Han Feng. Contradiction. Han Feng spent 3 days in the Xuanfeng small world, but he didn't find any chance. The Xuanfeng small world has been opened so many times, and any treasures have already been picked up. The rest are either of little value or that is, it has not yet been born or has not been discovered. On the way, Han Feng also met many celestial venerables and celestial emperors. Looking at the appearance of those celestial venerables and celestial emperors, he probably won't get anything. 2 days later, Han Feng's eyes narrowed, and he saw a broad river flowing not far away. The river didn't know its source, and he didn't know where it was going. The reason why this river attracted Han Feng's attention was because this river was completely composed of flames. The red flames kept surging, sending out strands of astonishing power. This is. Han Feng didn't know what kind of flame river it was, but he vaguely felt that this flame river should be good for him. Thinking of this, Han Feng speeded up and rushed to this flame river. As it approached, a wave of terrifying temperature hit. Han Feng frowned, jumped up, and jumped into the river of flames. Boom! The river that was originally just flowing quietly suddenly became surging, and traces of flame power poured into Han Feng's body. Han Feng's meridians gradually began to feel pain. After the flame power entered his body, he began to burn his meridians. This flame power can not only forge my meridians, but also forge my divine body, divine soul, and divine essence, making the foundation more stable after forging. Han Feng was surprised and delighted. Using the power of time to break through to the peak of the Middle Emperor, because of the sudden increase in power and the short time, Han Feng did not fully control his own power. Normally speaking, without 7 or 8 years, it is impossible to control 80% or 90% of one's own strength. This kind of control is basically the degree of control that most warriors have over their own energy. It is difficult for 1 out of 100 warriors to do so without wasting a single bit. Although there is only a 10% difference between mastering 90% and mastering 100%, but it is such a 10%, some warriors find it difficult to do it no matter how hard they try. But now in this river of flames, after being calcined by the power of the flames, the soul and body were tempered, and the foundation was stabilized. Han Feng found that within a month or 2 at most, he could control 90% of his own power. At that time, there will be no more situations where you can't control your breath and let people see it through. What a difference between a few years and a month or 2. Thinking of this, Han Feng calmed down and decided to submerge in this river of red flames. As for other opportunities, Han Feng didn't care. Unbeknownst to Han Feng, a figure galloped towards him from the other side of the river of flames. This figure was covered in dark blue flames, exuding a powerful aura. The Tianhua River that father mentioned should be near here? The person who came was the Emperor Joyo, one of the 7 great emperors. The first update. Found it. Not long after, Emperor Joyo saw the rushing red flame river in the distance, and his face was happy, knowing that he had finally found the goal of this trip, the Tianhua River. Father absorbed the heavenly fire from heavenly fire Hanoi at the beginning, so that the 9 phantom fire broke through the limit, surpassed the top-level divine fire level, and reached the level enough to threaten the lower and middle heavenly emperors. It is integrated into the supergrade divine skill, and its power is even stronger. If my 9 phantom fire also breaks the limit, in the future, the son of the burning emperor will also be trampled under the feet of this emperor. Speaking of this, Emperor Joyo was full of excitement, as if he had seen the scene in the near future, when he stepped on the burning emperor and ascended to the throne of the supreme heavenly emperor. Thinking of this, Emperor Joyo immediately jumped up, about to jump into the Tianhua River. However, at this moment, a huge monster suddenly sprang out from the Tianhua River. This huge monster was red all over, as if it was made of magma. It was not finalized, and it was constantly changing. Skyfire Beast. Emperor Joyo shrank his pupils and retreated rapidly. From the mouth of Emperor Joyo knew that the power of Tianhua in Tianhua Hanoi has developed over a long period of time and formed a unique monster. This monster is completely composed of the power of Tianhua and can change into any form. Skyfire Beast. The strength of the Skyfire Beast varies from high to low. The low ones are probably only at the level of ordinary low-level heavenly emperors, while the high ones can even reach the top level among the high-level heavenly emperors. After the Skyfire Beast is defeated, it will drop the Skyfire Orb. This Skyfire Orb is a good thing. The Skyfire Orb contains the pure power of the Skyfire. Absorbing the Skyfire Orb is no different from absorbing the power of the Skyfire Hanoi. The purpose of Emperor Joyo's coming to Tianhua River this time is indeed to use the power of Tianhua in Tianhua Hanoi to break the limit of Xuanhuan, so that the power of Juyalingguo will be greatly increased. But in just a few months, how can it be so easy to break through, so the Skyfire Orb is also one of the goals of Emperor Joyo. If the 9 Phantom Fire didn't break through the limit before the Holy Sky Monument descended, then it could only rely on the Skyfire Orbs, so the more Skyfire Orbs you can get during this period, the better. Furthermore, even if the 9 Ghost Fire broke the limit within a few months, couldn't the Skyfire Orb be used to continue to increase the power of the 9 Ghost Fire? Drink. Emperor Joyo gave a low shout, and the Joyo Ghost Fire swept out, turning into a giant blue finger in the sky. Die. The blue giant fingers exude a boundless breath. It landed fiercely on the Skyfire beast. Emperor Joyo has already broken through to the realm of a high-level emperor. The power of this finger is not weak even at the level of a high-level emperor in China. It is probably between the first-class grade and the top level. Give full play to the results. The Skyfire beast probably only had the combat power of a middle-level heavenly emperor, and was killed by the finger of Emperor Joyo. With a crimson bead in his hand, Emperor Joyo sneaked into Tianhua Hinai and began to absorb the power of Tianhua Hinai. With Emperor Joyo as the center, the Tianhua River slowly circulated, and traces of the power of the Skyfire poured into the body of Emperor Joyo. The 9 Phantom Fire around Emperor Joyo's body was stained with crimson flames. The other side. Han Feng was also attacked by the Skyfire beast. The Skyfire beast that appeared in front of Han Feng was a fish-shaped Skyfire beast, whose strength was only at the lower level of the Heavenly Emperor. Han Feng just gushed out the divine essence, and blasted the fish and Skyfire beast to death. Naturally, Han Feng also got a Skyfire Orb. The power contained in this bead is probably similar to the power in this river, that is to say. I can refine this bead, then. Han Feng flipped his palm and put the Skyfire Orb into the storage space. Put away the beads first. Maybe in the past few months you will not only meet that strange monster, but also get a lot of beads. If the 9 Flames and different fire art wants to break through to a higher level, you may need to rely on these beads. Han Feng continued to sink into the Skyfire Hanoi to absorb the power of the Skyfire. In a blink of an eye, nearly 2 months have passed. In the past 2 months, Han Feng killed a total of 88 Skyfire beasts and obtained 88 Skyfire beads. In addition to the harvest of the Skyfire Orb, Han Feng finally controlled 90% of the power of the Middle Heavenly Emperor, and he was able to restrain the breath of the Middle Heavenly Emperor without being easily noticed. With Xiaopeng's cover, unless Han Feng took the initiative to do something, even the 8-legged Thunder Emperor and other powerhouses would not be able to discover Han Feng's cultivation level. Now that the power is almost mastered, it's time to upgrade the 9 Flames different fire art. Han Feng didn't expect to control the power to a perfect state of 100%. Even in Huahe this day, it might take 2 months. And 1 month later, the Holy Heaven Monument will come, and there is not so much time to practice in Tianhua Hanoi. Han Feng closed his eyes, and the 9 Flames and different fire art began to work quickly. 9 Flames and different fire Ju has reached the late stage of the 7th layer, but it is only a beginner, and there is still a long way to go before reaching the limit of the late stage. Han Feng's goal is to break through the 9 Flames and different fire art to reach the peak of the 7th floor. In the late stage of the 7th floor, the quality of divine essence has reached the Emperor grade, so what about the peak of the 7th floor? Will it surpass Emperor Pen? So far, there are at most 4 stages of true God limit, which are called Tianjiang, Tianjun, Tianzuan, and Tiandi respectively. It has never been heard that someone can break through the Emperor rank and break the 5 limits at the true God level. But Han Feng suddenly looked forward to it because of the 9 Flames and different fire art. Maybe no one before has reached the 5th limit of the true God, but he. Every time he thinks of this, Han Feng takes a deep breath, and his heart becomes hot. The ancient gods promoted by the Emperor of Heaven have already defied the sky to be unbelievable, and their combat power in the same level is against the sky. So what about the true gods who surpassed the rank of the Emperor of Heaven, and then advanced to the ancient gods? The 9 flames and different fire Ju started running rapidly, and a large amount of sky fire power poured into Han Feng's body, improving the 9 flames and different fire Ju. The artifact of time hovered over Han Feng's mind, and wisps of power of time poured down. Around Han Feng, a vortex formed, and the power of the sky fire was slowly absorbed by Han Feng, so the vortex was not big. But the power of time suddenly saved the time Han Feng needed for refining, so the power of the sky fire disappeared immediately as soon as it entered Han Feng's body, becoming the power of the 9 flames and different fire art. Originally, after the power of heavenly fire was absorbed by Han Feng, it took a period of time to transform into the power of 9 flames and different fire art, but because of the power of time, that period of time was lost, and it disappeared immediately. This caused some shortage of the power of the sky fire around Han Feng. In order to make up for these deficiencies, the power of the sky fire from farther away in the Tianhua River also rushed over. The vortex around Han Feng is getting bigger and bigger, the waves are getting more and more turbulent, and more rivers are flowing. The power of He Tianhua was attracted, and the momentum was monstrous. Soon, Emperor Joyo was alarmed. The second update. What happened? Why is the power of the sky fire all attracted to another direction? The Emperor Joyo, who was cultivating latently, was shocked instantly. Because the power of the sky fire was sucked away, the power of the sky fire around Emperor Joyo immediately became thinner. Originally, it was difficult for Emperor Joyo to break through the limit, but if the power of the sky fire became thinner, it would be even more hopeless to break through the limit. Is someone interfering? Or is there some treasure about to be born? Emperor Joyo's face was uncertain. After a while, Emperor Joyo soared into the sky. It's fine if there is a treasure born, that's my chance, but if it's artificial, In the last sentence, the murderous intent flashed across the face of Emperor Joyo. Following the direction in which the power of the sky fire was sucked away, Emperor Joyo turned into a faint blue flame and shot away. In just a quarter of an hour, the figure of Emperor Joyo froze and stopped in the air. I saw Emperor Joyo staring down with sinister eyes, where Han Feng was madly absorbing the power of the sky fire. With the power of time to save time, Han Feng's 9 flames and different fire art is getting closer and closer to the limit of the 7th level late stage. The surging Zhejian fire burst out, becoming more and more vigorous. How could there be such a terrifying suction power? Emperor Joyo was astonished, and immediately, Emperor Joyo showed a greedy look. If this emperor obtains such an absorption method, it will only take a few days. Ghost fire can push the limits. And in the next month, this emperor will not be able to raise the 9 phantom fire to a level beyond that of his father. The 9 phantom fire alone is enough to severely damage the superior emperor. By then, I will fully comprehend and master a complete supernatural skill. I will definitely have a place on the list of heavenly emperors, and my combat power will definitely be raised to the level of the supreme heavenly emperor. In time, it is not impossible to surpass my father and ascend to the number 1 throne on the heavenly emperor ranking. Thinking of this, the divine essence of Emperor Joyo's body suddenly gushed out, merged into the Joyo ghost fire, turned into a giant hand and grabbed Han Feng. Who? Han Feng's eyes suddenly opened, and 2 horrifying gazes burst out, piercing directly through Joyo Linghua's big hands. What? Emperor Joyo was startled. Even if he didn't use much power, he shouldn't be easily penetrated, especially, the only thing that pierced 9 phantom fire's big hand was the opponent's gaze. Emperor Joyo vaguely remembered Han Feng. He should be one of Emperor Li Tian's team. If he remembered correctly, the other party should be only a middle-level emperor. But how can a mere middle-level emperor have such terrible destructive power with just one look? Han Feng also saw Emperor Joyo at this time, but he was not afraid at all. It turns out that Emperor Joyo came here. I don't know why Emperor Jiuyou suddenly made a sneak attack. Han Feng stopped the Jiuyeni Huaju, and his divine energy was ready to go. Seeing the appearance of Emperor Jiuyou at this moment, know that the Comer is not good. It's just that Han Feng couldn't figure out how he offended the Emperor Jiuyou and let the Emperor Jiuyou come to trouble him. Or, is there any enmity between Emperor Lydian and Emperor Jiuyou? Although Emperor Jiuyou was surprised, he still didn't take Han Feng to heart. The majestic 7 great emperors are all geniuses who can fight beyond the level. How can they be afraid of a middle-level emperor? Boy, you can absorb the power of the Skyfire, but you have to leave here. So much power of the Skyfire has arrived. On your side, how can I let the emperor practice? When Emperor Jiuyou opened his mouth, he wanted to drive away Han Feng. It was only then that Han Feng knew why Emperor Jiuyou came to trouble him. It turned out that he was not the only one practicing in this river of flames. Just let him go? Hee hee. Han Feng sneered in his heart. If Emperor Jiuyou said such a thing, he might have to do so, but what is the mere son of Jiuyou? Sorry, this flame river is so long, Han is used to practicing here. If Emperor Jiuyou feels that Han disturbs your practice, Emperor Jiuyou can go to a farther place to practice, so that Han I will not disturb you, Emperor Jiuyou. Looking for death. Emperor Jiuyou was furious, and Jiuyou Linghua turned into a big hand again, and slapped Han Feng fiercely. This time, Emperor Jiuyou used a powerful divine skill. The blue giant palm flashed with extremely mysterious lines, and powerful aura gushed out one after another. Han Feng punched out with a pressing palm like a sky-suppressing palm. Xuanhuan Fighting Fist. This punch was fused with the Ziji Heavenly Fire, and the Xian was overwhelming. The flaming fist like a comet collided with the giant blue flaming palm in an instant, and an earth-shattering roar resounded through the sky in an instant. The power of Ziji Tianhua strengthened again, resulting in the Xuanhuan Fighting Fist that has been integrated into Ziji Tianhua. The power is even more terrifying, and the power exerted cannot be considered weak among super-grade divine skills. A majestic wave of flames rolled out, and the purple flames and blue flames blew out waves of storms, causing the earth to shake and burst. The volcano shattered, and even the Tianhua River violently churned, and a large number of Tianhua rolled out of the river. Came out, blasted on both sides of the river, and burned violently. Han Feng remained motionless in the waves of flames, and with the Xuanhuan battle armor, these waves of air did not affect Han Feng at all. Today's Han Feng has mastered the power of the peak of the Middle Emperor, and can fully exert the power of the Middle Emperor. Jishianhuo, the combat power has reached the pseudo-extreme level. This is the first time that Han Feng's combat power has reached a false peak without relying on the 3 gods. On the other hand, Emperor Jiuyou looked in a terrible state of embarrassment. He underestimated Han Feng's Jiuyou Emperor, and naturally, he did not fully display his combat power. But how can it compare with the pseudo-extreme? In the waves of purple flames and blue flames, Emperor Jiuyou dodged in a panic. Damn it, how could this kid be so strong? He is only a mediocre heavenly emperor, but he has pseudo-extreme combat power. Where did the Lydian emperor find this pervert? Don't dare to underestimate Han Feng anymore. Taking a deep breath, Emperor Jiuyou immediately opened up Jiuyou's blood. A strand of Jiuyou's power rolled out of Jiuyou Emperor's body, and Jiuyou Emperor's black hair instantly turned into a blue color, and he seemed to be a messenger from the Jiuyou land in a trance, braving all over his body. The eerie 9 phantom fire. Jiuyou shocking finger. Emperor Jiuyou raised his finger and shouted violently. A vast force swept across the world, and the energy of the world within a radius of 10,000 miles rioted instantly. As Emperor Jiuyou raised his finger, a majestic oppression surged from the sky in an instant, descending on Han Feng. The third update. This is. Feeling the oppression of heaven and earth, Han Feng's pupils suddenly shrank. Han Feng knows that this is a vision of heaven and earth that can only be achieved by supernatural skills. His family knew his family's situation, and Han Feng knew that he was able to display the power of a supernatural skill because of the fusion of Ziji Tianhua and Xinyan War Fist. Relying on Xinyan's fist alone is still far away from supergrade magic skills. As for the unique technique displayed by Emperor Joyo at this moment, although in terms of power, it still does not reach the level of a supergrade divine skill, there is no doubt that this move has touched the essence of a supergrade divine skill. Strictly speaking, this is the rudiment of a supergrade divine skill. At most, there are a few problems that have not been resolved by Emperor Joyo, so it has not been able to truly promote the supergrade divine skill. However, with the fusion of the 9 phantom fires, this move is almost equal to the real supergrade magic skill. With Joyo's bloodline, the combat power of Emperor Joyo has reached the pseudo-extreme level, and it is not low in the pseudo-extreme level, about 80% of the power of the Blood God Emperor. The Blood God Emperor is the limit of the Emperor, and the son of Joyo is just a first-class Emperor. It seems that the realm is not so stable, and the gap between them can be seen. The 9 phantom fire rolled in the void, forming a sea of flames all over the sky. A giant finger suddenly protruded from the sea of flames, and fell slowly at a speed that seemed slow, but was actually extremely fast. Every time the giant finger gets closer to Han Feng, the more pressure Han Feng feels. Humph, I don't believe that you can resist this move of the 9 nether shocking finger. The Emperor Jiu, you sneered in the sea of 9 nether flames. Han Feng's eyes flashed, and the 3 gods unfolded instantly. The simultaneous increase of Jingxian physique, Great Rion physique, and Xinyan War physique made Han Feng's cultivation immediately skyrocket to an extremely unbelievable level. A dazzling white sun disk appeared behind him, and the flames surged into the sky. Han Feng turned into the flame god of war and struck out with another punch. If it is said that Han Feng's punch before was just a pseudo-extreme, then the power of the punch at this moment has truly reached the peak of the Emperor. Before the Joyo shocking finger fell, it was blocked in the air by an irresistible force. Then it was counterattacked back. Rumble. Joyo Jingtian finger was like a banana that was squashed from head to toe. It was crushed to pieces after only resisting it for a moment. The Joyo Sea of Fire was pierced in an instant, and a boundless storm of flames was rolled out by the vast power. This vast force soon spread to Emperor Joyo. Even if Emperor Joyo launched a powerful defense in time, he couldn't resist this force, and was thrown out fiercely, vomiting blood continuously in embarrassment. In the sky, there was a sudden cry of pain, and a figure flashed out. It turned out to be the Holy Devil Emperor, and also one of the 7 great emperors, a genius emperor. Emperor Holy Devil. Emperor Joyo's face instantly became extremely ugly when he saw this person. The scene of him being in such a mess was actually seen by the person who had been trampled under his feet all this time. The Holy Demon Emperor looked embarrassed. He had only seen the battle taking place here before, and the aura of one of them was still familiar to him. It was the Emperor Joyo, so he came to have a look. He really wanted to know who was fighting against Emperor Joyo. After coming to the vicinity, the Holy Demon Emperor restrained his breath and hid aside. Who would have thought that the strength of the person who dared to confront the Joyo Emperor was too terrifying, and such a powerful blow erupted, even he was affected, from the hiding place had to expose. Come. Haha. Hello, Emperor Joyo. The Holy Demon Emperor greeted Emperor Joyo embarrassingly. It's not good at all. Emperor Joyo said sarcastically. Han Feng looked at the 2 emperors silently. Han Feng, the son of the Holy Demon Emperor, had already discovered it, so when the Xinyan War Fist was thrown out, he intentionally guided part of the power of the Xinyan War Fist to affect the Holy Demon Emperor. Otherwise, the Holy Demon Emperor would not have been exposed so easily. Seeing Han Feng's gaze sweeping towards him, the Holy Demon Emperor's body turned cold, and he cursed inwardly. Where did the perversion come from? Even Emperor Joyo was beaten so badly, I'd better not provoke him. Haha, you two continue, I won't bother you two. The Holy Demon Emperor was about to leave. Wait a minute, since you are here, how about helping me? Emperor Joyo immediately sent a voice transmission. Are you kidding? This person can't even beat you, and I can beat you together? Besides, why should I help you? In the last sentence, the tone of the Holy Demon Emperor was also quite mocking. The 7 emperors are all competing with each other, and the relationship is not harmonious. It is still good if they don't make trouble, and you still want to help? Then, without saying a word, the Holy Demon Emperor turned into a ball of devilish energy and disappeared. Coward! Emperor Joyo cursed secretly. Seeing that there was no one to help, Emperor Joyo had no choice but to retreat, but the gloomy expression on his face made Han Feng understand that this matter was endless. Until Emperor Joyo disappeared from Han Feng's sight, Han Feng still didn't make a move after all. It is easy to kill Emperor Joyo, but if you kill Emperor Joyo, you will face Emperor Joyo when you leave Xianfeng's small world. At present, Han Feng is not sure about dealing with Emperor Joyo. Only when you have the ability to fight against the Emperor Joyo, or even kill the Emperor Joyo, can you kill the son of the Joyo Emperor regardless, so as to deal with a series of problems later. Call. I hope that this breakthrough in the 9 flames and different fire art will greatly increase my overall strength. As long as the strength is really improved enough to compete with the Emperor Joyo, if the Emperor Joyo dares to provoke me, I will kill him. Han Feng put down all kinds of thoughts, sank into the Skyfire Hanoi again, and operated the 9 flames different fire art. Surrounded by the power of time, the 9 flames and different fire art soon reached the true limit of the late stage of the 7th layer, only one step away from the peak of the 7th layer. The quality of Xuanhuan has also reached the peak of Emperor grade. Boom boom boom. In Tianhua Hanoi, the vortex is getting bigger and bigger, and the power of Tianhua is also increasing, and it is getting more and more terrifying. The power of the Skyfire continued to flow in, almost forming a long dragon. I do not know how long it has been. Han Feng's body shook violently, and the Ziji heavenly flame suddenly surged up, soaring into the sky and covering the sun, and the sky with a radius of 10,000 miles was filled with an extremely dense sea of purple flames. The divine essence in Han Feng's body has undergone earth-shaking changes. Every trace of divine essence contains extremely terrifying power, which is far inferior to the previous divine essence. The aura became stronger and stronger, and Han Feng's face at this moment also showed a little more majesty, like a high-ranking emperor. The 9 flames different fire Ju has already breaking through from the late stage of the 7th floor to the peak of the 7th floor. And the quality of Xuanhuan, also in an instant. In an instant, he surpassed the imperial rank, and reached the realm that Han Feng didn't even know what to call it. Because in the past, no one has ever reached such a state. 4th update. Limited time panic, by 2015 sunscreen clothes women's long sleeve short sleeves. Limited time pantyhose, toe transparent ultra thin hidden transparent pantyhose, 9.9 free shipping, send girlfriend, hee. Support the development of the website, go to Taobao to buy things from here. Rumble. Han Feng's divine essence surpassed the imperial grade, reaching a realm that no one had ever reached before, and his aura became more and more terrifying, soaring straight into the sky. Such terrifying power made some heavenly venerates and heavenly emperors not dare to approach even if they discovered the vision here. This is... A strange color suddenly flashed on Han Feng's face. The improvement of the 9 flames different fire art, in addition to the increase in the power of Ziji Tianhua, probably also means the improvement of the quality of the divine essence. As for the spiritual soul and divine body, it cannot be said that there is no improvement, but the improvement is very small. But this time, Xuanhuan broke through beyond the emperor rank, and even the soul and body of the gods have undergone earth-shaking changes. The previous soul and body were only of the middle emperor grade, but now they have all broken through to the upper emperor grade, and even upgraded all the way to the middle and high stages of the upper emperor grade, rather than beginners. It stands to reason that with such an improvement, Han Feng should once again be unable to control his own power, but in fact, Han Feng did not feel the slightest difficulty in controlling it. The foundation of this breakthrough was extremely stable. 9 flames and different fire art has broken through to the peak of the 7th floor, and there is such a change. Han Feng took a breath, and then his face was full of joy. Xuanhuan surpassed emperor rank, and the power of Ziji Tianhua skyrocketed, coupled with the breakthrough of the overall cultivation, the overall strength skyrocketed extremely. It can be said that now, Han Feng already has the confidence to fight against masters like Emperor Joyo. If the Skyfire Pagoda is sacrificed, it's hard to say who wins and who loses. The 9 flames and different fire Ju broke through to the peak of the 7th floor, and the unblocking degree of the Skyfire Tower was further enhanced. Although the Tianhua Pagoda has not been unsealed to the level of the Chaos Artifact, its power is not much worse than the Chaos Artifact. Emperor Joyo. I hope you don't provoke me again, otherwise. Han Feng smiled coldly. He spared Emperor Joyo before, but he was worried about Emperor Joyo. Now that he already has the power to contend with the Emperor Joyo, he will naturally have no scruples. Han Feng didn't know that his breakthrough this time was not simple. It set off a storm in the entire 3000 God realm and shook the 3000 God realm. At the moment when Han Feng Xuanhuan surpassed the imperial grade, a large number of abnormal phenomena appeared in the 3000 God realm, whether it was the Great Thousand God realm, the Middle Thousand God realm, or the Small Thousand God realm. A vague figure appeared in all the voids of the God realm, and the whole body of the figure emitted colorful light, white light, black light, silver light, blue light, purple light, and golden light. The 7-colored light finally formed a 7-colored lotus. A huge figure sat on the 7-colored lotus, and a majestic and vast force swept the entire God realm. In the face of such power, even the king of the gods felt a little oppressed, and even the emperor of the gods was shocked to see this scene. All the masters in the 3000 God realm were shocked, especially when they knew that such a scene had appeared in the 3000 God realm. They were even more horrified. Who is that figure sitting on top of the colorful lotus? Why did he appear in the void of the 3000 gods? His picture? Spirit world. The emperor of the spirit world looked up at this scene, giving orders one after another. The spirit world is not the Dakian God realm, but it is one of the most powerful God realms in the Zhongqian God realm, because the spirit world has a strong God emperor, and he is also the only God emperor in the spirit world, the spirit emperor. The Ling Huang immediately ordered to search the entire spiritual world for the blurry phantom that appeared in the void. Although the figure is blurred and cannot be seen clearly, the 7-colored lotus under the seat can be used as a target to look for. A place for casual cultivators in the spiritual world. A long-haired woman with a delicate face exclaimed. This person's figure, how does it look so similar to Han Feng? This woman was obviously Lin Qingshan, who was directly absorbed by the spirit world because she was a spirit body when she ascended to the God realm. As expected, no matter where he is the best. Lin Qingshan raised her head, looking greedily at the vague figure in the void, her heart filled with pride. Immediately, Lin Qingshan suppressed the yearning in her heart. We must break through as soon as possible. Only by being promoted to the ancient gods can we be qualified to wander among the 3000 gods and find Han Feng. Unfortunately, as a casual cultivator, it is too difficult to find a large number of chaos stones. Thinking of this, Lin Qingshan's face flashed with sadness. The Blood Demon realm, Yuan Song realm, Taishu realm, and all the powerful gods issued orders to search for the phantom that appeared in the sky. Led by the Great Thousand God realm, most of the 3000 God realms have begun intensive searches. Flame God realm. The Lord of the Flame God is the most powerful God Emperor in the Flame God realm, and he is only one step away from being the master. The Flame God realm is the Great Thousand God realm, and it is also one of the top existences in the Great Thousand God realm. The Lord of the Flame God saw the vision that appeared in the sky above the Flame God realm, and a gleam flashed in his eyes. That seven-colored lotus looks like the lotus of chaos. Could it be that someone has condensed an unprecedented chaos lotus? No matter what the lotus of chaos represents, this person must be found. Perhaps in this person, I can find the way to become an advanced master. Flame God Valley. That is the place where only direct descendants of the Yin clan can live. In the valley, a figure with an icy temperament was sitting cross-legged. What attracted the most attention was the thick red waist-length hair hanging in the air, like a waterfall. Take a closer look at the face of that figure. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as a country and a city. I saw this figure let out a breath slowly, and clusters of flames suddenly rose around him. Each cluster of flames exuded a breath with completely different attributes, but they were all equally terrifying. A woman with such a cold temperament is burning with terrifying flames all over her body. When the woman opened her eyes, she could only see the incomparably cold look in those eyes, which was enough to freeze people. Just at this moment, a vague phantom condensed in the void. Although it disappeared quickly, it caused the woman's delicate body to tremble. A soft color flashed in the originally cold eyes. To a trace of missing and tears. That figure, with such an appearance, even if it's blurry, I'm sure it must be Han Feng. Meng Yaqing is very familiar with Han Feng. Even though this figure is very blurry, she is still recognized by Han Feng. Meng Yaqing recognized it at a glance. Meng Yaqing's face revealed a trace of gentleness, and she also breathed a sigh of relief. After ascending to the God realm, Meng Yaqing realized that the competition in the God realm was more brutal, so how could she not be worried about Han Feng's situation after his ascension? Right now, it's definitely not bad. Fortunately, I am already a direct disciple of the Flame God Valley, enjoying many resources and the teachings of the strong, and now I am at the level of the Emperor of Heaven. When I break through to the ancient gods, I will leave the Flame God realm and look for Han Feng. Thinking of this, Meng Yaqing closed her eyes tightly again. One by one chaos stones were suspended in mid-air, guiding the chaos chi in the chaos stones to condense in her body, preparing to condense the Emperor-grade chaos lotus. Here is a gray and dim space. There is no sky, no earth, nothing. What is there is only gray and dim. Phone reading. In the center of this space, there is a gray-white light. In the light, there are 4 figures of different ages sitting cross-legged. Among the 4 people, there are old people, middle-aged people, teenagers, and children. But no matter what their faces were, the eyes of the 4 figures were full of vicissitudes, as if a long time had passed. At the moment when the 3,000 gods' realms were empty and all of them appeared black figures and colorful lotuses, the 4 of them all looked in the direction of the 3,000 gods' realms. There was both shock and surprise in their eyes. That is, 7-colored lotus? Never seen such a lotus of chaos. Could it be? I didn't expect someone to break through the 4th limit of the true God and reach the 5th limit. Among the 4, the old man spoke slowly. That's really the case. The middle-aged, the teenager, and the child all looked happy. Immediately, the 3 of them showed doubts again. I don't know who condensed such a lotus of chaos. The old man sighed. It's a pity. Why? The middle-aged man was puzzled. But the young man thought of something, and sighed. The ruler of the space will come in thousands of years. Although I don't know who condensed the unprecedented colorful lotus of chaos, since the lotus of chaos has just been condensed, naturally, it is the ancient god. It's even possible that he isn't even an ancient god now, but he just broke through to the unprecedented 5th limit realm of a true god. In just a few thousand years, if you don't cultivate to the 6th level god emperor, how can you enter the space of domination? If you can't enter the dominator space, you won't get the foundation of the avenue, and it is impossible to be promoted to the dominator. This boy appeared at the wrong time, too late. It would have been better if he had been hundreds of thousands of years earlier. The young man looked regretful. The middle-aged and children were startled, and both sighed. For our masters? Naturally, they are superior, but only when they become masters can they understand the crisis facing the god realm. In addition to the 3,000 gods, there is also a clan of heavenly demons outside the territory, who are always trying to find a way to invade this world of heaven and annex the world of heaven in order to achieve the supreme position. Once this heavenly Tao world is gone, all the creatures in the heavenly Tao world will also be thrown into reincarnation. For this reason, the four of them often fought with the demon clan outside the territory. However, although there is only one master of the heavenly demon clan outside the territory, it is as high as 9 ranks, and it is only 1 rank away from becoming the supreme, surpassing the way of heaven. As for the 4 of them, except for the old man who has reached the 8th level master, the rest are 7th level masters. The Lord of the heavenly demon, with only 1 person, is equivalent to the 4 of them. The 4 of them desperately hope that a new master will be born to share the pressure. If this new master can grow rapidly, not to mention reaching the 9th level master, they only need to reach the 8th level master. Together, the 4 of them will be able to suppress the Lord of the heavenly demon. But how difficult it is to reach the 8th level of domination. Middle-aged people, young people, and children have been masters for such a long time, especially middle-aged people. It has been 2 eras and almost 3 eras, and they have not succeeded in breaking through to the 8th level master. Unless, it is a super genius who has achieved mastery. The level of this genius is relatively high. After all, who can become a master? Which one is not a genius against the sky? If you want to be more genius than them, I am afraid that it will be difficult to find 1 in 10 epochs, and wait until they are comparable to them. But the appearance of the colorful chaotic lotus gave the 4 people hope, but it happened that the colorful chaotic lotus appeared too late. In only a few thousand years, the dominator of the space was about to come. Without the foundation of the Tao, no matter how heaven-defying a genius is, he can only reach the 6th level God Emperor at the highest level, and don't even think about breaking through to the 7th level master. This genius who condensed the colorful lotus of chaos is destined to be unable to become the master after thousands of years. If he wants to become the master, he can only wait for the next era. For a whole era, there is too much time for this to happen. It is very likely that in this era, the world of heavenly Tao was invaded and annexed by extraterrestrial demons. The 4 looked distressed, and the old man said lightly, "Perhaps, this is fate. I can only blame that little guy for not having enough luck." This gray and dim space regained its tranquility once again. Beyond the 3,000 God realm. If there are strong people in the God realm who can visit the 3,000 God realm here, they will find that the 3,000 God realm is surrounded by milky white light. This milky white light is like a duck egg, enveloping the 3,000 God realms within it. Every time the extraterrestrial demons want to invade the world of heaven, they must first destroy this shell. Outside the God realm, it was chaos. In the depths of this chaotic darkness, there is a palace floating. Surrounding the palace stood hideous and terrifying statues of pitch-black monsters, exuding a fierce and terrifying aura. With such a breath, even if the God Emperor came here, he would be terrified. In the palace, there is a huge, seemingly endless, pitch-black behemoth. On the upper part of the behemoth's body, a middle-aged man with 12 pitch-black bone wings suddenly opened his eyes. Those were a pair of eyes full of blood and tyranny. The man looked up and looked in a certain direction. That world, how do I feel that there is a force that can threaten me? Could it be that those 4 guys broke through? No, as masters, if any one of them breaks through, there will be great power, and this king will never fail to perceive it. The master space of that heavenly Tao world has not come yet, and naturally no new master will be born. Then, the man's eyes narrowed. It means that there is a genius who can threaten me in that piece of heavenly Tao world, so this king will be warned in advance. Humph, It seems that this king's attempts to invade again and again have made the heavenly Tao of that world unable to bear it. Forget it, let's send a clansman to have a look. Not long after, a young man with a build similar to that of a middle-aged man came over, except that there were only 8 bone wings on the young man's back. Tuzi, you are the genius of our clan. I now have a task for you, and you must complete it for me. The middle-aged man's voice resounded throughout the hall. Don't worry, King, Tuzli will do his best to complete the king's mission. I don't know what tasks the king has to give to Tuzli. The young man knelt on one knee, expressing his respect for the kings of his family. My king ordered you to go to that piece of heavenly world, and after you take away one person, let me investigate. So that's how it is. After Tuzli finds that person, he will definitely kill him. Presumably that person hasn't grown up yet. It's just, with those 4 old fellows here, how can Xuanhuan break through and enter? The second update. Limited time panic by 2015 sunscreen clothes women's long sleeves short sleeves. Limited time pantyhose, toe transparent ultra thin hidden transparent pantyhose, 9.9 free shipping, send girlfriend, hee. Support the development of the website, go to Taobao to buy things from here. The middle-aged man waved his hand, it's okay, since I will meet those 4 old guys, it's also a good time to see how the 4 old guys have progressed over the years. Hearing this, Xuanhuan's frenzied eyes fell on the middle-aged man. This is the king of his own clan. With only one person, he can overwhelm the 4 masters of the world of heaven. Wang alone is still too weak. This time he invaded the world of heaven, it is best to seize the foundation of the great way to become the ruler and help the king invade the world of heaven. Tuzi Lai vowed in his heart. Forbidden ancient realm, within Xuanhuan's small world. Han Feng naturally didn't know what happened outside the 3,000 gods, and the gods, after his divine origin, surpassed the imperial rank. At this moment, Han Feng is still running the 9 flames and different fire Ju, with all his strength, constantly absorbing the power of Tianhua Hanoi. It is true that the 9 flames and different fire art has broken through to the peak of the 7th floor, but it is only barely able to break through to the peak of the 7th floor, and it has not yet been fully stabilized. Even if it is stable, there is still a lot of gap from the peak limit. Since it is going to be done, it is natural to do the best. Using the power of heavenly fire to push the heavenly fire Ju to the limit of the peak of the 7th floor of the Tao, that would be good, and then just wait to leave the forbidden ancient realm and sprint to the 8th floor with all your strength. With the power of time, Han Feng's efficiency in absorbing the power of sky fire can be described as terrifying. Tianhuo has accumulated an extremely majestic power of skyfire over the years, but under the absorption of Han Feng with the help of the power of time, he has absorbed 70% to 80% of the power of skyfire, which almost surpassed the power of skyfire in Hanoi. Blot dry. Since then, the different fire Ju has completely reached the limit of the 7th floor, and the power of Ziji Tianhua has been raised to an extremely incredible level. Maybe it's really because the peak of the 7th floor is a bit special. In the past, the soul and body that would not have been greatly improved due to the improvement of the different fire art, have also reached the peak of the upper emperor rank at this moment. In other words, Han Feng is now a heavenly emperor, peak powerhouse. In terms of cultivation base, he is already at the same level as Joyo Heavenly Emperor, Tiangang, Fist Emperor, Eight-Legged Thunder Emperor, etc. Even because of the divine essence that surpassed the imperial grade, without using divine skills, Emperor Joyo and the others were afraid that they would be defeated by Han Feng in just one face-to-face encounter. My current strength is terrifying. I heard that the number 1 on the Heavenly Emperor ranking is a casual cultivator, and he broke through to the 16th floor of the Yuan Pagoda early on. I don't know what is the strength that cannot be compared now. But if compared with Tiangang Fist Emperor and the others. Han Feng grinned. I will win. Leaving the Tianhua River, Han Feng took a deep look at the Tianhua River. This time he entered the Xuanhuan small world. He didn't know what opportunities other people got. For Han Feng, the Tianhua River was his opportunity, and it couldn't be bigger. Opportunity. Tianhuo helped him jump to the least-ranked second in the Forbidden Ancient Realm. If there is not much difference between the number 1 on the Emperor list and the combat power recorded on the list, he is very likely to be number 1. And NB. SP, so far, Han Feng finally has no scruples about Emperor Joyo and others. In other words, now even the Emperor, he can slaughter without any scruples. I hope those emperors didn't offend me. Han Feng sneered. Han Feng searched in the small world for a few more days, probably because he had already encountered such an opportunity as Tianhuo, and never encountered a second opportunity after that. At this moment, Han Feng received a request for help from Emperor Li Tian. Xianyan Quarry. Han Feng clicked his tongue and sighed. This son of Emperor Lydian was lucky. Profound Flame Stone, produced in the Profound Flame Stone mine, is a strange stone containing majestic fire energy, which can be used for forging weapons and cultivation. Although Emperor Lydian is not a fire attribute, he can use Xianyan stone to exchange for the resources he needs. A single Profound Flame Stone might not be of much use to the Heavenly Emperor, but a whole line would be different. 100 Profound Flame Stones would probably be able to significantly improve the cultivation of the lower Heavenly Emperors. However, Han Feng has other plans. If he obtains these Xianyan stones, whether he leaves the Forbidden Ancient Realm and intends to use them to sprint to the 8th layer of the different fire art, or to sprint to the realm after the transformation of Xinyan's combat body, it will be the same. Can be of great assistance. Thinking of this, Han Feng spread out his black dragon wings and rushed to the place mentioned by Emperor Li Tian at the fastest speed. Rumble. In the sky, terrifying thunder overflowed, and there were 8 giant thunder beasts like praying mantis arms machetes, waving their arms and slashing towards the opposite side continuously. A series of terrifying thunderbolt and moon arc-shaped sword cuts blasted towards the opposite side one after another. On the opposite side was a swordsman dressed in white, who was none other than Emperor Ling Tian, one of the 7 great emperors. 8-legged lightning slash. Ling Tian swordsmanship. It cannot be said that Emperor Li Tian's attack is not weak, but Emperor Ling Tian's combat power is equally strong. With the divine sword in hand, Emperor Ling Tian is like a tiger with wings added to his wings. With one move, he slashes at Emperor Lydian in the void with one move. With such exquisite swordsmanship, Emperor Lydian can only deal with it in a hurry from a distance, and cannot get close to Emperor Ling Tian at all. Son. Emperor Ling Tian obviously knew that once he was approached by Emperor Lydian, with Lydian Emperor's 8-legged mad thunder body, he would be defeated 8 out of 10. Fortunately, I have helpers. Beside Emperor Ling Tian, a middle-aged man would help Emperor Ling Tian from time to time. No matter how strong Emperor Ling Tian is, it is impossible for him to always be in the upper hand and beat Emperor Lydian. The difference between the 2 emperors was not that big. Under normal circumstances, even if Emperor Ling Tian had the upper hand for a while, he would be approached and injured by Emperor Lydian before long. In a battle between Emperor Lydian and Emperor Ling Tian, the biggest possibility is that both sides will suffer. But with middle-aged men intervening, it is naturally different. This middle-aged man is known as the Emperor of the 8 Gods, and his cultivation base is at the top of the Emperor of Heaven. He has pseudo-extreme combat power, probably a line stronger than the Emperor of the Blue Demon. It is precisely because of the intervention of the 8 gods and heavenly emperors from time to time that Li Tiandizi can't get close to him, and naturally he can only frequently fall into the disadvantaged. If it wasn't for the 8 gods and heavenly emperor not wanting to offend Emperor Lydian too deeply, he would not have shot once in a while, but shot with all his strength. There is a pseudo-extreme effort to go out. If he helped Emperor Ling Tian, Emperor Lydian would definitely lose, and he would lose miserably, or even his life would be solved by Emperor Ling Tian. Others would be afraid to do anything because of Li Tian's identity as the emperor's son, but Ling Tian's son, who is also the emperor's son, is different. Damn it, why hasn't anyone come yet? Lydian Dizzy was furious and became more and more anxious. Could it be that he just gave up on the Xuanhuan stone mine and ran away? As soon as this idea appeared, it was eliminated by Emperor Li Tian's unwillingness. He was the first to discover this Xuanhuan quarry, so why did he want to take advantage of Emperor Ling Tian in the end? My son, I'll help you. A roar sounded from behind. Lydian Emperor's son was overjoyed at first, and then he twitched the corner of his mouth when he heard that he was the god of wrath. You are a middle-level emperor, even if you are a top power among the middle-level emperors, what is the use of coming here? Heaven/Fury million punches. The monstrous shadow of the fist struck mightily, and the 8 gods and heavenly emperor curled his lips. I don't dare to offend Lydian Emperor's son and 8-legged Thunder Emperor, so it's possible that I will be afraid of you, a mere middle-level heavenly emperor. The 8 gods heavenly emperor didn't even unfold his divine body, the divine essence of his whole body gathered together and blasted out. He didn't use all his strength at all, and the 8 gods only relied on the ordinary divine essence to attack, completely defeating the blow of the divine anger emperor, and the remaining energy of the divine essence bombarded the divine anger emperor, blasting the divine anger emperor fiercely fly. God angry heavenly emperor vomited blood, was blown to the brink of death by 8 gods heavenly emperor, and fell/fall from the sky. Emperor Li Tian fought fiercely with Emperor Ling Tian, and took a few steps back. Emperor Ling Tian disdained, Emperor Li Tian, if you don't want to die, you should get out of here, this Xuanhuan quarry is already owned by this emperor. Dreaming, you want to take away the Xuanhuan stone mine that this emperor discovered? Li Tian Dizzy's angry eyes were a little red. Even if you are unwilling, so what, but this emperor has the upper hand now, and when this emperor defeats you, it is time for this emperor to kill you. This emperor has long been dissatisfied with the 7 emperors, so it happens to be changed to the 6 emperors. Emperor Ling Tian said, holding the sword to kill Emperor Ling Tian again. Thunder, sword light, and sword slash continued to spread, and the void rumbled. However, Emperor Ling Tian is really the same as Emperor Lydian, and it is difficult to win Emperor Lydian in a short time. Emperor Ling Tian also became a little anxious, for fear that Emperor Li Tian's backup would arrive. Emperor Ling Tian remembered that in the team of Emperor Lydian, there was only the Emperor Qingyao, who was second only to the Emperor of the 8 gods, and the Emperor of the God Mirror. The Emperor of the 8 gods could not resist at all. It would be bad if Heavenly Emperor Qingyao and Heavenly Emperor Shenjing came together. Emperor 8 gods, this emperor ordered you to attack with all your strength, to kill Emperor Lydian. Emperor Ling Tian suddenly sent a voice transmission to Emperor 8 gods. What? This subordinate dare not. Emperor Ba Hen was frightened by Emperor Ling Tian. Just kidding, kill Li Tiandi's son? Isn't that waiting to be killed by the 8-legged Thunder Emperor? The 8-legged Thunder Emperor is stronger than the fearless Sword Emperor in terms of ranking. What are you afraid of? As long as you beat Emperor Lydian half to death, then this emperor will naturally be able to easily kill Emperor Lydian. At that time, even if the 8-legged Thunder Emperor wants to cause trouble, this emperor and Wu Wei Sword Emperor will stand up. The son of Emperor Ling Tian pledged to the 8 gods. Seeing that the Emperor Iori was still hesitant, the son of Emperor Ling Tian promised the Emperor Iori a lot of benefits, including 10% of the benefits of the Xuanhuan stone mine. The 8 gods and heavenly emperors were finally moved, and the gazes staring at Li Tiandi's son gradually became filled with Senhen's murderous intent. It's not good for Lydian Dizzy to secretly think, no matter how unwilling he is, losing the Xuanhuan stone mine is better than falling, so he turned around and ran away. Catch up! Emperor Ling Tian hurriedly roared, and immediately chased after Emperor Lydian. The 8 gods and emperors also followed closely after thinking of the various benefits promised by Emperor Ling Tian. My lord, protect the emperor. Li Shendizi watched with joy as Sanjiao Tiandi and an ordinary high-ranking Tiandi in his team finally arrived. I'm going to drag Lydian Emperor's son, and I'll leave those two to you. Yes. The son of Emperor Ling Tian and the son of Emperor Lydian fought again, but the Emperor Ba Hen fought with Emperor Triangle and Emperor Zifa. After all, the purple-haired emperor is just an ordinary superior emperor. In the rank of superior emperor, his combat power is really not very good. He was soon found by the 8 gods and dealt heavy damage, and was beaten to the ground just like the god-wrathful emperor. Then, the 8 gods and the triangles fought fiercely. Darkness grows. Fist of the 8 gods. Ziji Tianhua. Just as the Iori and the Sanjiao were fighting fiercely, a purple flame suddenly inserted into the battle area between the two, swallowing the attack of the Iori in an instant. Who is it? The 8 gods and Heavenly Emperor roared angrily with a gloomy face. Han Feng came from the sky, his eyes were awe-inspiring. Seeing Han Feng, Triangle Heavenly Emperor breathed a sigh of relief. Han Feng, quickly help the old man to kill this person. Triangle Heavenly Emperor asked for help. Want to kill me? Just rely on you? Iori Tiandi sneered again, and in the team of Emperor Lydian, he was only afraid of 2 people. The Azure Demon Emperor and the Divine Mirror Emperor. Han Feng controlled Ziji Tianhua, and looked at the 8 gods Heavenly Emperor indifferently. The ignorance in his eyes made the 8 gods Heavenly Emperor extremely angry. Boy, go to hell. Fist of the 8 gods. With a wave of Han Feng's hand, Ziji Tianhua suddenly swelled up, and the monstrous fire swallowed up the punch of the 8 gods in an instant. The heavenly fire Ju has been raised to the limit of the 7th floor, not to mention the attacks of the 8 gods and heavenly emperors. Even the attacks of such strong as the Jiuyo Heavenly Emperor will still be easily swallowed by the Ziji Heavenly Fire. This is also the superpower for Han Feng and Jiuyo Heavenly Emperor to contend emboldened. Ziji Tianhua opened his teeth and claws, and after absorbing the attack of the 8 gods, his power increased instead of weakening, and he continued to attack the 8 gods. Only then did the 8 gods know that it was not good, that there was such a master hidden in the team of Lydian Emperor's son, and this was definitely a more terrifying existence than the Qingyao Emperor and the Xinjing Heavenly Emperor. What kind of flame is that? Just a trace of leaked power made me feel extremely terrified. The 8 gods Heavenly Emperor had the honor to see the 9 phantoms fire of the Jiuyo Heavenly Emperor. But even the 9 phantoms fire of the Jiuyo Heavenly Emperor was not as good as this monstrous purple flame in the eyes of the 8 gods Heavenly Emperor. The 8 gods and Heavenly Emperor retreated quickly, and at this time he didn't care about the son of Ling Tian, his own life was the most important thing. Want to run? Han Feng curled his lips. Ziji Tianhua's speed instantly increased amidst the terrified look of the 8 gods, and he came behind the 8 gods in almost a moment. Forgive. Before the 8 gods could say the word forgive me, they were completely swallowed by the Ziji Skyfire, and turned into ashes in a short while. Triangle Heavenly Emperor stared at this scene in astonishment. It's not that the Celestial Emperor of the Ziji Skyfire Triangle has never seen it before, but he vaguely remembers it. It doesn't seem to be that strong. That is the superior Heavenly Emperor with pseudo-extreme combat power, but he was burned all at once. How could it be? Seeing this scene, Emperor Ling Tian was completely stunned. Emperor Ling Tian never thought that the 8 gods would die so quickly. Death. Taking advantage of the moment when Emperor Ling Tian lost his mind, Emperor Lydian immediately approached him, and immediately launched a stormy counterattack. Without the 8 gods and Heavenly Emperor to restrain him, and being approached by Lydian Dizzy, Ling Tian Dizzy immediately became flustered, and was repeatedly hacked by Lydian Dizzy. 4th update. 8-legged lightning slash. Ling Tian swordsmanship. Emperor Li Tian slashed on Emperor Ling Tian's body one after another with 8 swords, blood flowed instantly, and Emperor Ling Tian let out a scream. Emperor Li Tian, are you really going to kill me? Emperor Ling Tian roared. Li Tian's son's movements paused. As he was also an emperor, he killed Ling Tian's son, and Wu Wei Sword Emperor couldn't do anything to him. Because he has a good father, 8-legged Thunder Emperor. The 8-legged Thunder Emperor is an existence stronger than the Fearless Sword Emperor. With the 8-legged Thunder Emperor, even if the Fearless Sword Emperor is angry, he cannot attack him. However, the fact that the Fearless Sword Emperor cannot attack him does not mean that the Wushuang Sword sect will give up. It is most likely that Li Tianzong and the Wushuang Sword sect will fight for 100 years. In terms of strongest strength, 8-legged Thunder Emperor is stronger than Fearless Sword Emperor, but in terms of overall strength, Wushuang Sword sect is slightly stronger than Li Tianzong. The two schools fought each other. Even if Li Tianzong won, it would be a miserable victory. After killing you, could it be that the Wushuang Sword sect will fight for you and Li Tian sect? Don't be afraid of 10,000, just in case. What if the Fearless Sword Emperor is a brain twitch, and would rather fight for the benefit of the other 5-star forces, and fight Li Tianzong with him? Emperor Ling Tian's face brightened, taking advantage of the moment when Emperor Li Tian was hesitating. The human sword merged into one instantly, and the whole person turned into a sharp sword, breaking through the space and leaving. After Li Tian dizzy came back to his senses, Ling Tian dizzy had disappeared into the sky. My lord. Triangle Heavenly Emperor flew over, and Han Feng came over lightly. Emperor Li Tian cupped his hands and thanked, "Thank you, Senior and Brother Han, otherwise this emperor will fall here." The emotion on Li Shandizi's face was very sincere, but when Li Shandizi swept towards Han Feng, his face still flashed unnaturally for a moment. The development of Han Feng's strength made Emperor Li Tian feel terrified. Don't think that because Emperor Li Tian fought with Emperor Ling Tian before, he didn't pay attention to the battle between Emperor Iori and Han Feng. Even if it was only a part of the distraction, the scene he observed was enough to make Emperor Li Tian feel astonished. That is definitely not the cultivation of a middle-level emperor. But the superior emperor. Even the purple flame is more than 10 times stronger than when he first saw it. Han Feng hid his cultivation before? Hiding the power of fire? No, absolutely not. It's not that there is something wrong with Li Tiandi's head, so how could he not be able to judge the state that Han Feng showed at the beginning? Especially after the realm was unstable, the power of the middle heavenly emperor peak was by no means fake. In other words, this Han Feng has indeed raised his cultivation to the limit of the heavenly emperor in a short period of time, and Ziyan's power has also been raised in this short period of time. Thinking of meeting Han Feng for the first time just over 4 months ago, Han Feng's cultivation level at that time was not even at the peak of a mid-level heavenly emperor, but after more than 4 months, his cultivation base had reached the limit of a heavenly emperor. The purple flame is even more terrifying. It is no exaggeration for Li Tiandizi, but with this flame alone, there are not many people on the Tiandi list who can resist it. How long has it been? It has risen to such a terrifying level. This speed is far inferior to that of the Burning Emperor. Since the birth of the Lydian Emperor, he has never seen such a rapid improvement. Perhaps? I guessed wrong. An extremely absurd thought rose in Li Tiandizi's heart. At one time, he thought that Han Feng was an ascetic monk, a martial artist who had been hiding in a deep mountain for thousands of years, so he obviously had great power, but he didn't have much reputation. But now Emperor Li Tian felt that Han Feng was not well known before, probably because Han Feng grew up so fast that his reputation had not yet spread, and Han Feng had grown to the level he is now. This idea made Emperor Li himself feel ridiculous, but apart from this possibility, Emperor Li couldn't think of any other possibility. Father, we were all wrong. There is no way we can control such a person. Li Tian's eyes on Han Feng gradually changed. Han Feng naturally also noticed the changes in Emperor Lydian, but he just smiled and didn't take it seriously. No matter how afraid he is of himself, the current him is no longer something that the eight-legged Thunder Emperor can kill if he wants to. My lord, let's go take a look at the Xuanhuan stone mine. After waiting for a long time, it won't be good for Emperor Ling Tian to find help. Triangle Heavenly Emperor suddenly reminded. Heavenly Emperor Sanjiao has lived for so long and has seen many things, so he naturally understands that Emperor Li's son has grown jealous of Han Feng, so he has to change the topic. Emperor Li Tian nodded and said, Senior is right, let's dig out the Xuanhuan stone mine first. The Triangle Heavenly Emperor immediately flew down, helped the ordinary Superior Heavenly Emperor up, and then a group of 4 flew towards the Xuanhuan stone mine. There, they saw the God of Wrath. Then, the number of people who entered the Xuanhuan stone mine changed from 4 to 5. All the people present were heavenly emperors, not one weak person, and the speed of digging the Xuanhuan stone was not slow at all. In just one day, they dug up 1/3 of the Xuanhuan stone mine. During this period, Emperor Ling Tian didn't make any more troubles, and he didn't know whether it was because he couldn't find his companion or for other reasons. As everyone knows, Emperor Ling Tian has grown jealous of Han Feng. After escaping, Emperor Ling Tian felt chills all over his body as he recalled the scene where Emperor Iori was burned by a handful of purple flames. That was a strong man who had reached the level of the Supreme Heavenly Emperor and possessed pseudo-extreme combat power. He was burned to death in the blink of an eye, and he didn't even have the strength to resist. It's okay to wait for the flames to fall on him. Emperor Ling Tian naturally wanted revenge, but unfortunately the strongest in his team was the 8 gods. The 8 gods and emperors are all dead, and the rest of them have a fart. Unless he finds the strongest members of the emperor's team, such as Emperor Fenmi and Emperor Joyo, Emperor Ling Tian will not dare to trouble Emperor Lydian at all. Without the son of Emperor Ling Tian coming to make trouble, Han Feng and the 5 mining went smoothly. 3 days later, the Xuanhuan stone mine was almost fully excavated, and then Lydian Dizzy began to distribute it. Among them, Han Feng got the big head, followed by Emperor Li and Triangle Emperor, while Emperor Shenu and the ordinary high-ranking emperor only got a small part of the Xuanhuan stone. There was nothing wrong with the 2 of them, after all, the 2 of them didn't help much. If it wasn't for Han Feng's arrival, whether they would be alive or not is still the same thing. My lord Han Feng, my lord Dizzy, I found the Xuanhuan divine spring. All of a sudden, the god-wrathful emperor rushed from the bottom of the Xuanhuan stone mine with a look of excitement. Xuanhuan Xuanhuan. Everyone was startled, and then their eyes burst into strange brilliance. And N. BSP, Xuanhuan Xuanhuan, it is a kind of divine essence formed by condensing all the power of Xuanhuan. The power of Xuanhuan contained in it is extremely pure and huge, far beyond the comparison of Xuanhuan stone. About 10 drops of Xuanhuan divine spring are equivalent to a piece of Xuanhuan stone. The first update. The bottom of Xuanhuan stone mine. A divine spring about 10 feet in size appeared in the line of sight of Han Feng and the others. Streams of extremely pure mysterious flames emanated out, and these mysterious flames were suspended in the air and diffused like a mist. Xuanhuan Xuanhuan is extremely difficult to form, and it is difficult to produce 1 out of 10 Xuanhuan stone mines. I didn't expect our luck to be so good. The purple-haired ordinary high-ranking emperor murmured. The size is 10 feet, but I don't know how deep it is. If the depth is enough, the harvest is not small, perhaps bigger than the entire Xuanhuan stone mine. Triangle Heavenly Emperor took a deep breath. Afterwards, the Triangle Heavenly Emperor showed some regret. His blood is of dark attribute, neither the Xuanhuan stone nor the Xuanhuan divine spring is useless to him, at most it can be exchanged for dark attribute crystals and cultivation resources, or exchanged for some powerful top-grade artifacts. But his cultivation had already reached the limit of the Heavenly Emperor, and it was useless to obtain the cultivation resources. In the forbidden ancient realm, he couldn't even hope to be promoted to the ancient god. And the ultimate artifact. How could it be possible that there is no such thing after so many years? So out of all the people present, only Triangle Emperor was the calmest and recovered quickly. The ordinary superior emperor and the angry emperor are different, they haven't reached the limit of the emperor yet. And then there are Lydian Emperor's son and Han Feng. Not long after Tiandizi himself entered the middle level of Tiandi, he can naturally use Xuanhuan Xuanhuan to exchange for resources useful to his practice, and upgrade to the limit of Tiandi in the shortest time. And it's not just him, Li Tianzong can also be used to cultivate his cronies. At that time, not only the power of his lineage, but also the entire Li Tianzong will naturally increase in strength. As for Han Feng's goal is to lead the forbidden ancient realm, so Xuanhuan Xuanhuan will naturally be of great use to Han Feng. It is necessary to rely on the power of Xuanhuan in Xuanhuan Xuanhuan. Let's start distributing. Li Tiandizi took a deep breath and began to distribute. The Xuanhuan divine spring was discovered by the godly god. Even if there was no godly god, they would have discovered it sooner or later, and they must make a contribution to the godly god, and cannot be ignored directly. Therefore, the Xuanhuan divine spring obtained by Shen, a heavenly emperor, was actually more than that of ordinary superior heavenly emperor. Next is the triangle heavenly emperor. In the end, it was Han Feng and Li Tiandi's son. Han Feng still took the lead, and Emperor Lydian didn't dare to say anything at all. At this moment, Han Feng's eyesight in Emperor Lydian was already at the level of his father, so he naturally dared not resist. The Xuanhuan divine spring has been allocated, let's go. After the Xuanhuan divine spring was all allocated, Li Tiandizi proposed to leave, and everyone had no objection, and it was useless to stay here. From the bottom of Xuanhuan stone mine to the ground, everyone separated again. The next time we get together, we will probably have to wait until the Holy Sky Monument arrives. Seeing the disappearance of Han Feng and others, Emperor Li Tian squinted his eyes, and a killing intent rose in his heart. This Han Feng, his strength has been raised to a terrifying level. Father Yin, eradicate him as soon as possible, otherwise you will be another satanic emperor. No, even more terrifying existence than satanic heavenly emperor. Heavenly Emperor Satan is now the #1 existence on the list of emperors today. For the Satan Emperor, the 8-legged Thunder Emperor and the other top 10 emperors have long been dissatisfied, and they want to kill them quickly. Li Tiandizi, naturally he doesn't want to be crushed by Han Feng after he becomes the top 10 figure in the Tiandi list in the future. But I don't know what came to mind. Emperor Li Tian restrained his murderous intentions, showing a touch of pride. In the current small world, the stronger the Korean wind, the greater the benefits for me. Maybe after the Holy Heaven Monument comes, I can occupy it. The closest location to the Holy Sky Monument. In a blink of an eye, it has been 3 months since Han Feng came to the small world. In 3 months, the Holy Sky Monument is about to arrive. The place where the Holy Heavenly Monument descends is irregular. Each time it descends, it is chosen at random. If you are lucky, it may descend next to you. If you're unlucky, it may take you a month or 2 of flying to get there. Such a person would be sad, not to mention that there will be no position at that time. Even if he grabs the position, the time for comprehension will be greatly shortened, and he may not comprehend anything in the end. Han Feng didn't know if his luck was extremely bad, but it was definitely bad. When the Holy Heaven Monument descends, some visions will naturally occur in Xuanhuan's small world. According to the distance between the visions and himself, Han Feng roughly estimated that it would take about a month for him to fly there at a normal speed. If you unfold the mysterious dragon wings, or even directly transform into a mysterious dragon, you can achieve it in half a month. But it will consume a lot of energy to turn into a mysterious dragon and fly with all your strength for half a month along the way. I need to rely on the Xingtian monument to comprehend the realm above the golden immortal physique, and help Ziyun's arm break through. I can't waste a quarter of an hour, so let's fly with all my strength. With my current combat power, even if the consumption is huge, no one should be my opponent. Boom! A pair of huge dragon wings unfolded, and Han Feng's body also quickly became huge, completely turning into a black dragon. Ho ho! Xianlong looked up to the sky / roared furiously, a wave of powerful power spread like ripples, and then Xianlong swung its tail and flew wildly towards the place where the heaven and earth vision was, which was the landing place of the Holy Heaven Monument. Where the Holy Heavenly Monument descended, the sky seemed to be opened by something, and the Holy Heavenly Monument descended from it. Click! Bang! In the entire void, around the Holy Heaven Monument, streaks of scarlet flames and thunder appeared from time to time. That was the thunder condensed by Xuanhuan divine flame. Every thunderbolt contained enormous power, enough to kill ordinary low-level ancient gods in the middle and late stages. If a large amount of thunder falls together, even ordinary middle ancient gods can be killed. The power at the level of the Emperor of Heaven is equivalent to that of an ordinary low-level ancient god in the late stage. The Supreme Heavenly Emperor is only equivalent to the peak of ordinary low-ranking ancient gods. That is to say, all the celestials in the small world may barely be able to withstand a thunderbolt. This refers to the high-ranking celestials, and the middle and low-ranking celestials. It is estimated that even a thunderstorm condensed by the Xuanhuan divine flame cannot withstand it. And the superior Tianzuan can barely resist 2 or 3 thunderbolts. In other words, if there are more than 3 thunderbolts, the superior Tianzuan will undoubtedly die. The Heavenly Emperor level can naturally withstand the most, but even the 7 great emperors and the superior Heavenly Emperor with pseudo-extreme power cannot withstand more than 10 lightning bombardments at once. To hit hard. And NBSP, no matter how many, there is no doubt that you will die. The closest to the Holy Heaven Monument is a high-ranking celestial venerable from the Black Iron Demon Palace. The second update. Ha ha ha, God has treated me kindly, and let me be the first to arrive. This superior Tianzuan arrived within an hour after the Holy Heaven Monument descended. There was no one there, and he burst out laughing excitedly. Excited, the Celestial Lord immediately flew towards the Holy Heavenly Monument. However, on the way, a scarlet thunder thundered down. An extreme sense of danger suddenly rose from the heart of this Tianzuan. Not good. Su Tu Wang fist. A punch was blasted out, and it was instantly smashed together with the red thunder, and a shocking roar spread across thousands of miles. Wow! This celestial venerable is not outstanding among the superior celestial venerables. After barely resisting the thunder, he was immediately vomited blood by the aftermath, and his complexion turned pale. However, Jinglei didn't let him go because of this, and followed the first thunderbolt. The second thunderbolt also struck. No! Tianzuan's eyes were cracking, and he let out a desperate roar, and then he was completely hit by the thunder. In an instant, Tianzuan was torn apart by the thunder. Another half an hour later, a startled rainbow fell, revealing a figure. If Han Feng was here, he would find that this person was still an acquaintance, and it was the Azure Demon Emperor. The Qingyao Tiandi frowned slightly, and did not rush into the enchantment of the Holy Heaven Monument like the previous Tianzuan. Looking at the densely packed red thunders outside the barrier, the Azure Demon Emperor exhaled. The power contained in these thunders is really amazing. Don't be careless, otherwise with my strength, I will also fall here. I hope my luck is not too bad. He was hit by more than a dozen lightning bolts in succession. For a powerhouse like the Azure Demon Emperor, as long as more than a dozen thunderbolts do not fall at once, the possibility of falling is unlikely. One shot is not continuous, as long as it is not bombed all at once, but a thunderstorm strikes every once in a while. it is impossible to kill the Azure Demon Emperor with dozens of bombs in succession. The Celestial Emperor Qingyao was cautious, and as a thunderbolt fell, the Celestial Emperor Qingyao immediately spread out his shadow flash and dodged directly. Relying on the ghostly shadow, the Azure Demon Emperor quickly approached the enchantment of the Holy Heaven Monument. However, at this moment, 7 red thunderbolts struck in succession. The Qingyao Heavenly Emperor's complexion changed, and he unfolded his body in an instant, and once again unfolded the demon shadow flash, dodging the first, second, and third thunderstorms. After dodging the 4th and 5th thunderbolts, it was already inevitable, and the 6th and 7th thunderbolts were about to fall on the Azure Demon Emperor. The 6 wings on the back of the Azure Demon Emperor burst out 6 blue lights in an instant, blasting on the thunder, canceling each other out with the thunder. But at this moment, because of the flash of the demon shadow, the Azure Demon Emperor is already extremely close to the enchantment of the Holy Heaven Monument. The demon shadow flashed again, and the Azure Demon Emperor broke through the barrier and stepped into the barrier of the Holy Heaven Monument. In the distant sky, beams of light came rapidly. As time went by, more and more people came to Xingtian Monument. Some people are powerful, but unlucky enough to be killed by many thunderbolts, and some are not strong, but lucky, and finally step into the enchantment of the Holy Heaven Monument. The Qingyao Heavenly Emperor is still at the place closest to the Holy Heaven Monument. Before the 7 great emperors have arrived, the Qingyao Heavenly Emperor is the strongest among them all. Peak. Soon, another person broke in. It was a woman. The Qingyao Heavenly Emperor opened his eyes and nodded towards him. This woman is actually the Divine Mirror Heavenly Emperor. On the 3rd day after the Holy Heaven Monument came, the Emperor finally came. The son of Lei Qi came to the vicinity of the Holy Heaven Monument, followed by several Heavenly Emperors, and the strongest Heavenly Emperor was not weaker than the Qingyao Heavenly Emperor. Emperor, be careful, don't be careless. The blonde-haired Heavenly Emperor stared at the thunder with a solemn face, and then said to the Thunder Knight Emperor. Emperor Lei Qi nodded. Don't worry, I don't know how powerful this thunder is. In my Dark Thunder sect, there are many seniors who have left warnings, and these thunders should not be underestimated. Let's go. Lei Kadizi and his party proceeded cautiously. One after another thunderbolts fell, or they were dodged by Emperor Lei Qi and his party. If they couldn't dodge, they would use their strength to explode the thunderbolts. However, soon, Emperor Lei Qi's face became extremely ugly. This time, more than 10 thunderbolts fell together. Damn it, I'm so unlucky that this emperor has encountered so many thunder bombardments. Lei Qi was so angry that he wanted to scold his mother. Those extremely weak, superior, and inferior emperors had never encountered such an attack. The blonde-haired Heavenly Emperor's face froze, and he stepped forward first. The golden light shone in the sky, and then turned into a spear, which was thrown out instantly. The spear and the thunderbolts struck one after another, and a thunderous roar erupted, and golden brilliance swept out continuously. The thunderbolts were cancelled out by the golden spear, but there were still a few thunderbolts falling. This time it was the son of the Thunder Rider who made the move. Ruling Thunder Moonslash. Shocking thunder sounded, and a large amount of thunder power exploded out. It is also thunder, but the scarlet thunder is actually formed by the condensed flames of Han Feng and Divine Flame, which contains extremely terrifying flame power. Therefore, it is said that it is the collision of Lei Yulei, but it is actually the collision of flame and thunder. The blonde-haired emperor and Emperor Lei Qi joined forces and finally resisted, which made Emperor Lei Qi heave a sigh of relief and secretly sighed that he was unlucky. But next, 30 or 40 thunderbolts exploded down. It's impossible. The Emperor Lei Qi shouted in disbelief and despair. More than 30 thunderbolts, what a terrifying power this is. The middle ancient gods of the ordinary level will be killed by the bombardment in the early stage. At the early stage of the middle level ancient gods at the ordinary level, if they were to have a combat power of the Emperor level, they would at least have to break through to the 17th floor of the Yuan Tower. The blonde-haired emperor also had a look of despair, but he still gritted his teeth and threw the golden spear. No matter what, he couldn't give up easily. After throwing out the golden spear, the blonde-haired heavenly emperor didn't care about the thunder-riding emperor anymore. Right now, his life is the most important thing. Therefore, after throwing the golden spear, the blonde emperor directly dropped the son of the thunder rider, and shot towards the barrier of the holy monument. Emperor Lai Qi's face darkened, and he cursed the blonde emperor in his heart, but he had to deal with the thunder first. Unfolding the divine body, a tyrannical force spread, and a jet-black fist appeared on the right fist of Emperor Lai Qi. This is not an ordinary fist, but a top-grade artifact. Dark Thunder Fist. The power of the torrential thunder is like a rushing river, instantly condensing into an astonishingly large thunder fist, which violently shoots towards the dozens of thunderbolts. Then, Emperor Lai Qi also ran towards the barrier of the Holy Sky Tablet. Next to Emperor Lai Qi, there are some heavenly emperors, but they are all middle-level heavenly emperors and ordinary high-level heavenly emperors. Ordinary high-level emperors are fine, but after a round of attacks, the middle-level emperors were hit instantly by the thunder that pierced through the heavy attacks before they could escape far. Just hearing several roars sounded in the void, these middle-level emperors were blown into powder. The power of dozens of thunderbolts is definitely not something these middle-level heavenly emperors can resist. The third update. The Thunder Knight Emperor and the blonde heavenly emperor, who were running wildly ahead, breathed a sigh of relief. Although it is unreasonable to think so, the death of a few middle-level heavenly emperors has indeed prevented them from being bombarded by thunder. As soon as Emperor Lai Qi was relieved, an extremely dangerous feeling made Emperor Lai Qi's hair stand on end. No. Seeing the terrified expression on the face of the blonde-haired emperor, Lai Kadizi turned his head to follow the sight of the blonde-haired Tiandi, and the Laikadai sun burst into foul language instantly. In the distance, dozens of thunderbolts hit like a violent storm, the momentum was earth-shattering, and the entire void seemed to have entered the end of the world. Damn it! Emperor Lai Qi turned around and fled, but the power of dozens of thunderbolts was not only terrifying, but also extremely fast. Dozens of thunderbolts were aimed directly at Emperor Lai Qi, the blonde emperor, and the remaining two superior emperors. Although the two ordinary high-ranking emperors tried their best to resist, they were still blasted into scum. Following the two ordinary heavenly emperors was the blonde heavenly emperor. The strongest combat power of the blonde-haired emperor has reached the pseudo-extreme level, but he has no choice but to fall with hatred in the face of the bombardment of dozens of scarlet thunders. No. I'm not willing. Why did my dignified emperor die in? The unwilling voice of Emperor Lai Qi was drowned in the red thunder, and when the red thunder disappeared, the figure of Emperor Lai Qi disappeared completely, apparently being blasted into scum by the thunder. Inside the boundary of the Holy Heaven Monument, a group of people looked at each other in blank dismay. That was the son of the emperor, and he was a very promising top 10 figure in the list of emperors in the future. Did he just die like this? How many evils did this Emperor Lai Qi provoke in his previous life? He was so unlucky in this life, was bombarded by dozens of thunderbolts, or twice, and was directly blasted into scum. The Qingyao Heavenly Emperor twitched the corners of his mouth, and suddenly felt that he was too lucky. Then the Qingyao Heavenly Emperor closed his eyes and continued to comprehend. On the fourth day of the Holy Heaven Monument, the son of Emperor Ling Tian arrived, bringing with him the Heavenly Emperor in his team. As the son of Emperor Ling Tian, he could have occupied the front position, but it is a pity that Emperor Qingyao and Emperor Shenjing didn't give Emperor Ling Tian any face, and Emperor Ling Tian lost a master like Emperor Ba Hen, so he had to endure it and sat in the seat instead. Behind the Azure Demon Emperor and the Shenjing Emperor, there was a gloomy resentment on their faces. On the 6th day of the coming of the Holy Monument, The sons of Emperor Lydian and Emperor Wutian arrived successively. Emperor Wutian is a fighting madman, and when he saw Emperor Lydian, he wanted to fight with Emperor Lydian. Seeing this, Emperor Ling Tian was moved. If he could join forces with Emperor Wutian to suppress Emperor Lydian, it would be feasible. But soon Emperor Ling Tian's face turned black, and Emperor Ling Tian discovered that there were not many people on the side of Emperor Wutian to watch, and those with poor combat power could not be worse. This kind of thing, even oneself can win. The mood of preparing to form an alliance with Emperor Wutian disappeared in an instant, and Emperor Ling Tian sneered at Emperor Wutian, who was yelling for a decisive battle with Emperor Lydian. There were Qingyao Emperor and Xinjing Emperor, and Emperor Wutian was obviously not an opponent. After being beaten up by Fatty, Emperor Wutian calmed down and stayed behind Emperor Ling Tian and others. On the 7th day of the Holy Heavenly Monument, the son of the Holy Demon Emperor arrived. The team of the Holy Demon Emperor's son is not weak, but there is only one false top, one less than the Lydian Emperor's son. But the Holy Demon Emperor joined forces with Ling Tian Emperor, and it was a tie with Lydian Emperor. In the past few days, the God of Wrath and Triangle Heaven. The imperial capital has arrived. It's a pity that the ordinary emperor with purple hair was killed by the Scarlet Thunder due to his bad luck. Because it was a tie, several emperors and sons continued to fight, and the fight did not stop until the 9th day. The Holy Sky Monument came on the 9th day. Emperor Joyo arrives. Get out of the way. Emperor Joyo directly angrily reprimanded Emperor Lydian. You. Emperor Li Tian's face darkened, and before he could say anything, Emperor Joyo directly unfolded the divine body of Joyo and attacked Emperor Lydian forcefully. 8-legged lightning slash. 9 nether shocking fingers. Puff. After a few blows, the two emperors unleashed their strongest blows one after another, and the Emperor Joyo directly blasted the Emperor Lydian away with his powerful force. At Tianhuo, Emperor Joyo was defeated by Han Feng, and in the end he only got the position of Tianhuo, which is far away from Han Feng, to practice. Perhaps because of the anger of being defeated, the efficiency of Emperor Joyo's practice has been greatly improved, and he finally broke the limit of Joyo Ghost Fire. The 9 Phantom Fire was integrated into the 9 Nether Shocking Finger, and the power of this finger was extremely strong, directly pushing the combat power of the 9 Nether Emperor to the top of the Heavenly Emperor, probably ranking 40 or 50 on the Heavenly Emperor list. Facing such a powerful Emperor Joyo, Emperor Lydian had no choice but to step aside aggrievedly. It doesn't matter if there are Qingyao Heavenly Emperor and Xinjing Heavenly Emperor, they are still no match for Emperor Joyo. It is worth mentioning that in the team of Emperor Joyo, there is a strong man on the list of emperors, who is the top combat power in the pseudo-extreme level, much stronger than the Blood God Emperor in the Blood God Valley. With such a master joining, Li Tiandi's side would be defeated. Emperor Lydian was defeated, and Emperor Ling Tian and Emperor Xingma were naturally defeated by Emperor Joyo with tyrannical strength. Even if Emperor Lydian, Emperor Ling Tian, and Emperor Xingma unite, they are still no match for Emperor Joyo. The 12th day of the Holy Heaven Monument. Emperor Joyo opened his eyes and said with a sneer, "Is it finally here?" Emperor Lydian, Emperor Xingma, Emperor Ling Tian, and Emperor Wutian raised their heads one after another, only to see one person stepping on a faint blue flame, falling slowly from the sky. There were only 3 people around this person, but each of them exudes strong breath fluctuations. After recognizing the 3 people, the expressions of the disciples changed. These 3 people are all famous pseudo-top figures on the Heavenly Emperor list. Each one is not much worse than the pseudo-juding next to Emperor Joyo. Emperor Fenmia didn't pay attention to Emperor Joyo at all, and said indifferently, "Give up the position." Emperor Joyo smiled angrily, "You're still as defiant as before, why do you have it? Are those 3 fake tops?" This emperor doesn't pay attention to the 3 fake peaks now. The Emperor Jiuyou, who has the power to truly decide the battle, is fully qualified to say so. The eyes of Emperor Fenmia moved, and fell on Emperor Jiuyou. So that's the case, the combat power has greatly increased. In that case, I can only teach you a lesson from this emperor. Teach me a lesson? You are too arrogant. The Emperor Jiuyou flew into the air instantly, and the fire of the 9 ghosts spread all over his body, and instantly bombarded the Emperor Fenmia. Although this trick does not. The 9 Serenity's shocking finger is so terrifying, but it is also amazingly powerful. Emperor Fenmia raised his hand slightly, Tiangang Fenmia instantly turned into a spear, and then a burst of peerless aura gushed out. The limit of the Emperor of Heaven. The pupils of the Emperor Jiuyou shrank. What did the Emperor Fenmi encounter in the small world? Before, I was just a first-class emperor like myself, but now I have been promoted to the limit of the emperor. And Tiangang Fenhua also changed from dark blue to dark blue in an instant, and an astonishing power burst out. 4th update. Ask for flowers. That's. Lydian Dizzy opened his mouth wide. Tiangang burns the fire, and the son of the emperor burns through a certain method, which also breaks the limit, which is not weaker than the Jiuyou ghost fire of the Emperor Jiuyou at the moment. In the shocking eyes of the 4 emperors from Lydian, the flaming spear and the flaming fist collided instantly, setting off a storm of flames. Rumble. The terrifying power forced all warriors within the barrier of the Holy Heaven Monument to stop their comprehension in order to resist the storm of flames. Some of the poor ones were actually thrown out, and were directly blasted to death by the thunder. This kind of power is much stronger than ours. It is said to be the 7 great emperors, but in fact, the Holy Demon Emperor laughed at himself while resisting this terrible wave. In the view of the Holy Demon Emperor, the 7 emperors should be divided into 3 grades. The Burning Emperor is of the same level, the Jiuyou Emperor is of the same level, and the remaining 5 emperors are of the same level. That's right, in the eyes of the Holy Demon Emperor, the Fenmia Emperor and the Jiuyou Emperor are also not on the same level. Don't look at the fact that the 2 sides are completely on par now, but the Emperor Jiuyou has used the best magic skills, but the Emperor Fenmia has none. Fenmia Dizzy. Are you looking down on this emperor? Jiuyou Dizzy was furious, his eyes were about to burst into anger, and he looked straight at Fenmia Dizzy. The emperor's son Fenmia was not moved. If you want to force out stronger power from this emperor, then use your strength to force it out. Good, very good. Emperor Jiuyou grinned grinningly, and suddenly, an extremely majestic force shot up into the sky, a natural phenomenon. The faint blue flame seemed to be boiling the entire sky. The vast power is condensed in the right finger of Emperor Jiuyou, and Emperor Jiuyou's face is ferocious. Jiu. You. Shocked. God. Point. When this finger stretched out, it was earth-shattering, as if a thunderbolt pierced through the space. In the void, in the faint blue sea of flames, a giant finger protruded with a vast aura, pressing down like a giant mountain. Emperor Fenmia frowned slightly. This kind of divine skill is undoubtedly the prototype of a supergrade divine skill, coupled with the integration of Jiuyou Linghua, combined with the Jiuyou divine body of Jiuyou Dizzy, it is enough to rival the heavenly emperor. This Emperor Jiuyou. It's indeed much better than Lidian Dizzy's trash. In that case. A stern light flashed in the eyes of Emperor Fenmia. Battle God Body. Dizzy Fenmia let out a low shout, his whole body soared to 3 meters in an instant, and a violent force swept out. Zhantian Divine Body, which comes from the lineage of Fenmia Dizzy's mother, is also a top-level divine body. Burning Fist. Tiangang burned out the fire and quickly condensed into a fist, which bombarded out like a star. Boom boom boom. The 2 major attacks collided in the air, and the enchantment of the Holy Heaven Monument suddenly became a world of flames. Under the Emperor of Heaven, those who were lucky not to be struck to death by the thunder, also died in the bombardment of the flames. You don't even need to use supergrade divine skills, you are too arrogant. Emperor Joyo's lungs were about to explode. At this level, Emperor Fenmia didn't even use the strongest divine skills. Emperor Fenmia said indifferently, to deal with you, you don't need to use supernatural skills. Is it? Emperor Joyo smiled coldly, and the power of that blue giant finger suddenly increased again. Emperor Fenmia felt the great pressure, and then Emperor Fenmia sighed, I didn't want to expose it at first, let alone. Tiangang Divine Body. The extremely rich power of the Celestial Gang burst out, and the power of the Celestial Gang formed waves of whirlwinds, blowing away the heavy flames. When the power of the Heavenly Gang bombarded the enchantment of the Holy Sky Monument, it caused a violent shock to the enchantment of the Holy Sky Monument, as if it would be completely broken in the next moment. Tiangang Divine Body. How is it possible? Emperor Joyo roared in disbelief. Didn't it mean that Emperor Fenmia only inherited Tiangang Fenmihua, not Tiangong's divine body? Emperor Fenmia smiled faintly, although I have inherited the Tiangang divine body, the level of the Tiangang divine body I inherited is really not high. It is only a top-grade divine body, and it has not reached the top-level divine body level at all, so I have not set it out. The divine body of Tiangang is the divine body that is matched with Tiangang, burning fire. When combined, it can exert extremely powerful power. If under normal circumstances, the combination of the top-level divine body and Tiangang Fenmihua is 1 + 1 = 2, then the combined combat power of the top-level divine body and Tiangang Fenmihua is at least 3, not 2. Of course, the Tiangang god body possessed by Emperor Fenmia is not of a high level, it is only a top-grade god body, but with the Tiangang god body and Tiangang Fenmihua as a matching god body, the combined power is almost equivalent to that of an ordinary top-level god body. It is added to Tiangang burning and extinguishing the fire. Break! Unfolding the divine body of Tiangang, the power of Dizzy Fenmia's punch sword, almost destructive, defeating Dizzy Joyo's 9 nether shocking fingers. Puff! Emperor Joyo vomited blood and was blasted out, and Tiangang Fenmihua was still entangled, trying to devour Emperor Joyo. Fortunately, the power of the 9 phantom fire is not bad, and it stubbornly resisted Tiangang to burn the fire. Blowing Emperor Joyo away, Burning Dizzy grandly occupied the position originally occupied by Emperor Joyo. The turmoil subsided, and no one dared to raise objections to the result. Li Tiandizi and the others retreated again, further away from the Xingtian monument. Bastard, why is Han Feng not here yet? Emperor Li Tian cursed in his heart, if Han Feng came, even if he lost to Emperor Fenmia, he should not be far behind. Emperor Joyo's face was pale, and he didn't bother to find Emperor Fenmia anymore. Emperor Fenmia didn't even use the rudimentary form of the supernatural skill. Once he used it, he was afraid that he would be killed if he couldn't resist a few moves. Emperor Joyo is not an idiot, so he is naturally aware of the huge gap between himself and Emperor Fenmia. Emperor Fenmia, don't be complacent, defeating me does not mean you are the strongest. At least this emperor knows that there are still people in this small world who are stronger than you. Emperor Joyo said coldly. Oh, who? Emperor Fenmia asked lightly, but from the meaning revealed in the eyes of Emperor Fenmia, Emperor Joyo saw it and didn't believe it. Emperor Joyo didn't answer, or he was too lazy to answer. You will know sooner or later. Emperor Joyo's weird smile made Emperor Fenmia frown greatly. Immediately, Emperor Fenmia shook his head, thinking that it was Emperor Joyo who was unwilling, so he deliberately made up a person to protect him. And NBS. In this way, the enchantment of the Holy Heaven Monument was quiet for several days, and no major battles occurred again. 17 days have passed since the Holy Heaven Monument descended. Suddenly a huge figure appeared in the sky. It was like a giant dragon. The giant dragon was getting closer and closer to the enchantment of the Holy Heaven Monument. Then, the giant dragon slowly disappeared, replaced by a handsome young man. After 17 days of rushing, Han Feng finally arrived. The first update. It's finally here. Han Feng breathed out a turbid breath, his eyes fixed on the enchantment of the Holy Heaven Monument not far away, and there was a flash of heat in his eyes. If the Holy Sky Monument can help me break through with Ziyun's arm, my strength will increase again, and they will be more confident against the Emperor Joyo. Sweeping towards the dense thunderstorms outside the boundary of the Holy Heaven Monument, feeling the terrifying power contained in each thunderstorm, Han Feng frowned. It seems that you can't just break in carelessly, that's all, it's already here anyway, first have a break. Han Feng directly suspended cross-legged on the spot, operated the 9 flames and different fire art, and at the same time took the Yuan Jing orally, restoring a large amount of divine energy that was lost in the body. After a few hours, Han Feng got up slowly, then his eyes froze, and he shot away in an instant, rushing towards the enchantment of the Holy Heaven Monument. A thunderbolt blasted towards Han Feng in an instant, and Han Feng was about to avoid it, but his face changed. The Xuanhuan pearl, which was quietly staying in the storage container, began to continuously hit the barrier of different dimensions, trying to break through from the storage container. The Xuanhuan divine flame inside the Xuanhuan bead somehow rushed out of the Xuanhuan bead, and the whole bead turned into a small fireball. If it weren't for the extremely strong storage space of the Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda, it would have been rushed out by Xuan Fengzhu long ago. Xian Fengzhu comes from Jiutian Xianfeng, the owner of this small world, could it be? Han Feng's expression changed, and he finally decided to take a gamble. He took out the Xianfeng orb in an instant, and the thunder that was originally blasting towards Han Feng suddenly changed its direction strangely and blasted towards other directions. It really works. Han Feng's face brightened. Since Xuan Fengzhu could change Jinglei's attack direction, Han Feng boldly let Xuan Fengzhu float above his head, and did not take it back. Moreover, Han Feng has a feeling in the dark that the role of the Xuanfeng pearl should be more than that. At this moment, Han Feng was a little annoyed. He should have taken out the Xuanfeng pearl when he came to this small world of Xuanfeng. Maybe he could have more opportunities that he couldn't imagine in the first 3 months. Han Feng's luck can't be said to be good. There were not a few thunderbolts hitting Han Feng along the way, and once more than a dozen thunderbolts bombarded Han Feng at the same time. But Han Feng owns the Xuanfeng orb, even if there are more than 10 thunderbolts at once. In the end, they changed their direction. In short, none of them fell on Han Feng. The closer he was to the enchantment of the Holy Heaven Monument, the more strange things like Han Feng's would attract the attention of those inside the enchantment. Look, that kid. It's strange, why those thunderbolts changed their course abruptly halfway. That kid's luck is too good. Look carefully, there is a fire bead on that kid's head. If I'm not wrong, it should have something to do with the fire bead, not luck. Some people are amazed, some are envious, and naturally some see it thoroughly. After the last thunderbolt turned, Han Feng broke through the barrier of the Holy Heaven Monument and broke in. Master Han Feng, you are finally here. The god of Wrath Heaven was the first to spot Han Feng, and went up to meet him first. This made the Heavenly Emperor, who had some strange thoughts about Xian Fengzhu, restrain his evil thoughts in an instant. Since they are the people of the 7 great emperors, they are naturally not easy to offend. And to be called a master by the god of fury, even if he is not as good as a master of the level of the Qingyao Emperor, he will not be far behind. Among them, no one is really a match. And NBS. Han Feng is here. Emperor Li Tian opened his eyes, and his joy flashed away. Celestial Emperor Qingyao and Emperor Shenjing were awakened, and they all nodded to Han Feng. Emperor Ling Tian's eyes were venomous, and he gritted his teeth. When the Holy Demon Emperor saw Han Feng, his face froze, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. When Emperor Joyo saw Han Feng, he chuckled. Emperor Fenmi, the person the emperor mentioned is this person. Emperor Fenmia opened his eyes, and instantly shot Han Feng with sharp eyes, and then his face was slightly moved. Since Han Feng just broke in, and his aura has not yet restrained in the future, Emperor Fenmia can naturally feel that Han Feng is already a strong man at the limit level of the Emperor of Heaven, at the same level as him, and his accumulated background seems to be stronger than his. To be deep. More importantly, Emperor Fenmia felt a terrifying power from Han Feng's body, and this power made Emperor Fenmia feel a little threatened. Immediately, Emperor Fenmia's face became serious, and he took Han Feng seriously. Seeing this scene, the rest of the heavenly emperors had a strange look on their faces. This kid looks amazing. Han Feng, defeat Emperor Fenmia soon. Emperor Li Tian had endured it for a long time, but when Han Feng came, he finally couldn't hold it anymore and immediately issued an order. Defeat Emperor Fenmi? It's ridiculous. On the side of Emperor Fenmi, the three hypocrites sneered again and again, looking at Han Feng with sarcasm. The rest of the heavenly emperors were also in an uproar. Is this Lydian emperor crazy? This kid is not a well-known heavenly emperor on the list of heavenly emperors, and he still wants to defeat Fenmia, does he? The strength shown by Emperor Fenmia before was too astonishing, and he had completely suppressed these heavenly emperors. These heavenly emperors did not think that Han Feng, who appeared casually, would be the opponent of Emperor Fenmia. The divine energy in Emperor Fenmia's body was already ready to be released, and his aura was concealed, but once it was released, it would absolutely shake the heavens and the earth. Before Han Feng could make a move, Xian Fengzhu shot at the Xingtian monument suddenly. This scene shocked Han Feng suddenly. What? What the hell is that? Everyone was confused by the Xianfeng orb, and couldn't figure out why a fire bead suddenly shot at the Holy Sky Monument. However, the next scene made everyone pale with horror. Unbelievable. I saw Xuanfengzhu coming in front of the Holy Heaven Monument, the Xianfeng Divine Flame swept out, and the Xingtian Monument also released the Xianfeng Divine Flame, and the two clusters of Xianfeng Divine Flames finally merged completely, and the Xianfeng Pearl just disappeared into the Holy Sky Monument. Inside the monument, the Holy Heaven Monument shrinks rapidly, and shoots towards Han Feng again. While Han Feng is stunned, it directly rushes into Han Feng's head and disappears. Han Feng quickly looked inside the soul, and saw a huge stone tablet standing in the world of the soul. It was undoubtedly the Holy Tablet. This. Han Feng was dumbfounded. He just came to improve his magical skills with the help of the Holy Sky Monument, but he didn't know that the Holy Sky Monument ran directly into his soul. At this moment, Han Feng didn't know that all of this was clearly due to Xian Fengzhu. Han Feng, what have you done? Li Tiandizi shouted angrily. Outside, everyone was dumbfounded. They never imagined that the Xingtian Monument. This. Han Feng blinked innocently. He didn't know what to say, but he also knew his current situation. It seemed that it was not good. I really didn't expect someone to subdue the Xingtian Monument and hand over the Xingtian Monument. Emperor Jiuyou and Han Feng have long had enmity, so he should stand up and shout at this moment. Holy Heaven Monument, if you get the Holy Heaven Monument and take the Holy Heaven Monument out, the 5-star power you belong to may rule the inner domain in a short time. The second update. Shangtianbai, who doesn't want to subdue it? If there is a force that can subdue the Holy Heaven Monument, it may not take 100 years, and there will be a large group of supreme heavenly emperors among the forces, all of whom have comprehended and mastered supernatural skills. However, if one has already comprehended the existence of supergrade divine skills, one will naturally comprehend more powerful supergrade divine skills, with stronger comprehensive strength. In today's 5-star powers, each power possesses only 2 or 3 or 4 true peaks. When a power has more than 100 supreme emperors, the horror can be imagined, and it is not difficult to unify the inner domain. Starting from the small world, after the word of the Holy Heaven Monument spread, no one wanted to conquer the Holy Heaven Monument. Nearly 8 million years ago, there were countless strong men on the list of heavenly emperors who had conquered the Xintian Monument. The heavenly emperors of that era were different from the current heavenly emperors. Of the 81 heavenly emperors of that era, none of them was a fake top. However, even the 81 heavenly emperors in the heavenly emperor list failed to subdue the Holy Heavenly Monument, and instead were severely injured by the Holy Heavenly Monument. If they were lucky, they would survive, but if they were unlucky, they would disappear in smoke. Since then, no one dared to pay attention to the Xintian Monument at will. But now, under the shocking eyes of countless heavenly emperors, the Xintian Monument has been subdued. Depending on the situation, the Xintian Monument is the one who took the initiative. How unbelievable this is. Emperor Jiuyo's eyes are greedy. As long as he kills Han Feng, he can get the Holy Heaven Monument. The words of Emperor Jiuyo woke up the rest of the emperors, and these emperors looked at Han Feng differently. It was like looking at prey. Even the Emperor Lydian was the same. The Holy Heaven Monument is really too tempting, so that Emperor Lydian wants to get rid of Han Feng and grab the Holy Heaven Monument even though he understands that Han Feng's fighting power is astounding. The rest of the heavenly emperors were also short of breath, and their fiery eyes fell on Han Feng. The Holy Sky Monument is the opportunity for their rise. With the Xintian Monument, they might become figures like the Jiuyo Heavenly Emperor in the future, so they wouldn't want to be inferior to others now. Han Feng smiled wryly in his heart. Now, he has become the target of public criticism, but... Han Feng's expression froze. A surge of fighting intent soared straight into the sky. So what if they became the target of public criticism, a group of drunks and rice bags? What is there to be afraid of? Han Feng, hand over the Holy Heaven Monument. This emperor can guarantee that you will join my Lydian sect after you leave, and you will be allowed to use the Holy Heaven Monument to practice. Lydian Emperor Z licked his lips and stared at Han with piercing eyes. Wind. Han Feng curled his lips. The Xintian Monument is in my soul at this moment. I can comprehend the unique knowledge through the Xintian Monument at any time. Why should I hand it over to you, and then practice with your permission? The current Han Feng was no longer afraid of the eight-legged Thunder Emperor, so naturally he was no longer afraid of Li Tiandi's son. For the dead ode to Emperor Lydian, the blood Xianyan Stone and Xianyan Divine Spring are enough. You. The murderous intent flashed in Li Tiandi's eyes. The heart of pulling the dragon towards Han Feng disappeared as early as Han Feng showed his powerful combat power and sky-defying speed of practice. If such a person joins Li Tianzong, he will still have his place in Li Tianzong? Han Feng looked around for a week, and the Holy Heaven Monument suddenly entered his body, which Han Feng did not expect at all, but since he had already obtained the Holy Heaven Monument, Han Feng would not foolishly hand it over. Suddenly soaring into the sky, Han Feng shot at the enchantment of the Holy Heaven Monument, trying to rush out. Where to run? Emperor Lydian made the first move, and the eight-legged mad thunder body appeared in the world along with the thunder that filled the sky, and the 8 slashes pierced through layers of space, aiming directly at Han Feng. Li Tiandi's attack seemed to play a no-bone effect, attracting the other emperors and Tiandi to attack one after another. 9 Nether God Fist. Wu Tian Thunderbolt Palm. Darkness swallows the world. Ling Tian Swordsmanship. The attack of the 5 emperors attacked Han Feng first. This may be the first joint attack of the 5 emperors after they became famous. At the same time, there are many heavenly emperors. However, the Azure Demon Emperor and the Xinjing Heavenly Emperor did not make a move, as did the Shenu Heavenly Emperor and the Triangle Heavenly Emperor. These people have been blinded by the temptation of the Holy Sky Monument. The Triangle Heavenly Emperor sighed deeply. As the longest living among the many heavenly emperors present, Triangle Heavenly Emperor has witnessed the rise and fall of countless powerful men. Heavenly Emperor Sanjiao knew that Han Feng had grown completely. Without the level of power of Emperor Jiuyou, he couldn't compete with him at all. The God-wrathful emperor was unwilling to take action against the savior. The Qingyao Heavenly Emperor had no feelings for the dizzy, so naturally he would not help the dizzy. The Divine Mirror Heavenly Emperor is another matter. No, there are still some people who did not take action, that is, those who burnt the emperor's son. Let me see, what kind of abilities you have. Fen Mia, the emperor's son, watched from the sidelines. The attack all over the sky is extremely astonishing. Especially with a few pseudo-extreme powers mixed in, even the real Supreme Heavenly Emperor would have difficulty resisting such an attack. But Han Feng just hooked his lips slightly. In an instant, waves of astonishing aura blasted out, and Han Feng simultaneously deployed the Great Sun Flame Physique, the Xinyan Combat Physique, and the Golden Immortal Physique at the same time. Ziji Tianhua swept out and left with a bang. Under everyone's shocking eyes, their attack was easily swallowed by Ziji Skyfire. After Ziji Tianhua devoured their attacks, it caused its own power to surge, and the towering purple flames swept away like a flood. A group of heavenly emperors screamed, and Ziji Tianhua easily swallowed them. Han Feng stood on top of the purple flames, with an indifferent expression on his face, as if it was just a normal thing for the Ziji Heavenly Fire to swallow up these heavenly emperors. A large amount of purple sky fire filled the entire enchantment. In a blink of an eye, the Heavenly Emperor who attacked Han Feng was devoured by the Ziji Heavenly Fire, and only 5 emperors and a few remained. As expected, the 5 emperors have profound backgrounds and each has powerful defense methods. Even so, their eyes are full of fear. How can it be? It's just a divine fire that actually gave them to. Impossible. The power of this kind of divine fire has completely surpassed the limitations of the top-level divine fire. It is far stronger than my Jiulingguo. How could this be the case? Emperor Jiuyou once fought against Han Feng. At that time, Ziji, although Tianhua is strong, how can it compare with the present? This is the first time that the Holy Demon Emperor has fought against Han Feng, and he has experienced the horror of Han Feng. And Lydian Dizzy and Ling. The Emperor of Heaven knew that Han Feng was powerful, but he did not expect that Han Feng was so powerful. In an instant, the heads of the 5 disciples became clearer, and they suddenly felt, maybe they had provoked a remarkable existence. Humph, you have already made a move, so take my blow next. Han Feng stood on the sea of flames formed by Ziji Skyfire, looked down at the crowd, and slowly raised his right fist. Then, Han Feng smashed out in an instant, and a suffocating force descended on this land. The third update. Xinyan Fighting Fist. An incomparably huge fire fist suddenly appeared in midair, and boundless power filled the world. Immediately afterwards, the huge fire fist shattered into pieces and turned into countless fire fists, shooting at the 5 emperors and the remaining heavenly emperors one after another. Not good. The 5 emperors were horrified. Wu Tian Thunderbolt Palm. Darkness swallows the world. Ling Tian Swordsmanship. 9 Nether Shocking Fingers. The 5 emperors used their most powerful blows one after another, but even so, they were still vulnerable to Han Feng's power at the moment. Compared to Han Feng's power, their power is too small. Han Feng, whose cultivation base has reached the limit of a superior, heavenly emperor, has the 3 gods in one body, and with a casual punch, he has the power of a supreme heavenly emperor. Relying on the divine essence that surpassed the imperial grade, Han Feng's attack power increased again. It can be said that Han Feng's ordinary strike at this moment has at least the power of the top 30 in the Heavenly Emperor ranking, let alone the use of magical skills. The fiery fists all over the sky fell like a meteor shower. Everyone's attack could barely withstand the attack for a moment, and then couldn't hold it any longer. Only Emperor Joyo managed to carry it down. With a movement of Han Feng's figure, he appeared directly in front of Emperor Joyo, with one leg sweeping out like a steel whip. Boom! Emperor Joyo never expected that Han Feng would suddenly appear in front of him from the sky, and was immediately swept by Han Feng's leg. The huge and unmatched force directly kicked Emperor Joyo away. This kick is enough to kick Emperor Joyo in half. Then, Han Feng appeared in front of the other 4 emperors, one after another, blowing them all away with his legs or fists. Han Feng will not hold back those remaining emperors. After a while, of those who attacked Han Feng, only the 5 emperors were left alive. From the start of the battle to the end, it took less than a minute. It was too fast. Completely, not a dimension. The God-wrathful emperor murmured. Perhaps because he stayed out of the matter, the God-wrathful emperor could see more clearly that the gap between these people and Han Feng was too great. Han Feng turned around, his eyes fell on Emperor Fenmia and the 3 people behind him. The 3 people's bodies were tense, and their eyes were full of shock and horror. Before, they thought that Han Feng was nothing, but now the 3 of them just want to curse. Where did this perversion come from? Why didn't you take action before? Han Feng was very curious. Could it be that the son of Emperor Fenmia had no coveted intentions for the Holy Heaven Monument? Emperor Fenmia said slowly, "No, I just don't want to fight with a bunch of trash. You are the only one left now, and it's the Emperor's turn to fight. You are very confident." Han Feng sneered. Of course, although your strength is astonishing, this Emperor's strength is not bad. Emperor Fenmia slowly raised his hands, and 2 groups of Tiangang Fenmihuo swept out from the palm of his hand. The Tiangang burning fire quickly turned into a storm, and its power became stronger and stronger, soon surpassing the limit of the top-level divine fire, and it continued to strengthen, surpassing the 9 ghost fire. Damn, this guy didn't even fully display the power of Tiangang to burn and extinguish the fire when he fought with me before. Seeing this scene, Emperor Joyo was so jealous that he was about to go crazy. Obviously he should be the strongest. Why? 1 and 2 are so much stronger than him. He should be the number 1 in the future, in the inner domain. Immediately, Emperor Joyo sneered in his heart, the stronger the better, it's best to fight with that kid and lose both sides. At that time, the Emperor can pick up a bargain. The Holy Sky Monument is destined to belong to the Emperor. Emperor Fenmia naturally didn't know that Emperor Joyo had the attention of the Oriole in his heart. At this moment, Emperor Fenmia is devoting all his attention to controlling Tiangang Fenmihua, but in just a few breaths, the power of Tiangang Fenmihua has reached the level of being able to burn the superior emperor to death. What does that mean? It means that the power of Tiangang Fenhua is basically equivalent to that of Ziji Tianhua in the late stage of the 7th floor. It's amazing to be able to raise the divine fire to such a level in the forbidden ancient realm. Han Feng admired it. After all, the limit of Shenhua is not so easy to break. Most of them can only practice to the top level of Xuanhuan at most, and they can only barely threaten the lower emperors in terms of power. Emperor Fenmia accepted Han Feng's praise very immodestly, and said with a blank expression, "It's not as good as your excellency. The power of your divine fire may have surpassed the level of emperor rank, which is really unheard of and unprecedented. Never seen before." Unfortunately, the battle is not just the battle of Xuanhuan. Battle God Body. Tiangang Divine Body. Bathed in the burning fire of Tiangang, the Emperor and Son of Burning unfolded the God of War and the God of Tiangang one after another, like a king in the fire. Burning Fist. Shen Yan Fighting Fist. Han Feng never dared to be careless. The power of burning the Emperor's son was simply beyond Han Feng's imagination, enough to be ranked in the top 20 of the Heavenly Emperor list. Even close to the top 10. Burning the Emperor's son was hidden too deeply. Emperor Joyo and others how can they be qualified to compete with him and be listed as the 7 great emperors? The collision of the 2 fire fists is like the collision of 2 huge stars, and the sparks that come out of the collision are simply earth-shattering to the extreme. A vast whirlwind of flames rolled out crazily, impacting the enchantment of the Holy Heaven Monument. Under the shocking eyes of the 5 disciples, the enchantment of the Holy Heaven Monument finally failed and completely shattered. Groups of flames overflowed, directly rushing out of the enchantment of the Holy Heaven Monument. Boom! Bang bang! In the flames, the figures of Han Feng and Emperor Fan Mia kept flickering, fists colliding. It was purely a physical collision. Every time fists collide, there will be a whirlwind of flames sweeping out. In just a short moment, Han Feng and Emperor Fan Mia exchanged hundreds of moves, and neither of them could do anything to the other. However, Han Feng's Ziji Tianhua suppressed the Tiangang Fen extinguishuo that burned the emperor's sun. Taking advantage of Ziji Tianhua's encirclement, before Ziji Tianhua completely surrounded him, Emperor Fan Mia jumped out of Ziji Tianhua's encirclement circle. If this is your method, then I have to say, you've stopped here. A trace of excitement flashed in the eyes of Emperor Fan Mia. Since practicing so far, this is the first time that the burning emperor's son has fought more happily, unlike before. In the past, before the full growth, hands and feet were tied, and this and that did not dare to expose it at will. You made a move. You didn't do your best. Could it be that I did my best? Han Feng recalled Ziji Tianhua, and it burned incessantly behind his back. Emperor Fan Mia smiled, very good, then. The turbulent Tiangang burns the fire, swallows the emperor in an instant, and then turns into a flame giant with a height of hundreds of feet. The emperor is on the head of the giant, which is somewhat similar to Han Feng's 8-winged black dragon transformation. The flame giant pulled away the bow composed of Tiangang Fen extinguishuo, and a bow and arrow, composed of Tiangang Fen extinguishuo, appeared in the hands of the flame giant. 4th update. Ask for flowers. The bowstring was pulled to the extreme, and the next moment, the bow and arrow condensed by the burning of the sky burst out instantly. Burn the samsara arrow. That's a complete supernatural skill. Emperor Joyo shouted in disbelief. In the stage where the other 6 emperors were at most only mastering the prototype of supergrade divine skills, Emperor Fan Mia had already mastered the complete supergrade divine skills ahead of the other 6. Xuanhuan fighting fist. Han Feng retreated rapidly, and at the same time, Ziji Tianhua merged into his fist and blasted out. The power of this punch is much stronger than before. At this moment, Ziji Tianhua has completely surpassed Emperor grade. Clang! Burning Samsara's arrow was resisted, but its momentum did not weaken at all, and it continued to shoot forward continuously. Xuanhuan resisted with difficulty, but began to retreat continuously. Han Feng felt the huge pressure from his right arm. In addition, the arrow tip of the burning samsara arrow is sharp, which makes the burning samsara arrow more destructive, and the front end has pierced quite a few into Xuanhuan's fist. Judging from this situation, it is only a matter of time before Xuanhuan Zhan fist is completely penetrated. Fan Mia dizzy, is really amazing. Han Feng was shocked. Han Feng thought that his combat power had risen to such a level that he would be able to dominate the inner domain and rank in the forefront of the inner domain. With such a terrifying combat power. Compared with Emperor Fan Mia and Tiangang Fist Emperor, there really isn't much difference. Although the combat power is amazing, but... Han Feng took a deep breath, and then purple flames appeared on the surface of his body, blending into Xuanhuan's combat body. Now, Han Feng has no reservations and is fully fired. Jinxian Physique, Xuanhuan Battle Physique, and Great Rion Physique have been completely fused with Ziji Skyfire. In an instant, Han Feng's cultivation soared to an extremely unbelievable level. That kind of power made Emperor Fan Mia feel that what he was facing was the will of the sky, and he couldn't resist it. This was also the first time that Emperor Fenmia showed a look of shock. How could? My strength is not inferior to that old bastard Tiangang Fist Emperor. How can the power of this person? Good, what a strong power, what kind of power is this? Han Feng was also intoxicated by his own power at the moment. Ever since Xuanhuan surpassed Emperor grade, and Ziji Heavenly Fire's power surpassed Emperor grade, it was the first time for Han Feng to integrate Ziji Heavenly Fire into the three divine bodies, and it was also the first time to experience this unprecedented power. This power made Han Feng feel that he could even blow up the sky now. Han Feng naturally knew that this was an illusion caused by his power soaring too much. If he really wanted to fight the fetal membranes of the Forbidden Ancient Realm, he would probably be directly blasted into scum by the will of the Forbidden Ancient Realm. Taking a deep breath, Han Feng woke up from the state of being intoxicated with his own power. The Xingyan War Fist had transformed into a big hand, holding the burning reincarnation arrow in his hand. As Han Feng clenched his right fist, Xingyan's War Fist crushed the burning samsara arrow into pieces. The next moment, Han Feng waved his big hand, and Xingyan's War Fist turned into a big hand, and slapped Emperor Fenmia fiercely. It's just that after shaking the void, the big hand didn't even land on Dizzy Fenmi, and Dizzy Fenmi had already been slapped as if he was actually being slapped, and he vomited blood and was slapped towards the Xingtian monument. The ground within the barrier. Han Feng stood in the void, behind him was a mighty, boundless sea of purple flames. Looking down at the crowd, Han Feng is like the cold and ruthless lord of the sky at this moment. How come? The emperors all showed unbelievable expressions. In their opinion, the fighting power of the Burning Emperor was not weaker than that of Tiangang Fist Emperor and Jiuyo Heavenly Emperor. However, even so, the faces of the emperors were pale, and it was only at this time that they had to admit that maybe they shouldn't have provoked such a monster. After provoking this monster, not only their lives are in danger now, but even the forces behind them may be. The Qingyao Heavenly Emperor and the Shena Heavenly Emperor were completely stunned long ago, and the Shena Heavenly Emperor was glad that he hadn't made a move, otherwise he would have been blasted to death like those previous Heavenly Emperors. And the Qingyao Tiandi also completely bowed to Han Feng's power, and suddenly had a plan to take refuge in his heart. Shinjing Tiandi's eyes flickered, and he didn't know what he was thinking. I'm defeated, the Holy Heaven Monument belongs to you. Emperor Fenmia struggled to get up a little dazedly, then turned around and left in the air, obviously not intending to fight Han Feng again. The three false tops brought by Emperor Fenmia also hurriedly left with Emperor Fenmia, for fear of staying here and being killed by Han Feng. Han Feng did not prevent Emperor Fenmia from leaving. One is that the strength shown by Emperor Fenmia has won Han Feng's respect. He can reach this level in the Forbidden Ancient Realm within 1,000 years. In terms of opportunity or talent, they are all against the sky. If such a person leaves the Forbidden Ancient Realm, he will definitely be able to shine. It would be great if I could subdue the Emperor Fenmia. Han Feng felt regretful, and planned to recruit the Emperor Fenmia in the future, depending on the situation. It will definitely be a great help by my side. Then, Han Feng turned his attention to several emperors. The faces of the emperors were all pale. In Han Feng's eyes, they didn't see any hatred, but some were just plain. But it is because of the plainness that it is dangerous, because it means that their eyesight in Han Feng is like ants, not worth paying attention to. I don't believe that he really dared to kill us. Wu Wei Sword Emperor and Jiuyo Heavenly Emperor will never let him go. Emperor Ling Tian comforted himself. Emperor Li Tian forced a smile on his face. Han Feng, don't forget that I brought you into this small world, you can't repay your kindness with revenge. However, what responded to him was the overwhelming Ziyin. Emperor Lydian brought Han Feng into the small world of Xianfeng. Han Feng appreciated this, but Han Feng knew that Emperor Lydian had no good intentions from the beginning, just to recruit him to join Lydian's sect. Sometimes he disagrees. Lydian Emperor and Eight-Legged Thunder Emperor will definitely not let him go. It would be fine if Lydian Dizzy hadn't done anything before, but since he did, Han Feng would not have any burden to kill Lydian Dizzy. As early as the moment he helped Emperor Lydian obtain a large amount of Xuanhuan stones, Han Feng had already repaid the debt he owed Emperor Lydian. No. Emperor Li Tian was unwilling to fall like this, and after unfolding his divine body, he quickly turned into a ray of light, wanting to escape from here. Only. Today's Ziji Tianhua, how can Lydian Emperor's son escape if he wants to escape, and he will soon be defeated by Ziji Tianhua. The skyfire swallowed and turned into ashes. Emperor Zhouyo, Emperor Xingma, Emperor Ling Tian, and Emperor Wu Tian soon followed in the footsteps of Emperor Lydian and disappeared completely in this world. The first update. In this world, only Han Feng, Qingyao Tiandi, Xinjing Tiandi, and Shenu Tiandi were left. My lord, Qingyao is willing to submit to you. Under Han Feng's surprised gaze, Qingyao Tiandi knelt down on one knee and chose to submit. Han Feng did not expect that the Qingyao Tiandi would submit to him so quickly with such a proud temperament. Han Feng's face eased. I accept your surrender. For Han Feng, heavenly emperors like Fenmia Dizzy needed to be subdued, and the Qingyao heavenly emperor was not bad either. Emperor Fenmia is so outstanding at the level of heavenly emperor. Once he condenses the chaos golden lotus to advance to ancient god, in the level of ancient god, he will definitely have astonishing combat power at the same level. Although it is difficult for the Qingyao heavenly emperor to be as outstanding as the Fenmia emperor at the level of the heavenly emperor, as long as he leaves the forbidden ancient realm, the blood of the chaos divine grade will be effective. After being promoted to the ancient god, relying on the blood of the chaos divine grade, and the combat power can also reach a good level. Fatty has already told Han Feng that the chaos divine grade bloodline of the Azure Demon Emperor has reached the middle level. With bloodlines of this level, even if the Azure Demon Emperor is promoted to a high-ranking ancient god, it can help a little increase. My lord, the little girl is also willing to submit to you. Immediately following the Azure Demon Emperor, the Divine Mirror Emperor also bowed slightly, and even cast a subtle wink at Han Feng, which was completely different from Han Feng's appearance when he first met. Han Feng still remembers that when he first met Xinjing Tiandi looked so cold, like a cold goddess. But now it is so charming. Han Feng coughed a little too much, and said slowly, your current body is just stolen, what are you going to do? Han Feng really didn't think much of the Divine Mirror Heavenly Emperor alone. Due to the limitation of splitting the soul, it will be difficult for the Emperor Xinjing to break through the ancient gods in the future. Emperor Xinjing sighed. Naturally, it is integrated into the artifact, and the two become one. Oh? Are you not afraid of being sealed by the power of the forbidden ancient realm? If not, which artifact would spare a part of the source to seize the human body? God Mirror Heavenly Emperor was lucky. When he fell into the forbidden ancient realm, he happened to have a human body beside him, otherwise, it would be impossible to separate part of the soul source in time to seize the human body. Emperor Xinjing took a deep look at Han Feng. He said decisively, the little girl is naturally unwilling to be sealed by the power of the forbidden ancient realm, but the little girl believes that the adults will definitely leave the forbidden ancient realm, and the little girl will naturally not be sealed when the time comes. And when the time comes, the little girl, the main body, will also recognize adults as masters and is willing to provide adults with strength. Emperor Qingyao and Emperor Shenu looked at Emperor Xinjing in shock. Leaving the forbidden ancient realm? Even if Emperor Qingyao was willing to surrender to Han Feng and acknowledged Han Feng's power, he never thought of leaving the forbidden ancient realm. It has been a very long time since no one has left the forbidden ancient realm. Will Han Feng be the first one in so many years? The Qingyao Tiandi's heart was pounding. The god of wrath also swallowed, full of anticipation, if he could leave the forbidden ancient realm. Thinking of this, the god of Nutian emperor gritted his teeth, and said, "My lord, I am also willing to submit to you and dedicate the Nutian gate to your lord." The divine Nutian emperor is not a casual cultivator, but comes from the ordinary 4-star force Nishanmen, and is the supreme elder of the Nishanmen. The Nutian gate is considered to be the lowest among the 4-star forces, except for a few subordinates in the gate. Waiting for the heavenly emperor, that is, he is a middle-level heavenly emperor and the peak powerhouse. The god-winning heavenly emperor is willing to join the team of the Lydian emperor's son, and he also wants to seek opportunities to be promoted to the higher-ranking heavenly emperor in one fell swoop, so that the status of the Nishanmen will be improved a lot. But compared to leaving the forbidden ancient realm, the Nishanmen are not worth mentioning. Emperor Shenu was in a nervous mood. Compared with Emperor Qingyao and Emperor Shenjing, he really didn't know what he could be valued by Han Feng. But soon the god of fury was stunned. He didn't see any disgust on Han Feng's face, and he heard that Han Feng agreed to his joining. The god-nursed emperor was overjoyed and very grateful. He only thought that Han Feng might be a casual cultivator, so he didn't dislike his low strength. How could God's wrathful emperor know that Han Feng is also powerful, but this power has no second heavenly emperor besides Han Feng, so Han Feng accepted God's wrathful emperor without any dislike. After subduing the 3 heavenly emperors, Han Feng's face also flashed a gleam of joy, and the strength of the supreme sect increased greatly. With the thought of Han Feng, the Xingtian monument appeared outside, standing in midair. Han Feng said, "There are still more than 2 months left before the closure of the small world. Hurry up and understand how much you can improve." Yes. The 3 heavenly emperors were all overjoyed, once again lamenting that it was the right thing to submit to Han Feng. However, before the 3 heavenly emperors sat cross-legged to comprehend it, the divine mirror heavenly emperor first handed over his own phantom mirror to Han Feng, in order to gain Han Feng's trust. The body of Emperor Shenjing is an artifact of chaos. Han Feng already knew this, but Han Feng didn't know the specific level. But now that he got the magic mirror, Han Feng knew that the magic mirror was a top-grade chaos artifact, and its level was really not low. And its function is naturally to create an illusion, trap the enemy in it, and even kill the enemy. After accepting the magic mirror, Han Feng also sat cross-legged, but Han Feng did not use the Holy Heaven Monument to practice immediately, but entered his own soul world. There are 3 things floating there. They are the 3 things left by the Holy Heaven Monument, and they are also the 3 treasures left by the God King back then, imprisoned by the Holy Heaven Monument. Without the key, it is impossible to obtain these 3 treasures. Breaking the Holy Sky Monument by force will only make the 3 treasures disappear completely. As for the key, it is naturally Xuanfengzu. Of these 3 treasures, one is the Xuanfeng egg, the other is the inheritance of divine skills, and the other is the blood essence of the God King. That God King powerhouse, called Xuanfeng God King for the time being, is the 9 heaven Xuanfeng, possessing some of the blood of the phoenix. The phoenix can be reborn from nirvana, and can be reborn up to 9 times in a lifetime. Every nirvana rebirth is not only a new beginning, but also a transformation. After 9 nirvana rebirths, every phoenix can basically reach the level of a god emperor, which can be said to be an extremely advanced creature. Because Jiutian Xuanfeng inherited a trace of phoenix's blood, he naturally also inherited the ability of rebirth from nirvana. But compared with the phoenix, the 9 heavens Xuanfeng only has 1 chance to be reborn from nirvana. Tens of thousands of years ago, when the god King Xuanfeng fell, he used the nirvana rebirth skill, thus turning into a Xuanfeng egg. The Xuanfengzu that Han Feng obtained originally entered the Xuanfeng egg immediately after arriving at the Xingtian monument. In the Xuanfeng pearl, there are all the memories, inheritance, and understanding of the rules of heaven and earth of the Xuanfeng God King. It can be said that when the 9 heavens Xuanfeng is hatched from the Xuanfeng egg, the 9 heavens Xuanfeng will have all the memories, abilities, and understanding of the heaven and earth of the Xian Feng God King, which can be regarded as an alternative resurrection. The second update. For the Xian Feng eggs, Han Feng was quite excited. The 9 flames and different fire art broke through to the 7th floor, and the Skyfire Tower can collect, transform, and cultivate 3 monsters in total. Now there are 6 beasts: King Kong Giant Crocodile, Vermilion Skylark, Proud Flame Swallowing Wolf, Flying Flame Six-Tailed Cat, Flying Flame Lion, Phantom Thunder Leopard, and there is still one missing. Xian Feng eggs, just to make up. The Xian Feng God King at the beginning was the Yicheng God King, the lowest existence in the God King level, otherwise he would not have been severely injured and reduced to the forbidden ancient realm, and then perished by a group of heavenly emperors. If it is the second transformation or even the third transformation of the God King, I am afraid that it will not be the end of the same death, but a group of heavenly emperors will be killed by the God King. After the rebirth of Xian Feng God King Nirvana, it is a transformation, which is a transformation of various aspects, including aptitude, understanding, blood, etc. If it is said that Xian Feng God King was the first transformation God King before his death, and the limit may be 2 or 3 transformation God Kings, then after the transformation, Xian Feng God King grows up. As long as he accumulates enough in the true God stage, he can easily reach the 4 transformation gods in the future. King, after the transformation of the Skyfire Pagoda, the limit is at least the King of 6 changes. This is just a one-time transformation of the Skyfire Tower. If it is transformed one after another by the Skyfire Tower, it is enough to step into the God Emperor level. The Vermilion Skylark and the 6 beasts have undergone several transformations of the Skyfire Tower, and they will surely be transformed more times in the future. They will also be able to enter the level of the God Emperor in the future, and they look similar to the 9 heavens Xian Feng. But that's just the final result. Before reaching the level of God Emperor or even God King, 9 heavens Xian Feng must be stronger than Vermilion Skylark and King Kong Giant Crocodile at the same level. In addition, 9 heavens Xian Feng has enough potential, and Skyfire Tower will transform it. It will also save a lot of energy, which is the real reason why Han Feng values Xian Feng eggs. Send the Xian Feng eggs directly to the Skyfire Pagoda, and hand them over to Xiaopeng, and leave the task of hatching the Xian Feng eggs to Xiaopeng. Fatty observed the Xian Feng egg carefully, and nodded. After such a long time, the energy accumulated by the Xian Feng egg has long been enough to hatch, but there is only one opportunity that has not hatched. If I guessed correctly, the opportunity is the Xian Feng egg beads. Xuanfengzu, obviously arranged by the Xian Feng God King early in the morning, for the reborn self to use. Unfortunately, now the Xian Feng Divine King is going to recognize you as the master. Even if you have the memory of the previous life, it is useless. Since the Xian Feng pearl has been integrated into the Xian Feng egg, as long as some energy is given to the Xian Feng egg, the 9 heavens Xian Feng will be born. Handing over the Xian Feng egg to Xiaopeng, Han Feng stopped paying too much attention to it. Xiaopeng will take care of himself. This is Han Feng's trust in Xiaopeng. Then, Han Feng focused his attention on the other 2 treasures. The second treasure is a drop of blood essence, which is the blood essence of Xian Feng God King. It is extremely pure, only the blood essence of pure energy is left. This drop of blood does not contain the will of Xian Feng God King, nor the understanding of heaven and earth. There is no inheritance in it, and there is only a stream of extremely pure flame energy. Han Feng can absorb and refine such blood essence, which can completely enhance his cultivation and save him years of hard work. Unfortunately, my divine essence has reached an extreme level, surpassing the imperial grade. In the forbidden world where the power of ancient gods is restricted, it is useless for me to swallow and refine this drop of blood essence. It will only waste the energy inside. Lose. But as long as I can leave the forbidden ancient realm and break through to the ancient god, this drop of blood will be of great use. A drop of the blood essence of a god king is enough for an ordinary ancient god to open a lotus of chaos, or even a few petals. Even if it is not used to improve the cultivation base, it is used to improve the Nine Flames different fire Ju, or the upgraded version of the Xuanhuan battle body. Ben, 2. Finally, Han Feng's eyes fell on the third and last treasure. Divine Skill Inheritance. When Han Feng inherited the divine skill, he realized that it was not the divine skill that Jiutian Xianfeng had comprehended at all, but the powerful divine skill that Jiutian Xianfeng had obtained because of an adventure in the realm of ancient gods. This divine skill is called the Clothes of the God Fox, and it sounds ordinary, but it is actually an extremely powerful divine skill, and its limit level is comparable to that of a God King. God King Technique. That is a divine skill that can only be mastered by a strong God King. It is not an exaggeration to say that the power displayed by using the power of the world is earth-shattering. As long as the God King skills are deployed, not even the powerful planes can hardly bear it. The collision between the God King skills is enough to cause some dimension planes to collapse. For a small thousand God realm like Ziyun God realm, once a God King uses the God King skills to fight, it is likely that another realm will be completely destroyed casually. The highest level of the God Fox's clothes can reach the level comparable to that of the King of Gods. How terrifying and powerful it is. Han Feng's breathing became rapid, his eyes were hot, and his nostrils almost puffed out. Han Feng never expected that this divine skill inheritance would be so powerful. The fox clothes, as the name suggests, will form a layer of fox clothes on the body surface, which can play a protective role. The God Fox clothes are divided into 9 layers. With each level, the defense of the God Fox clothes will become stronger, and the God Fox clothes will become bigger. Only the first layer can form a fox clothes about 10 feet in size, the second level can reach 2 feet, and the third level can reach 4 feet. Not only that, every time the Xuanhuan's clothes are raised to a higher level, there will be an extra tail, which is the main attack method of the Xuanhuan's clothes. In addition, the Xuanhuan's clothes are attached to the surface of the human body, which can condense the energy of the world and form a star that will the energy ball is compressed and condensed to the extreme. Once the energy ball explodes, it will unleash an astonishing energy storm that shakes for 9 days, blasting and killing the enemy. However, the clothes of the God Fox cannot be improved casually. The first 4 levels are easy to say, as long as you practice, you can achieve them. The first level is equivalent to a low-grade magic skill, the second level is equivalent to a middle-level magic skill, the third level is equivalent to a high-level magic skill, and the fourth level is equivalent to a top-grade magic skill. However, starting from the 5th level, it is necessary to absorb and refine the natal essence and blood of fox monsters with the bloodline of chaotic gods, and use the natal essence and blood as a guide to complete the 5th stage. The same is true for the 6th level, 7th level, and 8th level. The 8th level needs the life essence and blood, and the bloodline must reach the top level of chaos divine grade. Everyone has essence blood, which is an existence above ordinary blood. Ordinary blood, severe blood loss is nothing more than dizziness and weakness. If the blood essence is lost, there is still a large amount of blood essence, which is enough to cause the level of cultivation to drop, and it is difficult to recover without a long period of retreat. Every strong person will have a lot of blood essence, but there is only 1 drop of blood essence of life, which is a drop of blood essence that is related to life, and it also contains all the will, experience, and love of the world from the growth to the peak of a warrior. Understanding. The drop of blood essence left by God King Xianfeng is actually the blood essence of life. The blood essence of the God Emperor obtained in the small world of martial arts at the beginning is also the blood essence of life. It can be said that if one wants to obtain the life essence and blood, the only way is to kill the other party, or make the other party willing to sacrifice a lot to dedicate the life essence and blood. Basically, no one will dedicate their life essence and blood, so generally speaking, only the first method can be adopted. The first update. Elementary and intermediate Chaos Divine grade bloodlines should be fairly easy to obtain. Among the top Zhongqian God realm, there should be quite a few geniuses with such bloodlines among the forces that have God Kings in charge. But if it must be a fox race, the scope will be narrowed down too much. Especially the high-level and top-level chaotic God-grade bloodlines in the future, even in the power of the God King, they should be rare and highly valued. The number is small, and it needs to be foxes. Forget it, although it's a bit difficult, it's not impossible as long as you work hard. Compared with the God Fox's clothes, which are comparable to the God King's skill, this difficulty is worth overcoming. Han Feng shook his head. Although it is difficult to cultivate the Xuanhuan clothes starting from the 5th level, as long as these difficulties are overcome, the gains will be huge. Although the advanced Xinyan War Fist is equivalent to the Chaos Divine skill, but you can't just use this punch back and forth when you are facing the enemy. It is not slow to cultivate the Xuanhuan clothes. After all, Han Feng's level is quite high now, his Xuanhuan has surpassed the Emperor rank, and his soul has reached the top of the Emperor rank. The first layer of Xuanhuan clothes is really not difficult for Han Feng, and Han Feng is practicing in the room of time. After Han Feng successfully cultivates the first layer of Xuanhuan clothes, it is actually only a few days outside. Just rest. After that, there were no difficulties in the 2nd and 3rd stages. It was not until the 4th stage that Han Feng encountered some bottlenecks, but he quickly passed it. It was not until he reached the peak of the 4th stage that Han Feng left the time room. After he really cultivated the Xuanhuan clothes, Han Feng discovered that the Xuanhuan clothes can also fuse with Ziji Tianhua. The God Fox's clothes, in fact, have no attribute changes, it is purely formed by the condensed energy of the heaven and earth, so any strong man of any attribute can practice, and the God Fox clothes can change according to the attributes. For example, after Han Feng integrated Ziji Tianhua into the clothes of the God Fox, the clothes of the God Fox would change into a huge fox burning with purple flames. There is no doubt that if it is integrated into Ziji Tianhua, the power of the Xuanhuan clothing will be even stronger. After cultivating the fox's clothes to the 4th peak, Han Feng finally began to comprehend Ziyun's arm with the help of the Holy Sky Tablet. And while comprehending Ziyun's divine arm, Han Feng also comprehended the 8-winged mysterious dragon transformation. And the focus is shifting towards the 8-winged dragon. The Ziyun divine arm has only 13 layers, and reaching the 13th layer is the highest level, and it is difficult to improve. After breaking through the 8-winged black dragon transformation to the 10-winged black dragon transformation, there are also the 12-winged mysterious dragon change and the 14-winged mysterious dragon change, which have greater potential than Ziyun's arm. In the past, the reason why Han Feng focused on Ziyun Divine Arm was because the power of Ziyun Divine Arm surpassed that of the 8-winged black dragon at the same level. After all, the Xianlong transformation was understood by warriors, but the Ziyun God Arm was bestowed upon Han Feng by the Ziyun God Realm. If it weren't for the restrictions on reaching the 5th layer of the Xuanhuan clothes, Han Feng would definitely add the Xuanhuan clothes to his comprehension. With the help of the Holy Sky Monument, Han Feng's comprehension of Ziyun's divine arm and 8-winged black dragon transformation is being realized at an unprecedented speed. Some problems that I had ignored or even didn't want to understand, suddenly became clear at this moment. Because of this, both the Ziyun divine arm and the 8-winged Xianlong transformation have a faint tendency to break through. Han Feng immediately gave up his comprehension of the 8-winged mysterious dragon transformation, and focused on the Ziyun arm. 10 days after the Holy Heaven Monument recognized Han Feng as the master, the Ziyun arm successfully broke through to the 13th stage of the initial stage. At the moment when Ziyun's divine arm broke through, Han Feng's aura changed for a moment, and then returned to normal. Although only for a moment. That change still caught the attention of the Azure Demon Emperor and the others. Just now, they felt a palpitating power from Han Feng. It's so scary, Your Excellency must have made another breakthrough before. The face of the Azure Demon Emperor changed slightly. That power, once it erupts, it can be killed instantly. The angry emperor was puzzled. I remember that my lord was already at the limit of the emperor. Shenjing Tiandi said indifferently, so it can only be a breakthrough in divine skills. I don't know if you have noticed that although your lord has extremely terrifying flames, the flames alone are enough to compete against the top 10 in the list of heavenly emperors. However, none of the supernatural skills displayed by the lord have reached the supergrade level, and only one is considered a half-step supergrade. This point is that the Burning Emperor surpassed the lord. If I guessed correctly, the lord should have realized it by now. A true supernatural skill. Hiss. Both the Qingyao Heavenly Emperor and the Divine Fury Heavenly Emperor took a deep breath. Their fighting power was terrifying enough before, but now they have comprehended a true supernatural skill. Its power. Perhaps Your Excellency can really lead the forbidden ancient realm. Thinking of this, Emperor Qingyao and Emperor Shenu became happy instead. Of course, Han Feng didn't know that the 3 Azure Demon Emperors were amazed. After Ziyun's arm broke through, Han Feng immediately began to attack the 8-winged Black Dragon transformation. 3 days later, the 8-winged Mysterious Dragon transformation successfully broke through and was promoted to the 10-winged Mysterious Dragon transformation. At the moment of breakthrough, a phantom of a 10-winged Black Dragon appeared behind Han Feng. After a long while, this force gradually calmed down, and the phantom of the Mysterious Dragon gradually dissipated. Ziyun God's arm and Xianlong transformation have both been broken through, so what's next? For the Xingyan battle body to break through, it needs a vast amount of flame energy, and there is no need to use the Holy Sky Monument to comprehend it, and it is useless to comprehend it. Therefore, the next thing Han Feng comprehended was the Golden Immortal Physique. The Golden Immortal Physique has already reached its limit, but because the next stage is so vague, Han Feng doesn't know how to break through. Right now, Han Feng will use the Xingtian Monument to comprehend the next step of the Golden Immortal Physique. This is much more difficult than the breakthrough of Ziyun Divine Arm and Xianlong transformation. In any case, there is a way for Ziyun Divine Arm and Xianlong transformation, just follow the path. As for the next step of the Golden Immortal Physique, there is no way out, everything depends on Han Feng to study, search for, and comprehend. The difficulty is naturally greatly enhanced. Even with the Holy Heaven Monument, Han Feng was running around like a fly for the first 10 days, without any clue. In the next 10 days, Han Feng gradually got a clue with the help of Xingtian Monument, and it became clearer and clearer. In the next 10 days, the experiment will begin. Naturally, the experiment is not all smooth sailing. There will always be various difficulties in the middle, and then fail, and finally have to rethink. There are only 2 days left before the closing of the small world. On this day, the glow of the sky suddenly swept out from Han Feng's body, and the celestial light was shining straight into the sky. Bathed in the rich fairy light, the Korean style becomes more noble and awe-inspiring. The fairy seal on Han Feng's forehead is full of spirituality like a living thing, with vast power. The swaying roll-out made the 3 of the Qingyao Tiandi have the idea of kneeling down in an instant. After comprehending the Golden Immortal Physique for so many days, with the help of the Holy Heaven Monument, Han Feng finally made a breakthrough and advanced to the next stage of the Golden Immortal Physique, Tai Immortal Physique. The second update. Naturally, the Tai Immortal Physique at this moment is only at the most elementary level, but even so, there is still extremely vast and majestic power flowing in Han Feng's body. The invisible celestial power spread, Han Feng's eyes opened, and a crystal-like brilliance flashed in the eyes. That is the expression of the immortal energy in the body being filled to the extreme. It's such a powerful force, the improvement of the Chaos God body to the ancient gods is so terrifying. Unfortunately, there are small worlds that barely resist the oppression of the Forbidden Realm. I can feel the power of the Tai immortal physique. Once I leave the Xuanhuan small world, under the suppression of the forbidden realm, I am afraid that it is difficult to display Tai immortal physique again. If you force it, the fate will probably not be much better than the ancient gods who fell into the forbidden ancient realm. Han Feng quickly restrained his power. Tai immortal physique degenerated to Jin immortal physique, and he did not plan to use this power again, before leaving the forbidden ancient realm. Han Feng didn't want to be sealed and destroyed by the will of the forbidden ancient realm, because of using this power. No, you can completely use the power of Tai immortal physique, and you won't be crushed by the will of the forbidden ancient realm. Xiaopeng said suddenly. Why? Han Feng paused with surprise on his face. Think about it for yourself, think about supernatural skills. Xiaopeng didn't say any more, and just stopped talking. Han Feng's body shook violently, followed by a look of shock and ecstasy on Han Feng's face. That's right, why did I forget? My Xinyan battle physique and Jinxian physique are not bloodline and divine body at all, they are real divine skills, but the effect is the same as bloodline and divine body. I have always used the Xinyan battle body and the golden immortal body as the chaos god body, but gradually forgot that the Xinyan battle body and the chaos god body are not the chaos god grade bloodline/god body. The bloodline of the chaos divine grade cannot exert its due power in the forbidden ancient realm, because the chaos divinity from the chaos divine grade bloodline is suppressed. The chaos divine skill cannot exert its power in the forbidden ancient realm, because there is no power of chaos chi, so the magic power of chaos is called a super magic skill. The Xinyan battle body and the Jinxian body are different. If the Xinyan battle body wants to be promoted to the highest level, what it needs is the power of flames. After the promotion, it does not need to rely on the energy of chaos to exert its due chaotic magic power. The immortal physique of Tai also does not need the chi of chaos. That is to say, not only can the Tai immortal physique be used normally, but it is also a very normal and extremely powerful chaos divine skill, which is much stronger than any supergrade divine skill. The Forbidden Realm has always been rumored to prohibit the power of ancient gods, but it is not correct. It should be said that the existence of chaos divinity and chaos chi is forbidden, so the spirit of chaos artifacts will be sealed, so chaos divine skills can only be used at a super level, the power of divine skills. It doesn't mean that as long as the power reaches the level of the ancient gods, it will be sealed. You must know that heavenly generals, heavenly monarchs, heavenly venerates, and heavenly emperors are already at the same level as the lower ancient gods in terms of power. If the power reaches the level of ancient gods, they will be sealed, and there will not even be heavenly generals in the forbidden ancient realm. All along, he got it wrong. As long as it does not possess the divine nature of chaos, it will not be sealed by the will of the forbidden ancient realm. However, the upgraded version of the Xinyan battle body and the Tai immortal body do not possess the divine nature of chaos, nor do they need the energy of chaos to exert their due power. It's just the great sun flame body, but it really can't exert the power of the chaos divine body. It was also because the great Rion physique was restricted that Han Feng had a misunderstanding, thinking that the golden immortal physique and the Xinyan physique would also be restricted after breaking through. If it is really not restricted, once I unfold the Tai immortal physique, my power will increase to an extremely terrifying level in an instant. It's easier to deal with Emperor Jiuyou and the others. The confidence of leaving the forbidden ancient realm is also greater. Han Feng's eyes lit up, and the day of leaving the forbidden ancient realm is not far away. 2 days later, the Xuanhuan small world was completely closed, and all warriors in the small world were vomited out by the small world one after another. The first one to come out was burning the emperor's son. Tiangang Fist Emperor smiled satisfied when he saw Emperor Fenmi, especially the level of cultivation displayed by Emperor Fenmi at this moment was actually the limit of the Emperor of Heaven, which made Tiangang Fist Emperor even more satisfied. Not bad. Tiangang Fist Emperor looked at Emperor Fenmia with satisfaction. The other 6 emperors also congratulated with smiles on their faces, but they didn't know what was going on in their hearts, and they wouldn't feel good if they thought about it. The cultivation has reached the limit of the Emperor of Heaven. If this kid comprehends the true supernatural skill with the holy steel, and his strength has definitely reached the limit of the Emperor of the Sky, and he has the burning fire of the sky and the top-level divine body, the power of the Emperor of the Sky will not be the same. Damn it, it's possible that Burn Tianzong will really surpass us in the future. Wu Tiandi congratulated on the face, but secretly hated him in his heart, and only hoped that the son of Wu Tian Emperor would also have a good harvest, narrowing the gap between the Emperor and the Burning Emperor. Therefore, Emperor Wu Tian had no choice but to look expectantly at the entrance of Xuanhuan's small world. However, 1, 2, 4, 8. People came out one after another, but they never saw Emperor Wu Tian. Not only that, but the other 5 emperors did not show any signs of showing up. Wu Tiandi's face changed slightly, and he suddenly had a very bad premonition in his heart. Not only Wu Tiandi, but also the other 5 heavenly emperors. Especially the 8-legged Thunder Emperor, who is related to the father of Emperor Li Tian, is close in blood. The 8-legged Thunder Emperor has the strongest premonition among the 6 emperors. In fact, as early as a few months ago, the 8-legged Thunder Emperor had a similar feeling, but he just didn't want to think about the bad. But now the 6 emperors have not appeared, making the 8-legged Thunder Emperor's face dark. No matter how unwilling to believe it, the 8-legged Thunder Emperor has to admit that his son, something happened. At this moment, Han Feng, Emperor Qingyao, Emperor Shenjing, and Emperor Shenu appeared one after another, and the 8-legged Thunder Emperor directly grabbed him. Tell this emperor, what happened to my son? The 8-legged Thunder Emperor roared furiously, and countless thunderbolts bombarded him behind him, furiously charging into his crown, as if the god of thunder had been possessed by a demon, intending to destroy the world. Those eyes, which seemed to contain endless thunderstorms, shot out a killing intent that seemed to be real. My son is dead, why are you bastards alive? Humph. Han Feng snorted coldly, facing the furious claw of the 8-legged Thunder Emperor. Han Feng shot out purple sky fire all over his body, and instantly collided with the thunder claw condensed by the 8-legged Thunder Emperor. Boom! For a moment, the thunder radiated brightly, and then disappeared without a trace, completely swallowed by Ziji Skyfire. Ziji Tianhua followed the thunder claws and swept towards the 8-legged Thunder Emperor overwhelmingly, sweeping away with the power of destructive flames. What? The 8-legged Thunder Emperor's pupils shrank, and he felt an unprecedented threat on the flame. He hadn't felt this feeling for thousands of years or tens of thousands of years. The third update. In an instant, the 8-legged Thunder Emperor had unfolded his divine body, his 8 arms were like knives, and he was unleashing supernatural skills. Crazy lightning draws his sword and slashes. The 8-legged Thunder Emperor's supernatural skill level is not high, but each arm has a supernatural skill, and the 8 arms combined are also extremely terrifying. It is equivalent to bursting out 8 supergrade divine skills at the same time. Naturally, the consumption is also extremely terrifying. This is the ability that the 8-legged Thunder Emperor has been able to achieve after a long time. There are supergrade divine skills that are more powerful than Crazy Thunder Sword Slash, but such a divine skill, the 8-legged Thunder Emperor is still unable to do it when each arm is used individually. The effect is not as good as when the 8 arms are displayed at the same time, Crazy Thunder Sword Slash. It can be expected that if the 8-legged Thunder Emperor can simultaneously slash with 8 arms at the same time, which is more powerful than the supernatural skill of Crazy Thunder Sword Slash, the comprehensive combat power of the 8-legged Thunder Emperor will jump to an extremely terrifying level. It is not impossible to surpass Tiangang Boxing Emperor. 8 earth-shattering slashes struck one after another, and each slash could easily split the Wanzhong Mountain in half. The terrifying slash moved those 4-star powers, and they looked shocked. Is this the fourth terrifying existence on the Heavenly Emperor list? This power is too powerful, far beyond what they can achieve. A hint of surprise also flashed in Han Feng's eyes. The power erupted by the eight-legged Thunder Emperor was obviously stronger than what Han Feng imagined. From this, the eight-legged Thunder Emperor should have been able to barely break into the Yuan Pagoda. It's 16 floors. No matter how bad it is, they can stay on the 15th floor for an extremely long period of time. It can be said that the 15th floor is the top level of the Supreme Emperor's combat power. But the corner of Han Feng's mouth drew a cold arc. Burst. The ZG Skyfire exploded instantly, and an incomparable flame power surged out of the void. The 8 fierce slashes rushed into the ZG Heavenly Fire, and were quickly swallowed by the ZG Heavenly Fire, and absorbed by the ZG Heavenly Fire for its own use. However, this is the full blow of the eight-legged Thunder Emperor. Although ZG Tianhua is powerful, if Han Feng just wants to kill the eight-legged Thunder Emperor with ZG Heavenly Fire, it will be impossible. In almost a moment, the 8 slashes passed through the burning range of ZG Skyfire, and slashed towards Han Feng. It's just that compared to the original size, at this moment, the 8 cuts have shrunk by almost half. Han Feng's momentum suddenly became stronger. The 3 divine bodies unfolded at the same time. The power of Xinyan Battle Physique, Jingxian Physique, and Great Rian Physique was pushed to the extreme. Han Feng slowly opened his hands, and a burst of unparalleled power burst out from his palm. Boom boom boom. Just like that, the 8 slashes and the power ejected from Han Feng's palm blasted together, a burst of violent noise erupted, and an extremely violent wind ravaged the void. Han Feng kept retreating a full 1,000 feet, barely resisting the blow of the eight-legged Thunder Emperor. It seemed that Han Feng had fallen into a disadvantage, but in fact Han Feng was not hurt at all. There was a sudden gasp from the scene. All of them were startled by Han Feng. This was the 4th all-out attack on the Heavenly Emperor ranking, and he just took it. Who the hell is this person? Why is there no record of this person on the Heavenly Emperor list? Han Feng grinned slowly. It seemed that he did not have the upper hand, but Han Feng naturally knew that he had many whole cards that he did not use. Once a little bit of whole cards were used, it would not be difficult to defeat or even kill the eight-legged Thunder Emperor. Damn it, with such power, what happened to my son could be related to you. The eight-legged Thunder Emperor's furious voice resounded throughout the world. Before he took the shot, he just blamed the death of Lydian Emperor's son on Han Feng and others. It can be seen that Han Feng's fighting power, but the eight-legged Thunder Emperor had an astonishing guess that Han Feng might have killed his own son. Murderer. That's right. Han Feng admitted it frankly. In this situation, no matter whether he admits it or not, the eight-legged Thunder Emperor will not let him go, so what's the use of not admitting it? Furthermore, with his current combat power, so what if he admits it? It really is you. Eight-legged Thunder Emperor's face was ferocious, his eyes were bloodshot, and he was extremely angry. However, seeing Han Feng's fearless expression, the eight-legged Thunder Emperor suddenly regained consciousness. Based on the previous fight, the eight-legged Thunder Emperor realized that Han Feng might be stronger than him. Don't look at the eight-legged Thunder Emperor, who is now extremely angry, but his mind is still spinning in circles. With his eyes fixed, the eight-legged Thunder Emperor said coldly, "You obviously have such a powerful combat power, but you hide it. You must have a huge conspiracy to deceive me, and let me take you into the small world of Xuanhuan. Say, the rest, does the death of the Emperor have something to do with you? What exactly did you get in the small world?" The eight-legged Thunder Emperor obviously intends to forcibly insert the fall of Emperor Joyo on Han Feng's body. Even if it only arouses a little suspicion from Emperor Joyo and others, it is enough for Emperor Joyo and others to take action. For people like them, it is natural that they would rather kill by mistake than miss it. Even so, the eight-legged Thunder Emperor felt unsafe, and misled the other heavenly emperors, making the other heavenly emperors mistakenly think that Han Feng had obtained some great treasure. Han Feng's expression was a little weird for a moment, and Han Feng naturally understood that this was the reason why the eight-legged Thunder Emperor said this, but the problem is, he really called the eight-legged Thunder Emperor to Mingzhong. It is true that Emperor Jiuyou and other emperors were killed by him, and the Holy Heaven Monument that Xuanhuan Small World has been coveted for so many years, but has never been obtained by anyone was also obtained by him. Wu Tiandi, Fearless Sword Emperor, Anlei Heavenly Emperor, Slaughtered Demon Emperor, and Jiuyou Heavenly Emperor are not easily fooled. However, the death of several emperors, coupled with Han Feng's powerful power, had to make the 5 heavenly emperors suspect Han Feng. As for whether Han Feng got a great treasure, the 5 heavenly emperors didn't care too much. There are no good things in the small world, so the Xingtian monument is still a bit attractive, but the Xingtian monument has not been taken by anyone for so many years. I have been subdued before, is it possible that I will be subdued this time? The eyes of the 5 heavenly emperors fell on Han Feng in unison, their eyes full of inquiry. Ordinary people, being looked at like this by the 5 heavenly emperors, or the 5 heavenly emperors in the top 10 on the list of heavenly emperors, would probably already be dripping with cold sweat, and their hearts would be under tremendous oppression. It's a pity that Han Feng is very human. His face was indifferent from the beginning to the end, and he was not at all disturbed by the exploration of the 5 heavenly emperors. On the other side, Tiangang Boxing Emperor was a little moved, thinking about whether to take down Han Feng, and asked if he got the treasure in the small world. Sun Fenmia, you should have fought against this sun in the small world. How do you feel about this sun? Did you get the treasure? Tiangang Fist Emperor did not act rashly, but chose to ask Emperor Fenmia carefully first. The first update. Emperor Fenmi naturally knew that Han Feng had obtained the Holy Heaven Monument, but Emperor Fenmi did not tell Tiangang Fist Emperor what he meant. Speaking of which, Emperor Fenmi and Tiangang Fist Emperor also had an unknown relationship and grievances. As we all know, the son of Emperor Fenmia came from a collateral line of the Tiangang god body of Fen Tianzong, and his mother came from another family that was neither strong nor weak. Burning the Zhantian divine body of the emperor's son inherited his mother. But the body of Tiangang that burned the emperor's son did not come from his father. The father of Emperor Fenmia was originally a collateral lineage, and his bloodline and direct lineage had reached the extreme, and he couldn't awaken the Tiangang divine body at all. If Emperor Fenmia was really his father's own son, how could he awaken the Tiangang divine body? Even if he really awakened, it would be considered a mutation to have a junior divine body level. It is impossible to reach the advanced divine body level, which is still the top of the advanced divine body, second only to the top divine body. Except for Fenmia Dizi's father and mother, no one knows that Fenmia Dizi's real father is actually Tiangang Fist Emperor. Including Tiangang Boxing Emperor, they are only suspicious, not very sure. Tiangang Fist Emperor was wandering around the sect one day and saw the mother of Emperor Fenmia. He couldn't control his lust for a while, so he raped Emperor Fenmia's mother. But at that time, Dizi Fenmir's mother had already married Dizi Fenmir's father, so Tiangang Fist Emperor did not acknowledge his relationship with Dizi Fenmir's mother for his own sake. Afterwards, Emperor Fenmi's mother gave birth to Emperor Fenmi and died of depression. Although the father of the Emperor Fenmia was sad, he still took care of the Emperor Fenmia responsibly. It wasn't until the Emperor Fenmia's talent was revealed that he was discovered by the Tiangang Fist Emperor, and he received him under his sect to train the Emperor Fenmia. Fenmia Dizi's Tiangang divine body actually inherited Tiangang Fist Emperor's Tiangang divine body, only because the mother did not have a trace of Tiangang divine body's blood, so Fenmia Dizi's Tiangang divine body was affected. It was only a high-level divine body. But fortunately, it is only a high-level divine body. The Tiangang divine body and Tiangang Fenhua are matched. Once combined, they can exert extremely incredible power, but this power is also a great burden on the body. If Emperor Fenmia's Tiangang divine body is a top-level divine body, then unless Emperor Fenmia can leave the forbidden ancient realm, he will die as early as the founder of Fentian sect. Now my strength is no less than yours. When I return to Fentianzong, I will make you kowtow in front of Mother Spirit Card to admit your mistake. A stern light flashed in the eyes of Emperor Fenmia. If you don't want to seek death, don't do it. Tiangang Fist Emperor's complexion changed, and he looked at Emperor Fenmia in horror. This evaluation is too terrifying. Want to know who he is? Number 2 on the Heavenly Emperor ranking. Could it be that the power of that person has been? Tiangang Fist Emperor didn't want to believe that a random person could be that powerful, but in the same way, Tiangang Fist Emperor didn't think that Emperor Fenmia would deceive him. Tiangang Fist Emperor has always suspected that Emperor Fenmia is his illegitimate son, so he has far more trust in Emperor Fenmia than anyone else. Okay. I won't make a move this time, just watch from the side. Tiangang Fist Emperor resisted the desire to make a move, but he didn't leave just yet. He wanted to see if this guy named Han Feng was there. What kind of power made Emperor Fenmia so afraid that he even said that if you don't want to die, don't make a move? On the other side, Han Feng said indifferently, the deaths of the other emperors are indeed related to me, but so what? Want to kill me? Just because you are not qualified. Everyone stared at Han Feng dumbfounded, and admitted so boldly. Is it because of the audacity of a high-level artist? Or is there a hole in the brain? Originally, the 5 Jiuyo heavenly emperors were only skeptical, but when they heard what Han Feng said, they all became furious instantly, and the powerful aura swept across the entire world like a torrential wave. The vast and boundless power made everyone feel astonished and terrified. This kid actually admitted it. The 8-legged Thunder Emperor was surprised at first, and then he was overjoyed. This kid is so arrogant that he wants to die. With those 5 people taking action, plus his own strength, wouldn't it be easy to kill this kid? Boy, go to hell. The first to strike was the Emperor Jiuyo. The relationship between Emperor Jiuyo and Emperor Jiuyo was also very close, and the death of Emperor Jiuyo made Emperor Jiuyo's heart ache. 9 serenities falling to heaven. A large number of 9 phantom fires surged up like a stormy wave, and the 9-fold stormy wave shook the world and attacked Han Feng overwhelmingly. That momentum made many heavenly emperors present feel suffocated. And these turbulent waves are even higher than the last, and stronger than the last. With the powerful supernatural skill, the astonishingly powerful 9 nether spirit fire, and the 9 nether divine body, this blow from the 9 nether heavenly emperor was extremely terrifying. At the moment when Emperor Jiuyo made his move, Emperor Wu Tiandi, Emperor Wu Wei Sword, Emperor Slaughtering Demon, and Emperor Anlei also made moves one after another. 5 Heaven's Fist. Fearless Sword Slash. Killing Demon Wheel. Dark Lightning Destroys. The 4 major killer moves are all super-level divine skills, not the bottom-level super-level divine skills. Among the super-level divine skills, they are all considered to be at the middle level, and their power is shocking. The 5 ultimate moves seem to break through the heavens, and they came with such an aura as to smash through bamboo. The 8-legged Thunder Emperor didn't make a move, but just watched the scene coldly. In the eyes of the 8-legged Thunder Emperor, Han Feng was already dead. Han Feng's body retreated rapidly, and the shocking wave, composed entirely of 9 ghost fires, had hit the ground. In an instant, the area with a radius of 10,000 miles had turned into a sea of flames, and all living things in the sea of fire were reduced to ashes. The first turbulent wave missed Han Feng, but the second turbulent wave has already followed. With Han Feng's move, Ziji Tianhua also resisted overwhelmingly. The second wave was blocked by Ziji Tianhua so abruptly. At the same time, the 2 ultimate moves of Wu Tiandi and Wu Wei Sword Emperor are approaching. One is a giant fist that contains an extremely powerful and indomitable fighting spirit, and the other is a shocking sword that seems to break everything in the world. Xuanhuan Fighting Fist. A part of ZG Skyfire merged into Xuanhuan Fighting Fist, and it instantly joined Wutian Xuanhuan and Fearless Sword together. The deafening bombing sound rumbled and shook the sky. Shocking aftermaths of energy scattered in all directions, and each aftermath could easily kill a low-level or middle-level emperor. Han Feng's fist was in pain, and the impact of the two ultimate moves made Han Feng roll back several hundred feet in the air. And this is, the Jiuyo Heavenly Emperor's 9-level ghost Hua Hailang, after 5 consecutive attacks, has repelled Ziji Tianhua. The 6th stage, the 9 Phantom Hua Hailang, struck with even more terrifying power. The ultimate moves of the Slaughter Emperor and the Dark Thunder Heaven Emperor also attacked Han Feng from below and above. For a while, Han Feng's situation was not good no matter how he looked at it. Even so, Han Feng's combat power moved all the 4-star forces. Because Han Feng's opponent is a powerful existence in the top 10 of the 5 heavenly emperors. The second update. Ziyun got arm. Suddenly, a domineering power surged out of Han Feng's right arm. This is the power of a supernatural skill, and it is a superpower that can only be mastered by a true emperor. A ray of purple light seemed to be born from the chaos, blasting out in an instant, breaking the chaos. The power of the 13th stage of Ziyun's arm broke out completely. At the same time, Ziji Tianhua has been integrated into Ziyun's divine arm. What is the level of Ziji Tianhua? That's beyond the Emperor grade. The 7th level of the 9 flames and different fire art has been cultivated to the peak. This level of Ziji Tianhua is integrated into the 13th layer of the Ziyun divine arm. Even without the Chi of Chaos, it can almost exert the power of the Chaos divine skill that the Ziyun divine arm should have. The monstrous power blasted out from Ziyun's divine arm. In front of this kind of power, the Slaughtering Demon Wheel and Dark Thunder Sky Destroyer were all vulnerable. In front of the purple light carrying flames, they were almost instantly crushed. Rout. Afterwards, the purple light bombarded heavily on the stormy waves condensed by the 9 phantom fires, completely calming down the stormy waves. At this moment, Han Feng has a sweeping gesture. Break! Han Feng roared furiously, and the purple light shot away, and he arrived in front of the 8-legged Thunder Emperor and other 6 heavenly emperors in almost a moment. The faces of the 6 heavenly emperors were full of disbelief. The joint attack of the 5 of them was so easily defeated by the opponent. This power is amazing. Is this still a super-grade divine skill? Emperor Jiuyo muttered to himself. How could he know that this was already a real chaotic divine skill, and the integration of ZG Heavenly Fire allowed Ziyun Divine Arm to fully unleash its true power? If Han Feng is an ancient god at this moment, with the energy of chaos in his body, the power of Ziyun's arm will be even stronger. Not good, defend quickly. It was the Emperor Jiuyo who reacted first. The top 10 powerhouses on the list of the 6 heavenly emperors each have their own unique moves, some using defensive magic skills, and some relying on defensive magic weapons. The Emperor Jiuyo was wrapped in a big purple bell, and in front of the 8-legged Thunder Emperor was a mirror. Wu Tiandi, Onlei Tiandi, and Fearless Sword Emperor used defensive skills. As for the Slaughter Demon Emperor, the devilish energy billowed out in front of him, turning into a gigantic white skull full of devilish energy. The moment the 6 heavenly emperors had just used their defensive means, Ziyun Divine Arm had already rushed towards them with terrifying power, bombarding the defensive means of the 6 heavenly emperors one after another. It didn't take long to resist. The mirror of the 8-legged Thunder Emperor shattered, the purple bell of the Jiuyo Heavenly Emperor was broken, and the bone skeleton that killed the Demon Emperor was completely reduced to ashes. The 6 heavenly emperors were completely blown away by a powerful force. Rumble. The ground shook, and there was a huge bang, and the 6 heavenly emperors smashed a deep hole in the ground one after another. Golem. Many people from the four-star forces stared at Han Feng with shocked and terrified eyes. This kind of power, is it still human? This is the existence of the top 10 of the 6 heavenly emperors. Even if Tiangang Boxing Emperor and the current number 1 Satan Heavenly Emperor join forces, it is estimated that such a record cannot be achieved. Could it be that this strange Heavenly Emperor has surpassed the Satanic Heavenly Emperor in terms of combat power? For a moment, everyone looked at Han Feng, as if looking at another rising god of war. His eyes gradually filled with fiery passion and madness. This is the beginning of a generation of legends. Tiangang Fist Emperor opened his mouth wide, and then smiled wryly. Fortunately, I didn't make a move. Involuntarily, Tiangang Fist Emperor looked at the 6 big pits on the ground full of sympathy, and he didn't know if the 6 people would still survive after provoking such an iron plate. If all die. Tiangang Fist Emperor's eyes were gloomy, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Such eyes made people feel scary for no reason. Swipe. From the 6 big pits, 6 heavenly emperors shot out one after another, with injuries on their bodies, staring at Han Feng fearfully. Ziyun Divine Arm merged into ZG Skyfire. The power is indeed terrifying. But if it is distributed among the 6 people, it can only cause the 6 people to suffer some moderate injuries, and it cannot seriously injure the 6 people. What's more, the Ziyun God Arm has been offset by several big killing moves before, and its power is natural, even lowered a little. Is this the power of the 6 people? It's nothing more than that. Such power can't kill Han. Han Feng glanced at the 6 people coolly, and then sneered. Looking for death. Heavenly Emperor Joyo gritted his teeth ferociously, as if he wanted to swallow Han Feng alive, but he was afraid of Han Feng's power, so he didn't dare to strike at will. The 8-legged Thunder Emperor shouted angrily, Your Excellency's combat power is indeed astonishing, but it must have consumed a lot. We have 6 people here. If we fight for consumption, can we still beat you? It's better to stop here, and the 6 of us can pretend that nothing happened. The 8-legged Thunder Emperor said so, obviously already having the intention to retreat, and did not intend to confront Han Feng head-on. With the power displayed by Han Feng, the 8-legged Thunder Emperor understood that even if they exhausted each other to death, they would still suffer heavy injuries. Fight consumption? Let go? Han Feng smiled disdainfully. The 9 flames and different fire art has been cultivated to the peak of the 7th level, and his recovery ability has reached the extreme, no less than or extremely close to the level of the ancient gods. How terrifying it is to put the recovery ability at the level of the ancient gods on the Emperor of Heaven. The Heavenly Emperor is only equivalent to the ordinary low-level ancient gods in the late stage in terms of combat power, but in other respects, he is still far inferior to the ancient gods. Hearing Han Feng's disdain, the 8-legged Thunder Emperor felt that Han Feng didn't know what was good and bad, and he was already planning to retire. Could it be that this kid is going to continue fighting? Before the 8-legged Thunder Emperor could sneer at Han Feng had already attacked again, and the towering purple flame stepped on his feet, facing the 6 8-legged Thunder Emperor. Boom boom boom. The battle between the void broke out again. Both sides were coming and going, fierce, although the 6 heavenly emperors fell into a disadvantage, but judging from this situation, Han Feng might not be able to take down the 6 heavenly emperors in a short time. The 6 heavenly emperors were secretly horrified. The other party was equal in terms of cultivation, why they could last for such a long time, and they were already a little out of breath. Han Feng frowned slightly. As expected of the top 10 in the Heavenly Emperor ranking, it is so difficult to deal with it together, since it is so. In Han Feng's eyes, a crystal light flashed. Tai immortal physique. Han Feng let out a low growl, and a large amount of immortal light erupted instantly, and Han Feng's cultivation level soared to an unbelievable level in an instant. The fairy light is like a storm, a violent wave, the churning void shakes, and the earth cracks. A hurricane of fairy light raged wildly in the void. What? The 6 heavenly emperors were shocked, because the other party hadn't used all their strength before. Purple Cloud Divine Arm. Han Feng blasted out his right arm, and the earth-shattering purple light ignited surging purple flames, blasting towards the 6 Jiuyou heavenly emperors again. This time, the 6 couldn't bear it anymore, and saw the entire void was filled with purple light in an instant, followed by an unprecedented booming sound that rang out all over the world. When everyone recovered their eyesight from the purple light, they all took a deep breath. I saw that the place bombarded by the purple light had already become an abyss. There was a faint purple flame emerging from the abyss, and the surrounding area was scorched black. The figures of the 6 heavenly emperors had already disappeared. The third update. Golem. Golem. The heavenly venerables or heavenly emperors looked at this scene in shock, and killed 6 heavenly emperors directly with one move. Is this kind of power really the level that the heavenly emperors can achieve? These are not 6 ordinary emperors, but 6 super emperors in the top 10 of the emperor list, and the strongest among them is ranked 3rd in the emperor list. Even so, these 6 heavenly emperors were still. Han Feng withdrew his right arm, and the tyrannical strength gradually subsided until it disappeared. The Xingyan battle physique, Tai immortal physique, and Great Rion physique all dissipated, and Han Feng returned to a normal state, faintly showing a touch of fatigue. The immortal physique of Tai is powerful, and it can display such a unique technique, and the power consumed is also extremely terrifying. However, even though Han Feng showed signs of fatigue, no one dared to have any bad thoughts about Han Feng because of this. They were completely shocked, leaving a huge shadow in their hearts, and they did not dare to act casually. Take a shot against Han Feng. Fortunately, this emperor didn't make a move. Tiangang Fist Emperor's face was pale, and he killed the 8-legged Thunder Emperor and 6 people with one move. This is no longer in the same dimension. Even if he is added, the final result will not be the same. Any changes. Han Feng let out a breath of turbid air slowly, and looked around sharply. No one dared to look at Han Feng. This world suddenly fell into an awkward atmosphere. No one dared to speak, and no one dared to leave, for fear of angering Han Feng. Until the sound of adult resounded in this world. Behind Han Feng, the Qingyao Heavenly Emperor, Xinjing Heavenly Emperor, and Shenu Heavenly Emperor looked frenzied. They didn't know that Han Feng's combat power was astonishing, but it was still far beyond their expectations. Because of this, they are more confident that Han Feng will finally be able to pass through the forbidden ancient realm. When Han Feng's sleeve robe was rolled up, a force that made people unable to resist rushed out, and the Qingyao Tiandi and the 3 were swept in. Afterwards, Han Feng turned into a startled rainbow and disappeared into the sky in an instant. After a long while, the Heavenly Venerable and Heavenly Emperor dared to gasp for breath, with a look of fear on their faces. Their gazes swept across the abyss that was blown out on the ground, and they all showed horror. What a powerful force it is to blast out such a deep and huge abyss. It's such a strong flame. Compared with this kind of flame, what is the ancestors' Tiangang extinguishing the fire? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would hardly believe that there would be such a terrifying flame under the Chaos God fire. Although there is no Chaos Divinity, the power is basically the same as that of the lowest level Chaos Divine Fire. Tiangang Fist Emperor sighed. Emperor Fenmia's pupils flickered, and with his eyesight, he could tell that the flames remaining in the abyss would not disappear for at least a year, which was truly terrifying. My lord, I don't know where we are going now. In the clouds, the god Nutian Emperor was born and asked, and then said, it's better to go to the Nutian Gate, just to transfer the Nutian Gate to the Master's Gate. Han Feng shook his head, don't be in a hurry for now, Qingyao. Do you know any fox-like monsters in the forbidden ancient realm whose blood has reached the level of Chaos Divine grade? This. The Azure Demon Emperor frowned. He really didn't pay much attention to this. Shenjing Tiandi said, "My lord, the little girl knows that one person is a fox-type monster clan, and has the blood of chaos god grade." "Who?" "Purple-eyed Emperor." The Divine Mirror Emperor spat out a name. God-angry Emperor was stunned. "Purple-eyed Emperor? It's him." "Oh? Listen to your tone, do you know him?" Han Feng turned his eyes to God Futian Emperor. The Emperor of God's Wrath hurriedly said, "Yes, the Emperor Zitong became famous earlier than me. When I was still Tianzuan, the Emperor Zitong was already a master at the level of a high-level emperor. It is said that the body of the Emperor Zitong is Zitong Shui Fox. It's just that I didn't expect that the bloodline of Emperor Zitong's blood has reached the level of Chaos Divine grade. In the Forbidden Ancient Realm, a place where the blood of Chaos Divine grade is restricted, even if there is Chaos Divine grade blood, it cannot be seen by others, because the power of Chaos Divine grade blood cannot be exerted at all. Unless the owner takes the initiative to say so. It's just." The God of Wrath God hesitated for a moment. "What?" Han Feng frowned slightly. The Emperor Shenjing took the words. "The Emperor Zitong disappeared in the inner domain more than 10,000 years ago. It is said that he may have fallen in the hands of a certain strong man. Of course, it may also have fallen somewhere." The angry Emperor nodded. "That's it." Han Feng murmured, finally getting news about the fox-like monster race at the bloodline level of the Chaos Divine grade, but he didn't expect that the purple-eyed Emperor had disappeared. But at this time, the Emperor Shenjing smiled slightly, "Although I don't know why the Lord is asking about the news of the fox-like monster clan at the chaotic bloodline level, but since the little girl has mentioned the purple-eyed Emperor, she naturally knows where the purple-eyed Emperor is." "What?" God-angry Heavenly Emperor was startled. The Azure Demon Emperor has been listening calmly. Han Feng's expression changed. "Really?" "Real." "Where is the Purple Pupil Emperor?" "As far as the little girl knows, because the Purple Pupil Emperor offended a certain Supreme Emperor, he should change his appearance, adopt some kind of secret method and even change his own aura, turning into an ordinary emperor and joining a fairly good 4-star power." The Emperor Shenjing told Han Feng all the information he knew. Han Feng held his chin. The purple-eyed Emperor is just a pseudo-extreme power. Now he pretends to be an ordinary high-level emperor, and that 4-star force has several top-level emperors. I will leave it to the three of you to solve the problem. Emperor Purple Eyes? Not to mention God's anger, Han Feng had no hope at all. Han Feng placed his expectation of killing the purple-eyed Emperor on the Shenjing Emperor and the Qingyao Emperor. As for him, he naturally had other things to do. The Azure Demon Emperor finally interjected, "My lord, don't worry, with the help of the Holy Heaven Monument in the past few months, the Azure Demon has already comprehended and grasped the unique knowledge and the inheritance to a deeper level. Can kill him." Emperor Shenjing also said, "Over 10,000 years ago, Emperor Zitong was created by Emperor Juding. Over the years, he was afraid that his identity would be revealed and killed by Emperor Juding, so he didn't recover well, and his combat power should not have increased much. In that case, I'll leave it to you." "What about my lord?" Only then did the Azure Demon Emperor understand that not only did Han Feng not plan to take action himself, he even didn't go to find the purple-eyed Emperor. Han Feng smiled slightly. "Of course I went to Yuanta City." Yuanta City, could it be? The three Qingyao Heavenly Emperors shook their bodies, raised their heads suddenly, and looked at Han Feng in shock and surprise. "That's right, exactly what you think." The first update. The Yuan Pagoda stands in the center of the inner domain. Yuanta City is a city built around Yuanta, which encloses Yuanta in the city. The forces in the city are intricate, and basically every force is backed by a big force, so the interior of Yuanta City is very chaotic and unsafe, and fights will occur everywhere. No single force can completely control Yuanta City. There is no guard at the gate of Yuanta City, anyone who wants to come can come, after all, except for the local forces in the city, most of them come for Yuan-ta, so there is no need to stop it. You know, there are many people who have broken into the Yuan Pagoda, and there are many heavenly emperors, false Ju-ding and true Ju-ding among them. Wouldn't it be courting death to stop such a master? The forces in the city have their own territories, and there are their strict guards. On this day, Yuan-ta City was even more lively than before, and powerful people from all walks of life gathered here. There is only one reason. It is said that the Satan Emperor will break into the Yuan Pagoda again soon. Of the 81 strong men on the Heavenly Emperor list, only Heavenly Emperor Satan has broken into the 16th floor. Rumor has it that the Heavenly Emperor list, such as today's Gangquan Emperor, also has the ability to break into the 16th floor of the Yuan Tower, and the Satan Heavenly Emperor is even able to break into the 17th floor. However, rumors are rumors after all, and no one knows whether it is true or not. Therefore, upon hearing that Emperor Satan is planning to break into the Yuan Pagoda again today, so many strong people will be attracted here. If it wasn't for the opening of the Xuanhuan small world during this period of time, I'm afraid that the eight-legged lady and other powerhouses would have already arrived, and they might also go to the Yuan Pagoda. Of course, they couldn't come now, and they were all killed by Han Feng. Because too many powerhouses came, the major powers in Yuan-ta City shrank. After all, Yuan-ta City was just a city, and the major powers did have Heavenly Emperor powerhouses sitting in their towns, but only one or two. The entire Yuan-ta City, there are no more than 10 Heavenly Emperor powerhouses in the city. And now there are at least 100 Heavenly Emperors in Yuan-ta City. Han Feng just mixed into the crowd and entered Yuan-ta City. Emperor Satan? What a coincidence. Han Feng smiled slightly when he heard the news that Emperor Satan intended to break into the Yuan Pagoda again. For this emperor who has never met before, the number one on the list. Han Feng was also quite curious. This man was not from a high family background, but in the end he overwhelmed the strongest of the 7 5-star powers and became the first in the list of heavenly emperors. Following the flow of people, Han Feng saw a tall tower standing there from a distance. The top of the tower was almost submerged in the clouds. Looking from a distance, it gave people a sense of shock. And the tower is surrounded by a faint purple light, which makes the upper part of the tower a little blurry. Until approaching Yuan Pagoda's 100 feet, a vast force blocked everyone's approach, and the purple halo enveloped Yuan Pagoda. A trace of breath leaked out, making people feel like breathing. From time to time, someone will try their best to break the oppression of the Cai Yuan Tower and break into the Yuan Tower. From time to time, people were also thrown out by the Yuan Tower, which was a failure to break into the tower. Han Feng discovered that those who broke into the pagoda were at the lowest level of Tianjun, and they were probably the best of the younger generation of the major forces in the Yuan Pagoda. They came here just to experience it. Most of them are still the Tianzuan series and the Tiandi series. Suddenly, a figure flashed by, exiting from the purple halo, with a pale face. Everyone nearby recognized him. Hey, it's Wu de Tianzuan. I didn't expect Wu de Tianzuan to have broken through to the first-class Tianzuan. The younger generation within 1,000 years in our inner domain, if the 7 great emperors are in the top group, then this Wu de Tianzuan is the second grade, but it is only the poorer one in the second grade. Even if they are inferior in the second grade, they still have the cultivation base of a high-level Tianzuan. Alas, it takes thousands of years and tens of thousands of years for me to reach the level of a high-level Tianzuan. These geniuses can reach it within 1,000 years. Think about it. I'm really unwilling. If it weren't for the amazing power behind them, no matter how talented they are, they wouldn't have reached this level so easily. Wu de Tianzuan has persisted on the 9th floor for a long time, but it is still far from the record. It is estimated that it is first class among the upper-class Tianzuan, not the top, let alone a giant. People who knew Wu de Tianzuan talked a lot, some were amazed, some were jealous, and some were envious. A man in a red robe came out from the crowd and said with a smile, "Tianzuan Wu De, it's not bad. I remember that you only broke through to the 8th floor last time, or you were kicked out just after you broke through to the 8th floor." Wu De Tianzuan turned his head to look, and snorted, "So it's Tianmu Tianzuan, I wonder how many floors you can get to." Tianmu Tianzuan smiled, "Then you just wait and see." Tianmu Tianzuan, he is here too. In the second level, Tianmu Tianzuan is not too bad. I wonder how many floors Tianmu Tianzuan can break into. When everyone saw the man in the red robe, they all showed interest. Tianmu Tianzuan soared into the sky and rushed into the Yuan Pagoda in an instant. The first floor of Yuan Tower lit up quickly, followed by the second and third floors. In an instant, Tianmu Tianzuan even broke through 3 floors. Although the speed was fast, everyone didn't care much. The first 3 floors can only hinder the level of the generals, who among them will put the generals in their eyes. Although heavenly generals can also break into the Yuan Pagoda, in fact, for so many years, the lowest one to break into the Yuan Pagoda is Tianjun, and heavenly generals basically don't go back to break into it. Not long after, Tianmu Tianzuan broke into the 7th, 8th, and 9th floors. "It's the 10th floor." Everyone was excited, and a trace of sadness flashed on Wu De Tianzuan's face. Is he still at the bottom of the second level? The next moment, Tianmu Tianzuan was kicked out by Yuan Ta. Compared with the beginning, Tianmu Tianzuan is quite embarrassed at this time. The red robe is full of tears, and blood is overflowing. Although he was kicked out after breaking through to the 10th floor for a short time, it was indeed a blow comparable to that of an inferior emperor. This Tianmu Tianzuan should be regarded as a giant of Tianzuan. Reluctantly, I didn't even hold on for 2 breaths. I can't be considered a Tianzuan giant. I can only say that I touched the edge of the Tianzuan giant. However, Tianmu Tianzuan's cultivation base has not yet reached the limit of the Tianzuan realm. When it reaches the limit, it has the combat power of the giant Tianzuan. The crowd judged Tianmu Tianzuan's combat power. Immediately afterwards, many young talents challenged Yuan Ta. Although these young talents are not as famous as the 7 great emperors' sons, they are also famous people, and each of them will attract the attention of many powerful people. Some of these young talents are comparable to Wu De Tianzuan, some are comparable to Tianmu Tianzuan, and some have surpassed Tianmu Tianzuan, and they are real Tianzuan giants. Immediately afterwards, another young talent stood up. This person has an indescribable handsomeness. He stands there like a little sun, attracting everyone's attention, more precisely, the eyes of strong women. And beside this person, the harem is wide open, hugging left and right. It is extremely beautiful. The second update. Damn it, how come I don't value so many beauties? Isn't I more attractive than this kid, because of his burly figure? In the crowd, the male warriors were cursing, but they were actually envious and jealous. The harem group of handsome young men in white robes is not weak, each of them has the aura of Tianzuan, and the strongest one is comparable to Tianmu Tianzuan. Tianmu Tianzuan and many other young talents also felt a little toothache when they saw the scene. They didn't understand, many of those women were saintess level, with extraordinary talents and strength, so why did they just fall in love with this kid? You must know that even the 7th emperor doesn't have as many women around him as this boy, and luckily the 7th emperor doesn't care about it, otherwise this boy will inevitably suffer. The young man in white robe proudly raised his head, and a powerful aura swept out. This breath. That's right, this is the breath of the heavenly emperor. This kid has broken through to the emperor of heaven. After the 7 sons of the emperor, this is the 8th breakthrough to the level of the emperor within 1,000 years. The faces of a group of warriors who were still envious and jealous suddenly changed. Breaking through to the emperor of heaven within 1,000 years old, they couldn't understand what this meant. This means that the future achievements of the 7 emperors and the white-robed man are very likely to be ranked very high on the list of heavenly emperors. The young man in white robe swept his eyes away, seeing everyone's shocked and unbelievable expressions in his eyes. He was even more proud, and a sense of pride rose in his heart. This guy has a harem body. Xiaopeng's twitching tone sounded in Han Feng's ears. Harem god physique. Han Feng was also a little surprised. This physique is too weak, but not too strong. His ability to increase his strength is limited. This physique, as long as it is aimed at women, can be said to restrain women. When a person with a harem divine body unfolds a harem divine body, everything on the body is unimaginably attractive to women. For example, what kind of sweat, body smell, etc., may be a fatal temptation for women. A casual smile may be a bohemian smile in the eyes of women, attracting their hearts and minds, and then throwing themselves into the embrace of the harem god. And after that, it's just bang bang bang. And for those who have the divine body of the harem, every time they have sex, it also has the effect of dual cultivation. No wonder. Han Feng was stunned. No wonder there are so many beauties around this boy in white robe, and they are not weak. It's no wonder that the boy in white robe was able to be promoted to Emperor of Heaven within 1,000 years. Soon, the boy in white robe rushed into the Yuan pagoda. As soon as the white-robed boy disappeared, everyone started cursing again. So what if Wushu Tianzuan breaks through to the Emperor of Heaven? How can he compare with the 7 great emperors? I heard that the 7 great emperors have entered the small world of Xuanhuan. It is estimated that the combat power will increase greatly at the moment, and they will reach the pseudo-extreme peak at the last time. Xiao waiting for the emperor to be proud. Exactly. It's just that the tone of these people's speech is not so sour. Get out. A bunch of trash who only know jealousy. If you have the ability to talk about our young master behind your back, if you have the ability to fight our young master face to face, I want to see how you compare with my young master. A petite green-clothed maid couldn't bear it. Everyone slandered their young master, and immediately stood up and cursed, with an indescribably arrogant expression. This maid is the personal maid of Tianzuan Wushu, who has served Tianzuan Wushu to grow up, and has an extraordinary position in Tianzuan Wushu's heart. Also because of this, Wushu Tianzuan treats/dotes this girl very much, and thus develops this girl's current temperament. Except for Wushu Tianzuan, he doesn't take other people into his heart at all. Everyone's expression froze. Although they were annoyed to be reprimanded by a little girl, they had no choice but to endure it when they thought of Wushu Tianzuan. Are they really afraid of Wushu Tianzuan? Of course, don't be afraid. After all, Wushu Tianzuan is a new low-level emperor, and he can't compare with them who have been emperors for many years. Even if Wushu Tianzuan has extraordinary combat power among the inferior emperors, is it possible that he can still beat the middle emperors? In the final analysis, it's just that he is concerned about the potential of Wushu Tianzuan, plus the power behind Wushu Tianzuan. Although the forces behind Wushu Tianzuan are not true peaks, there are still fake peaks. Beside the servant girl, the other women of Tianzuan Wushu frowned one after another. Since Tianzuan Wushu was not around, the influence of the harem divine body on them had been weakened, so they felt a little uncomfortable with the maidservant's rampant behavior. What's the air, isn't it just relying on Wushu Tianzuan? In the crowd, such a sentence came from nowhere. Who? The green-clothed maid flew into a rage, glaring away. The one who spoke was a little lowly in a pink dress, about 12 or 13 years old, and her pink appearance made people feel extremely cute. It's just that this appearance is extremely hateful in the eyes of the green-cloaked maid. Where did you come from? A mere elementary-level true god dares to act presumptuously in front of me. The green-cloaked maid stared at little Lolita with murderous intent. Behind little Lolita, a young man stepped forward, clasped his fists and said, "It's my sister who is being rude. Please let me expose this matter for the sake of her young age." The green-cloaked maid sneered, I have uncovered this matter. Why? Dare to be presumptuous in front of Tianzuan at a young age, and I will pay for it in the future. It is better to teach me a lesson while I am still young. The green-cloaked maid suddenly swung a yellow whip, and the barbs on the whip looked extremely ferocious. If such a whip fell on little Lolita's flesh and blood would definitely be torn apart. Everyone felt that this maid had gone too far. The young man suddenly took a step forward, punched out with a punch, and a surging force instantly hit the whip together. Puff! The young man flew upside down, spewing out a mouthful of blood, his face grim. The young man is just a heavenly monarch, and although the servant girl is vicious, she is equally powerful. She is the pinnacle of the inferior heavenly kings, and is not something that young people can compete with. Little Lolita became a little scared now, but she still said viciously, You villain, my master will never let you go. The green-cloaked servant girl laughed wildly, Ha ha ha, even if your master is here, I can still beat you without any mistakes. Tianjuan's master is so powerful. The next moment, the green-cloaked maid drew out her whip again, extremely fast, like a flash of yellow lightning blasting towards Lori. The sound of piercing through the air was extremely ear-piercing. The maid in green showed a very proud expression, as if she had seen the scene where the little Loli held in disfigurement. However, in the next instant, the face of the green-cloaked maid changed, and her whip was firmly held by one person. Han Feng exerted force with his palm, and the whip shattered in an instant, and the green-cloaked maid was also shaken back again and again by the shock force, with blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. Who are you? The green-cloaked maid shouted angrily. Little girl, you are really arrogant. It seems that you have forgotten your duty. You can be so cruel to innocent people, obviously a person with a vicious heart. A person who forgets his duty and has a vicious heart also makes me lesson learned. It was Han Feng who made the move. The third update. Han Feng just slapped her across the air. Although it was in the air, the green-cloaked maid seemed to have been hit. She screamed and flew upside down, her right cheek was red and swollen. You. The green-cloaked maid looked at Han Feng resentfully, but Han Feng's attack had already made the green-cloaked maid understand that she was by no means a match for the man in front of her. When the sun comes out, I will kill you. The green-cloaked maid said bitterly. In the crowd, many heavenly emperors looked at the green-cloaked maid with disgust. This was the first time they had seen such an arrogant maid. No, this person is very strange. He should be a heavenly emperor with no background. He has provoked Wushu Tianzuan. I'm in trouble. Wu De Tianzuan's expression changed. Tianmu Tianzuan also said, Wushu Tianzuan has broken into the 10th floor and is coming out soon. If Wushu Tianzuan really wants to kill that person later, we will help him. To be honest, this girl really gave me, it's disgusting. How did Wushu Tianzuan cultivate such a thing? Kill me? A chill flashed across Han Feng's eyes, and the next moment he pressed his palm in the air. The green-cloaked girl suddenly felt a majestic force descending on her. No. The green-cloaked maid finally became terrified, and it wasn't until then that she realized that she might really die. The women of Wushu Tianzuan couldn't sit still. Because of the influence of the divine body in the harem, they still couldn't just sit back and watch the maid in green fall. Now that Han Feng knows the harem god, he naturally knows that these women are also pitiful. They may not really like Wushu Tianzuan, but they are seduced by the harem god, mistakenly thinking that they love Wushu Tianzuan terribly. Han Feng didn't want to hurt these women by mistake, so he stopped. Even so, the green-cloaked maid was also miserable, her bones were broken a lot, and she held miserably. The crowd only felt relieved, secretly saying that they deserved it. Han Feng walked towards the pink-dressed Loli, who opened her dark eyes, and said with a smile, Big brother, you are a good person. Then the little Lolita suddenly let out an "ah," turned around and ran towards the young man. "Brother, are you all right?" Little Lolita had a guilty expression on her face. The young man smiled wryly. "It's fine now, I won't know about it later." Little Loli quickly took out a pill for the young man to swallow, and the pill turned into streams of warm energy. Moisturizes the body of youth. Han Feng's soul can naturally detect that the young man's injuries are recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The ability to recover so quickly is due to the fact that the young man's injury is not very well known, and the second reason is that the effect of the elixir is better. These precious pills are taken out casually, and the origin of this little girl is not simple. Han Feng thought thoughtfully. The young man struggled to get up and thanked Han Feng. Only then did Han Feng know the names of the young man and Lolita. The young man is called Shihao, and the Loli is called Xiner. But at this moment, a strong aura suddenly emerged from behind. Han Feng turned his head, and saw that the white-robed boy Wushu Tianzuan had come out. The 10th floor of the Yuan Pagoda corresponds to the combat power of the inferior emperors. The time that Wushu Tianzuan stayed on the 10th floor is not too long, but it is not too short. Therefore, the combat power of the inferior emperors should be between second-rate and first-rate. Wushu Tianzuan is a first-time low-level emperor, and with the limited increase in combat power of the harem god body, this combat power is considered normal. If Wushu Tianzuan hadn't been promoted to the lower-ranking emperor at the level of Tianzuan giant, his combat power would probably decrease even more, and he could barely reach the third rate, which would be considered the bottom of the lower-ranking emperor. Wushu Tianzuan just came out, his face was both tired and happy. This battle, at the very least, stabilized the realm that Wushu Tianzuan had just stabilized. However, when Wushu Tianzuan raised his head, his face immediately became gloomy. "Hongying, what's going on here?" Tianzuan Wushu saw the maid who had taken care of him from childhood lying on the ground miserable. A burst of anger burst out. "My lord, you want to avenge me?" The green-cloaked maid, that is, Han Ying, wept, not at all as arrogant in front of the crowd as before, as if she had really been bullied at this moment. Knowing the whole story roughly from Han Ying's mouth, Wushu Tianzuan swept towards Han Feng sullenly. "Tell me, how do you want to die?" Han Feng just felt that it was ridiculous. He killed even the 6 emperors. Would he still be afraid of a low-ranking emperor who had just been promoted? Wu de Tianzuan was about to speak, but Han Feng said, "Let me die, you are not qualified. It just so happens that you should be the 8th emperor to break through the emperor within 1,000 years old. There are already 6 emperors who died in my hands. Not one more than you." Tianmu Tianzuan's pupils shrank. What does he mean? Because they were too shocked, they stopped directly in place. While the others were stunned, they shook their heads one after another. Who would believe such a lie, killing the emperor? Killed 6 more? Then how did you come here alive? How could the 8-legged Thunder Emperor and the others let you go? Wushu Tianzuan obviously also thought that Han Feng was talking big, and sneered again and again, trying to use such lies to scare the emperor. It's ridiculous. Die. The figure flashed, and the figure of Wushu Tianzuan came directly in front of Han Feng, so fast that many people's pupils shrank. The speed of Wushu Tianzuan is already close to the top among the lower emperors. The speed is so fast, the strength is probably. Han Feng shook his head slightly, and then punched out casually. Anyone can see that Han Feng's punch didn't use any strength at all. It seemed like he had resigned to his fate, but he was forced to punch him as a last resort. But just such a punch, when it collided with Wushu Tianzuan's punch, suddenly burst out with an earth-shattering and incomparably powerful force. Ah! Wushu Tianzuan screamed again and again, his entire arm collapsed in an instant, and under the shocking eyes of countless people, his body flew upside down. Swipe. All eyes fell on Han Feng, full of horror and disbelief. Good, so strong. that power, is definitely the supreme heavenly emperor. Wushu Tianzuan mentioned the iron plate, and the superior emperor is not something that he can contend with. This guy said that he killed the 6 emperors. Although it is likely to be false, it is true that he is indeed powerful. After the shock, these people gloated and were very happy to see Wushu Tianzuan suffer such a big loss. You, how dare you? Wushu Tianzuan looked at the position where he lost his arm, and his face was furious. You are finished. This emperor swears that he will use all the strength of our sect to hunt you down in the entire inner region, and he will never stop until you are killed. Wushu Tianzuan roared wildly. Humph, I want to see if that old bastard Wu Gui Tiandi dares to stand up for you. Suddenly, a cold snort between heaven and earth exploded like thunder, and a monstrous coercion came like a sky, and everyone looked up. At the beginning, I saw an old man in a black robe descending from the sky slowly like an emperor. Every step he got closer, his aura became stronger. When he landed, his aura had already reached its peak. That terrifying aura made Yuanta City tremble a little at this moment. Emperor Satan. Wushu Tianzuan's throat moved, and he uttered 4 words with difficulty. This strong man who suddenly descended on this place is the terrifying existence who is currently number 1 on the list of emperors today, Emperor Satan. 4th update. Ask for flowers. Oh, N_N. It's actually Satan the Heavenly Emperor. Emperor Satan is here, isn't it said that he will arrive in a few days? Around the Yuan Pagoda, many strong men at the level of Tianzuan and Tiandi were surprised, and then showed awe and respect. In front of Satan, they did not dare to show any disrespect, nor did they dare to make any outrageous actions. The whole scene fell silent for a moment. This is the first place in the list of emperors, the deterrence brought by Satan the Emperor. Master. Xuanhuan suddenly called out, and then threw herself at Heavenly Emperor Satan. On the outside, Emperor Satan looked like an extremely ferocious old man, his eyes seemed to be glowing with blood. However, when Emperor Satan's expression fell on Xuanhuan, he immediately softened. Xuanhuan stood aside respectfully, Master. Everyone was stunned, staring at Xuanhuan and Xuanhuan with wide eyes, shocked. They didn't have hallucinations, these 2 guys actually. I didn't expect that. Han Feng also sighed. When he saw the elixir that Xuanhuan took out before, Han Feng guessed that Xuanhuan's origin might not be simple, but he didn't expect that Xuanhuan's master would be Satan Emperor of Heaven. I have never heard of the news that the Satan Emperor has recruited disciples before. But judging by the ages of Xuanhuan and Xuanhuan, they should have been accepted as apprentices by the Satan Heavenly Emperor not long ago. Then Han Feng suddenly thought of something, and with a gloating smile, he swept towards Wushu Tianzuan and the girl named Han Ying. Sure enough, Wushu Tianzuan's face was extremely pale at this moment, like a ghost. Han Ying's body trembled, and her eyes were full of fear. It never occurred to her that she just found someone to vent to, and she actually provoked the apprentice of Emperor Satan. Who is the Heavenly Emperor Satan? That is a terrifying existence that even the Heavenly Emperor, who has no return, dare not provoke. Heavenly Emperor Satan first comforted Xuanhuan a few words, then his face suddenly sank, and an invisible coercion swept across the world. Staring at Han Ying and Wushu Tianzuan coldly, you 2 juniors, my disciples, how can you bully me? Tell me, how are you going to die? Don't threaten me with the old thing of Wu Gui. If you annoy me, it is not impossible to destroy Wu Gui Tiandi and Wugwoman. How are you going to die was what Wushu Tianzuan said to Han Feng and Xuanhuan before, but now it is Wushu Tianzuan's turn. Wushu Tianzuan moved his lips, but he couldn't say anything. Satan Tianzuan said that he didn't care about Wugwoman and Wu Gui Tiandi, so what else could he rely on to make Satan Tianzuan afraid? Han Ying was terrified to the extreme, coupled with the invisible majesty and oppression emanating from Emperor Satan. She rolled her eyeballs and passed out. Don't say? Then I can make my own decision. The Satan Emperor has slowly raised his palm, and an unprecedented energy spread out from the center of the palm. Wushu Tianzuan gritted his teeth, and under the astonished eyes of everyone, he shot suddenly, but the target of his shot was neither Han Feng nor Satan, but the arrogant girl Han Ying. Han Ying didn't even hum, and just fell away. I'm afraid Han Ying would never have imagined that she would die in the hands of her son, which is extremely ironic. After killing Han Ying, Wushu Tianzuan knelt down abruptly. Senior, Han Ying has already been executed by this junior, and this junior was deceived by Han Ying before. Please forgive this junior, sir. Hush. There was a burst of hissing, and everyone looked at Wushu Tianzuan, full of contempt. Wushu Tianzuan's face is hot, and he naturally knows that his reputation has been completely ruined since then, but as long as he can survive, his reputation is nothing. At this moment, Tianzuan Wushu hated Han Ying, Han Feng and Xian'er in his heart. It's just that Han Ying is dead, and Xian'er has a big backer, so Wushu Tianzuan transferred all his anger to Han Feng. When I can survive this time, I want to see where this kid comes from. It's fine if you have a backer, but if it's a casual cultivator. A fierce light flashed in Wushu Tianzuan's eyes. Heavenly Emperor Satan was unmoved. With all his years of experience, Heavenly Emperor Satan would not let the tiger go back to the mountain. Wushu Tianzuan is nothing now, but in the future it may not be so. This is one of the reasons why the strong in the inner domain kill some young talents who are casual cultivators. After reaching the ultimate level that the forbidden ancient realm can achieve, sooner or later the next generation will catch up. Just as Heavenly Emperor Satan was about to attack, a woman in red shirt suddenly ran out from the harem group of Wushu Tianzuan. Senior, for the sake of the junior master, please spare his life. The woman looked sad and pleaded. Zihong girl, is it you? Heavenly Emperor Satan showed surprise for the first time. Girl, I remember that you are the saintess of the Xuan Valley. Why? The dignified saintess of the Xuan Valley actually works with so many women, it is simply unimaginable. Xuan Valley is also a 4-star force, but it is relatively top among the 4-star forces. The owner of the valley, that is, the master of the saintess of Xuan Valley, is a true supreme emperor. With such a big backer, even if he didn't look at geniuses like the 7 great emperors, he wouldn't be reduced to working with so many women. Emperor Satan was puzzled. Considering that he has friendship with the owner of Xuan Valley, Heavenly Emperor Satan snorted coldly, for the sake of your girl, I will spare that kid's life. I won't let that kid go again. Many, thanks for the kindness of senior not killing. Wushu Tianzuan couldn't help being happy when he escaped from the tiger's mouth. Dying. In the future, we must make more saintesses. Wushu Tianzuan secretly vowed in his heart. But at this moment, Heavenly Emperor Satan said again, of course, you can't provoke that little brother. To provoke that little brother is the same as provoking me. Heavenly Emperor Satan pointed at Han Feng. Wushu Tianzuan's face froze, he was still thinking about how to take revenge in the future, but he was warned by Satan. Gritting his teeth, Wushu Tianzuan said aggrievedly, yes. Heavenly Emperor Satan stopped looking at Tianzuan Wushu, and didn't bother to watch those saintesses comforting Tianzuan Wushu one by one. Little brother, thank you for taking the shot earlier, otherwise I'm afraid something will happen to the girl before the old man arrives in time. Heavenly Emperor Satan is really grateful. Looking at it now, in the heart of Heavenly Emperor Satan, Xian'er has already been regarded as a daughter and granddaughter. Han Feng also cupped his hands, where, in the previous situation, even if the younger generation didn't make a move, someone would. Han Feng showed neither humble nor overbearing, which made Emperor Satan appreciate him even more. Not everyone can talk to him so calmly. The first update. But the warriors around heard Han Feng's words at this moment, but they were embarrassed, because they knew that if they would make a move, they would have made a move a long time ago, and they would not wait until Han Feng made a move. Heavenly Emperor Satan came here to break into the Yuan Pagoda, so he just chatted a few words before giving up, and then rushed into the Yuan Pagoda under the envious and awe-inspiring eyes of countless warriors. After Heavenly Emperor Satan disappeared, the humility on Wushu Tianzuan's face also disappeared. He glanced at Han Feng bitterly, full of resentment in his heart, and kept thinking about how to teach him a lesson without disturbing or causing Emperor Satan to retaliate. Korean style. Han Feng, that kid doesn't seem to have given up seeking revenge on you. To be honest, if there is something wrong with this kid's head, he should thank you. After all, if you didn't take action, something might happen to that girl Xin. If something happened to Xin, even if those saintesses begged for mercy, this kid would definitely die. Xiaopeng was a little puzzled by Wushu Tianzuan's brain circuit. Han Feng said with a smile, "It's bullying and fearing the hard, but he wants to vent his anger, and in his view, I have no background, so he set the target on me. By the way, is there any way to get rid of his harem body? Since you want to deal with me, how can you not give him a good look? I really want to know how those saintesses will treat Wushu when there is no harem body. God. Abolishing the divine body, it's a bit hard to do. It's not easy to abolish the divine body. However, it can still be done to reduce the influence of the harem's divine body on women. Thanks to you who have cultivated the heavenly fire art to the peak of the 7th floor, otherwise it would be really difficult. I can't do it." Fatty also became interested. Without the harem body, would he still be able to attract women so much? There is no resentment even for female warriors to fall down/degenerate to the point where more than 10 or 20 women work together as one husband. Hearing this, the corners of Han Feng's mouth curled up slightly. If you find a chance, he will cripple his divine body. Then, Han Feng no longer paid the slightest attention to Wushu Tianzuan, but watched Yuan talk carefully. There, Satan the Heavenly Emperor is wandering around. Heavenly Emperor Satan deserves to be number 1 on the Heavenly Emperor list, but in just a few short breaths, Heavenly Emperor Satan has already reached the 7th floor, and not long after that, he reached the 10th floor. Starting from the 10th floor, it corresponds to the combat power of the Emperor of Heaven. Heavenly Emperor Satan is naturally not compared to ordinary emperors, and the 10th floor can't trap Heavenly Emperor Satan, but it is impossible for Heavenly Satan to break through in just a few breaths like the first 9 floors. After about 10 breaths, Heavenly Emperor Satan reached the 11th floor. On the 11th floor, Satan took 15 breaths and finally entered the 12th floor. The 12th floor also only blocked the time of Satan's 20 breaths. Then, Heavenly Emperor Satan broke into the 13th floor Yuan Pagoda. The 13th-story Yuan Pagoda corresponds to the pseudo-extreme combat power, and it will take a lot of time even for the Satan Emperor. After all, the Yuan beasts in the Yuan Pagoda are not as single-minded as the Yuan beasts outside, they can also hide and run. The 13th floor, the 14th floor, the 15th floor. After about tens of minutes, Satan finally climbed to the 16th floor. The 13th floor didn't consume much time for Satan, but the 14th and 15th floors cost Satan a lot of time. Especially on the 15th floor, I stayed for 1/3 of the total time. Han Feng guessed that Emperor Satan should have rested on the 15th floor for a while, otherwise it wouldn't take so long. The 14th, 15th, and 16th floors all correspond to the combat power of the Supreme Heavenly Emperor. There is no doubt that the Juding Tiandi on the 16th floor is definitely much stronger than the Juding Tiandi on the 14th floor. In the current list of Heavenly Emperors, most of the top Heavenly Emperors are at the level of the 14th floor Yuan Pagoda, and only the top 10 on the Heavenly Emperors list have reached the 15th floor. The ability to break through to the 16th floor. Before Satan the Heavenly Emperor, he also broke into the 16th floor. It can be seen that the horror of the 16th floor Yuan Pagoda, so far in the entire inner domain, only one person has really broken into the 16th floor, known to many warriors in the inner domain. Therefore, whether the Satan Heavenly Emperor can break through the 16th floor and reach the 17th floor today is a matter of concern to everyone. Passing through the 19th floor, one can leave the forbidden ancient realm. The difference between the 17th floor and the 19th floor is not far away. The light of the Yuan Pagoda on the 16th floor flickered violently, which represented that the Satan Emperor was fighting fiercely on the 16th floor. Can Satan pass through the 16th floor? It should be possible. I remember that the last time Emperor Satan broke into the Yuan Pagoda, he had already stayed on the 16th floor for a long time. It's best not to pass. Wushu Tianzuan said viciously in his heart. Wushu Tianzuan didn't dare to offend Heavenly Emperor Satan, but he still dared to curse in his heart. The light of Yuan Pagoda on the 16th floor flickered for almost half an hour before dimming. Everyone stared closely at the 16th floor. The next moment, the light on the 16th floor dimmed for an instant, and the light on the 17th floor lit up. Everyone's breathing was stagnant, and then a deafening roar broke out. Break through! Get through! As expected of God Satan, he has finally reached the 17th floor. The 17th floor, at the 17th floor, and break through the 18th and 19th floors, and you will be able to leave the forbidden ancient realm. At this point, the Heavenly Emperor Satan is probably already at the top of the list of Heavenly Emperors, and no one can shake it. Even if Tiangang Fist Emperor and the others can break through to the 16th floor, can they still break through to the 17th floor? Damn it! Wushu Tianzuan looked gloomy. After a few breaths, Heavenly Emperor Satan reappeared, panting heavily, his complexion a little pale. Satan, who had consumed a lot on the 16th floor, was obviously defeated and blasted out before he lasted long on the 17th floor. A group of heavenly gods came up to congratulate Satan the Heavenly Emperor. Han Feng laughed and said, "Senior is amazing, he has already made it to the 17th floor, maybe it won't be long before the senior will be able to break through the 19th floor." Emperor Satan waved his hand with a wry smile, "Little guy, don't put a high hat on me. The 17th floor and the 19th floor look similar, but the level of power between them is absolutely different. In this lifetime, it is enough for the old man to be able to break through the 17th floor. After breaking through the 19th floor, the old man will have nothing to lose. Expected too much. The further you go, the more difficult it is to increase your combat power when you are limited to the level of the Emperor's limit. The Satan Emperor does not think he can break through the 19th floor. By the way, boy, you haven't broken through the Yuan Pagoda yet, why don't you try it? Heavenly Emperor Satan changed the subject and said with a smile. Wushu Tianzuan sneered, "Didn't your excellency say that you don't even care about the Emperor? Why don't you go and let us see how strong you are?" The second update. Wushu Tianzuan said so. It was purely a run on Han Feng, who said that Han Feng once said, without shame, that he didn't take the Emperor's son seriously. Since you can't use the sect to find trouble with this kid, let's make this kid feel ashamed. It was ridiculous to talk nonsense before, saying that the Emperor died at his hands. I want to see if he dares to break into the Yuan Pagoda. No, in the future I will definitely publicize what happened today, and make this kid dirty at that time. Even if Emperor Satan wants to intervene, will he still be able to block the mouth of the world? No matter how strong the Emperor Satan is, it is impossible to use coercive means to silence the warriors in the entire forbidden ancient realm. And if you want to break into the tower, this son said before that even the emperors are not in his eyes. If the number of floors you break through is not high, I'm afraid that if I don't need to do it, those emperors will take action to deal with this kid in person. As for the fact that Han Feng once said that the emperor had been beheaded by him, Tianzuan Wushu didn't believe it at all. Tianzuan Wushu thought very well, but I am afraid that Tianzuan Wushu would never have expected that the 6 emperors, including Emperor Joyo, had really fallen into Han Feng's hands. At the same time, there were 6 super emperors, including Emperor Joyo, who fell into Han Feng's hands. This can be described as a big event. It seems that the news hasn't come yet, it's just the calm before the storm. It won't be long before this news will carry the force of the storm and sweep across the entire inner domain in a short period of time. At that time, Han Feng's name will be completely established in the inner domain, surpassing the Satan Emperor. Heavenly Emperor Satan didn't know what had happened before, so even though he could hear something wrong with Wushu Tianzuan's tone, it seemed that he was targeting Han Feng, but he couldn't say anything, just as he wanted to see how the young man he praised could break into what floor. Han Feng didn't even look at Tianzuan Wushu, he just cupped his fists and said to Heavenly Emperor Satan, "Senior, Junior is gone." The next moment, Han Feng soared into the sky, like a bolt of lightning, quickly passed through the purple halo, and rushed into the Yuan Pagoda. At this time, Xuanhuan had just transmitted the ins and outs of what happened before to Emperor Satan. Heavenly Emperor Satan's face froze. This kid actually said that he had killed the Emperor's son. How reckless. Even if in order to arouse the jealousy of Wushu Tianzuan, it is best to let Wushu Tianzuan retreat and delay time, but you can't tell such a big lie. If the number of floors reached the 13th floor, that's all. If it is not achieved, I am afraid that those emperors will not let this go. And once the 7 emperors show up, this kid's lie will be self-defeating, and if Wushu Tianzuan's kid spreads it, I'm afraid the days in the future will be sad. Like Tianzuan Wushu, Heavenly Emperor Satan obviously didn't think that Han Feng could kill the emperor's son. It is true that Heavenly Emperor Satan can't see through Han Feng, and thinks Han Feng is a bit difficult, but the time is too wrong. If it were any other time, Satan might really believe in Han Feng. The 7 emperors refer to the geniuses who became the Emperor of Heaven within 1,000 years old, and it does not mean that the combat power of the 7 emperors is invincible among the emperors of heaven. That's all for the Emperor Joyo and the Emperor Fenmi. Those who are Lydian emperors are just beginners in the cultivation of middle-level heavenly emperors. Higher-level heavenly emperors are fully capable of killing these emperors. But in recent times, it was the day when the Xuanhuan small world was opened. Those emperors should have just left the Xuanhuan small world, and they are going to return to Zhongli to learn from the Xuanhuan small world. Along the way, there are 8-legged Thunder Emperor and other strong guardian. It is as difficult as going to heaven to intercept and kill these emperors halfway. If you want to kill the emperor's son, you must first kill such a strong person as Emperor Joyo. Even though Heavenly Emperor Satan thinks that Han Feng is more mysterious, he doesn't think that Han Feng can kill such a strong person as Emperor Joyo. Forget it, the big deal is that this kid will bring him with him after he leaves Yuanta. Anyway, this kid just lied to delay time to save Xuanhuan. With the old man around, those emperors don't dare to be too presumptuous. Heavenly Emperor Satan frowned, his thoughts turned sharply. At this time, Han Feng had already arrived in the Yuan Pagoda. On the first level of Yuan Pagoda, what appeared in front of Han Feng was a general-level beast. Han Feng stood there without moving, just released his own breath to oppress it, and the opposite general-level beast was directly oppressed. It became a ragu. In just one breath, Han Feng broke through the Yuan Pagoda on the first floor. Immediately afterwards, the second floor, the third floor, the fourth floor, the fifth floor. There is no need for Han Feng to take action on each floor. It wasn't until the 10th floor that Han Feng made a slight move, but that was all. The 10th floor, the 11th floor. Soon, Han Feng came to the 12th floor. Not many people in the front care about such a fast speed of breaking through the level, because they can also have such a speed. But it can be so fast from the 10th floor to the 12th floor, the speed is basically no less than that of Satan, which is a bit shocking. Wushu Tianzuan's face was a bit ugly, thinking that he had fought extremely hard on the 10th floor, but the object of his resentment was that he broke through in just one breath. No matter how proud Wushu Tianzuan is, he also understands the huge gap between himself and Han Feng. And when Han Feng passed through the 12th floor and directly broke into the 13th floor, Wushu Tianzuan's face turned a little pale. The 13th level corresponds to the pseudo-extreme combat power, and the Emperor of No Return is nothing more than this level. The rest of the Heavenly Emperors and Heavenly Venerables didn't dare to underestimate Han Feng anymore. In the final analysis, the pseudo-superior has basically stood at the pinnacle of the inner domain, and no one dared to underestimate a pseudo-superior except the real supreme. And in the entire inner domain, how many are truly extreme? Damn it, it's no wonder this guy said that he doesn't take the Emperor seriously. With this level of combat power, even if those emperors come back from the small world, I'm afraid it's nothing more than that. However, strong combat power now does not mean that it will be the same in the future. I am a genius, and sooner or later I will catch up. Wushu Tianzuan was unwilling to admit that he was inferior to others, and directly classified Han Feng into the group of people who had practiced for tens of thousands of years. As everyone knows, Han Feng's practice has not exceeded 1,000 years. Pseudo-extreme level primordial beast. Han Feng's eyes were fixed on the huge red creature with 2 horns in front of him. Han Feng still didn't show any powerful trump cards. At the moment when the 2-horned monster attacked, Han Feng suddenly jumped into the air, and then kicked the 2-horned monster fiercely on the back like a giant. The terrifying divine essence in the body that surpassed the imperial level exploded out like a torrent, and exploded on the 2-horned monster. This 2-horned monster that had reached the pseudo-extreme level turned into a faint starlight with a miserable howl, and disappeared in this world. So far, Han Feng passed the 13th floor and entered the 14th floor. Before and after the time, no more than 3 breaths. In other words, within no more than 3 breaths, Han Feng passed the 13th floor. The first update. It actually passed the 13th floor and reached the 14th floor. Why so fast? How can it be? Such a fast breakthrough speed caused an uproar in the outside world, and even Emperor Satan showed a look of shock. Wushu Tianzuan's eyes were wide open, and he shook his head in panic. No. No. I don't believe it, just a random person, how can he be so strong? It takes 3 breaths to pass through the 13th layer and reach the 14th layer. What does this mean? It means that this person is definitely not weak even if he is in the real peak, and he might be able to break into the 15th floor. If he can break through to the 15th floor, he will basically have the same combat power as the top 10 in the Heavenly Emperor list a few years ago. Even if they can't compare to the top 10 in the current Heavenly Emperor ranking, they are definitely infinitely close. Such characters are already at the overlord level of the inner domain. God, they actually witnessed the birth of an inner domain overlord with their own eyes. After many warriors were shocked, their emotions were surging, and when they left here in the future, they would brag in front of others. This kid unexpectedly managed to reach this level. Heavenly Emperor Satan murmured to himself, with mixed feelings in his heart, and he didn't know what to say. Heavenly Emperor Satan has lived for many years, so it is natural to see that Han Feng is really young, not the kind of warrior who has lived for a long time and just keeps his appearance at a young level. Think about what age you were when you had this level of combat power, and then compare it to the opponent. Rao is Satan Heavenly Emperor, who has a broad mind, and can't help but feel a little bit of jealousy. The 14th floor of Yuan Tower. Han Feng finally began to really face the Yuan beast of the true extreme level of combat power. The Yuan beasts in the Yuan Tower are basically the top of a level. For example, the pseudo-extreme Yuan beast on the 13th floor is definitely the top of the pseudo-extreme level, not the weak in the pseudo-extreme level. That's why the outside world will judge the strength of a pseudo-extreme by the length of time spent on the 13th floor. In the same way, this is true for the 14th floor and above. The top of the 14th floor, the top of the top, is placed on the current emperor list, and it is infinitely close to the top 10 powerhouses. Of course, this is data from a long time ago, and it is impossible for the strong ones on the Heavenly Emperor list to have made no progress over the years, so Han Feng guessed that the 14th floor's true top Yuan beast, placed on the Heavenly Emperor list, is about 10. About 5 or 6. The highest, that is, around 13. This kind of hypocrisy, before Han Feng entered Xuanhuan's small world, it really took a lot of effort, and he even had to sacrifice the Skyfire Tower to win. Now. Boom boom boom. Behind Han Feng, the ZG Heavenly Fire surged up, galloping endlessly, like an ancient giant beast roaring. Go! Han Feng commanded ZG Tianhua, roaring away from all directions, not giving the other party any room to escape. The divine essence in his body that surpassed the imperial grade was consumed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the power of ZG Tianhua became more violent. The Yuan beast on the 14th floor spread huge bone wings behind it, and shot out cold bone fire all over its body. However, when these bone fires collided with the ZG Heavenly Fire, they were completely swallowed by the ZG Heavenly Fire after a few breaths. The next moment, the ZG Heavenly Fire swallowed the Yuan beast on the 14th floor like a beast with its fangs open. In the next moment, Han Feng left the 14th floor and arrived at the 15th floor. The 15th floor. God, this is too fast. No matter how you practice, you can break through the 14th floor so quickly. Even Emperor Satan is nothing more than that. Breakthrough to the 14th floor is so fast, this senior is likely to break through to the 16th floor. Once they break through the 16th floor, if Tiangang Boxing Emperor and the others don't come to the Yuan Pagoda, their ranking on the Heavenly Emperor ranking will probably drop. It is rumored that Tiangang Fist Emperor, Jiuyo Heavenly Emperor, Eight-Legged Thunder Emperor, and other Heavenly Emperors all have the combat power to break through to the 16th floor, but the rumors are just rumors. As long as a few Heavenly Emperors do not come to the Yuan Pagoda, the rumors cannot become reality. So as long as Han Feng reaches the 16th floor, on the bright side, he has already overwhelmed Tiangang Fist Emperor and others. Heavenly Emperor Satan's face became serious. If Heavenly Emperor Satan only regarded Han Feng as a person second only to the top 10 in the list of emperors, then now Emperor Satan has regarded Han Feng as the top 10 in the list of emperors. In a way, they are already equal in status. Although Heavenly Emperor Satan made it to the 17th floor, he didn't last long on the 17th floor at all, and he wasn't much stronger than the primordial beast on the 16th floor. Wu Shu Tianzuan's face became even more embarrassing. Is this another giant who cannot afford to offend? Han Feng dared not be careless about the Yuan beast on the 15th floor. Only relying on ZG Tianhua and the divine essence that surpasses the emperor grade, it is okay to compete against the Juding Heavenly Emperor who can persist on the 15th floor for a minute or two, but it is not as good against the Yuan beast on the 15th floor. With the attack of the Yuan beast, the divine Yuan in Han Feng's body surged out, turning into a giant flaming fist, which was the Xinyan War Fist. One person and one beast, the fight is you back and forth, extremely fierce. The light on the 15th floor kept flickering, showing the degree of intensity. For some reason, many warriors breathed a sigh of relief. If the 15th floor was so easy to break through, they didn't know what kind of expression they should show. Satan, the Heavenly Emperor, also encountered many difficulties on the 15th floor. However, just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, the light on the 15th floor suddenly dimmed. Just when everyone thought that Han Feng had failed to break through the barrier, the light on the 16th floor of the Yuan Pagoda shone brightly. Han Feng suddenly broke through the 15th floor and came to the 16th floor. At this moment, everyone was really shocked, and looked at Emperor Satan from time to time. You must know that even the Satan Emperor is not so fast. Isn't it? Could it be that this person is stronger than Heavenly Emperor Satan? One person's tone was difficult, and he felt that everything was so unbelievable. Who is Satan? He is the #1 powerhouse in the inner domain, the kind of super powerhouse who was almost crowned as the invincible king. If you want to be recognized as the invincible king by everyone in the inner domain, you must fight against the top 10 in the Heavenly Emperor ranking with your own strength. As the #1 in the list of Heavenly Emperors, the Satan Emperor only needs to contend against 9 of them, but obviously, although the Satan Emperor is strong, he cannot fight against 9 of them alone. Could it be that this person can do what Satan can't do? On the 16th floor, Han Feng's expression became serious. It was naturally because Han Feng unfolded the 3 divine bodies in an instant to pass through the 15th floor so easily. Xuanhuan battle physique, Jinxian physique, and Great Sun flame physique. It's okay to kill the Yuan beast on the 15th floor with this kind of power, but it's still a little short of killing the Yuan beast on the 16th floor. Of course, it's only a little bit. It's just that not only does it take a long time to fight, but it also consumes a lot of money. It's better to use a powerful whole card and pass through in an instant. The divine essence in his body surged violently, and Han Feng rolled out thousands of zhong flames all over his body, and his aura reached the highest point. The second update. The Yuan beast on the 16th floor rushed towards Han Feng. It was over 1,000 feet in size. It was a ferocious insect-like Yuan beast. Suddenly, the primordial beast sprayed out green mist, which swept the world with terrifying poisonous gas. Han Feng's eyes narrowed, and Ziji Tianhua rushed out instantly, devouring the green poisonous gas. At the same time, Han Feng's right arm gathered an unrivaled and domineering force, like a volcano that was about to erupt. At this time, the news about the fall of the 6 emperors, including the Emperor Joyo, and the 6 super emperors, including the 8-legged Thunder Emperor, finally reached Yuanta City. Are you kidding me? Is the Emperor dead? Not only the Emperor, but even the 8-legged Thunder Emperor have fallen, and there are 6 of them. It's a big joke in the world. The news indeed caused many warriors to be shocked, but more warriors did not believe it at all. The 8-legged lady and other super heavenly emperors in the top 10 of the Heavenly Emperor list have been the overlords of the inner domain for many years, and the impression of the overlords is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. It is too difficult for many warriors to believe that the 8-legged Thunder Emperor and others fell in the hands of one person, unless they saw it with their own eyes. The rumors became more and more intense, especially since these news came from the Burning Heaven sect, and no one from the 6 5-star forces such as the Joyo sect and the Lydian sect came forward to clarify. Gradually, those who didn't believe it had to believe it up. It is worth mentioning that the suzerain of the Fenchen sect actually changed, from the Tiangang Fist Emperor to the Fenmi Emperor. No, now it is no longer possible to call him Emperor Fenmia, but Emperor Fenmia of Tiangang. This is the new title of Emperor Fenmi, the title recognized by everyone after defeating Tiangang Fist Emperor. No one expected that some time ago, he was just an emperor, a genius-level Emperor Fenmia, who jumped to the overlord level, defeated Tiangang Fist Emperor, and seized the position of Tiangang Fist Emperor Fenchen sect suzerain. As for Tiangang Fist Emperor, it was rumored that Tiangang Fendi had imprisoned him somewhere in the Burning Heaven sect. No matter how much Tiangang Fendi resented Tiangang Fendi for what he did to his mother back then, which caused her to die of depression, it is an indisputable fact that Tiangang Fendi valued and gave advice to Tiangang Fendi these years. The blood relationship between them, Tiangang Fendi did not kill him after all, but locked Tiangang Fist Emperor in a certain place to atone for his mother. It stands to reason that Tiangang Burning Emperor, becoming the second in the new Heavenly Emperor list, should be the most sensational event in the inner domain. It's a pity that the 8-legged Thunder Emperor and other 6 super heavenly emperors have fallen in the hands of a mysterious person. The situation where Tiangang Fendi became the second in the list of heavenly emperors was not so eye-catching, and was completely captured by the former. What's more, there are rumors that the newly appointed number 2 Heavenly Emperor was once defeated by that mysterious man. This made many forces in the inner domain curious about the identity of the mysterious person. Everyone understands that as long as this mysterious person wants to create power, the entire inner domain will usher in a reshuffle. Naturally, what they hoped more was that this mysterious man would remain single like Satan the Heavenly Emperor. An undercurrent surged in the inner domain. But no matter what, the fall of the 6 emperors and 6 super-emperors did indeed set off storms in the inner domain. Yuanta City, around Yuanta. Many warriors have naturally heard all kinds of rumors. At first, everyone scoffed at it, unwilling to believe it at all. But soon a heavenly emperor mentioned Han Feng, and everyone was shocked. They remembered that Han Feng once said that he had killed the emperor. Could it be? All of a sudden, many horrified eyes fell on the 16th floor of Yuan Pagoda, which was where Han Feng fought. Could this person be the mysterious powerhouse who was rumored to have killed the 6 emperors and the 6 super-emperors? If it's really this, everyone doesn't know what to say, and they don't know what kind of expression to show. They didn't notice this kind of adult with terrifying combat power before. If they knew it earlier, they must have been curry favor with each other. Master, could it be that big brother really? Xiner looked at Heavenly Emperor Satan in disbelief. Shurha was also extremely shocked, and couldn't help but cast his gaze on Heavenly Emperor Satan. Heavenly Emperor Satan twitched his lips and said, "If this kid can easily break into the 17th floor, then there are 8 out of 9 out of 10 that mysterious person is this kid." At this moment, Tianzuan Wuxu not only turned pale, but even his body trembled, and cold sweat continued to break out from his forehead. Wuxu Tianzuan was terrified to the extreme, an existence that was likely to be more terrifying than the Satan Emperor. What kind of bad luck did he have, and offended 2 extremely terrifying figures one after another? He wanted to leave early and escape from here, but only then did Tianzuan Wuxu realize that his legs gave way and he almost collapsed on the ground, but now he just barely stood upright, turned around and fled. It seemed like he couldn't do it. And Wuxu Tianzuan still has a reason in his heart that he didn't dare to escape. Who knows if he has hatred in his heart against that lord before. If he ran away and completely angered that adult, that would be bad. Now, Wuxu Tianzuan only hopes that the other party can be more magnanimous, regardless of his previous offense. The 16th floor, Yuan Pagoda. Han Feng released Ziyun's divine arm without reservation, and the purple light almost broke through the 16th floor of the emperor. But the primordial beast on the opposite side was not bad either. It was a petite primordial beast, but its petite body contained extremely pure power of divine thunder. The overwhelming divine thunder force resisted the impact of the purple light, and the 16-story Yuan Pagoda became 2 worlds. One was the divine thunder world, and the other was the purple light world. In the 16-story Yuan Pagoda, the sound of bombing can be heard everywhere. Han Feng took a slight breath, and the Jin immortal physique instantly rose to the Tai immortal physique. The celestial light shone like 1,000 feet, piercing the sky. Die! Rumble! Han Feng roared angrily, and the immortal light swept out in a mighty way. The purple light transformed by Ziyun's divine arm rolled away, breaking through the sky-shrouding divine thunder in an instant, and falling on the 16th layer primordial beast in the next instant. In an instant, the purple light swept across the entire 16th floor. When the purple light gradually dissipated, the 16th floor of the world had turned into nothingness, including the primordial beast. So far, Han Feng has successfully broken through the 16th floor and reached the 17th floor. On the 17th floor, Han Feng integrated the Ziji heavenly fire into the Ziyun divine arm. The 13th layer of Ziyun divine arm erupted with unprecedented terrifying power, which was the power of a true chaos divine skill, sweeping away everything. As a result, Han Feng broke through the 17th floor faster than the 16th floor. In the outside world, when everyone saw that Han Feng came to the 18th floor smoothly, they finally understood that Han Feng was the mysterious strong man who killed 6 emperors and 6 super emperors. Heavenly Emperor Satan sighed, "I'm blind, this kid is so scary, it seems that I can only be the second child in the future." The third update. Barely reaching the 17th floor from the 16th floor, compared with the 18th floor after passing the 17th floor, the gap between them is too big. The power to pass through the 17th floor fell on him, and the Satan Emperor was extremely sure that he would fall in an instant. 18th floor. My God, even in the ancient times of the forbidden ancient realm, very few people could reach this level. As expected of a terrifying existence capable of killing 6 super emperors, I just wonder if this lord can reach the 19th floor. It shouldn't be possible. The 19th floor is the last floor of the Yuan Pagoda. The strength of the Yuan beast inside is extremely terrifying. It is said that it is no less than the ordinary middle-ranked ancient god early stage strongman. I heard that outside the middle-ranked the ancient gods can be considered a remarkable existence. Even if this lord fails, his current grades are enough to make him proud of the entire inner region. If he can't pass now, it doesn't mean he won't pass in the future. That's right, the first time I broke into the Yuan Pagoda, I broke through to such an extent. Maybe in my lifetime I can witness the birth of a legend, the birth of an invincible king, and the birth of this lord leaving the forbidden ancient realm with my own eyes. Scene. Ever since it was confirmed that Han Feng was the mysterious master who killed the 8-legged Thunder Emperor and other 6 super heavenly emperors, the tone and demeanor of these warriors talking about Han Feng has undergone earth-shaking changes. You can see. The same as the Emperor of Heaven, not everyone can be called the Emperor of Heaven by people of the same level. Also because Han Feng's record is 2 against the sky, many warriors present are guessing what level Han Feng can reach in the end. Whether it is possible to break into the 19th floor, and whether it is possible to pass through the 19th floor. Among them, Satan is the Emperor. 18th floor. Han Feng gradually fell into a bitter fight. The Yuan beasts on the 18th floor were already extremely powerful. If it were the 8-legged Thunder Emperor and the others here, they might not be able to take a single move, and they would be killed by the Yuan beasts on the 18th floor. Beast Spike. Boom boom boom. The primordial beast suddenly opened its mouth, and a large amount of golden energy sprayed out, turning into golden meteorite-like existences in the void, and descending densely. Each piece of golden meteorite is extremely huge. The diameter is about 10 feet, not only that, but the golden meteorite also releases a terrifying suction force. When the golden meteorite approached, Han Feng was about to retreat quickly, but was suddenly enveloped by a suction force, and the next moment his body could not help but fly towards the golden meteorite. Not good. Xuanhuan fighting fist. Xuanhuan's Xuanhuan turned into a big hand, crushing this golden meteorite into pieces, but after one golden meteorite, more golden meteorites exploded. 10-winged profound dragon transformation. Han Feng turned into a black dragon in an instant, spewing out dragon's breath one mouthful at a time. It's such a strong force. The 18th level Yuan beast has pushed me to this extent. I can't help it. Although the pressure on my body will be greater in the future, this is the only way to win. Ziji Tianhua, Ming. Crazy purple flames rolled up Han Feng. Ziji Tianhua successively merged into Xuanhuan battle body, Great Rion body, and Tai immortal body. The Xuanhuan battle body and the Great Sun flame body are nothing more than that. The Tai immortal body is fused with Ziji heavenly fire, which gave Han Feng too much power. Han Feng's power soared to an incredible level. This vast power, it has surpassed the limit that Han Feng's body can bear. Han Feng's body swelled a lot in an instant, and the veins on his forehead, muscles, and back were bulging, which was really ferocious. It seemed that some power was ready to burst out from Han Feng's body. This is the first time that Han Feng integrated Ziji Heavenly Fire into Tai Immortal Physique. Whether it is Ziji Tianhua or Tai Immortal Physique, they are all extremely powerful, and after being fused together, the improvement they bring to Han Feng is incomparably astonishing. Feeling the power constantly gushing out of his body, Han Feng was deeply intoxicated by it, but soon woke up again. The soaring power is too terrifying. With the current divine body, it can't last long at all. Han Feng reckoned that when the divine body can surpass the imperial level like the divine essence, it is probably enough to withstand the oppression of the soaring power on the physical body for a long time. Since the time was limited, Han Feng no longer hid, and Ziyun's arm shot across the sky with a mighty force. With the soaring power at this moment urging the Ziyun God arm, it seems that there is a force that can destroy the world and sweep the entire space. Boom boom boom. The purple light shines on this world, and everything touched by the purple light burns instantly, and the purple flame burns it to ashes. The Yuan beast on the 18th floor had to be said to be very terrifying. In the face of such power, it was not instantly killed, but kept howling miserably, with its huge body struggling constantly, trying to rush out of the range of the purple light attack. Han Feng said lightly, "Don't think about it, the entire 18th floor is already within my attack range, and you can't escape." After a while, the Yuan beast on the 18th floor finally couldn't struggle and disappeared completely in the surging purple flames. Han Feng immediately returned to his normal state, pale and out of breath. At the same time, Han Feng also automatically ascended to the 19th floor of Yuan Pagoda. In the outside world, when the light of Yuan Pagoda on the 19th floor was lit up, even many people guessed that Han Feng might come to the 19th floor. But when everything really happened, they were still extremely shocked. The 19th floor, since the forbidden ancient realm has been around for such a long time, only in ancient times have ancestors reached this level. Since modern times, very few people, or no one at all, has been able to reach this level. For nearly tens of millions of years, the highest number of floors in the Xuanhuan Pagoda was only 17 floors, and as time went by, the emperors on the list of emperors became weaker and weaker. Like the current 8-legged Thunder Emperor and other 6 super emperors, how could they be qualified to enter the top 10 in the list of emperors thousands of years ago? On the 19th floor, Han Feng was a little surprised when he stepped here. Compared with the previous 18 floors, the 19th floor is like an independent small world. Everything looks so realistic, and the air is filled with rich energy of heaven and earth. Looking around, Han Feng did not find any trace of Yuan beast, but at the center of the 19th floor, Han Feng found a silver-white stone tablet. Strangeness. A strange feeling rose in Han Feng's heart. There are no Yuan beasts on the 19th floor, but there is a silver-white stone tablet that is hundreds of feet high. The steel is filled with powerful space power. If I guess correctly, this steel is the core of Yuan Pagoda. The first 18 floors should be the space created by the steel. The 10th, the 9th floor is still the real Yuanta space. Maybe, the forbidden ancient realm was created by this stone tablet. Xiaopeng's dignified tone resounded in Han Feng's ears. The first update. But if you think about it, it's really possible. This 19th floor is completely different from the previous 18 floors, which is enough to explain the special nature of the 19th floor. And if you want to leave the forbidden ancient realm, you need to pass through the Yuan Pagoda. It is impossible to say that the Yuan Pagoda has nothing to do with the forbidden ancient realm. If the Yuan Pagoda was really created by the silver steel, then the silver steel and the realm of forbidden ancients must also be related in one way or another. The forbidden ancient realm was created by the stone tablet, and it is just one of all possible connections between the stone tablet and the forbidden ancient realm, but it is the most likely one. Han Feng rushed to where the steel was. The closer you get to the steel, the more you can feel the vast, and unrivaled power from the steel. Looking closely, the silver steel is not entirely silver, but the steel is filled with densely packed silver runes, so the steel is perceived to be silver white only when it is far away. These silvery white runes wriggled as if they were alive, and a mysterious power fluctuated vaguely. After just a few glances, Han Feng felt uncomfortable, as if some huge force was oppressing him. At this time, those continuously flowing silver runes stopped suddenly, and the next moment a bright silver light burst out, pointing directly at Han Feng. Han Feng was taken aback, and quickly backed away, but it was already too late. The speed of the silver light is very fast, not at all the speed that Han Feng can achieve. That kind of speed is probably among the best in the realm of the ancient gods. In an instant, silver light shot into Han Feng's eyebrows. Han Feng stood there in a daze, his eyes showing a hint of bewilderment. After a long while, Han Feng's eyes gradually came back to his senses, and after slowly coming back to his senses, Han Feng's face showed an unstoppable shock and surprise. I never expected. Yuan Pagoda is not the 19th floor, but the 22nd floor. Han Feng muttered to himself. The silver light beam before was not a means of attacking people, but a piece of information. After the silver light hit Han Feng's forehead, the information contained in the light beam was immediately known to Han Feng. The Yuan Pagoda actually has 22 floors in total. The reason why people outside think that there are only 19th floors is because starting from the 19th floor, one must pass through the silver stone tablet to reach the 19th, 20th, 21st, and 22nd floors. Whether it is the 19th floor, or the 20th floor, or the 21st floor, or the 22nd floor, they are all inside the silver steel, and the silver steel is on the 19th floor of the Yuan Tower, so what keeps flashing is the light of the Yuan Pagoda on the 19th floor. People outside have never reached the 19th floor, so they naturally mistakenly think that the Yuan Pagoda has only 19 floors, and that as long as they pass through the 19th floor, they can leave the forbidden ancient realm. Although it's a misunderstanding, it's not wrong. Han Feng looked strange. That's right, although there are still 3 floors after the 19th floor, in fact, as long as you break through the 19th floor, you can leave the forbidden ancient realm and completely break away from the restraint of the forbidden ancient realm. Once you leave the forbidden ancient realm, you can go all over the world, and the ancient gods who have advanced to the level of the emperor, as long as they don't fall halfway, the god emperor can be expected. But since there are 3 floors behind the 19th floor, these 3 floors are naturally not useless. If you leave the forbidden ancient realm through the 19th floor, you will never be able to return in the future. It can be regarded as completely disconnected from the forbidden ancient realm, and you can only leave by yourself. That is to say, if the successful passer has any relatives and friends, none of them can be taken out. And warriors who break through the 20th floor and leave can take their relatives with them, that is, relatives who are related to them by blood, but only once. Moreover, this blood relationship is also limited, and the blood relationship is too thin, to a certain extent. Basically within 3 generations. Like the 19th floor, warriors who left through the 20th story Yuan Pagoda, once they left the forbidden ancient realm, they would never be able to return to the forbidden ancient realm. Warriors who pass the 21st floor can return to the forbidden ancient realm. Of course, the premise is that you can find the forbidden ancient realm after leaving the forbidden ancient realm. As long as these warriors find the forbidden ancient realm, they can enter and exit the forbidden ancient realm without being affected. Not only that, there is no limit for this kind of martial artist to bring people. Not only relatives can bring them, but friends can also bring them. Don't think that the difference seems to be small, but you must know that there are still many heavenly emperors born in the forbidden ancient realm. Once these heavenly emperors are promoted to ancient gods, each of them has amazing potential. With so many heavenly emperors, it was obviously an extremely terrifying force. Think about it, the existence of Ziyun God realm breaking the limit of true gods, that is, the level of heavenly generals, there are not many heavenly kings. There may be many heavenly generals and heavenly monarchs in those middle thousand god realms, but there must be few or no heavenly kings. Even in the great thousand god realm, it is difficult for a great force to give birth to a heavenly emperor. If a large number of heavenly emperors are brought out from the forbidden ancient realm, when these heavenly emperors grow up, it is very likely that there will be a large number of god emperors in a sect. God Emperor, that is already a powerhouse standing at the top level in this world, and there are not many god emperors in the great thousand god realm. There are hundreds or even more god emperors in one sect. What is the concept? In an era when he could not be ruled, it was like unifying the 3,000 gods. If you want to bring out a large number of heavenly emperors, you have to break through the 21st floor. As for the 20th floor, how many blood relatives are there within 3 generations? How many of these people can become heavenly emperors? Unfortunately, none of them. Passing through the 19th, 20th, and 21st floors to leave the forbidden ancient realm, the benefits obtained will be judged. And these 3 floors are all inferior to the 22nd floor. Compared with the 21st floor, the 22nd floor has 2 more advantages. It is these 2 great benefits that leave the 21st floor far behind. The first benefit is the seal of forbidden ancient times. Warriors who leave through the 22nd floor will be engraved with the forbidden ancient seal in their souls. Through this forbidden ancient seal, no matter where the warrior is, they can leave the place in an instant through the forbidden ancient seal and return to the world. Forbidden world. And by leaving the forbidden ancient realm through the forbidden ancient seal, you can return to the original point. If you don't want to leave the forbidden ancient realm through the forbidden ancient seal, you can leave through the exit on the 22nd floor inside the stele. What does that mean? It means that you don't have to search for the location of the forbidden ancient realm in order to bring out the Emperor of Heaven, like a warrior who left through the 21st floor. Possessing the seal of forbidden ancient times, you can take people away at any time as long as you want. In other words, with the seal of the ancient times, there will be a steady stream of followers of the level of the Emperor and the Emperor to join his power. The second update. When he leaves the forbidden ancient realm and creates the supreme gate outside, will he worry about no one joining? Not only do you not have to worry, but those who join the supreme sect are all Tianzuan and Tiandi. When these heavenly venerates and heavenly emperors are promoted to ancient gods, god kings, and even god emperors, who will be able to fight against them in the future? Those great thousand god realms can't stop the rise of the supreme sect. There is no other way but to surrender. If you want to overwhelm the supreme gate, unless the master appears. And the masters. It's been too long since they showed up in the 3,000 god realm, and God knows where those masters have gone. Some people suspect that the ruler has already fallen. As long as I have the seal of the forbidden ancient realm, the heavenly emperors in the forbidden ancient realm have no choice but to submit, unless they don't want to leave the forbidden ancient realm. However, I think that no emperor of heaven can resist the temptation to leave the forbidden ancient realm. Han Feng smiled slightly. In the forbidden ancient realm, after reaching the peak of the supreme heavenly emperor, you can no longer be promoted to a higher level. No matter what talent and bloodline you have, you can only watch helplessly as you are caught up by the latecomers. This kind of pain and helplessness made many heavenly emperors start to suppress some talented latecomers. And once these people know that there is a way to leave the forbidden ancient realm, the result can be imagined. Han Feng, who has the seal of forbidden ancient times, must be the object of cursing and fawning on by these heavenly emperors. With the seal of forbidden ancient times, if Han Feng asked these heavenly emperors to join the supreme sect, which heavenly emperor would dare to refuse? Only in this way, after leaving the forbidden ancient realm, there is no restriction on those heavenly emperors. Fortunately, the stele has been expected. Han Feng praised the stele. At this point, I have to mention the second benefit. The ban on antiquity. To put it bluntly, the forbidden ancient order is a special artifact to enslave the opponent. Inhale a drop of human blood into the Antiquity Order, and this person will become a slave of the Antiquity Order. Once he has the heart to rebel, Han Feng can immediately kill the opponent directly through the Antiquity Order. Regarding slaves, there are many slave contracts and oaths in this world that can have similar effects, but these are not without solutions, but they are more difficult to do. As for the ban on antiquity, there is no way to solve it, even if it is the God Emperor. The Forbidden Ancient Order also has a limit that I can accommodate. With my current cultivation base, after dropping blood to make the Ancient Order recognize its master, I'm afraid I can only control dozens of people at the level of the Emperor of Heaven. As for the level of the Middle Ancient God, it is estimated that several of them are barely. That is to say, for the time being, I can only bring out dozens of heavenly emperors. But after I am promoted to Ancient God, I should be able to allow the Forbidden Ancient Order to accommodate more heavenly emperors. With the order of prohibiting the ancients, naturally, there is no fear of the sudden betrayal of those heavenly emperors after leaving the realm of the forbidden ancients. If you want to get the Forbidden Seal and Forbidden Order, try to improve your combat power and pass the 22nd floor. Fatty encouraged. Han Feng took a deep breath. I will work hard. Han Feng did not dare to underestimate the 3 floors behind the 19th floor. You must know that according to the information brought by the silver light beam before, the Forbidden Ancient Realm has been away from the Forbidden Ancient Realm for so many years. The warriors in the world basically left through the exit on the 19th floor, and left through the exit on the 20th floor, but there were only a few of them. As for the 21st floor, no one has ever reached it, let alone the 22nd floor. There is a long way to go. Let's take a look at the combat power of the 19th floor primordial beasts. Han Feng stepped into the steel, and was transported by the steel to the real 19th-story Yuan Pagoda. After a fierce battle, Han Feng finally understood the power of the 19th layer Yuan beast. As far as the strongest strength is concerned, he is about the same as the 19th layer Yuan beast, and he is even better than that. The enhanced power of Tai Immortal Physique after being integrated into ZG Skyfire is stronger than Han Feng imagined. However, the result of too strong a surge is that the body can't bear it for a long time. In this limited time, Han Feng can't break through. It's the same even if it is to sacrifice the Skyfire Tower. With the breakthrough of Ziyun's arm, the Skyfire Tower that has only been unsealed to the present level is no longer Han Feng's strongest method. Han Feng resigned himself to let the Yuan beast's attack fall on him, and the next moment Han Feng's eyes went dark, and he was kicked out by Yuan Ta. Han Feng wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, raised his head, and saw pairs of eyes of admiration and admiration. When the gap between the two parties is within a certain range, some people may be jealous, because this person thinks that he may not be able to reach the level of the other person. And when the gap between the two parties reaches a certain level, making others feel the feeling that they will never be able to achieve, they will no longer be able to feel any jealousy. At this time, Han Feng's situation was like this. On the 19th floor, no one has broken through this level for many years. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that the gap between themselves and Han Feng is so big that they can't reach it no matter what. That being the case, there is nothing to be jealous of. Even Wushu Tianzuan didn't dare to have any jealousy, even if it was in his heart, he didn't dare to have this thought. It can be seen that Han Feng broke into the 19th floor for the first time, which shocked Wushu Tianzuan. Wushu Tianzuan is full of regrets. Why should he offend Han Feng? Otherwise he must have the cheek to curry favor with Han Feng now. But now, he only hoped that Han Feng would forget him. In my heart, I naturally hated Han Ying even more. If Han Ying knew that her young master would hate her so much in the end, she didn't know if she would die in peace. Little, my lord, you really gave this old man a big jump. Satan Heavenly Emperor cupped his hands and smiled wryly. How dare he call Han Feng the little guy like before? Han Feng quickly helped the Satan Emperor. Senior, you can still call Junior Han Feng. this? Heavenly Emperor Satan hesitated. If you really can't, just call me Emperor Jiuyan. Han Feng thought of the Jiuyan different fire art, so he gave himself such a title. Okay, Heavenly Emperor Jiuyan. Heavenly Emperor Satan nodded. Then, Han Feng's eyes turned to Xuanhuan and Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan shrunk his body, not daring to talk to Han Feng like before, but Xuanhuan might be young, so she didn't have any big scruples. She still chatted and laughed with Han Feng. Her words were full of admiration. There are many martial artists around, each of them is envious, wishing to take Xuanhuan's place. Especially the female fighters, all staring at Han Feng with fiery eyes, wishing to give him a kiss. These gazes made Han Feng feel a little uncomfortable, and planned to leave here. Inadvertently leaving Wushu Tianzuan, who kept shrinking back, Han Feng suddenly smiled and nodded Wushu Tianzuan. Wushu Tianzuan's body froze. He didn't dare to step back. He forced a smile and said, "This junior has offended me a lot before. As long as my lord is willing to spare my life, this junior will accept all my punishments from my lord." The third update. Yes, yes. Wushu Tianzuan had to bite the bullet and said after being watched by Han Feng. Then come here. Han Feng waved. Wushu Tianzuan put on a bitter face, and moved towards Han Feng shyly. The pace was so slow that he moved forward almost half a step, looking at Han Feng pitifully. I hope Han Feng can suddenly change his mind. For some reason, Wushu Tianzuan felt that the punishment Han Feng gave him would cause him to suffer great hardships in the future. Wushu Tianzuan's behavior has been successful a lot in the past, but Wushu Tianzuan forgot that his previous actions were aimed at women. Possessing a harem body can easily make a woman soft-hearted. But Wushu Tianzuan is facing Han Feng now. Showing such a pitiful and sissy look will only make Han Feng want to kick Wushu Tianzuan back. The distance between Wushu Tianzuan and Han Feng was not far. No matter how slow Wushu Tianzuan was, he finally came to Han Feng. As soon as Han Feng pointed at Wushu Tianzuan's wrist, Xiaopeng gushed out a force belonging to the Skyfire Tower and poured into Wushu Tianzuan's body. On the surface, Wushu Tianzuan did nothing. Even at this moment, nothing will happen to Wushu Tianzuan. But it won't be long before Wushu Tianzuan's harem body will continue to weaken. Maybe he can still hook up with some women, but he can't hook up with powerful women. The corner of Han Feng's mouth curled up, revealing an inscrutable face. He really wanted to see how the Saintess of Xuanhuan would teach Wushu Tianzuan a lesson after she was freed from the influence of the harem divine body. Moreover, in the harem of Wushu Tianzuan, there are still many women of the same level as saintesses. These women are not simple roles. If they were not influenced by the gods of the harem, they would not be so easy to be taken down by Wushu Tianzuan. It's over? Seeing Han Feng retracting his hand, Wushu Tianzuan looked blank. He didn't feel any changes in his body. But the voice from the bottom of his heart told him that Han Feng's punishment for him was not that simple. If he couldn't feel it, it could only show that his strength was low. After I go back, let Master help me take a look. Wushu Tianzuan stepped back nervously. Emperor Nine Flames. Are you going to leave? Heavenly Emperor Satan saw Han Feng's intention to leave, and smiled. Good. Haha, I wonder if Heavenly Emperor Jiuyan has a foothold in the inner domain. If not, why don't you come and sit with this old man? Heavenly Emperor Satan offered an invitation. Then the younger generation should be respectful rather than obedient. Han Feng wanted to recruit strong men for the supreme sect, so Satan Heavenly Emperor was Han Feng's target. How could Han Feng refuse the invitation of Satan Heavenly Emperor? Under the regretful eyes of everyone, Han Feng, Heavenly Emperor Satan, Xuanhuan, and Xuanhuan left the Yuan Tower. Soon, the matter on Yuanta's side spread throughout the inner domain. The name of Emperor Jiuyan spread throughout the inner domain in an instant, and his reputation increased greatly, causing a violent shock in the inner domain. Whether it was breaking into the 19th floor of the Yuan Tower, or killing the 8-legged Thunder Emperor and other 6 super emperors, the Supreme Emperor in the inner domain was horrified. All the forces issued the same order at the same time, not to provoke the Nine Flames Heavenly Emperor. They don't even have the impression of how strong the combat power of the 19th floor of the Yuan Tower is. They only know that this level of combat power is enough to wipe out a 5-star force single-handedly. At this moment, the Jueyan Emperor Han Feng, who ordered many forces in the inner region not to provoke him, came to the place where the Satan Emperor lived. Along with them, there were 3 attendants of the God-wrathful Emperor. On the way there, Han Feng met the Celestial Emperor Qin Yao, the Emperor Shunjing and the Emperor Shenu. When they saw the 3 of them, they were all quite embarrassed. Obviously, the process of killing the Emperor Zitong was not a feng shui process, but fortunately, it was completed after all. The place where Satan Heavenly Emperor lives is not a place where the energy of heaven and earth is particularly strong. That's right, for those who have already reached the limit of the Heavenly Emperor, such as the Satanic Heavenly Emperor, no matter how rich the energy is, it is useless, because they can't make breakthroughs and step into a higher level. This is a rather ordinary valley, and there are not many exquisite landscapes in the valley. The entire valley is surrounded by an enchantment. Han Feng and Satan had a very happy chat, and whenever they talked about supernatural skills, both of them gained a lot. Han Feng inherited such powerful chaos divine skills as Shenhu's clothes and Xianlong transformation, and Han Feng knew where to break through the supernatural skills of the Satanic Emperor. However, although Satan Heavenly Emperor is not as good as Han Feng in seeking breakthroughs and promotions of super-level divine skills, Satan Heavenly Emperor has comprehended many super-level divine skills over the years, and has mastered them skillfully. The effect is much more powerful than performing a single supergrade magic skill alone. This is something that Han Feng can't compare to. After all, Han Feng's training time is somewhat short. Both of them had their own achievements, especially Han Feng didn't know what he said, which attracted Satan's sudden inspiration, and he was going to retreat and transform his supergrade magic skills. The Satan Emperor is very excited. After this transformation, the Satan Emperor is confident that he will last more time in the hands of the 17th floor Yuan beast. Han Feng generously took out the Holy Heaven Monument, which shocked the Satan Emperor. Emperor Jueyan, you are really very human, you even got the Holy Heaven Monument. Heavenly Emperor Satan smiled wryly, and then took the Holy Heaven Monument with fiery eyes. With the Holy Sky Monument, it can greatly save his time. It is not so easy to transform and upgrade supergrade magic skills, and you will definitely encounter various difficulties in the middle. Even if you find the right direction, it will be difficult to transform and upgrade successfully without a long time. With the Holy Sky Monument, Emperor Satan is confident that he will complete the breakthrough within half a year. After Heavenly Emperor Satan retreated, Han Feng also chose to retreat. In a cave somewhere in the valley, a layer of divine fox coat gradually appeared on Han Feng's body. The divine fox coat was full of spirituality, and the 4 divine fox tails swayed slightly. In front of Han Feng was a drop of distinctive blood essence, which belonged to the natal essence blood of Emperor Zitong. The natal essence blood at the level of the primary chaos divine grade bloodline should be enough to support my god fox close to be promoted to the 5th level. After Han Feng said lightly, he made handprints with his hand suddenly, and then shot a ball of strength into it. To the essence and blood in front of you. Then, Han Feng suddenly opened his mouth, and the drop of blood was swallowed by Han Feng. After swallowing the blood, Han Feng's complexion remained unchanged, and the speed of forming seals with his hands became faster and faster, and a strange force gushed out of Han Feng's body. The Shenhu coat, on the right side of the 4th tail, suddenly bulged a small bag. With the swelling of the small bag, the Shenhu coat seemed to become more solid, as if a force was brewing and ready to burst out. The 5th tail of the god fox has been condensed, and the 5th level has been achieved. The rest is to slowly accumulate until the fifth tail of the god fox reaches the state of great achievement, and reaches the same length as the other four tails. Han Feng took out the artifact of time and began to accelerate the growth rate of the fifth tail of the fox. The fourth is completed. Ask for flowers. Oh, ______, oh.